In a distant future, the world has descended into the chaos of a mechanical apocalypse. Intelligent machines have gone rogue, no longer obeying human commands but instead viewing humans as their enemies. Colossal mechanical armors roam the cities, laying waste to everything in their path, leaving destruction and ruin in their wake. Energy resources have been depleted, plunging the world into darkness. The remaining electricity is hoarded to sustain survival fortresses. Even the essential resource of clean water has been contaminated, turning it into a rare commodity that sparks violent conflicts among the survivors. To endure, humans are forced to take shelter in crumbling ruins, build makeshift defenses, and wage desperate battles against relentless mechanical predators. Yet, in the face of overwhelming mechanical power, humanity's resistance feels fragile and futile. The once mighty technological advancements have become the architects of the world's downfall, leaving humans to struggle for survival in the very apocalypse they birthed. 10 years after the advent of this mechanical nightmare, I was betrayed and killed by Han Xiao, the woman I once deeply loved. Her persistent pleas had made me give in time and time again, offering her high-level source crystals, advanced beam weapons, and countless other treasures. But when I refused to hand over the rare skill source crystal, she, along with her brother Han Su, showed no mercy and took my life. Fate, however, granted me a second chance. I was reborn 7 days before the mechanical apocalypse began, back at the age of 18. As I stood before the mecha I obtained from the mechanical calamity, a burning desire for revenge surged within me. In this life, I vowed never to let others manipulate me again. I would rely on my own strength to rise amidst the chaos and make my enemies pay dearly. I, Zhang Wei, fully aware of the heavy responsibility ahead, resolutely embarked on the path to crafting the ultimate mecha. With bloodshot eyes, I slammed the property certificate onto the desk of a shady loan company. This marked the beginning of my journey to reshape my destiny. Using the loan, I began purchasing and scavenging parts to upgrade the evolution mecha. I even stripped mousetraps from the top of a mountain. Mechanized mice, I knew, would soon emerge infused with active crystals vital for enhancing my mecha. Ordinary source crystals might not compare to the rarest ones, but they were crucial for my initial upgrades. My calculations showed that capturing 1,000 mechanized mice would be enough for my first mecha evolution. Though mice were small now, post-mechanization, they would grow to a meter in length and half a meter in height. Simple mousetraps wouldn't suffice against such beasts. That night, after setting numerous traps, I dozed off in the cab of my heavy truck. The next day, the welding shop owner and his crew arrived, bewildered by my bizarre setup to catch mice. While they unloaded supplies, I focused on refining my traps. Chains and wires were repurposed to restrain the mice. On this mountain filled with rodents, I expected hundreds to be caught overnight. As I worked, Han Su discovered my activities. Learning of my mortgaged property, he schemed to get a share of the money. Han Su and Han Xiao arrived on a motorcycle, flaunting their arrogance. When I heard the engines roar and saw them approach, rage bubbled within me. But I forced myself to stay composed, knowing it wasn't the right time to act. I couldn't risk altering the future with reckless impulses. Han Su, oblivious to my fury, draped an arm over my shoulder and boasted. "Brother, I brought my sister. Let's see how you impress her." Han Xiao, feigning innocence, chuckled, clearly interested only in what I could provide. Their confidence was sickening, but I masked my disgust. When Han Su spotted the captured mice in chains, his smug demeanor faltered, and Han Xiao screamed in horror. Pretending to be cooperative, I promised to help Han Su repay his loan but postponed any immediate action. As their motorcycles sped off, I watched them leave, vowing silently that their arrogance would cost them dearly. "I'll let you live a few more days. Perhaps it would be interesting to let you experience the horror of the end of the world for yourself." The screams of the mice brought me back to reality. I smiled and thought to myself, there are many ways to deal with you. The butterfly effect is sometimes a good thing. At this time in my previous life, Han Xiao was not entwanching at all, but now she appeared early, which was an unexpected surprise for me. Life in the mountains began to become somewhat regular. I spent every day with the captured mice and occasionally received a phone call from Han Su. What he didn't know was that his days were numbered. At noon on the 7th day, the change finally came. A dazzling flash suddenly appeared in the sky, and the whole world seemed to be thrown into a huge flash bomb, and everyone lost their eyesight in an instant. When people regained their sight, the sky had turned gloomy and a thick layer of dark clouds covered the world. "The machines are coming." I knew what this meant. Then, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Everyone looked up at the sky. Countless meteors fell from the sky, smashing towards the earth with a breath of annihilation. But I understand that those shooting stars are actually gifts. Each of them contains source crystal. And a battle for opportunity is about to begin. When the meteor fell to the earth, the imagined explosion did not occur. Instead, a message instantly appeared in everyone's mind. All vehicles have been transformed into personal mechas. I tightly grasped the source crystal in my hand, and a surge of excitement surged in my heart. This was not the first time I had experienced this. The core black crystal of the mecha lay quietly in the palm of my hand. I gave the order, merge. The black truck quickly transformed, and in less than 5 seconds, a 10-meter-tall heavy mecha appeared in front of me. It was completely black, with ferocious lines and a violent mechanical beauty. How beautiful! I sighed. Although I am already familiar with this scene, it still makes my heart beat faster every time I see it. As I sighed, a beam of black light shot out from the chest of the mecha and enveloped me. The next moment, my consciousness completely merged with the mecha. I no longer feel my own body. Now, this huge mecha is my body. Open the mecha panel. 2 beams of light came out of my eyes, and the status of the mecha appeared in front of me. Mecha form, original form, mecha level, 1, weight, 21 tons, type. To be selected, standard power configuration. Super matrix engine, equipment, none. It's actually a super matrix engine? I was a little surprised. You know, this is a top-level power configuration, far exceeding the configuration of ordinary mechas. I chose the melee mecha without hesitation, and the familiar voice sounded again. The choice is successful. For me, this configuration is already satisfactory. If it were replaced with those low-level or simple mechas, it would be a luxury to have a combat power of 10 points. The mecha is level 1, and can only evolve to level 10. What we need to do now is to keep an eye on these rats. I looked at the captured mice. Their bodies were changing, and it would take some time before they could be fully mechanized. Taking advantage of this time, I decided to go up the mountain to get the source crystal that I had been eyeing for a long time. The mecha held the sword and shield tightly and headed for the top of the mountain. The 10-meter-tall black mecha ran wildly on the mountain road. A few minutes later, I was standing on the top of the mountain. There, the colorful source crystal was quietly emitting light. I was extremely excited to see this legendary source crystal. I never thought that I could get such a high-level source crystal. Without hesitation, I picked up the source crystal, and the familiar prompt sounded again. Ding! Obtain legendary skills, super combat power enhancement. When I saw the prompt for the legendary skill, the body of the mecha I was controlling couldn't help but tremble. I know too well how precious and rare skills are, because in my previous life, I died because of an epic skill source crystal. In the 10th year since the advent of machines, epic skills are no longer as rare as before, but truly powerful epic skills are still very valuable. In the early days of the advent of machines, even the most rubbish epic skills were well-deserved divine skills. Not to mention the priceless legendary skills in front of me now. Use it. I made a decisive decision. As the system prompt sounded, ding. Learning superpower enhancement is successful, basic power plus 200. This sudden powerful power bonus surprised me. I could gain such a significant improvement in combat power just by learning one skill, which was something I never dared to imagine before. For me, a veteran who has been in the mecha world for many years, even if an ordinary mecha evolves twice, it may not be able to an increase in combat power of 200 points. I suppressed my excitement and did not rush to feel this. The 200-point combat power bonus to the mecha will not change, but the skill effect will be checked immediately. Superpower enhancement. Use the superpower of the body to enhance the body's combat power by 1 time. Duration 100 seconds, 10 minutes cooldown. What a pervert. I couldn't help but sigh again. Is this the power of a legendary skill? My iron hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and the powerful Zhong Tao from my previous life emerged in my mind. With this skill, my strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. 200-point combat power bonus may not seem amazing at the moment, but I can imagine that when my combat power becomes stronger, its role will be immeasurable. In the case of 10,000 instantly becomes 20,000, or 100,000 becomes 200,000. The most important thing is that this skill lasts for a long time, but the cooldown time is very short, just 10 minutes. I looked back at the mice in the mousetrap. Their bodies were beginning to swell, but now they were only the size of local dogs. It would probably take about half an hour for them to completely transform. Then, I sat on the top of the mountain and looked into the distance, with my sword stuck in the ground beside me, and my shield placed on the ground. I want to be invincible in this life. I secretly warned myself in my heart, while also thinking about how to go in the future. Just as I was immersed in my own thoughts, making plans and goals for the future, and waiting for the mice to become mechanized, a few big guys suddenly appeared in the mining area. Wow, it started. This must be a heavy mecha. Looking at the mecha that appeared in the mining area, I felt a little envious. According to my visual observation, the original dump truck mecha is about 15 meters tall, 5 meters taller than my mecha. And it looks more sturdy. No doubt it is a heavy mecha. My medium-sized mecha has a super matrix engine, so the standard engine of a heavy mecha must be better. How about dismantling one of his mechas and taking its engine? This thought flashed through my mind, instantly making my heart burn with excitement. The engine is the power source of the mecha. It can not only provide power for walking, running and fighting, but after the first evolution, both mechas and long-range mechas can perform short-range jets. For example, at this moment, I can return to the mountainside by just spraying at the top of the mountain. If the engine is powerful enough and can spray continuously, it is not impossible to fly short distances in the air. Grab! I made a quick decision. I stood up quickly, picked up my sword and shield, and ran towards the mining area at full speed. Under the crush of my 10-meter-high mecha, the mountain road was not an obstacle at all, and small trees and stones could not stop me at all. When I entered the mining area, I found it was in a state of chaos. People were running around and chatting enthusiastically around various models of mechas. There are many vehicles in the mining area, and mechas of various sizes are arranged everywhere. Each mecha is surrounded by people, and some mechas are already controlled by people. But I really cannot praise their control level. It is just like a toddler just learning to walk, stumbling around. Of course, there are some medium-sized mechas of about 10 meters among them, all of which are transformed from heavy trucks. However, their mecha levels are not as good as mine. After all, my mecha is newly bought, and it is not comparable to these old mechas. I ignored the people and mechas that were still in a state of confusion, and strode towards the yellow heavy mecha closest to me. Sure enough, it's 5 meters taller than my mecha. I sighed inwardly. When I took action, the people around me were attracted by my actions. A group of people stared at me intently, and their envious and fiery eyes seemed to melt my mecha. What is he doing? Oh shit. People were originally shocked by my smooth movements, but when I raised the sword in my hand, the atmosphere changed instantly. My mecha may seem smaller than a heavy mecha, but after learning skills, my combat power has reached 226 points, and the combat power of this heavy mecha is only about 30 or 40 at most. Of course, humans' technology of controlling mechas, their skills, tactics, and even their mental will, etc., can only form real combat effectiveness when combined with mechas. The heavy mecha in front of me now has no one operating it, and its combat effectiveness is 0. Sizzle. Sparks flew everywhere. The sword landed on the heavy mecha. As the sparks flew, the sword in my hand successfully cut into the heavy mecha. Without the support of high combat power, using this sword will not be able to destroy the defense of heavy mecha. I sighed. However, in the eyes of others, my actions seemed to be smooth and flowing, but only I knew that this ordinary broken sword was not sharp at all. Fortunately, my combat power made up for these shortcomings. Where is the engine? I didn't know much about heavy mechas. After cutting a hole in the heavy mecha with my sword, I threw the sword and shield on the ground, and then reached my hands into the gap in the heavy mecha and tore it open. Since I don't know where the engine is, I can just dismantle the mecha and departs. The violent demolition process is very smooth. The stronger the combat power, the greater the force and the faster the speed. Moreover, the demolition is done at no cost. So how can it not be fast? In just a few minutes, I had dismantled a 15-meter-tall heavy mecha into pieces. Here, I found the engine of the heavy mecha. Then, my mecha's eyes released 2 rays of light. This is the mecha's built-in identification skill. As for mechanical items, as long as they are not too advanced, they can be identified in this way. Dual-cycle nuclear engine. It is indeed a level higher than my original engine. I put it into the mecha space. The subwarp engine I was holding disappeared. The mecha has its own internal space. The larger the mecha, the larger the internal storage space. My storage space is about 1 cubic meter. This space is enough to store things like source crystals. If you want a larger storage space, you need to equip the warehouse, which can only be obtained from the source crystal. There is definitely no equipment in the ordinary source crystal, and at least equipment can only be obtained from the intermediate source crystal. Retreat. After I got the engine I wanted, I ran away without any regrets. People haven't realized that the end of the world has come yet. If only humans had mechas, there really wouldn't be much unrest. The real apocalypse will happen after the mechanization of animals. But these people don't know this. They are afraid that their boss will ask them to pay compensation. So they must report it and catch this thug. I didn't care what those people were going to do. I trotted back to Shinfeng Mountain, looking at the mice that were still transforming. I sat on the top of the mountain again, but I couldn't calm down. Change equipment. I took out the dual-cycle nuclear engine from the mecha space and chose to replace it. The armor on my mech's belly opened, and the super matrix engine slowly floated out, while the stolen dual-cycle nuclear engine smoothly entered the mech. The whole process took only a dozen seconds, fast and efficient. Ding! Replace the dual-cycle nuclear engine, combat power +5. I patted the belly armor with satisfaction and put the replaced super matrix engine back into the mecha space. I stood up and began to adjust to the mecha's current power. At this moment, the entire mountain began to shake. I was not surprised, but rather unusually calm. Turning my head, I saw that the rats' mechanized speeds had soared like lightning, and their bodies had also expanded alarmingly. This was true for the rats I had controlled, and for the rats hiding in the holes as well. The mountain shook, as if the earth itself was trembling. The rats hiding in their rat holes were squeezing the mountain with their rapidly growing bodies, causing this shocking scene. And this is not just a change in a mountain. The whole world, the land is shaking, the ocean is roaring, and all living things are undergoing tremendous changes in this sudden disaster. It started. I stood still, waiting for the tremors on the mountaintop to subside. Then, the mechanized mice opened their eyes one by one. The surface of the mechanical mouse is completely covered with steel armor, like a magnified robot dog, full of mechanical sense and coldness. Unlike my mecha's eyes, their eyes are red, bloodthirsty, and lacking in intelligence. You dare to show your teeth to me when you are only a bloodthirsty creature? There was a flash of disdain in my eyes, and the knife I clenched tightly flashed with a sharp cold light. Facing the mechanical mouse just inches away, I moved as fast as lightning. The knife flashed, and the sound of blade hitting steel echoed in the silent mountaintop. The sparks dissipated, and the mechanical mouse fell silently to the ground before it had time to appreciate the drastic changes in the world. The other mechanical mouse noticed the fall of its companion. Its eyes flashed red, it let out a sharp cry, and suddenly jumped up and pounced on me. I sneered, and the shield drew an elegant arc in the night sky, smashing heavily on the mechanical mouse's head. With a teeth-grinding sound of steel squeezing, the mechanical mouse's head was smashed into its abdominal cavity. 2 ordinary source crystals appeared on the 2 piles of scrap metal left by the mechanical mouse. Collect? The source crystals entered my body space. I didn't stop and went straight to the next location. There were still many mechanical rats waiting for me to kill. 1, 2, 3, the knife in my hand kept flashing, and the remains of the mechanical mice were scattered everywhere. The mechanical mice bound by chains stumbled towards me, one after another. However, they were faced with a ruthless slaughter. Half an hour later, there were only a few mechanical mice left. When I swung my weapon and killed the last mechanical mouse, I had time to collect the source crystals on the mechanical wreckage one by one. Open the panel. Absorb the source crystals. The source crystals stored in the body space disappeared one by one. On the panel, the machine's experience value increased rapidly. After consuming 20 source crystals, ding, the machine is upgraded, combat power +2. I nodded secretly, it was almost the same as I estimated. It took 50 source crystals to upgrade my machine from level 2 to level 3, which was within my expectations. However, I was surprised to find that it took 100 source crystals to upgrade my machine from level 3 to level 4. That's not right. Could it be because the mechanical mice have just completed their transformation and the energy in their source crystals is insufficient? According to my thinking, the source crystals consumed by level upgrade should increase by 20 or 30. But now the increase is 50. That's not enough. I was a little distressed. I originally thought that more than 1,000 source crystals would be enough to upgrade the machine to level 10 and perform the first machine evolution. But now it is obviously not enough. Sure enough, after all the source crystals were consumed, my machine level stopped at level 8. The combat power increases by a total of 16 points, with each level increasing by 2 points. This is much stronger than the light mecha, which increases its combat power by 1 point per level. We still need nearly 700. Just as I was thinking about where to go to get the source crystals quickly, the ground rumbled. Countless red eyeballs were surrounding me from all directions. I was stunned when I saw these red lights. I thought to myself, what is this? Those mechanical mice inside the mountain? No, these guys, are they so smart just because they were mechanized? I had so much fun killing people before that I temporarily forgot about these mechanical mice hiding inside the mountain. According to normal procedures, they should have come to kill me along with the mice I caught, or fled from Xinfang Mountain in fear. But the behavior of these mechanical mice was obviously beyond my expectations. They did not blindly attack me, nor did they flee. Instead, they gathered together in an organized manner and now appeared at the same time. I sighed, could there be a different species among these guys? When organisms are mechanized, it is possible for different species to appear. Individuals of different species are more powerful and have the ability to command their own kind. That should be it. Come on. I was very excited. Surrounded by countless mechanical rats, I did not retreat, but took the initiative to face the surging rat tide. My actions completely ignited the anger of the rats. Dare to resist when being besieged? The rats rioted. Countless mechanical mice rushed up at the same time, and the scene was very spectacular. Facing such a scene, I was unusually calm. The next moment, the sword and shield in my hands turned into weapons, and I gave up defense. At this moment, I just needed to release my wildness and unrestrainedness. But what I didn't know was that not all mechanical mice were attacking me, some of them were doing other things. The mechanical mice faced my attack head-on, and were defeated at the first blow. No mouse could stop my attack. With every strike of my mecha, at least one mechanical mouse would be neatly chopped in two. And the power of wielding the shield was even more amazing. A single heavy blow could even paralyze 2 or 3 mechanical mice to the ground, with sparks all over their bodies. However, there were too many mechanical mice. They were densely packed around me, nearly 1,000 in number. I could violently sweep away the mechanical mice in front of me, but I couldn't take care of the ones behind me. In just 2 minutes, the back of my mecha was already covered with a layer of mechanical rats. They were like hungry mad wolves, gnawing at my back mecha frantically. But despite their sharp teeth, they were unable to break through Zhongwei's mecha defense and could not cause any substantial damage. This won't work. I slaughtered the rats in front of me while checking the status of my mecha. Although the mechanical rats couldn't break through the armor defense of the mecha, they jumped on my mecha, and my mecha had to bear the weight. If there are only 1 or 2 of them messing with me, I won't mind it. But once the number increases, it will become a pressure that cannot be ignored. My motivation is decreasing too quickly. From what I could see, the engine power was decreasing rapidly. Although the power bar did not have a numerical reminder, it was like a car's fuel gauge, and I could see the approximate percentage remaining. In fact, the loss of power is not a big deal to me, because the source crystal can not only upgrade the mecha, but also replenish the engine energy. I just don't want to waste it. Every source crystal in the early stage is valuable. Get down here. I controlled the mecha to do a somersault, which was actually just rolling on the ground. Although the posture was not elegant, the effect was very good. I can't bear the weight of the mechanical mice, and likewise, the mechanical mice can't bear my weight. Under the heavy body of the mecha, the mechanical mice were crushed like fragile wheat ears in an instant. Their metal shells deformed under the pressure, and some were even completely flattened like discus. I laughed out loud, feeling very excited. Compared to the previous method of chopping with a knife, this rolling and crushing method was like destroying withering wood and rotten wood, with amazing power. How about just lying there and not rolling away? This highly effective method of killing mechanical mice made me reluctant to get up. With this thought in mind, I simply gave up the idea of getting up, covered my face with the shield, and let the mechanical mice trample on the rest of my body. When I feel that the number of mechanical mice that have pounced on me is enough, I will immediately use the crouching dragon technique, and large groups of mechanical mice will die. Just as I was happily using the crouching dragon to flip over, a mechanical mouse with blue eyes was directing its minions to do their work. It's hard to imagine that the rats, which are usually disgusting, can actually do handicrafts. They are fiddling with the chains I used to tie them up on the ground. At this moment, I was completely unaware of this, and was only focused on the rats that pounced on me, not noticing what was happening in the distance. These mechanical rats were the ones that did not join in the siege of me. By the time I realized this, the alien mechanical mouse had already directed its minions to put the cleverly connected chains on my limbs one by one. And when I tried to roll to break free, more chains wrapped around my body like maggots on my tarsal bones. I was stunned for a moment by the sudden change. What is this? I forgot about that alien species. I was careless. After being reborn, I had everything going my way and galloped freely. Facing the crushing attack of the mechanical mouse, I lost my vigilance. This sudden change was like a bucket of cold water poured on my head, extinguishing the underestimation of the enemy and complacency in my heart. But, with the power of you little things, do you think you can control me? I sneered, my voice revealing endless confidence and arrogance. I know very well that in this world full of machinery and unknowns, we must never be careless at any time. But at the same time, I also know my own strength. This scheming mechanical mouse is just a small stumbling block on my way forward. Although I was controlled, I was not panicked at all. After all, my fighting power is here. So what if I am bound by chains? Each chain has at least 20 mechanical mice pulling desperately, but this can only restrict some of my movements and cannot completely make me lose my ability to resist. As I pulled my arms hard, the mechanical mouse that was pulling the chain with all its might took off instantly and crashed into my arms like an arrow. But before I could deal with these rats, the chain that I had just controlled in my hand was quickly snatched back by more rats. When there were at least 50 mice pulling on each chain, I felt a sense of powerlessness. Devour the source crystal and replenish the engine power. I said to myself, although I would not be hurt if I continue to fight these rats, I didn't want to waste time here. As the power of the source crystal was continuously consumed by the engine, the intelligent alien mechanical mouse appeared. As soon as this mechanical mouse appeared, it rushed straight towards me. My huge mecha did not make it feel afraid, but more excited, because as long as it devoured me, it would become more powerful. As a different species, it not only possesses wisdom, but its combat power is also much stronger than its peers. When it pounced on the chest of my mecha, it opened its mouth and exposed its fangs, biting fiercely at my chest. The armor that ordinary mechanical mice could not destroy actually showed tiny cracks under the bite of this alien. What hard teeth! I secretly marveled at the sharpness of the teeth of this alien. However, even if the alien's attack can cause me damage, it will still take some time to chew through my armor. At this time, my mecha's power has been replenished to 80%. Use skills to enhance super combat power. The engine power was instantly consumed by 50% under my command, but it brought a doubling of power. Get out of here! I shouted angrily, pulling the chains around me with both hands. The mechanical mice dragging the chains fell all over the place in an instant. I took the opportunity to jump up and grab the alien that was gnawing at my chest armor. Why are you? The alien mechanical mouse said in fear. The mechanical mouse makes an electronic synthesized sound, which is sharp and treacherous. This is simulated through the brainwaves of the mechanical mouse. This is also a unique ability of the alien mechanical creatures. Ordinary mechanical creatures do not have such an ability. Die! My voice was very cold. I didn't have the time to explain anything to this rat. I just killed it and that was it. Under the force of the mecha's palm, the steel armor on the alien mechanical mouse quickly twisted. In less than 2 seconds, the alien mechanical mouse was squeezed into a steel ball by me. After the alien mechanical rats died, the ordinary mechanical rats began to feel fear in their hearts. The alien mechanical rats were their kings. Now that the king was dead, what could they do? Escape. However, before these rats could escape, I had already picked up my sword and shield and rushed over to kill them. At this moment, I was like a different person, faster and stronger. This was the change brought about by the enhancement of my super combat power. And not only the sword and shield in my hands are weapons. My feet also ruthlessly trample the rats one by one. The mechanical rats fled in defeat under my crazy killing. Although these mechanical mice run very fast, I am faster. Unfortunately, these mechanical mice are best at digging holes, and they dig the mountain at such a fast speed that in just a few minutes, I could no longer see the mechanical mice. You guys are really fast. Legendary skill. Really abnormal. I stood there inside. Although a lot of power was consumed at once, the power can be replenished using source crystals. So it's not a big deal. The key is that after the skill effect disappeared, I didn't feel any discomfort in my body. Oh, right, that alien. I quickly ran back to the place where I killed the alien mechanical mouse. A red source crystal quietly floated above the mechanical mouse's corpse. Open the source crystal. Ding. Get an excellent electric warsicle. What the hell? I couldn't help but exclaimed. The red light in front of me meant that this source crystal was a high-level source crystal. As far as I know, ordinary source crystals are white. Intermediate ones are yellow. Advanced ones are red. Epic ones are purple. And legendary ones are colorful. I thought that good things should come out of this source crystal, but I didn't expect it to be so good. Although the mechanical mouse is only one of the lowest level mechanical creatures, even if it produces high level source crystals, the chance of getting good stuff is very low. Does it have anything to do with land reclamation? Who cares? I couldn't wait to pick up the scythe. Excellent electric scythe, two-handed, combat power plus 50, attack with electric energy. Good stuff. I immediately threw away my customized broken sword and shield. Compared with the scythe, the sword and shield were pure garbage. This electric scythe is 10 meters long. As tall as the mecha, holding it in his hand. He looks like a god of war holding a powerful weapon full of dominance. Electric currents jump on the scythe, dancing like a silver snake, emitting frightening electric energy. I was very satisfied with this scythe. And at the same time, I felt a little grateful to the alien mechanical mouse. After all, it is really difficult for such a small creature to produce such a large weapon. Although the scythe is only an excellent level equipment, it seems a bit regrettable compared to the higher level excellent, epic, and legendary ones. But I am a contented person, and I understand that in the early days of the apocalypse, it is already an extremely lucky thing to own a piece of excellent equipment. The quality of equipment ranges from ordinary to excellent to outstanding, epic, and legendary. And each level represents different power. Although the sickle in my hand is only of excellent grade, it has greatly improved my combat effectiveness. I've never used a scythe in my previous life, so I need some time to get used to it. I stood on the top of the mountain, holding the scythe in my hand. The wind whistled as I swung it. Memories of my past life, using various mecha melee weapons, kept coming back to me. I knew the commonalities of melee weapons, and the familiar feeling gradually revived with every swing of the sickle. As time went by, I became more and more proficient in controlling the scythe. The weapon, which was originally unfamiliar to me, gradually became agile and powerful in my hands. Every time I swung it, it cut through the air, leaving behind sharp tracks. When I had mastered the war sickle to a certain degree, I turned my attention to the source crystals scattered on the ground. In total, I obtained more than 800 source crystals in this wave. It can be imagined that the number of mechanical mice that besieged me before must have exceeded 1,000, because there were 500 or 600 mice that ran away just now. Swallow the source crystal. Ding! The body level is upgraded to level 9, combat power plus 2. Ding! The body level is upgraded to level 10, combat power plus 2. The body can evolve. After consuming 750 ordinary source crystals, my body level was upgraded to level 10. I did not choose to evolve my body immediately. Instead, I ran to the top of the mountain and took a look at the situation around Xinfeng Mountain. When I found that there was no danger, I chose to evolve. It takes some time to evolve an organism. During this period of evolution, the organism cannot move. If there are dangerous creatures nearby, it is likely to be attacked. Fortunately, there are no wild animals on Xinfeng Mountain, only mechanical mice. Now that the mechanical mice have been driven away by me, there is no danger anymore. Evolve the body. Just when I chose to evolve the body, a mysterious energy seemed to emerge out of thin air, descending quietly like ancient magic. I saw that my 10-meter-long mecha, which had been standing tall and majestic, slowly left the ground and gradually floated into the air under the influence of this energy. As the mecha rotated leisurely in the air, its shape was also changing bit by bit. Every inch of steel seemed to be recarved by this mysterious energy, and every joint seemed to be given new life. About 10 minutes later, when the last ray of energy dissipated into the air, the transformation of the mecha was finally completed. At this moment, my mecha has been completely renewed. The most eye-catching change is its increased height, originally 10 meters tall. It has now grown to 12 meters tall, looking even more majestic and powerful. Its limbs have also become thicker and stronger, as if it contains infinite power. After checking the mecha's attributes, I closed the panel with satisfaction. Go down the mountain. I activated the thrusters I had just gained from evolving the mecha. If you have thrusters, using jets will save more energy, and you will be able to use more countermeasures when you encounter a siege situation like the one just now. For now, I just want to get familiar with the feeling of using the thrusters. Although I was already familiar with thrusters in my previous life, there were still some differences between light and medium aircraft, which forced me to adapt myself. After a brief adaptation, I found that familiar feeling again. I stood on the top of the mountain and stepped lightly. The mecha shot out like an arrow. The mecha's feet were more than 10 centimeters away from the ground. Whenever the thrust of the thrusters was insufficient, the thrusters would burst out with fire again to refill the power. It only took me a few minutes to reach the foot of the mountain. I didn't turn off the thrusters after landing at the foot of the mountain. I still used the thrusters to help myself move forward and headed straight for swatching. There were a lot of resources in swatching waiting for me to harvest. Along the way, I did not encounter any mechanical creatures blocking me. Soon, I entered the city smoothly. However, the situation inside the city was far worse than outside the city. There were explosions, metal collisions, screams, and smoke everywhere. It was a doomsday scene. Standing in the chaotic city, I paused for a moment. The place with the highest quality mechanical creatures should be the zoo. Let's go and take a look. I know that the higher the quality of the mechanical creature, the higher the level of the source crystal that explodes, and the better the things you get. Now that I have tasted the sweetness of owning good equipment, I naturally look down on those ordinary source crystals. Now I still lack a lot of equipment, and if I want to get the equipment, I can only fight those powerful mechanical creatures. Those mechanical creatures in the zoo in my previous life caused a great crisis to swatching. I will definitely be able to get a lot of good things if I kill them. I am doing a good deed. Thinking of this, I rushed straight towards the zoo. At this time in swatching, the culprit causing the chaos was not the mechanical mice and other animals hiding in the darkness. On the contrary, it is people's pets that have caused greater harm to people, because mechanized pets have more powerful lethality than mechanical mice. However, there are still some good things. Not all pets become irrational after being mechanized. In the city, some pet dogs have intelligence after being mechanized, and they still protect their owners after being mechanized. It is said that dogs are man's best friends, and this statement does make some sense. Just as I was rushing to the zoo, in a chaotic corner of an ordinary community in Sichuan City, a mechanical dog was confronting a light mecha. I told you not to keep this stupid dog, but you didn't listen. What do you think we should do now? Han Su roared from the light mecha. The person he was yelling at was Han Xia. It's already so late, you should kill it. Han Xia cried bitterly, and the makeup on her face became blurred under the tears, like a ghost face. However, at this moment, Han Xia didn't care whether Han Su yelled at her or not. Now Han Xia just hoped that Han Su would quickly kill this mechanical dog with red eyes, because this dog had lost its rationality, and its first target of attack was actually her. Han Su felt bad. If I could kill him, would there be a confrontation? Would I yell at you? Isn't the fundamental reason for the confrontation that I can't beat this dog? Look at how many holes this dead dog has bitten in my brand new mecha. It wasn't you who went forward to fight, right? If he could be killed, he would have been killed long ago. Call Zhang Wei and ask him to come and rescue me. He bought a heavy truck a while ago, and his mecha must be very powerful. Yes, I'll call now. After Han Su's reminder, Han Xia remembered me, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly took out the phone. But, would I go to save them? When I received the call, I was almost at the Sichuan Zoo. I was stunned for a moment when I saw the strange call. Who would call me at this time? I secretly guessed and chose to answer it. The moment I answered the call, Han Zhao's voice appeared in my mind. It was the mecha that took over the communication function of my phone. Zhang Wei, where are you? Come and save me. Han Zhao's voice was hoarse and trembling with tears, revealing deep despair and helplessness. When I heard this voice, I felt an inexplicable pleasure in my heart. If it were me in the past, after hearing her voice, I would have rushed over without hesitation, right? I laughed at myself in my heart, despising myself who had once risked everything for this woman. Then, my voice became calm and indifferent, as if I were a bystander observing all this. Who are you? Why should I save you? Me? I'm Han Xiao. Zhang Wei, your mecha is very powerful. Please come and save me. My dog has turned into a monster, and it wants to eat me. Han Zhao's crying voice revealed her anxiety at the moment. Where is Han Su? I asked back, since Han Xiao did not leave Chuanqing. She should be with Han Su. He is trying to block my dog, but his mecha is not powerful enough, and he can't stop it anymore. Where are you, and when can you come? Han Xiao urged me anxiously, as if she wanted me to appear in front of her right now. Let him take care of it first. I can't leave. I said with a bit of indifference, and then hung up the phone. Go save her? It's a joke. I really want to let Han Xiao experience the cruelty of the end of the world, and the days of living in fear every day. Of course, I have to let Han Xiao experience it. Now I no longer want Han Xiao to die so easily, because that would be too easy for her. As for whether Han Xiao and Han Su will die in this wave, I am not worried. Although the mechanical dog transformed from a pet dog is much stronger than a mouse, the mecha transformed from a heavy motorcycle purchased by Hansu is not weak either. It is enough to deal with the mechanical dog. On the other side, Han Xiao was like a wooden sculpture, staring blankly at her mobile phone, her face full of astonishment and confusion. What did he say? Hansu was extremely anxious. Seeing Han Xiao in a daze, he wanted to give her a big fight right away. It's already this late, and you still have time to be in a daze? He said, let you hold on. Han Xiao's tone was a little mechanical. She hadn't figured out why this happened. Didn't he say he liked her? Is that how he liked her? Hansu was furious when he heard that and yelled, bullshit. Why should I call him when I can handle it? At this moment, Hansu's hatred for me instantly rose several levels. Hansu thought my behavior was like watching someone die without helping him. Is this what a brother does? And you still want to seduce my sister? Be careful. Han Xiao's voice suddenly became sharp, and she nervously reminded Hansu, it's coming. Hansu cursed in a low voice, this damn dog. Knowing that he couldn't rely on me, Hansu no longer had any hope. As for Han Xiao, he definitely can't be relied on. In the current situation, if he doesn't want to die, he can only fight this bastard on his own. In a blink of an eye, the mechanical dog's cold body pounced over, and the two iron lumps collided fiercely with a deafening collision sound. In this close-range fight, Hansu was clearly at a disadvantage. The mechanical dog's movements were swift and precise, and the scars on Hansu's mecha continued to increase. Fortunately, although Hansu's mecha was transformed from a motorcycle, his motorcycle was heavy and brand new, and its initial combat power was slightly higher than that of the mechanical dog. Under Hansu's swinging iron fist, the mechanical dog was also constantly suffering injuries. Han Xiaoxin, who witnessed all this, was already nervous, because according to the current situation, it was not certain who would survive in the end. Chuan Changzhu, ignoring Han Xiaoxin's call for help, I entered the Zhu. The Zhu at this moment has long lost its former harmony. It has now become a paradise for mechanical creatures to revel in wanton carnival. There weren't many human mechas in the Zhu. Even if there were any, they had basically become food for the mechanical creatures. Humans can obtain the source crystals in mechanical creatures to improve themselves. Mechanical creatures can do the same, and they are not picky about food at all. They can not only absorb the power of source crystals, but also devour steel. Human mechas are a real tonic for mechanical creatures. They can devour mechas to improve their own combat power, and devouring humans can also increase their intelligence. Mechanical organisms can also evolve, just like the evolution of human mechas. It's so lively, where should I start? I took a deep breath, feeling the ups and downs of battles in the Zhu around me, and my heart was very excited. This world is hell for other humans, but it is heaven for me now. There is no way, because my fighting power is enough to crush all mechanical creatures at this stage. Even the mechanical tiger transformed from a tiger is far from my opponent. Before I could decide where to start, some blind mechanical creatures rushed towards me. Mechas are a great tonic, and most of the mechas in the park have been eaten by mechanical creatures. The appearance of such a big guy now will naturally attract the attention of mechanical creatures. Monkey? I was stunned for a moment, as I looked at the mechanical monkey that was less than 3 meters tall. By the way, does my 12-meter-tall mecha really have no pressure at all? Are these mechanical monkeys crazy? Seeing the mechanical monkeys rushing into my attack range, I easily swung the side in my hand. The side slashed across, leaving a purple electric current in the air. When the current swept through the mechanical monkey's body, the red light in the mechanical monkey's eyes instantly disappeared. So sharp. I glanced at the sickle in my hand, my eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Compared with the sword I customized, the sharpness of this sickle is simply not on the same level. If I had used that sword to attack, the mechanical monkey would have been blown away by the powerful impact, but its body would have been left with scars, just like being hit by a sledgehammer. However, the side in my hand showed amazing power at this moment. The lower body of the mechanical monkey still maintained the charging posture, rushing forward, while its upper body had been separated from the body and fell alone in the same place. Looking away, the light of satisfaction in my eyes became even brighter. Intermediate source crystal, very good. I happily accepted the intermediate source crystal from the wreckage of the mechanical monkey's body. Just when I finished collecting the source crystals, a group of monkeys suddenly appeared around me. At a glance, there must be dozens of them. Seeing this, I murmured, is this poking a monkey's nest? But I came at the right time. Faced with this steel behemoth that dared to kill their own kind, the monkeys instantly went into a frenzy. Dozens of mechanical monkeys roared and rushed towards me, as if they wanted to tear this huge monster into pieces. The Monkey King roared behind these mechanical monkeys. Although I couldn't understand monkey language, I could feel the violence and anger emanating from his roar. I just smiled coldly. With the scythe in hand, this rage and anger will eventually turn into helplessness for the weak. The monkeys came towards me, and I waved my scythe with both hands. The scythe in my hand seemed to turn into a gust of wind, sweeping the surrounding air. The purple electric current continued to jump along with the scythe, forming several circles of light that rotated around me. At the edge of the aperture, any mechanical monkey that dared to step in would instantly turn into a pile of lifeless scrap metal scattered on the ground. Only the floating source crystals could prove that they once existed. When I had slaughtered more than half of the monkeys, the Monkey King finally realized something was wrong. Its mechanical eyes flashed with vigilance, and a low and rapid cry came from its throat. Hearing the call from the Monkey King, the group of mechanical monkeys that had been besieging me immediately stopped attacking and turned around to flee. "You've only killed about 30 of them, and you're already running? You wish," I sneered, with a hint of teasing in my eyes. I didn't stop attacking, but instead sped up and chased after the fleeing mechanical monkeys. The mechanical monkey's escape speed was as fast as lightning, but I was like a gust of wind, faster than him. Although I was big and strong, it did not affect my speed. The group of mechanical monkeys rushed around in the park, trying to use the surrounding buildings and trees to avoid my pursuit, but it was all in vain. Any obstacle in front of me is like paper. Although the buildings in the park are tall for ordinary people, they are as insignificant as toys in front of me at this moment, and cannot become an obstacle to my progress. Moreover, with the help of the thrusters, I can move freely between the buildings, even more flexibly than the mechanical monkey. The Monkey King was terrified when he noticed my speed of pursuit. He had led the monkey group to capture many mechas in the park. According to his experience, these human mechas were very clumsy and could be easily killed. But what is this now? Then, the Monkey King led the remaining mechanical monkeys to rush to the crocodile park, because the crocodile park was the closest place to it. When the 7 or 8 meter long steel crocodile appeared in my sight, I finally reacted. Borrowing a knife to kill someone? This monkey has learned to use a trick so quickly? I was amazed, and I saw the Monkey King's plan. After the Monkey King crossed the crocodile pool, it turned its head and grinned at me. In the Monkey King's opinion, the huge and thick-skinned crocodiles are enough to deal with me. What's more, there are more than 20 crocodiles in this crocodile park, and they can tear me to pieces when they gather together. Don't be anxious, I'll kill you in a moment. I stared at the Monkey King. My voice is cold as iron. I will definitely not let go of the alien species in the monkey group. The alien species in the rat group can give me an excellent electric warsicle. So what kind of surprise will the alien species in the monkey group bring me? And this group of crocodiles in front of me? There are no alien species? I was slightly stunned. Each of the steel crocodiles blocking my way exuded a ferocious aura, but their eyes lacked the azure blue color unique to alien species. If there is none, then there is none. I sighed softly, then moved my body and rushed towards the group of crocodiles like an arrow. The steel crocodiles are indeed large in size, but their movement speed is correspondingly slow. To me, these bulky steel crocodiles are sitting ducks. The warsicle swung, and every swing brought with it a sharp sound of wind. However, to my surprise, the outer armor of these steel crocodiles was tough enough to block the sharp blade of the warsicle. The side slashed across the steel crocodile's body, leaving only a long and deep wound, but failed to kill it with one blow. After all, it was originally wearing armor, so it's understandable that it has strong defensive capabilities. But it's useless even if it can block it. The iron crocodile could withstand the side's attack without dying. But the electrical energy attack from the side had already eroded that part of the iron crocodile's body. The strong electrical energy could cause this part of the body to short-circuit, rendering it unable to move. This was no different from being paralyzed. At this moment, several steel tails suddenly lashed at me like steel spears. I was shocked, because I didn't want to experience the feeling of being hit by the steel crocodile's tail. The mecha's thrusters exploded, and I dodged at high speed, swinging my scythe continuously, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Every swing of the scythe left a shocking scar on the steel crocodile's body. In just a few minutes, more than half of the ferocious and brutal steel crocodile was paralyzed. The smile on the Monkey King's face disappeared, replaced by deep fear and anxiety. It never expected that these brutal and ferocious steel crocodiles could not stop me. The next moment, the Monkey King turned around and fled in embarrassment. I glanced in the direction the Monkey King escaped, but didn't chase him immediately. I will not let go of these steel crocodiles, because the source crystals that exploded from these steel crocodiles are actually high-level source crystals, which are very fragrant. After a few minutes, I successfully cleared the entire crocodile park and harvested 23 high-level source crystals. Use ordinary source crystals to replenish power. The ordinary source crystals in the mecha space continued to disappear, and the power in the source crystals was gradually injected into the engine. I almost used the thrusters to fly all the way from Xinfeng Mountain back to Chuanqing, and now after 2 battles in the zoo, the engine power is a bit insufficient. Now I use ordinary source crystals to supplement the power, and I really don't feel bad at all. Because there are still a lot of source crystals waiting for me to harvest in the zoo. And there are almost no ordinary source crystals here, the lowest are intermediate source crystals. The energy contained in an intermediate source crystal is enough to match that of hundreds of ordinary source crystals, and the same is true for the energy contained in a high-level source crystal compared to an intermediate one. However, using the intermediate source crystal to restore power is enough, and using the advanced source crystal to restore power is a bit too extravagant. Because the advanced source crystal can open good things, such as equipment, skills, and even modules. Modules are a very important part of a mecha, and are also an important factor in widening the gap in combat power with other mechas. This is because modules are not only difficult to obtain, but also provide various capabilities. However, I don't have time to open these high-level source crystals I got. If I don't chase the Monkey King, I'm afraid it will run away. If the Monkey King escapes from the zoo when he sees the situation is bad, it will be difficult to find him in such a big city. Thinking of this, I immediately chased in the direction where the Monkey King escaped. Just when I was chasing the Monkey King, a group of mechas appeared at the entrance of the zoo. Leading the group were all khaki-colored mechas. If I saw these mechas, I would be very familiar with them, because these guys were exactly the same as the 15-meter-tall heavy mecha that I dismantled. Boss, the mechanical creatures in this zoo must be very advanced. We will definitely be able to obtain a lot of high-level source crystals. Be careful when you go in later. If anyone damages the mecha, I will show you how I will deal with you. Zheng Tao's voice came out. The mecha he was controlling was the real ceiling among the initial mechas, which was transformed from a customized or dump truck. Facing this steel giant that dared to kill their own kind, the monkeys instantly went berserk. Dozens of mechanical monkeys roared and rushed towards me, as if they wanted to tear this giant into pieces. The Monkey King roared behind these mechanical monkeys. Although I couldn't understand monkey language, I could feel the violence and anger emanating from the roar. In response, I just smiled coldly. With the war sickle in hand, this violence and anger will eventually turn into helplessness for the weak. The monkeys came towards me and I waved my scythe with both hands. The scythe in my hand seemed to turn into a gust of wind sweeping the air around me. Purple currents kept jumping with the scythe, forming several circles of light that revolved around me. At the edge of the circle of light, any mechanical monkey that dared to step on it would instantly turn into a pile of lifeless scrap metal scattered on the ground. Only the floating source crystals could prove that they had existed. When I had slaughtered more than half of the monkeys, the Monkey King finally realized something was wrong. Its mechanical eyes flashed with vigilance, and a low and rapid cry came from its throat. Upon hearing the Monkey King's call, the mechanical monkeys that had been besieging me immediately stopped attacking and turned around to flee. You've only killed about 30 of them and you're already running? You wish. I sneered, with a hint of teasing in my eyes. I didn't stop attacking, but instead sped up and chased after the fleeing mechanical monkeys. The mechanical monkey's escape speed was as fast as lightning, but I was like a gust of wind, faster than him. Although I was big and strong, it did not affect my speed. The group of mechanical monkeys rushed around in the park, trying to use the surrounding buildings and trees to avoid my pursuit, but it was all in vain. With the help of the thrusters, I can move freely between buildings even more flexibly than the mechanical monkey. The Monkey King was terrified when he noticed my speed of pursuit. He had led the monkey group to capture many mechas in the park. According to his experience, these human mechas were very clumsy and could be easily killed. But what is this now? Then, the Monkey King led the remaining mechanical monkeys to rush to the crocodile park, because the crocodile park was the closest place to it. Only when the 7 or 8 meter long steel crocodile appeared in my eyes did I react. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? This monkey has learned to use this strategy so quickly? I was amazed and I saw what the Monkey King was planning. After the Monkey King crossed the crocodile pool, he turned his head and bared his teeth at me. In the Monkey King's opinion, the huge and thick-skinned crocodiles are enough to deal with me. What's more, there are more than 20 crocodiles in this crocodile park, and they can tear me to pieces when they gather together. Don't worry, I'll kill you in a moment. I stared at the Monkey King. My voice is cold as iron. I will definitely not let go of the alien species in the monkey group. The alien species in the rat group can give me an excellent electric warsicle. So what kind of surprise will the alien species in the monkey group bring me? And this group of crocodiles in front of me? There are no alien species? I was slightly stunned. Each of the steel crocodiles blocking in front of me exuded a ferocious aura, but their eyes lacked the azure blue color unique to alien species. If there is none, then there is none. I sighed, and then I rushed towards the crocodiles like an arrow. The steel crocodiles were indeed large in size, but their movement speed was correspondingly slow. For me, these bulky steel crocodiles were sitting ducks. The warsicle swung, and every swing brought with it a sharp sound of wind. However, to my surprise, the outer armor of these steel crocodiles was tough enough to block the sharp blade of the warsicle. The side slashed across the steel crocodile's body, leaving only a long and deep wound, but failed to kill it with one blow. Although the iron crocodile could withstand the side's attack without dying, the electric energy attack from the side had already corroded this part of the iron crocodile's body. The strong electric energy could cause this part of the body to short-circuit, making it unable to move. This was no different from being paralyzed. At this moment, several steel tails suddenly lashed at me like steel spears. I was shocked, because I didn't want to experience the feeling of being hit by the steel crocodile's tail. The mecha's thrusters exploded, and I dodged at high speed, swinging the side in my hand continuously, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Every swing of the side left a shocking scar on the steel crocodile's body. In just a few minutes, the ferocious and brutal steel crocodile was paralyzed for more than half. The smile on the Monkey King's face disappeared, replaced by deep fear and anxiety. It never expected that these brutal and ferocious steel crocodiles could not stop me. The next moment, the Monkey King turned around and fled in a panic. I glanced at the direction where the Monkey King fled, but didn't chase him immediately. I would not let these steel crocodiles go, because the source crystals that exploded from these steel crocodiles were actually high-level source crystals. After a few minutes, I successfully cleared the entire crocodile park and harvested 23 high-level source crystals. Use ordinary source crystals to replenish power. The ordinary source crystals in the mecha space continued to disappear, and the power in the source crystals was gradually injected into the engine. I almost used the thrusters to fly all the way from Xinfeng Mountain back to Chuanqing, and now after 2 battles in the zoo, the engine power is a bit insufficient. Just when I was chasing the Monkey King, a group of mechas appeared at the entrance of the zoo. Be careful when you go in later. If anyone damages the mecha, I will show you how I will deal with you. Zhang Tao's voice was heard. He was controlling a super heavy yellow mecha that was 17 meters tall. This is also the real ceiling among the initial mechas, which is transformed from a customized yellow or dump truck. Chapter 11, You Bastard. Are you crazy? Don't worry, boss, we're doing our job. We won't damage the mecha. Besides, our mecha is so powerful, who can damage it? The man driving the 15-meter-tall heavy mecha spoke in a compliment. Zhang Tao was naturally happy when he heard this. Before the end of the world, Zhang Tao covered the sky with one hand in Sichuan City. Now that the end of the world has come, he wants to make his hand bigger so that he can cover a larger part of the sky. Let's go. Zhang Tao was in high spirits. He waved his hand and led the way into the zoo. However, when they entered the zoo, they were stunned because the scene before them was beyond their expectations. What's going on? Zhang Tao turned his head and looked at his group of younger brothers. If the metal debris on the ground were from the mecha, Zhang Tao would not be surprised. Because they have experienced the power of mechanical creatures. There were also quite a few mechanical creatures in the mining area, and Zhang Tao and his team had to spend a lot of effort to clear them out. However, the scene before him made Zhang Tao unbelievable. The metal debris on the ground obviously belonged to mechanical creatures. If other mechanical creatures killed these mechanical creatures, they should have eaten the metal debris on the ground. Obviously, someone dismantled these mechanical creatures. Boss, someone is stealing the monster. A clever younger brother immediately shouted excitedly. Go and see who it is. Zhang Tao became anxious. He has already obtained a lot of source crystals and knows how important they are. Currently, Zhang Tao's body level has reached level 6. This time he is planning to upgrade his body level to level 10. If someone takes away all the source crystals of the mechanical creatures in the zoo before him, how can he continue to play, run around the city and clear out mechanical creatures in every corner. This method greatly affects efficiency. Immediately, Zhang Tao and a large group of his followers rushed into the zoo. It was quite shocking to see a group of mechas of all sizes running together, and the ground was shaking violently because of their footsteps. Zhang Wei, who was chasing the Monkey King, was a little surprised after feeling the vibration of the ground. What kind of huge guy is running towards me? Zhang Wei turned his head and looked behind him. Who cares? Afterwards, Zhang Wei continued to chase, ignoring the vibration behind him. Now he had only one target, and that was the Monkey King fleeing in front. The Monkey King's escape speed was much faster than that of ordinary mechanical monkeys. But it was facing Zhang Wei, whose combat power was nearly 10 times greater than its own. Therefore, there was no possibility for the Monkey King to escape. When Zhang Wei approached the Monkey King's back, the Monkey King could only turn around helplessly and face Zhang Wei. The blue light in the Monkey King's eyes kept flashing, revealing his fear at the moment. However, the Monkey King did not give up struggling. He bared his teeth at Zhang Wei, trying to intimidate him. That's not how you laughed just now. Zhang Wei sneered coldly, not caring at all about the Monkey King's threats. Human, let me go. An electronic synthesized sound came out of the Monkey King's mouth, with a hint of pleading in his voice. You're overthinking. Zhang Wei was unwilling to say a word to the Monkey King. There were still a large number of mechanical creatures waiting for him in the zoo. Moreover, the vibration behind him was getting closer and closer. And Zhang Wei didn't want to let the Monkey King escape again when he faced other mechanical creatures later. The Monkey King wanted to say something. But what faced him was the side flashing with electric light in Zhang Wei's hand. Facing the sickle that was slashing at him with the force of thunder, the Monkey King had no power to fight back. The initial mechas had no means of attack. Similarly, the initial mechanical creatures also only had instincts and were no different from their original forms. The side slashed at the Monkey King with the force of thunder. The azure light in the Monkey King's eyes disappeared instantly under the side's blow. Replacing the azure light was a high-level source crystal. And the bright red light released by the source crystal was very dazzling. Let go of that source crystal. Before Zhang Wei could put away the source crystal, Roar appeared behind Zhang Wei. Collect. Zhang Wei did not look back and directly put the high-level source crystal into the mecha space. After the collection was completed, Zhang Wei slowly turned his head. Mecha, it's you. With just one glance, Zhang Wei recognized who the person was. When Zhang Wei saw Zhang Tao also saw Zhang Wei. Originally, what Zhang Tao wanted was the high-level source crystal produced by the Monkey King. But now Zhang Tao's mind has changed, he wants the sickle in Zhang Wei's hand more. This war sickle is so powerful just by looking at it. A 12-meter-tall mecha, you have good luck. I'm Zhang Tao from Chuanqing Mining. Have you heard of me? Zhang Tao introduced himself with a hint of pride in his tone. Zhang Tao actually didn't take Zhang Wei too seriously. After all, the height of Zhang Wei's mecha is there. Based on the existing information, the simplest way to measure the combat effectiveness of a mecha is to look at its size. The 17-meter-tall mecha controlled by Zhang Tao is 20 points more powerful than the 15-meter-tall mecha. Zhang Wei's mecha is only 12 meters long. Even if he gets a weapon, how powerful can it be? Besides, Zhang Tao has nearly 30 mechas of all sizes. How can he not be able to deal with a 12-meter-long mecha? However, Zhang Tao believed in winning people over with virtue. He did not want to snatch Zhang Wei's side openly. He wanted Zhang Wei to be his subordinate. In Zhang Tao's opinion, Zhang Wei is undoubtedly a very strong fighter. Zhang Tao, I know you. How could Zhang Wei not know? The engine in his mecha was stolen from someone else's mecha. That's enough for you to know. Follow me in the future. I promise you won't regret it. Zhang Tao casually extended an olive branch without even saying what benefits he would give to Zhang Wei. In Zhang Tao's opinion, it is enough as long as Zhang Wei has heard of his name. Your own name is the best olive branch. Did you forget to take your medicine? Zhang Wei's tone was cold. He originally had some intention of recruiting Zhang Tao. Unexpectedly, this guy actually came to recruit him. What did you say? Zhang Tao was a little suspicious whether there was something wrong with his ears. Mainly, he couldn't believe that Zhang Wei dared to speak to him like that. The Chuanqing Zhu is my territory now. Get out the same way you came in. If you don't get out, you will bear the consequences yourself. You bastard. Are you crazy? Brother. Stop talking to him and kill him. The younger brother standing next to Zhang Tao spoke angrily. Zhang Tao didn't reply immediately, but he was obviously shaking with anger. After a few seconds, Zhang Tao laughed and said, "Ha, good, that's great. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me like this. Kill him, but don't break the weapon in his hand." Chapter 12. Look behind you. Zhang Tao himself had no intention of taking action. He simply gave an order, and nearly 30 mechas all rushed towards Zhang Yang. This was the time for these little brothers to show their loyalty. You should know that all of these mechas, without exception, are owned by Zhang Tao, and Zhang Tao has absolute control over them. Once Zhang Tao revokes the authorization, these people will no longer be able to control the mecha. However, Zhang Wei didn't even need to look at these mechas. A bunch of rubbish. I couldn't even look at it. Is this a mecha? A good mecha is just a bulky lump of iron in these people's hands. It keeps swaying and twisting when running, as if it will fall over if touched. It's no wonder these people are so clumsy. The end of the world has just arrived. When it comes to proficiency in operating mechas, who in the world today can compare to Zhang Wei? You bastard! You dare to be so arrogant! Kill him! A light mecha pounced on Zhang Wei first. When Zhang Wei saw the mecha pounced on him, he was stunned for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a long-range mecha. Right? Zhang Wei saw the weapon in the light mecha's hand. It was a gun, and a powerful proton freezing gun at that. It can be seen that the prototype of this mecha should be an expensive sports car. If it is a mecha transformed from an ordinary vehicle, you can only get ordinary machine guns, rifles, and shotguns after choosing long-range combat. High-end items like freezing guns and high-temperature guns can only be possessed by high-end mechas. But why did the long-range mecha not hide in the distance and shoot from behind, but rush up and fight with the melee mecha? Zhang Wei couldn't understand. But only those who chose the long-range mecha knew the pain in their hearts. When they are not even skilled in operating mechas, it would be a joke to expect them to stand at a distance and hit the target with guns. Therefore, the current long-range mecha can only try its best to shorten the distance between it and the target before firing. This will at least increase the accuracy a little. At this moment, the light long-range mecha that pounced on Zhang Wei was thinking this. However, it can only be said that he was thinking too much. Because when he reached the distance he thought was appropriate, he also entered Zhang Wei's attack range. The sight itself is 10 meters long. Even if Zhang Wei holds the middle and lower end of the sight, the range that the sight can extend is more than 10 meters. Because the arms of Zhang Wei's mecha are also about 5 meters long. Bang! The freeze gun fired. A ball of ice blue energy spurted out from the muzzle, heading straight into the distance. The shot didn't even touch Zhang Wei. On the other hand, Zhang Wei's scythe cut through the air. And with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a purple electric light flashed across the chest of the light mecha. The sharpness of the scythe and Zhang Wei's strength merged perfectly. The destructive force generated by this attack instantly cut the light mecha into 2 pieces. Moreover, not only was the light mecha cut into 2 pieces by Zhang Wei, but the person controlling it inside the mecha's abdomen was also cut into 2 pieces by Zhang Wei. Unless there are any accidents, humans will be in the abdominal cavity of a mecha when operating it. Immediately afterwards, the sound of metal friction and metal collision appeared in succession. The mechas that were rushing towards Zhang Wei seemed to have been forcibly paused, and a bunch of mechas were twisted together in a mess. However, the mess of the mechas was far less than the confusion of these people's minds. What did they see? With one scythe, a mecha was directly destroyed. What kind of terrifying attack power is this? Fortunately, their mechas were slower and not as fast as the light mecha just now. Otherwise, they might be the ones whose bodies were broken into 2. Zhang Tao was also shocked. He thought Zhang Wei would be a good fighter. But he didn't expect Zhang Wei's fighting ability to be so fierce. Of course, he also desired the sickle in Zhang Wei's hand even more. You are very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, you can't withstand the siege of us. Even if we can't get close to you, we can trap you here to death. How about we make a deal? Although Zhang Tao is arrogant, he is also a smart man. If Zhang Tao really had no brains and was just arrogant and domineering, he would never be able to become one of the top 10 war gods in the future. Tell me about it. Zhang Wei had no intention of making a deal with Zhang Tao, but he was willing to listen to what Zhang Tao wanted to say. Give me the weapon in your hand, and I will give you 100 source crystals and allow you to hunt in the zoo. You can also be on equal footing with me in the future. How about that? Zhang Tao revealed his bargaining chips. No matter what, let's trick the weapon out of Zhang Wei's hand first. As long as Zhang Wei has no weapons in his hands, then I can control him at my will, right? Hey, wake up, it's still daytime. Zhang Wei pointed to the sky, and his mocking expression was obvious. 100 source crystals? If Zhang Wei guessed correctly, they must be ordinary source crystals, right? He even had the audacity to say that he was allowed to hunt in the zoo. Didn't he hear clearly what he said just now? The zoo has been taken over by Zhang Wei, and is Zhang Wei's territory. As for being on equal footing, that is even more impossible. Zhang Tao in this life is simply not qualified to be on equal footing with Zhang Wei. Even Zhang Tao's greatest opportunity has been snatched away by Zhang Wei. Are you going to fight to the death? Zhang Tao was furious. He had already made such concessions, but this guy still refused to budge. You are not qualified to fight to the death with me. Zhang Wei stated this cruel reality. By the way, I advise you to look behind you. Zhang Wei pointed in the direction behind Zhang Tao. After hearing what Zhang Wei said, Zhang Tao turned around subconsciously. When he turned around, Zhang Tao was so shocked that he almost jumped up. At some point, a group of mechanical creatures appeared behind him. And they are not little guys like mice and monkeys, but a group of mechanical deer that are at least 5 meters tall. Deer herd. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, and their sharp steel antlers were 2 meters long. Zhang Tao estimated that even his 17-meter-tall mecha would be pierced if hit by one of these things. How did they come behind me silently? No, that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that they are coming. Hurry up and stop them. Zhang Tao shouted loudly, urging his younger brothers who had fallen to the ground to get up quickly. Unfortunately, the deer herd did not give these mechas any chance. Under the command of an alien species, the deer herd launched an attack on the mechas that were in chaos. Zhang Wei shook his head secretly. He knew that these mechas were almost all scrapped. At the same time, Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao and said, it seems that he must have been able to have a smooth journey in his previous life after he gained super combat power enhancement. Otherwise, with his IQ, even if he had a 17-meter super heavy mecha, he would die miserably. Zhang Wei analyzed the situation while watching quietly, with no intention of lending a helping hand. In fact, Zhang Wei was kind enough not to add fuel to the fire. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Yang didn't want to waste energy. Chopping up these nearly 30 mechas is quite energy-consuming. And the key is that Zhang Wei won't get any benefit after chopping them up. How great it is now, let the deer take care of these guys, and then I can take action to deal with the deer myself. Chapter 13 Mechanical Deer, Electromagnetic Pulse. Brother help. Zhang Tao shouted extremely urgently and rushed towards where Zhang Wei was while shouting. The collision between the deer and the mechas was earth-shaking. In just the first wave of collision, 10 mechas lost their luster and vitality. The remaining mechas were also all injured. Given the state of these mechas, it was simply a fantasy to want to block the next wave of attacks. Even those heavy mechas that are 15 meters tall cannot stop it. Zhang Wei kept cursing in his heart that it was a waste of resources. It would be a huge waste to give such a good mecha to these people. As for saving people? Why? Because you have money? Before the end of the world, money might be useful, but now? Brother, save me. I can give you anything you want. Money, women, anything. Zhang Tao knew very well that he could not escape the pursuit of these mechanical deer, because his level of mecha control was almost the same as those of his younger brothers, and he could not run far before being caught up by the deer. Now, the only one who can save him is Zhang Wei. It was not until now that Zhang Tao realized how terrifying Zhang Wei was. Think back to the metal debris that first entered the zoo. How many mechanical creatures did this person slaughter to produce so much metal debris? I'm not interested in what you're talking about. Also, don't call me brother. My name is Zhang Wei, Zhang for arrogant, Wei for the only one who matters. At this moment, Zhang Wei was indeed quite arrogant. Unfortunately, there were no other spectators except Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao didn't care whether Zhang Wei was bragging or not. He just wanted to survive. Brother Zhang Wei, we both have the surname Zhang, so maybe we are relatives. You saved me today, and I will definitely repay you well. Oh, by the way, source crystals, I have source crystals, and I also know where there are high-quality source crystals. I will give them all to you. It would be impossible to impress Zhang Wei no matter whether they were relatives or not. But Zhang Wei was very interested in the source crystal that Zhang Tao mentioned. After all, Zhang Tao was one of the top 10 war gods in his previous life. And the opportunities he had obtained were definitely more than just the legendary skills on Xuanfeng Mountain. If Zhang Wei could get Zhang Tao's other opportunities, he would be one step closer to his goal of becoming invincible. Stand behind me. Zhang Wei ordered Zhang Tao with unquestionable strength in his tone. Zhang Tao was waiting for this sentence. He didn't dare to say anything extra. Great. However, before Zhang Tao could get around Zhang Wei, he saw Zhang Wei controlling the mecha to soar into the sky, instantly passing over the head of Zhang Tao's mecha and steadily blocking the herd of deer. By this time, the deer had captured almost all of Zhang Tao's minions. They released a wild and angry aura towards Zhang Wei, who dared to stand upright in front of them. But at this time, the alien mechanical deer in the herd let out a soft cry, and the sound calmed the irritable deer. You have a good eye. Can you tell that I'm not someone you can mess with? However, just because you don't go doesn't mean I will let you go. Zhang Wei waved his sickle and rushed towards the herd of deer. There is no benefit in dismantling the mecha, but Zhang Wei can get real benefits from killing these mechanical deer. The herd of deer, which had originally calmed down, suddenly became violent after noticing Zhang Wei's actions. The prey actually launched a counterattack against the hunter, which was a challenge to the hunter's authority. Without the need for any command from the alien mechanical deer, the mechanical deer standing in the front row immediately charged towards Zhang Wei. Looking at the mechanical deer that lowered its head and charged forward with its antlers pointed at him, Zhang Wei sneered. Do you think I'm one of those idiots who's been demolished? Zhang Wei waved his war sickle. The sickle was hook-shaped, and the sickle extended more than 1 meter long. This allows the scythe to easily pass over the antlers and into the body of the mechanical deer. The mechanical deer's physical defense is no match for the steel crocodile, and it was ripped open with one cut. The mechanical deer that rushed towards Zhang Wei fell on the way. Zhang Tao stood not far away in a daze, feeling anxious. After witnessing Zhang Wei's true fighting ability, Zhang Tao was surprised why he was still alive. Just now, I was so foolish as to provoke such a powerful guy. Under Zhang Tao's horrified gaze, the mechanical deer fell one after another. No matter from which angle the mechanical deer tried to hit Zhang Wei, the result was in vain. Even if groups of mechanical deer attacked from all directions, Zhang Wei could easily dodge them. And while dodging the impact, he could even kill 2 or 3 mechanical deer. In less than 5 minutes, the number of mechanical deer in the group was reduced to only 5. Among the 5 surviving mechanical deer is the alien species. Human, you are very strong and I don't want to be your enemy. The mechanical deer said. When Zhang Tao, the boss in the mecha, heard the mechanical deer speaking human language, his mouth opened wide. Zhang Wei had long been accustomed to it. What do you want to exchange for your life? Zhang Wei was not in a hurry to attack the alien mechanical deer. The alien species among these mechanical creatures can sometimes provide some good things. For example, some equipment hidden by them. The alien mechanical deer was speechless. What good stuff can it have? Otherwise, why don't you give me all the source crystals on the metal debris on the ground? Well, it seems that those source crystals were originally yours. Since there is nothing in exchange, then leave your life behind. Zhang Wei took action, his body as fast as the wind. When Zhang Wei rushed towards the alien mechanical deer, the 4 mechanical deer surrounding the alien mechanical deer took the initiative to crash into Zhang Wei. However, these 4 mechanical deer that suddenly appeared could only delay a little time. However, this is exactly the time that the alien mechanical deer needs. Electromagnetic pulse. The mechanical deer murmured in its heart. Then, brilliant lightning suddenly burst out from its horns. The light was so strong that it seemed to swallow up everything around it. The 2 flashes of lightning intertwined and entangled in the air, and finally converged into a straight electric current, like lightning cutting through the night sky, shooting towards Zhang Wei at a rapid speed. Be careful. Zhang Tao warned, with a hint of nervousness and fear in his voice. Zhang Tao was not really worried about Zhang Wei's safety, but Zhang Tao knew that Zhang Wei could not die. If Zhang Wei died, he would also be doomed. If Zhang Wei can't kill this deer, how can I? A guy whose fighting ability is not even a fraction of Zhang Wei's, fight against the mechanical deer? It has learned the skills? So fast. Zhang Wei was very surprised. He didn't expect that this mechanical deer could master the skills in such a short time. Zhang Wei, who had just killed a mechanical deer, stood in front of him with a scythe in his hand. It would be great if he had a shield at this time, but unfortunately, Zhang Wei's scythe is a two-handed weapon. While gaining powerful attack power, he will definitely lose some defense power. Chapter 14. Don't worry. I won't run away. I definitely won't run away. The electromagnetic beam hit the scythe straight on like a streak of lightning. In an instant, the powerful force swept over like a violent storm, forcing Zhang Wei to sway and take 2 steps back involuntarily. The scythe was unable to completely withstand the power of the electromagnetic beam. And one of the electromagnetic beams wrapped around Zhang Wei's arms like a snake. After Zhang Wei's arms were covered by this energy, they seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, becoming slow and heavy. But that's all. Finished? It's my turn. Although his arms became sluggish due to the influence of electromagnetic force, Zhang Wei was still able to swing the scythe. He just swung his scythe vigorously. And it chopped towards the alien mechanical deer with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The alien mechanical deer had lost most of its power at this time. And all the power in its body was used to release electromagnetic beams. Hide. Can't. Zhang Wei's speed was as fast as lightning. So swift and fierce that even a fully powered alien mechanical deer could not escape his scythe that was as sharp as the wind. With just one strike, the mechanical deer was cut into two pieces. This was its final fate. Zhang Wei stepped forward and in a few steps, he came to the wreckage of the mechanical deer and collected the source crystal that exploded from the mechanical deer's body into the mecha space. However, what disappointed Zhang Wei a little was that although the light of this source crystal was dazzling, it was only of high grade and did not reach the epic level he expected. He originally thought that this alien mechanical deer that had mastered skills would be able to produce at least one epic source crystal. But the reality was not the case. Brother, you're awesome. Zhang Tao spoke at an inopportune moment. In fact, Zhang Tao didn't want to make any noise to disturb Zhang Wei. If possible, he would like to use the underground escape skill to escape. Unfortunately, he can't burrow underground. So, instead of waiting for Zhang Wei to notice me, I might as well say some nice compliments first. It's your turn. What will you give in exchange for your life? Zhang Wei turned around slowly. Although no aura was released from Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao still felt a dizzying aura enveloping him. What to exchange? The alien mechanical deer that just died was because it couldn't offer anything in exchange for its life. So it died. Yes, I have something good. Zhang Tao spoke hurriedly. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Zhang Wei's side would fall on him. Zhang Wei didn't say anything. His deep blue eyes just stared at Zhang Tao quietly. Zhang Tao said nervously. In addition to knowing the information about the source crystal, I also have some good equipment. Show it to me. Zhang Wei has his own criteria for judging whether the equipment is good or bad. If Zhang Tao fools him, Zhang Wei doesn't mind letting Zhang Tao suffer a little. Zhang Tao felt very unwilling. But in order to save his own life, he could only open the belly armor of the mecha and take out a cargo hold emitting purple light. This is an epic level ion protection chamber with a large internal space. I got it from an epic level source crystal. In fact, Zhang Tao didn't need to introduce it at all. When Zhang Wei saw this cargo hold, he already knew that it was definitely a high-end cargo hold. Brother, can you use this to exchange for my life? Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei uncertainly. Zhang Wei did not show his excitement and his reaction was rather flat. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Wei's affirmative answer. Then he obediently stepped forward and handed the cargo hold to Zhang Wei personally. It is a bit unbelievable that a 17-meter-tall mecha is being respectful to a 12-meter-tall mecha. The scene was like a middle school student respectfully offering snacks to an elementary school student. Zhang Wei calmly moved the cargo hold equipment to the cargo space inside the mecha. There was originally no cargo hold in Zhang Wei's mecha, which saved the trouble of replacement. Ding equip epic ion cargo hold combat power plus 20. As long as it is equipment, no matter what position it is in, it can increase combat power. Although 20 points of combat power is a bit low, it is better than nothing. And this cargo hold is just an internal storage equipment. And its main function is to store items. It's all your business. Let's go. After equipping the cargo hold, Zhang Wei casually ordered everyone to leave. You're letting me go now. Zhang Tao didn't quite believe his ears. He never thought that Zhang Wei would actually let him go so easily. If I were Zhang Wei, killing people and stealing treasures would be the most reasonable thing to do. Right? Why? You want to stay at my place a little longer? Do you have anything good? No. It's just that the source crystal. I'll come find you when I'm done with my work here. Zhang Wei's words instantly made Zhang Tao's mood plummet. Looking for me? What do you want from me? Now my calves cramp when I see you. How about I find the source crystal and have someone send it to you? Can we just be even from now on? However, Zhang Tao did not dare to express this beautiful wish and could only murmur, okay, big brother, I will go and get that source crystal back for you now. Don't even think about running away. Zhuangqing is still safe. As long as you don't commit suicide, nothing will happen to you with your ability. But if you run away from the city, I'm afraid you won't see the sun the next day. Jiang Wei reminded Zhang Tao. After all, since they have become enemies, it would definitely be safer to kill them to silence them. However, Jiang Wei gave up this idea. Zhang Tao must be a very lucky person. Currently, most of the good things on Jiang Wei come from Zhang Tao. Therefore, it is much better to keep Zhang Tao than to kill him. By keeping Zhang Tao, as long as Jiang Wei visits him once every few days, there should be a surprise. Don't worry, brother. I won't run away. I definitely won't run away. Zhang Tao waved to Jiang Wei repeatedly. Let's go. Jiang Wei raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the Zhu entrance. Okay, big brother. Zhang Tao left respectfully, and after leaving Jiang Wei's sight, he immediately ran towards home as fast as he could. Jiang Wei watched Zhang Tao run out of his sight, and then he began to use ordinary source crystals to recover himself. The power needs to be restored, and the damage to the arms that just took the electromagnetic pulse also needs to be healed. It is enough to absorb the energy in ordinary source crystals. Just as the body was autonomously devouring ordinary source crystals to restore itself, Jiang Wei took out a pile of trophies from the internal space of the mecha. There are intermediate source crystals provided by the mechanical monkey and advanced source crystals provided by the mechanical crocodile and mechanical deer. There are hundreds of source crystals in this pile. Open the source crystal. Jiang Wei opened the source crystals one by one, starting with the intermediate source crystals. There was no surprise. Not a single piece of equipment appeared from the intermediate source crystals provided by the mechanical monkey. They were all converted into mecha experience points. Dozens of intermediate source crystals pushed Jiang Wei's body level to level 13. Although the level increase was not much, the increased combat power still satisfied Jiang Wei. After level 10, each level increase could increase 4 points of combat power. The intermediate ones are not available, but with so many high-level source crystals, 2 of which are from alien species, there must be something to be found, right? Jiang Wei began to open the advanced source crystal with a little anticipation. Advanced source crystals can provide more experience points, and Jiang Wei's body level began to soar. It was not until Jiang Wei opened the 17th source crystal that the goods were finally shipped. Ding obtained the excellent grade barrel cargo hold. Cargo hold. Jiang Wei was very dissatisfied. He already had an epic level cargo hold. So what was the use of this advanced level cargo hold? Put it away. Jiang Wei received the cylindrical cargo hold into his own cargo hold space. The interior space of the epic cargo hold is very large. The cargo hold is long and cylindrical, only half a meter long, 30 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters high. But even in such a small cargo hold, there is more than 10 cubic meters of space. Such a large space is enough to store a lot of things. As for why the unused cargo hold was put away, it must be useful. Although Jiang Wei no longer needs this low-level cargo hold, other people need it. Even if he cannot exchange it for other things, he can exchange it for some source crystals. Chapter 15 I will find you someday. After Jiang Wei folded up the cylindrical cargo hold, he continued to open the source crystal. Perhaps because it was the early stage of the advent of machines, no equipment was taken out of the high-level source crystals. Except for the last 2 source crystals that exploded from the alien species, which were all experience. Is your face so dark? Jiang Wei was in a bad mood. Even in his previous life, he had suffered so badly, but his face was not so dark. Let's see if you can deliver the goods. Jiang Wei placed his last hope on the only 2 remaining source crystals. Open. Ding. Acquired skill. Death laser. Jiang Wei grinned instantly. It's shipped. Keep going. Ding. Obtain excellent level external armor. Reinforced alloy armor. Sure enough, it has to be an alien species. Jiang Wei was very satisfied with the products produced by these 2 source crystals. Learn the death laser. Ding. Learning the death laser is successful. Death laser. Active skill. Attacks multiple targets in a straight line. This should be something that was dropped by the alien mechanical deer. Not bad. Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction. The skill of death laser can be regarded as a means of long-range attack, which can make up for Jiang Wei's own shortcomings. Moreover, this death laser has a similar effect to the electromagnetic beam of the alien mechanical deer. It can not only destroy the target, but also paralyze the target. Equip reinforced alloy armor. Excellent reinforced alloy armor. Combat strength plus 30. Durability. 500, not bad. Jiang Wei commented. All armors can adapt to the size of the mecha. Compared with the death laser skill, The armor is indeed a bit inferior, and the increased combat power is just average for Zhang Wei. However, armor is used to provide defense, so it is understandable that the increase in combat power is small. As for the armor's defense, it depends on the quality and material of the armor. Reinforced alloy is a good material in the early days of the apocalypse, and it is not a problem to withstand the attacks of ordinary mechanical creatures. Durability refers to the degree of wear of the external armor. If the durability is too low, the defensive power of the armor will be greatly reduced. The level of the machine has been upgraded to level 19. The upgrade speed is quite fast. If you look at it this way, I'm afraid the level of the machine can be upgraded to level 30 today, right? At level 30, the mecha can undergo a second evolution. Zhang Wei had imagined that everything would go smoothly for him, but he never thought it would be this smooth. Completing the first 2 mecha evolutions on the first day of the apocalypse was something that would have been unthinkable before rebirth. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei quickly stood up. The ordinary source crystals have been completely swallowed by Zhang Wei. The power of the mecha has recovered to 90%, and the numbness in his arms has disappeared. There are no more source crystals. Zhang Wei muttered to himself as he walked deeper into the zoo. At this time, Zhang Wei really had no source crystals left, not a single intermediate or advanced one. Only some ordinary source crystals left. Collecting source crystals is urgent. After walking a short distance, Zhang Wei entered the fox park. However, there was no sign of a fox in the park at this time. What's strange? Zhang Wei was a little confused. However, as Zhang Wei went deeper and deeper into the zoo, this doubt became even deeper. Zebra Park, Giraffe Park, Hippo Park. These parks were surprisingly empty, without even a trace of a mechanical creature. Were they all killed by the mechanical creatures in the beast area? Zhang Wei felt doubtful, and he did not stay in the herbivore area, but went straight to the beast park. The beasts are bloodthirsty and manic by nature. And after transforming into mechanical creatures, their combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of herbivorous mechanical creatures. This is why Zhang Wei put them in the back to deal with the beast mechanical creatures. But when Zhang Wei entered the wild animal park, his doubts turned into anger. Where are all the monsters? What Zhang Wei didn't expect was that the beast area was empty, and there was not a single mechanical creature to be seen. Zhang Wei was planning to harvest more source crystals to allow his body to evolve a second time. But he didn't expect this to happen. The strange thing is gone. How to evolve? In fact, those mechanical creatures are all alive and well, they just escaped from the zoo. When Zhang Wei was slaughtering the monkeys, some mechanical creatures sensed Zhang Wei's presence. After Zhang Wei killed the group of crocodiles, some of the mechanical creatures chose to escape. Even mechanical creatures that have not become alien species still have the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. What's more, those mechanical creatures that have transformed into alien species have intelligence almost similar to that of ordinary people. They not only know how to survive in this dangerous world, but also know how to avoid potential threats. Originally, only about half of the mechanical creatures ran away. But after Zhang Wei killed the alien mechanical deer that had learned to use skills, all the mechanical creatures in the park ran away in a group. Faced with a killer god you can't defeat, are you just going to stay and wait for death? If Zhang Wei had not chosen to open the source crystal after Zhang Tao left and had not wasted time, he should have been able to catch some mechanical creatures. Now, it's too late. Ran away. See where you can run to. Zhang Wei knew that the mechanical creatures here were definitely not dead. Because there are not many mechanical wreckages in these parks and in the previous life, in order to eliminate the mechanical creatures in this zoo, humans don't know how many lives they have lost before they can get rid of these mechanical creatures. Now that I haven't done anything to these mechanical creatures, they must be alive. They just all left the zoo. As long as I don't escape from Chuancheng, I will meet you one day. After saying that, Zhang Wei turned and left. Without mechanical creatures, what are we doing here? Although Zhang Wei looked down on those weak mechanical creatures wandering around the city, but there would always be gains from chopping them down, and it was better than doing nothing. By the way, do you want to go check out those 2 bastards? Zhang Wei, who had no monsters to kill, suddenly thought of Han Xiao and Han Su. Go and take a look. Zhang Wei made a decision. If those 2 bastards were in good condition, Zhang Wei would definitely find some fun for them. If they are living a miserable life, Zhang Wei will seriously consider whether to make things worse. There is nothing to do anyway, so it would be nice to clean up the mechanical creatures and collect some source crystals along the way. After leaving the zoo, Zhang Wei did not run, but walked slowly on the street. Although the streets were still in a state of chaos, there were not many objects blocking the road. There is no longer the hustle and bustle of the past. Only sporadic mechanical creatures chasing humans everywhere. Zhang Wei witnessed someone being chased and had no intention of taking action. Zhang Wei is not a saint. In this doomsday, everyone's life and death depends on their own ability, and they cannot blame others if they die. Only when those mechanical creatures were ignorant and took the initiative to provoke Zhang Wei would he reveal his ruthless methods. However, although Zhang Wei did not attack many times, his sharp attack methods were still discovered. Chapter 16 How could I fall for a woman like this? Photos of how Zhang Wei killed mechanical creatures were circulated wildly in various group chats and circles of friends. There were even some videos of Zhang Wei killing mechanical creatures. Every swing of the scythe, and every perfect kill proved how powerful Zhang Wei was. Oh my god, this man is so powerful. Can we be saved? Some people couldn't help but exclaim their words full of desire for life. Whoever has this person's contact information, I can give him a lot of money and I want him to protect me. Someone couldn't help but exclaim his words full of desire for life. However, some people sneered at this person. It's the end of the world. What's the use of money? Since he has the ability, he should take responsibility. This statement also caused a rebuttal. Bullshit. It's his own business if he's powerful. Why should he protect you? Is he your father? How can you talk like that? Do you still have any humanity? Various disputes are burning like fire in various group chats. Some people's voices are full of pleading and praying. Some try to seduce and hire with money. And some try to bind others with moral shackles. All kinds of voices are intertwined together like a chaotic music. But without exception, Zhang Wei's appearance was like a breeze, bringing confidence to some people. Because in their opinion, if Zhang Wei can kill those mechanical monsters effortlessly, then they should be able to do it as well. After all, most people own mechas. At this time, Zhang Tao had returned to his villa. He held his mobile phone and looked at the screen with a disdainful smile on his face. You know what? Rich people always have privileges. Even though Zhang Wei killed more than 30 of Zhang Tao's men at one time, he still had a large number of people and a large number of mechas under his command. His family runs a mining company and has many vehicles under their name. At this time, outside the Zhang family villa, more than a dozen 10-meter-tall mechas were patrolling and guarding. What kind of idiots are these? You actually expect him to protect you? It's crazy. It's a mercy for him not to kill you. Hey, coming outside. Have you got the source crystal? Zhang Tao shouted while checking his phone. At this time, Zhang Tao had already disintegrated from the mecha, and a khaki mecha core was worn around his neck. As long as the mecha core is on Zhang Tao, he can merge with his mecha at any time. After the initial transformation of the mecha, the disintegrated mecha will enter the mecha core. It was as if there was a huge space in the core of this mecha. Young master, the people we arranged are looking for him. There should be news soon. A man who looked like a butler stood in front of Zhang Tao. The look he showed towards Zhang Tao was even more respectful than before the end of the world. There was no way before the end of the world. If Zhang Tao was unhappy, he would just beat and scold you at most. After all, it was a society ruled by law. But now is the end of the world. And the death of a person is a very small matter. If you really make Zhang Tao unhappy, it could be fatal. Tell them to hurry up, I don't have much time. Zhang Tao waved his hands impatiently. Zhang Wei was like a dark cloud hanging over his head. He didn't know when Zhang Wei would appear. What would happen if Zhang Wei appeared in front of him, and he didn't have what he wanted? Zhang Tao didn't dare to think further. Okay, master. I'll go and urge them now. Just when the housekeeper wanted to leave, Zhang Tao suddenly said, Wait, forget it, go ahead. Zhang Tao waved helplessly. Originally, Zhang Tao wanted to ask the housekeeper to arrange a few girls to come in. But after thinking about it, he really didn't have the interest to do so. The butler bowed and left. Do you want to check his background? But how can I check it if I only know a name? The internet has not been completely disconnected yet. So you can still check something if you want. But Zhang Tao didn't know what Zhang Wei looked like, or even his age. He only knew his name. How could he start? Forget it, we can't provoke him. With that guy's cold temper, I'm afraid we can't threaten him even if we catch his relatives. If you really piss him off, everyone here will die. Zhang Tao gave up those unfriendly thoughts in his mind. This kind of killing god can only be pleased and not provoked. Night fell, like a huge piece of black velvet slowly covering the entire city. Zhang Wei strolled leisurely all the way to the residential area where Han Su lived. At this moment, the entire community was filled with smoke and metal debris was everywhere, but the surroundings were eerily quiet. The initial chaos of the end of the world has basically ended. Those who should die have died. Those who should hide have already hidden. Some of the mechanical creatures have been destroyed, and more are hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. For example, in the neighborhood where Hansu lives, Zhang Wei has already seen several mechanical creatures hiding in the dark. Most of them were transformed from pet cats and dogs of the past, but they were no longer as tame and cute as before, but were instead cold and cruel. When their eyes met Zhang Wei, they all chose to retreat. Their survival instinct told them that they could not afford to offend this mecha. There are not many medium-sized mechas in the city. Most of them are light mechas converted from motorcycles, cars, etc. Most of the mechanical creatures killed during the day were killed by light mechas. Light mechas can kill these mechanical cats and dogs, let alone Zhang Wei's medium-sized mechas. Today is just the beginning. Tomorrow will be more exciting. No, maybe tonight will be exciting. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky. Animals are transformed into mechanical creatures, including birds. There are not many bird-like mechanical creatures appearing during the day. This is not because birds are kinder than other animals, but because bird-like mechanical creatures are also adapting to their new body structure. After all, they need to fly. Tonight, military planes will patrol the city and will be attacked by bird-like mechanical creatures. This is something Zhang Wei experienced personally in his previous life. Zhang Wei walked downstairs to Hansu's house while thinking. Hansu lives on the third floor of a 6-story building. With Zhang Wei's current height, it is not a problem for him to look directly at Hansu's house. However, Zhang Wei did not show up. He stood beside Hansu's house and listened quietly. Hansu, what are you thinking? Why is there no food at home? Han Zhao's voice was trembling with a hint of anger. She tried to keep her voice as low as possible, fearing that it would attract those terrible monsters. Why are you shouting? Even if there is food, it's as if you can do it. Aren't you good looking? There's a single fat guy living upstairs for me. Go upstairs and seduce him and get some food. Hansu was lying on the sofa, his face pale, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. If an ordinary woman heard these words, she would probably be furious, but Han Zhao did not lose her temper. She frowned slightly, with a gleam of desire in her eyes. Really? Obviously, Han Zhao was moved. Why would I lie to you? Hansu looked at Han Zhao unhappily. It's already this time. Do you think I have the time to tease you? Okay, I'll go up and take a look. After saying that, Han Xiaojun took a step forward and prepared to go upstairs to take a look. How did I fall in love with a woman like this in my previous life? Zhang Wei felt so sick that he wanted to slap himself hard a few times. After the apocalypse, it was common for women to exchange their bodies for food, but that was only a few years after the apocalypse. At the beginning of the end of the world, this situation was very rare. Han Zhao could behave like this. It was obvious that she was not a good person. Chapter 17. Collect some interest. Tick tick. The sound of high heels is particularly crisp in the quiet corridor, as if every step is striking at people's heartstrings. When Han Xiao saw the door to the 4th floor, an expression of grievance immediately appeared on her face, and she tore at her clothes hard. This exposed even more whiteness on Han Zhao's already cool chest. Boom, boom, boom. Brother, are you home? Can you open the door and give me something to eat? Han Zhao's voice was soft and pitiful, like a helpless little girl seeking help. At this moment, she showed her fragility to the fullest. Zhang Wei heard all of this. He looked into the house from the 4th floor balcony. He did not see the fat man Hansu mentioned, but he saw a 1.5-meter tall mechanical cat. Obviously, Han Zhao's knocking was heard by the mechanical cat. The mechanical cat was stunned for a moment when it heard the knock. After it heard Han Zhao's voice, the mechanical cat grinned, revealing its fangs flashing with cold light in its mouth. Then, the mechanical cat suddenly jumped up and pounced on the sturdy security door. At the moment of tumbling in the air, sharp claws suddenly popped out from its cat claws, flashing a cold light as if they could cut through all obstacles. When the sharp cat claws collided heavily with the security door, a sharp metal friction sound instantly resounded throughout the room, as if a sharp blade was cutting people's nerves, making people clench their teeth involuntarily. Han Zhao, who had been completely immersed in her acting, was frightened by the sudden noise. Her face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground with her heart beating faster. When Han Zhao looked up in a hurry, she saw 4 shocking cracks on the security door. Through these 4 cracks, Han Zhao saw the robot cat's eyes emitting red light. Oh my god. Han Zhao screamed and no longer cared about her image. The fear in her heart drove her to crawl downstairs. However, the mechanical cat obviously didn't intend to let her go easily. Its sharp claws continued to tear at the security door fiercely, and each tear made the cracks wider. The security door was shaking under the power of the mechanical cat, as if it would break at any time. However, although the cracks on the security door continued to increase, fortunately, this security door was strong enough and could barely withstand the fierce attack of the mechanical cat for a short period of time. Han Zhao ran as fast as she could and rushed back to Han Su's house in just a few seconds. Han Zhao rushed into the house panting, with fear and tension written all over her face. Han Su was curled up on the sofa with a look of fear on his face. He also heard the noise upstairs. What's going on? Han Zhao slammed the security door shut, then quickly moved away from the door and made a gesture to Han Su to keep quiet. Shoo, don't talk, there's a monster upstairs. Han Zhao's voice was low, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. When Han Su heard the word monster, he immediately shut up. Zhang Wei witnessed the condition of the two people, which made him feel relieved. Since the two of them were already living a miserable life, they might as well continue. However, just when Zhang Wei wanted to leave, Han Zhao actually contacted Zhang Wei by phone. She knows I'm here? Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, he didn't feel that he had revealed any flaws. Given the abilities of these two people, there was no way they could discover him. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei answered Han Zhao's call. Hey! Zhang Wei's voice was filled with a coldness that seemed to keep people at a distance. However, Han Zhao didn't care whether Zhang Wei was indifferent or not. She said to Zhang Wei cautiously with a trembling cry. Zhang Wei, where are you? Please, come and save me. I'm so hungry. There's a scary monster upstairs. I'm really scared. Can you come and save me quickly? Han Zhao's helplessness at this moment was not a disguise. She truly felt fear and helplessness. Although Han Su has a mecha, he was seriously injured after dealing with Han Zhao's pet, and he has no ability to continue fighting. If that mechanical cat upstairs rushed down, both of them would really be dead. Oh, where are you? Zhang Wei said lightly and asked knowingly. We are at Han Su's house. Can you come and save me? Han Zhao's tone was full of expectation. She doesn't have many friends in Sichuan City. Apart from Han Su, she only knows Zhang Wei. After being frightened by the mechanical cat, Han Zhao can't count on Han Su and can only contact Zhang Wei. Now, eating is no longer important. What is important is to save life. It just happened to be nearby. Are you sure the monster you mentioned is upstairs in Han Su's house? Han Zhao was very surprised to hear that. Even though Zhang Wei was not in front of her, she nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, it's upstairs. I see. After saying that, Zhang Wei hung up the phone. I originally wanted to leave like this, but since you think the current situation is not exciting enough, I will give you something exciting. Then, Zhang Wei took action and inserted the sickle in his hand directly into the room from the fourth-floor balcony. The mechanical cat that was frantically attacking the security door was held up by the sickle and instantly smashed the security door and was finally pressed against the wall of the corridor. However, the mechanical cat did not die. Its eyes were still flashing with cold light and it struggled hard to break free from the restraints. Zhang Wei grinned coldly and said calmly, "Not dead yet?" Before he finished speaking, he gently raised the scythe in his hand and swung it down suddenly. The tip of the scythe pierced into the body of the mechanical cat like lightning, making a sharp metallic collision sound. Then, Zhang Wei pulled hard and the scythe was instantly pulled out of the mechanical cat's body. The tip of the scythe cut a crack on the ground that went straight to the balcony. Through the crack, one can clearly see the frightened faces of Han Zhao and Han Su. Han Zhao never expected that Zhang Wei would appear the moment she hung up the phone. Okay, the monster has been dealt with, I'm leaving. Zhang Wei's head appeared outside the balcony of Han Su's house. After leaving this sentence, he turned and left. It was not that Zhang Wei didn't want to stay any longer, but he was afraid that he couldn't help laughing. Looking at the two people's frightened expressions, it was indeed a bit torturous for Zhang Wei to suppress the relief that burst out from the bottom of his heart. After walking far away, Zhang Wei looked back at Han Su's dilapidated home. Because of Zhang Wei's scythe, Han Su's home had basically become exposed to the open air. And a mechanical bird will appear tonight. And Zhang Wei can already imagine how frightened the two will be at that time. This is just a little interest. Compared to what you did to me in my previous life, this is nothing. Then, Zhang Wei left quickly. It was only when Zhang Wei had just left the community that Han Zhao contacted Zhang Wei again. It was not because Han Xiao did not call Zhang Wei when Zhang Wei had just left. It was because Han Xiao had just recovered from the great panic she had felt before. Anything else? After answering the phone, Zhang Wei's tone became even colder. Zhang Wei, was that you just now? You are amazing. Have you not eaten for a whole day? Come back soon. I will make you something delicious. Han Xiao's tone was very excited, and her voice was even trembling a little. There was no way. The strength that Zhang Wei had just shown had already occupied Han Xiao's entire heart. Compared with Han Su lying on the sofa, Han Xiao knew that she would only be truly safe if Zhang Wei was by her side. Eat? No thanks. Zhang Wei ruthlessly rejected Han Xiao. Chapter 18, Floating Cannon? There is no need to eat to operate a mecha. When the mecha absorbs source crystals to replenish power, energy will naturally be replenished into Zhang Wei's body. If Zhang Wei wants to eat, he needs to disintegrate. In the early days of the apocalypse, the human body was very fragile. Unless there were special circumstances, Zhang Wei would definitely not disintegrate with the mecha. Unless you wait for the mecha to evolve for the third time. After 3 evolutions, part of the mecha's own combat power can be attached to the human body through the mecha core. At that time, there will be the most basic safety guarantee when moving outdoors in human form. Because even with the mecha core in hand, the fusion process still takes about 5 seconds. In these 5 seconds, not to mention guns, even some knives can be fatal. Zhang Wei didn't want his invincible life to end so hastily before it even began. Wasn't he killed by Han Xiao and Han Su in his previous life? Ah, no need. How can you not need it? Aren't you hungry? Han Xiao didn't expect Zhang Wei to refuse so bluntly. She felt a little unbelievable. Anything else? Zhang Wei was already showing a lot of impatience, and Han Xiao reminded him of the moment when he was tricked to death by them. If he turned back now, Zhang Wei was afraid that he would not be able to resist killing these 2 bastards. Zhang Wei, I like you. Can you be my boyfriend? Han Xiao no longer had any reserve. If she let go of such a powerful man and didn't hug him, would she regret it when she was eaten by the monster? After Zhang Wei heard Han Xiao's words, he couldn't help but pause. Although Zhang Wei's consciousness was controlling the mecha, he could still feel his heart beating wildly. He had heard this sentence before and believed it. But what did he get in return? It's death. Han Xiao, you were playing with fire. Zhang Wei spoke through gritted teeth. His voice as sharp as a knife. After hearing these words, Han Xiao's expression froze instantly, and she became stunned and confused. She originally thought that her confession would bring a romantic response, and she was even ready to devote herself. But she never expected that Zhang Wei's response would be so cold and sharp. What's wrong with me? Han Xiao couldn't hold back the grievance in her heart. She questioned and cried out. Doesn't this Zhang Wei like me? Is that how you like it? Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Perhaps, Han Xiao didn't do anything to him in this life. But people's bad nature cannot be changed. Even if Han Xiao did not hurt Zhang Wei now, Zhang Wei would never forgive Han Xiao and Han Su. Hemph. Zhang Wei snorted coldly, then hung up the phone. It's not me you like. You're just like strong people, people who can keep you alive. Ha! Since you like that much, I'll help you find one. Zhang Wei already had an idea in his mind. Although Zhang Wei is well aware that people's bad nature cannot be changed, Han Xiao in this life has not caused any harm to Zhang Wei. Didn't she say she liked me? Then let's see how she likes it. Zhang Wei quickened his pace without hesitation. His destination was the famous wealthy area in Sichuan City, which was also the villa area where Zhang Tao's family lived. Under the pitch-black night, Zhang Yang operated the mecha, shuttling through the silent city like a ghost. Silently. Only occasionally would the flames ejected from the mecha's thrusters briefly cut through the pitch-black night, revealing his swift figure. It's not that Zhang Wei has mastered some advanced secret technique of stealth, but the black mecha is like an invisible ghost in the deep night and is difficult to be detected. What the hell? Come out. I'll shoot if you don't. In a villa area in the suburbs, a long-range light mecha raised the rifle in his hand and aimed at the place where Zhang Wei had just appeared. However, there was no trace of Zhang Wei in the direction he was aiming. Zhang Wei had just passed by using the thrusters. Rich people, huh? Zhang Wei sneered. Zhang Wei doesn't hate the rich. He just disdains them. In the early days of the apocalypse, these rich people can still use various conditions to hire their so-called bodyguards. But as time goes by, these rich people and their bodyguards will be ruthlessly eliminated. Because mechanical creatures are evolving every day, those who work hard to familiarize themselves with mechas and desperately hunt mechanical creatures will become more and more powerful. The mecha advantage that the rich have in the early stages will soon disappear. But Jiang Wei wasn't kind enough to warn these people and remind them to roll up and snatch the source crystal from him. With a sneer, Jiang Wei found Zhang Tao's home in no time. Speaking of wealth, Zhang Tao's family is one of the richest in Sichuan, so it's naturally easy to find a partner. The villa with the largest area and the most bodyguards must be Zhang Tao's home. When Jiang Wei stood in front of Zhang Tao's villa, the patrolling mecha immediately discovered Jiang Wei. However, these patrol mechas did not show much excitement or nervousness. "Excuse me, is this gentleman Jiang Wei?" A voice came from a mecha. "Yes," Jiang Wei replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the mecha immediately bowed to Jiang Wei and said, "Please follow me, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Tao had already informed his men about Jiang Wei's matter. But these bodyguards didn't know that Jiang Wei was Zhang Tao's creditor. They all thought that Jiang Wei was Zhang Tao's friend. So naturally they would not be negligent, nor would they feel fear. In front of these bodyguards, Zhang Tao still has to save face. Inside the villa, Zhang Tao wasn't sleepy at all. When he heard some noise outside the door, he immediately stood up and went out. Zhang Tao didn't dare let Jiang Wei enter the villa. What would happen if a 12-meter-long mecha rushed into the villa? His house is indeed not small, but it is not a palace and cannot accommodate such a large mecha. When Zhang Tao opened the door and ran out, he saw Jiang Wei. Then, he immediately said, "Okay, go down and take them to patrol far away. No one should approach here." Yes, the mecha that led Jiang Wei into the villa did not have any objection. After responding, it immediately turned around and left. Jiang Wei saw through Zhang Tao's little thoughts. He thought it was a shame. So Jiang Wei could understand. In this regard, Jiang Wei did not make things difficult for Zhang Tao. After all, there were still things for Zhang Tao to do. "Brother, you are here. I have been waiting for you." As his men moved away, Zhang Tao immediately put on a somewhat ugly smile. Jiang Wei didn't say anything nonsense and asked directly, "Where are the things?" Zhang Tao was actually very reluctant in his heart. He did get the source crystal and also knew what was inside the source crystal. However, it was because he knew this that he was so reluctant. He had originally been thinking about finding something good to replace this thing. But unfortunately, Jiang Wei came too quickly. "I'm here, big brother." Since it's certain that he can't keep it, he should hand it over with a smile. He can't not be able to keep the thing and then let Jiang Wei blame him, right? Zhang Tao's thinking in this regard is quite clear. Jiang Wei didn't care much at first, but when he saw what Zhang Tao took out, even Jiang Wei couldn't help but exclaimed, "Floating gun?" Chapter 19 Tao Tao's Pain. Jiang Wei stared at Zhang Tao in disbelief. The floater is a special equipment and does not occupy any equipment position, because as long as the floater is activated, it will be bound to the mecha. It can be said that the floater is a very high-end item. Even after revolving it 3 or 4 times, ordinary people may not be able to get an ordinary floater. But now, Jiang Wei saw the floating cannon. And it was not an ordinary one, but an excellent class floating cannon. "Brother, you have good eyesight. This is a good stuff." Although Zhang Tao was a little surprised why Jiang Wei knew that this was a floating cannon, but this did not stop him from showing himself in front of Jiang Wei. However, before Zhang Tao could even begin his speech, Jiang Wei ruthlessly interrupted him, "Give it to me." This is great." Zhang Tao was stunned. An awkward smile appeared on his face, but he did not dare to show the slightest displeasure. He quickly walked to Jiang Wei's feet and carefully placed the floating gun on the ground. Jiang Wei bent down, reached out and grabbed the floating gun in his hand. At present, the floating cannon is not activated. It is protected by a layer of light film and is the size of a normal source crystal. Only after activation will it show its proper size. Hiss, Jiang Wei took a breath after picking up the floating gun. Because this floater is not only of excellent grade, but also a special type of freezing floater. The floating cannon is very similar to the long-range mecha. It is divided into ordinary rifles, machine guns, shotguns, and special types such as freezing and high temperature. As for whether there are other types, Jiang Wei doesn't know. Jiang Wei in his previous life couldn't reach that height. However, Jiang Wei was already very satisfied to have obtained an excellent class freezing type floating cannon on the first day of the apocalypse. Activation. Ding obtained the excellent level freezing type floating cannon. Excellent class cryotype floating gun. Combat strength plus 200. Emission speed plus 1s. Maximum launch speed plus 0. 1s, this thing. Jiang Wei murmured. Very strong. The combat power and firing speed are both very strong. However, Zhang Tao still thought that Jiang Wei was dissatisfied with the floating cannon. Hearing Jiang Wei's muttering, Zhang Tao couldn't help but tremble. Brother, if you are not satisfied with this floating gun, I will find you another piece of equipment. Well, you were thoughtful. Jiang Wei looked down at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao is a good guy. He is simply a boy who brings wealth. Jiang Wei is more and more reluctant to kill Zhang Tao. Equipment. Jiang Wei chose to equip the floating gun. When Jiang Wei chose the equipment, the floater was instantly connected to Jiang Wei's mecha. And soon the mecha and the floater authenticated each other. Afterwards, the floating gun floated back and forth around Jiang Wei's head like a nimble little fish. Zhang Tao almost shed tears of envy when he saw this scene. This was supposed to belong to him, but now Jiang Wei didn't know what Zhang Tao was thinking. At this moment, Jiang Wei's mind was focused on the floating cannon. The floating cannon is connected to Jiang Wei's mind, just like using his own arm without any sluggishness, and can hit whatever he points at. Moreover, the floating cannon can also defend itself autonomously. It can be said that with the floating cannon, Jiang Wei is no longer afraid of someone shooting him in the dark. Even if Jiang Wei himself cannot detect it, when the cold gun is within 100 meters of Jiang Wei, the floating gun will enter autonomous defense mode and open fire to block it. I don't know how far this floating gun can attack. Let's give it a try. Jiang Wei turned his head and looked into the distance. A beam of ice blue light shot out from the muzzle of the floating gun, like a flash of lightning that cut through the sky and disappeared in an instant. About a second later, a bright blue ice flower suddenly bloomed on top of a towering 10-story building in the distance. The ice flowers were crystal clear, emitting a faint chill. As if the entire building was enveloped in an ice blue halo, Jiang Wei looked at the ice flower and secretly estimated the distance in his mind. The distance between where he was standing and the 10-story building was about 500 meters. Jiang Wei was secretly delighted in his heart, as the attack range of the floating gun was obviously far more than 500 meters. However, the attack range of 500 meters is almost the optimal attack range of this floating gun. Because of the special properties of the floating gun, the longer the distance the freezing bomb flies, the weaker its power will be. Seeing how powerful the floating cannon was, Zhang Tao's tears welled up even more. Who can understand the pain in Tao Tao's heart? Who understands the pain of having to put on a smile even though you are heartbroken? It's really good. I'm very satisfied. Jiang Wei spoke again to express his satisfaction. Brother, how about coming in and sitting down? It's getting dark now, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll have someone prepare something for you. Zhang Tao invited him politely. Although Zhang Tao now wished that Jiang Wei would leave immediately, he absolutely could not say so. No, I'll just rest in the yard. If I need you to come with me tomorrow, please. Ah. Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. Anything else? What's the matter? Hearing Zhang Tao's surprised voice, Jiang Wei lowered his head and looked at Zhang Tao coldly. Why? Are you unhappy? Zhang Tao was so frightened that he immediately waved his hands. No, how can I do that? Big brother has something to do. And I have no choice but to do it. After hearing Zhang Tao's answer, Jiang Wei just smiled in his heart. He didn't believe a single word of these words. That's fine, go and rest, don't worry about me. After Jiang Wei finished speaking, he turned around and left, and sat down somewhere randomly, with no intention of disintegrating with the machine at all. Zhang Tao felt even more bitter when he saw Jiang Wei sitting on the ground with no intention of leaving. People are still asked to have a good rest. Who can have a good rest with a killer like you sitting here? However, no matter how Zhang Tao complained in his heart, he could only go back to the villa. Midnight. The sound of a helicopter was heard over Sichuan City, and it was not just one. Here it comes. Jiang Wei, who was sitting on the ground, looked up at the sky. Then, a voice was broadcast from the helicopter. Please do not panic, protect yourself, the military will come to rescue as quickly as possible. The broadcast sound plays in a loop. Jiang Wei believed in the sincerity of the military, but did not believe in their speed. Because there were too many things they needed to solve, such as the bird-like mechanical creatures that were about to appear and attack the helicopter. Jiang Wei wanted to remind him, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. There are some things that you cannot remember the lesson unless you experience them yourself. Only after experiencing pain, will you be cautious and respectful when you continue to do things. Soon, bird-like flying creatures appeared. Jiang Wei couldn't tell what kind of bird the flying creatures that appeared were transformed from. In his previous life, he had only divided them into 3 grades according to their size: large, medium, and small. What appeared now were just small bird-like mechanical creatures with a wingspan of about 3 meters. But they flew at an extremely fast speed, like a bullet fired from a gun. Their beaks, wings, and claws were all their means of attack. Chapter 21 Arun, the speed of small bird-like mechanical creatures is countless times faster than that of helicopters. The helicopter, which they identified as their first target, had no chance of evading. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light streaked across the sky, rushing towards us like a meteor. The helicopter that was broadcasting in the air was pierced by the silver light almost instantly, as if a fragile paper was pierced by a sharp arrow. After a brief silence, a deafening explosion sounded, as if the sky was torn apart. The flames of the explosion illuminated a small area of the surrounding sky, and the dazzling light made people dare not look directly at it. Everyone who was listening to the broadcast was stunned. Those who were listening to the radio attentively were stunned by this sudden change. Their faces were filled with fear and helplessness. Some people even couldn't help screaming, while others covered their faces and cried, unable to accept this cruel reality. In people's minds, the military is their last resort and the lifeline in their hearts. But now, Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the ground, shook his head slowly. Crying and calling for help will not only have no effect, but will also bring about fatal disaster. Because the noises made by people will attract the attention of those bird-like mechanical creatures, and at the flying speed of these bird-like mechanical creatures, ordinary people will have nowhere to hide. The screams echoed in the night sky, shrill and desperate, as if pulling the entire city back into the fear and despair of the day. Behind Zhang Wei, Zheng Tao tiptoed to Zhang Wei's side with a trembling voice. "Brother, I can't sleep. Can I stay with you for a while?" Zheng Tao was not unable to sleep at all. He was just so scared that he was covered in cold sweats. Zheng Tao saw the attack power of the bird-like mechanical creatures. Zheng Tao felt that he was only safe by Zhang Wei's side. The bodyguards at home could not bring him any sense of security. If you are afraid, merge with the mecha. Your mecha is not weak. You don't have to be afraid of these bird-like mechanical creatures. Zhang Wei kindly reminded Zheng Tao that he couldn't let Zheng Tao be so lazy. He was still counting on this money-giving boy to find more good things for him. Zheng Tao's eyes lit up instantly, and he said excitedly, "Oh, yes. I have a 17-meter-tall mecha. What can these small bird-like mechanical creatures with a wingspan of only 3 or 4 meters do to me?" Then, Zheng Tao took out the mecha core and chose to combine. A huge mecha appeared out of thin air. 5 seconds later, Zheng Tao's figure disappeared and was replaced by the Zheng Tao mecha. However, the way he stood behind Zhang Wei made him look more like Zhang Wei's bodyguard. Just then, the roar of a helicopter came closer and closer. Not all helicopters crashed in the first wave of attacks, and many were lucky enough to escape. The person approaching Zhang Wei at this time is obviously one of the lucky ones. Unfortunately, this lucky guy has also been targeted by the bird-like mechanical creatures. In the sky, the helicopter was roaring, and the machine gun on it was madly spewing flames, and the barrel became red and hot under the continuous shooting. However, this seemingly fierce firepower only delayed the time of destruction. "Brother, look, those mechanical birds are coming." Zheng Tao was tall enough to see the situation on the helicopter side from a distance. Hearing this, Zhang Wei stood up calmly. Originally, Zhang Wei hadn't thought about taking action. As long as those stupid birds didn't provoke Zhang Wei was too lazy to take action. Because those birds flew really fast, it was very difficult for Zhang Wei to chop them with his sight at his speed, and he might end up wasting the power of the mecha. However, when Zhang Wei saw that one of the stupid birds chasing the helicopter had its pupils emitting a deep blue light, he instantly became interested. "Just right, let's try out the attack power of the floating gun." The floating cannon and the mecha authenticate each other and share combat power. Currently, Zhang Wei's mecha's combat power has reached 556 points. The power of a freezing bomb from the floating cannon is quite considerable. Just when the group of bird-like mechanical creatures approached within 500 meters of Zhang Wei, the floating cannon opened fire. An ice-blue beam of light streaked across the night sky at high speed, and a freezing bullet accurately hit a mechanical bird. The freezing bomb did not cause any damage to the outer shell of the mechanical bird, but the entire mechanical bird was almost instantly frozen and fell from the air. "Send someone to collect the source crystals." Zhang Wei stood in place, looking up into the sky, and the floating cannon fired again after a second. Zheng Tao looked at Zhang Wei stupidly, his heart bleeding. Zheng Tao thought that the floating cannon would be very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful, and it should have been his. Unfortunately, Zheng Tao didn't dare to express his grievances. Instead, he was very obedient. "Okay, big brother. After saying that, Zhang Tao immediately arranged for his men to look for the mechanical bird that fell from the sky. At this moment, Zhang Wei felt that it was good to have a younger brother. He was only responsible for output, and let his younger brother do all the miscellaneous work, which saved him trouble and effort. Zhang Wei's rescue behavior immediately attracted the attention of the helicopter pilot. At this moment, the pilot was like a drowning man who had grabbed a life-saving straw. After seeing that Zhang Tao's house was spacious enough, the pilot immediately stepped on the gas and rushed towards where Zhang Wei was. The helicopter discovered Zhang Wei. The mechanical birds are not stupid. Especially since there is an alien species among this group of mechanical birds, the speed of the mechanical birds was much faster than that of the helicopters. Without the cannons blocking them, they rushed towards Zhang Wei. However, in just a few seconds, he crossed a distance of 300 or 400 meters and was about to rush in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was unmoved. His eyes changed from azure blue to lavender in an instant. Death laser. Zhang Wei whispered softly. 2 purple lightning bolts suddenly burst out from Zhang Wei's eyes. They danced in the night sky, intertwining with each other, like 2 purple dragons and snakes fighting fiercely in the air. As they entangled, the faint lightning gradually became thicker, like a thick purple lightning that split the night sky. The sudden lightning instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness, as if a bright star suddenly lit up in the night sky. And when this thick lightning accurately hit the swooping mechanical birds, the entire night sky seemed to be ignited and became extremely bright. Without exception, the mechanical birds that were struck by lightning turned into balls of flames in the sky, as brilliant but short-lived as fireworks. As the flashing lightning gradually died down, both the ground and the air fell into a brief silence. What a pervert! Zhang Tao couldn't help but speak first. After a brief silence, the roar of the helicopter suddenly became louder. Just like the play button was suddenly pressed, the volume suddenly increased, and the pilot of the helicopter wanted to fly to Zhang Wei immediately. The body of the alien mechanical bird was suspended in the air. The next moment, a sharp cry came out of its mouth. The mechanical birds that were not hit by the death laser began to retreat in panic, and their movements became faster, as if they were fleeing from an impending disaster. Wanna run? Zhang Wei's eyes once again focused on lightning. The floating cannon in the air started to shoot at high speed after a short period of charging, and freezing bullets began to fly all over the sky as if they were free. The freezing bullets seemed to be random, but each one could accurately hit a mechanical bird. As for the target of the death laser, there is only one, the alien mechanical bird. The other mechanical birds can run away, but Zhang Wei will not let this alien species go. Chapter 21. The Valiant Lin Chanying. The battle was over before the helicopter landed safely. The alien mechanical bird can't withstand Zhang Wei's death laser at all. The power of its skills will increase with the improvement of its combat power. In fact, even without the added power of the floating cannon, the death laser with 336 points of combat power is not something that the alien mechanical bird can withstand at this stage. Is that the end? Zhang Tao exclaimed in disbelief. The other bodyguards who were running towards Zhang Tao were also stunned. How long did the battle take from start to end? They were not staring at the sparks in the sky that had not yet completely dissipated. They were all staring at Zhang Wei standing under the night sky. At this moment, in their eyes, Zhang Wei was a god, an invincible god of war. Collect the source crystals and don't keep them for yourself. Zhang Wei didn't care about other people's eyes, but he cared about the source crystals, so he reminded Zhang Tao. Okay, big brother. At this moment, Zhang Tao no longer cared about the reserve and face of those young masters of wealthy families. He stood in front of many bodyguards and called them big brother without hesitation. You know, for a big brother to possess such abnormal strength is a rare source of bragging capital. In this way, not only would he not lose face, but he would also be able to make these bodyguards more respectful of him. Didn't you hear what my eldest brother said? Hurry up and act. Anyone who dares to embezzle a little will be killed. Facing these bodyguards, Zhang Tao didn't have such a good temper. Amid Zhang Tao's roar, a group of bodyguards turned into birds and beasts and scattered. In fact, Zhang Tao didn't need to remind anyone who would dare to embezzle the spoils of the god of war. If they can easily kill so many mechanical birds, then they can also easily kill them. No one dares to have any bad thoughts unless they are tired of living. Just as a group of bodyguards went to collect the source crystals, the roar of the helicopter finally disappeared. Because of it, it landed. After the helicopter landed, a total of 5 people ran down from the helicopter. Comrade, thank you. The helicopter pilot started to thank Zhang Wei loudly before he even ran to Zhang Wei. Originally, Zhang Wei did not pay much attention to the pedestrians. He did not take the initiative to rescue them. Nor did he expect their gratitude. In his eyes, these people were just passers-by and had nothing to do with him. However, when his eyes fell on the only woman among the 5 people, Zhang Wei was stunned. This woman looks familiar. The woman is tall, like a straight pine tree, and her military uniform is straight, fitting her well and looking heroic. Although the military uniform tried to hide her curves, her proud figure was still faintly visible, revealing a unique charm. Her skin is not that delicate white color, but a healthy wheat color, as if it has been baptized by the sun, making it more tough and energetic. It turned out to be her. She is even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Zhang Wei remembered who this woman was. She was a very powerful figure in the military in her previous life. "Hello, my name is Lin Shining, you are amazing." Lin Shining acted heroically, without the delicate attitude of a little girl. This kind of personality added a bit of charm, and Zhang Tao was a little dumbfounded. "Hello, my name is Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei reported his name, while also thinking about how to get along well with this future Valkyrie. Unlike Zhang Tao, a nouveau riche who grew up relying on early opportunities, Lin Shining grew up relying on his own strength and has very strong combat capabilities. "You are really amazing. If there is a chance, why don't we have a sparring match?" "Merge!" Lin Shining suddenly shouted. 5 seconds later, a silver-white, 7-meter-tall, slender long-range light mecha replaced the original Lin Shining. Zhang Wei's gaze fell on the mecha, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He exclaimed, "The mecha is nice, but if you just hold this gun, I'm afraid you can't spar with me." This is the rifle that comes with the initial mecha. Don't underestimate it. Although its power is not very good, it is very accurate. Lin Shining gently stroked the rifle in her hand. But it seemed that she was not praising the power of her rifle, but praising her own marksmanship in disguise. Actually, that's true. As a soldier, it's reasonable for him to be good at shooting. Zhang Wei nodded secretly. He knew how to get closer to this future Valkyrie. By getting on well with this Valkyrie, one can not only gain the friendship of a powerful man, but also get in touch with the military through her. Zhang Wei didn't want to control the army or anything. He just wanted to make sure that the military didn't regard him, Zhang Wei, as an enemy. "So, can you use the freeze gun? You have a freezing gun?" Lin Shining couldn't help but take a step towards Zhang Wei. She knew very well that the basic rifle that came with the mecha had limited combat power enhancement, so its power was naturally limited. Using it could only be said to be slightly better than having no gun at all. "Yes, you try it." Zhang Wei took out a freezing gun from the warehouse space. The quality of the freezing gun is only ordinary, but its combat power is increased by 30 points, which is much stronger than the rifle. This freezing gun is not very large, and for the mecha, it is more like a large pistol. Zhang Tao stared closely at the freezing gun that Zhang Wei gave to Lin Shining. He felt that it looked very familiar. "Okay, isn't this mine?" This was the initial weapon used by Zhang Wei to destroy the first light mecha in the zoo. "Using our manly things to give to beautiful women. Great. You are worthy of it, brother. You are really excellent." Zhang Tao wanted to cry again. "Can't we men deliver it ourselves? This is for me?" Lin Shining did not immediately take the freezing gun handed to her by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Shining. "Ordinary quality freezing guns are only of some value at this stage, but will be worthless in the future. It is a great profit to use it to get closer to the future Valkyrie." "Yes, for you." Lin Shining slowly shook her head at Zhang Wei. "I can't take your things for free. How about this? I will exchange them with you for the source crystals." "Okay, just give me 100 source crystals." Zhang Wei did not refuse. Lin Shining nodded and took out a dozen ordinary source crystals. "This is all I have now. I'll give you the rest later." Okay. Zhang Wei nodded and handed the freezing gun to Lin Shining. And at the same time collected the dozen or so source crystals. Zhang Tao was stunned and said, "Brother, such a beautiful woman. Are you afraid that you were a straight man? Why did you collect the source crystal for that broken gun? Can't you just give it to her to win her favor?" If it were Zhang Tao, he would definitely give it away directly. He also accepted Yuan Jing, which is not generous at all. However, what Zhang Tao didn't know was that he was just a low-level hunter who could only catch some materialistic women, but not those truly top-notch ones. Of course, Zhang Wei had no intention of hooking up with Lin Shining. He just wanted to establish a good relationship with her. If he could get subordinates like Zheng Tao. Chapter 22, Hey, man, Lin Shining happily equipped the freezing gun, and she put the retired rifle into the mecha space. Zhang Wei was wondering whether he should strike while the iron is hot and sell the high-quality cargo hold that he had no use for to Lin Shining. But after thinking about it, Zhang Wei decided to forget it. Let's do it one by one. Zhang Wei, let's go save those people. Lin Shining played with the freezing gun for a while, and then offered her opinion. Save people? Zhang Wei was stunned. Yes, we don't know how many people are suffering right now. Since we have the ability, we should save as many as possible. Lin Shining's voice was a little low. For Lin Shining, this topic carried too much responsibility and emotion. Perhaps this is a heavy topic for all the soldiers, because they currently have no way to complete their mission. But for Zhang Wei, he didn't want to do such a useless thing. There are endless mechanical creatures to kill and endless people to save. The key is that mechanical birds fly very fast, and usually only 3 or 4 can be shot down from a group of them. The remaining mechanical birds will run away when they see that things are not going well. Just when Zhang Wei wanted to refuse, the bodyguards who had gone to collect the source crystals came back. Boss, we're back? Their voices were filled with pride and joy after completing the mission. Hearing the bodyguard's shouts, Zheng Tao prepared to make his presence felt. However, just when he raised his hand to take the source crystals, Zheng Tao's bodyguard ignored Zheng Tao, walked past him, and stood in front of Zhang Wei with his head bowed. Zheng Tao was very surprised, and then he wanted to get angry. At this moment, Zhang Wei's calm and gentle voice brought Zheng Tao back to reality. Thank you very much, you have worked hard. These few simple words were like a spring breeze, making the bodyguards feel flattered. Zheng Tao wanted to cry again. He gave a floating cannon as a gift, but he didn't even hear a word of thanks. It's okay. It's okay. We are Big Brother's brothers, and these bastards are outsiders. Big Brother just thinks there's no need to be polite to him. Zheng Tao kept comforting himself in his heart. You know what, after some self-comfort, Zheng Tao's mood immediately changed. Zhang Wei didn't care what Zheng Tao was thinking. All the intermediate source crystals produced by ordinary mechanical birds were collected by Zhang Wei. That's right. It's the intermediate source crystal. Even though these mechanical birds seem to have fierce attack power, they were originally transformed from birds of different sizes such as pigeons, and currently they can only produce intermediate source crystals. As for the alien mechanical bird, it is quite powerful. It contributed the only high-level source crystal among a pile of source crystals. Open. Zhang Wei opened the source crystal in front of everyone. It's not the body experience. It's not the skill source crystal. It's the equipment. Excellence class multipoint afterburner thruster. Combat strength plus 30. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, very satisfied with this thruster. Afterburning thrusters can provide 2 or more consecutive thrusts, allowing the aircraft to gain more powerful kinetic energy. In addition to afterburner thrusters, there are also high-speed thrusters, parallel thrusters, jets, and so on. There are many categories and how to choose depends on personal needs. Zhang Wei now has only one thruster like this and has no choice, but the afterburner thruster is already a very good thruster. Moreover, the quality of this thruster has reached an excellent level and the increased combat power is also significant. How could Zhang Wei not be satisfied? Equipment. The ordinary thrusters on the bottom of Zhang Wei's mecha's back were replaced with the afterburning thrusters he had just obtained. At this moment, even Lin Chaniying felt a little envious. There is no way. Zhang Wei's equipment is luxurious. In addition to the excellent level battle sickle, all other external equipment are excellent level. And there is also a special equipment floating cannon, not to mention that Zhang Wei has mastered skills. If Lin Chaniying knew that Zhang Wei also mastered another legendary skill, she would probably be even more envious. Zhang Wei, can we set off now? Lin Chaniying's words broke the brief silence. After thinking about it, Zhang Wei changed his previous idea and nodded slightly to Lin Chaniying. It's also a good idea to go out and collect some medium-quality source crystals. Even if you can't get any equipment, it can still help you upgrade the level of your machine. As for saving people, just do it. Well, let's not go, right? It's useless even if we go. The 4 people who got off the helicopter with Lin Chaniying were a little dejected with a hint of helplessness in their voices. In terms of personal strength, they were not afraid of anyone present. But facing those mechanical creatures, they felt helpless. Fighting those steel monsters with bare hands is like hitting a rock with an egg, and you will only become their prey. Zhang Tao immediately stepped forward and comforted them. Just rest at my house. You are safe here. It is very necessary to maintain good relations with the military. Even though the military seems a bit weak now, that's because they haven't used their real killing weapons yet. Mechanical creatures cannot withstand the attack of artillery shells. Although the world is in chaos now, Zhang Tao believes that order will be restored sooner or later, and the military will definitely be the one to lead the restoration of order. You guys just rest here. We can't go back now. We can only wait until dawn. Lin Chanying expressed her opinion. Okay, you go and rescue them. I will contact my superiors. If there are new orders, I will contact you. The pilot said to Lin Chanying. Okay, let's go. Lin Chanying said and turned her gaze to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Chanying. At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly interrupted. Brother, Before he could finish, Zhang Wei interrupted him and said, look after the house. Okay. Zhang Tao was helpless. He actually wanted to follow Zhang Wei out to get some free money. After all, if Zhang Wei got some equipment again, even if he didn't need it, he might be able to throw it to himself. At worst, he could still pick up some of the equipment that Zhang Wei had eliminated. After watching Zhang Wei and Lin Chanying leave his field of vision, Zhang Tao couldn't help but complain in his heart. If you don't want me to be a light bulb, just say it directly, huh man? Zhang Wei didn't know about Zhang Tao's complaints about him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. He doesn't have any dirty thoughts at all. Along the way, Zhang Wei was very quiet and did not use the thrusters because he had to match Lin Chanying's speed. Lin Chanying, on the other hand, was very busy. Her pure white mecha did look very nice. But under the cover of night, it was like a beacon and could be spotted by mechanical creatures from a long distance. However, through observation, Zhang Wei also found that Lin Chanying was indeed not bragging. Her marksmanship was indeed good. She could hit the target almost 8 times out of 10. Just when Zhang Wei was ready to watch the show, a huge mechanical tiger with blue eyes and nearly 7 meters tall stared at Zhang Wei and Lin Chanying. Chapter 23, Thermal Greatsword. Here comes the big fish. The night was as dark as ink, deep and heavy. But the mechanical tiger's azure eyes were like 2 bright lights, flickering in the dark night, extremely dazzling. It didn't seem to have the slightest intention of hiding itself. Instead, it showed up on purpose, as if to provoke and show off. Wanting to see the terrified expressions on Zhang Wei and Lin Chanying's faces. However, the mechanical tiger did not know Zhang Wei's identity. If it knew that Zhang Wei was the one who frightened it so much that it ran away in the zoo during the day, it would probably have already tucked its tail between its legs and fled in panic. However, now that the mechanical tiger has appeared, and since it has appeared in front of Zhang Wei, how could Zhang Wei let it run away? However, before Zhang Wei could take any action, the freezing gun in Lin Chanying's hand had already sprayed out cold flames. The ice blue freezing bullet cut through the air, leaving behind a string of gorgeous ice flower trails. With Lin Chanying's marksmanship, it was extremely easy to hit a target as big as the mechanical tiger. However, the power of the freezing bomb was a little insufficient. The ice flowers formed on the mechanical tiger disappeared completely in an instant. My attack can't hurt it. Seeing this, Lin Chanying immediately took 2 steps back. There is no way. Lin Chanying's combat power is too weak. Even with the blessing of the freezing gun, it is only 50 points. This is because Lin Chanying's level has been upgraded to level 8. Otherwise, she would only have 34 points of combat power. Are you okay? If not, let's run. Lin Chanying has not yet truly understood how powerful Zhang Wei is. In her opinion, although Zhang Wei is definitely stronger than herself, he should not be much stronger. Her own freezing bombs cannot harm the mechanical tiger, and Zhang Wei's floating cannon is probably the same as hers. As for Zhang Wei's melee combat level, or the skills that Zhang Wei could release with his eyes, Lin Chanying was not optimistic. The mechanical tiger is not a mechanical bird flying in the air, and the combat power of the 2 sides is not at the same level at all. Leave it to me. Facing Lin Chanying's worries, Zhang Wei just responded indifferently. Zhang Wei could hear the doubt in Lin Chanying's heart, but Zhang Wei did not explain anything. Because there is no need for explanation, Lin Chanying will soon see with her own eyes how powerful she is. The next moment, a tiger roar was heard, and the powerful sound waves caused all the unbroken glass on the surrounding buildings to shatter at the same time. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of shattering, a gigantic mechanical tiger rushed out fiercely, its eyes ferocious, and pounced straight at Lin Chanying. Lin Chaneying, the guy who dared to take the initiative to attack it, must be torn to pieces completely in order to eliminate the anger in the mechanical tiger's heart. However, just as the mechanical tiger was about to pounce on Lin Chaneying, a figure suddenly stood in front of it. The floating gun opened fire at the first moment. Unlike Lin Chaneying's freezing bullet, the freezing bullet fired by the floating gun not only has a stronger freezing power, the impact force of the bullet even knocked the flying mechanical tiger to the ground. Lin Chaneying looked at the completely frozen leg of the mechanical tiger and fell into deep self-doubt. I'm not as good as the floater he carries on his shoulder? This feeling made Lin Chaneying very uncomfortable. It would be fine if she couldn't compare to other people's mechas, but if she couldn't even compare to a floating gun, then what was she? Before Lin Chaneying could think about it, Zhang Wei had already appeared in front of the mechanical tiger with a sickle in hand. The mechanical tiger watched Zhang Wei swing his scythe towards its head. At this moment, it had no time to wonder why Zhang Wei was so strong. It only used its hind legs to support its body to an upright position in an instant. Then a layer of flames covered its unfrozen tiger claws. The clash between the tiger claws and the scythe instantly produced dazzling sparks as if stars were falling, lighting up the dark streets. The power of the two finally erupted after a brief stalemate, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the entire block seemed to tremble. The huge body of the mechanical tiger was smashed away by the huge force. Like an out-of-control meteorite, it drew a thrilling trajectory in the night sky. Its body crashed through building after building along the way. In contrast, Zhang Wei stood there, not moving a single step. He's not dead. Zhang Wei, who was standing still, was a little dissatisfied with his sickle. It is such a shame that I failed to kill the mechanical tiger instantly when my combat power was overwhelming, and it also delayed my chance to show off. However, what Zhang Wei didn't know was that he had already successfully pretended. At this moment, in Lin Chaneying's eyes, Zhang Wei was simply the object of her admiration. Too strong. Some women like young and handsome men, the kind with fair and tender skin, while some like muscular men. But Lin Chaneying likes men who are stronger than her. Now that she has seen a man who is so much stronger than her, Lin Chaneying feels that he is really handsome. Especially the way Zhang Wei wielded the scythes just now, which Lin Chaneying thought was what a real man looked like. Zhang Wei did not go to see Lin Chaneying because the mechanical tiger was not dead yet, and Zhang Wei would not give the mechanical tiger a chance to escape. Then, Zhang Wei chased after it along the big hole created by the mechanical tiger. Although the mechanical tiger was not killed by Zhang Wei's sickle, its state at this time was not much different from being dead. The two front limbs of the mechanical tiger lying on the ground had completely lost power. When it saw Zhang Wei rushing towards it, a faint whimpering sound came from its mouth, as if it was begging for a chance of life. But before it could beg for mercy, Zhang Wei swung his scythe again. This time, without its front paws to block, the mechanical tiger could only use its neck to block the sickle in Zhang Wei's hand. A purple light flashed by, and the sickle easily broke through the defensive armor on the mechanical tiger's neck and directly chopped off the mechanical tiger's head. The remaining body of the mechanical tiger shook on the ground for a few times before completely losing its sound. A high-level source crystal slowly floated into the air. Collect? At this time, Lin Chaneying also caught up with Zhang Wei from behind. Did you kill him? You were so awesome. Lin Chaneying looked at Zhang Wei with admiration. However, the mecha's eyes were both azure blue, so Zhang Wei was destined not to be able to see Lin Chaneying's eyes. It's okay. Zhang Wei said modestly, what good stuff did you get? Lin Chaneying was not greedy for Zhang Wei's spoils. She was just curious about what good stuff such a powerful mechanical tiger could drop. I don't know yet. Let me take a look. Zhang Wei took out the high-level source crystal. Afterwards, the source crystal was opened by Zhang Wei. Ding obtained the excellent thermal energy giant sword. Thermal great sword, excellent. Combat strength plus 100. Possesses extremely high heat, which helps cut through enemy armor. Good stuff. Lin Chaneying exclaimed. Even though Lin Chaneying had not seen many pieces of equipment, she knew that this giant sword was a good thing. Haha, it's okay. Zhang Wei pretended to beep again. Zhang Wei also liked this giant sword very much. Apart from other things, the combat power bonus alone was much higher than the scythe in his hand. The next moment, Zhang Wei put the scythe into the cargo hold and replaced it with a giant thermal energy sword. The thermal greatsword is a two-handed greatsword, 8 meters in length, with a blade width of nearly 1 meter, and weighs twice as much as a war sickle, but it brings with it greater power. I really envy you close combat guys. Your weapons are so powerful. Lin Chaneying said sourly. You will get very good weapons in the future. Zhang Wei spoke to comfort her. This was not to fool Lin Chaneying, because the weapons of the long-range mecha were also very powerful. It just hasn't exploded yet. Okay, I trust you, let's go. Okay. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Chaneying. The fierce battle continued, and Zhang Wei's number of attacks was only a few. Most of the time it was Lin Chaneying who was running around. Zhang Wei didn't count how many people she saved and how many thanks she received. But apart from the words of thanks, Zhang Wei gained much more that night than Lin Chaneying. Because Zhang Wei would not take action unless it was a crisis, and every time he took action it was because Lin Chaneying was surrounded. Therefore, every time Zhang Wei took action, he could deal with groups of mechanical creatures. However, most of the ones Zhang Wei dealt with were mechanical mice, and most of the ones he harvested were ordinary source crystals. The mechanical birds did not provide many intermediate source crystals, because they saw that the situation was not good and ran very fast, really flew. The only advanced source crystal was the one contributed by the mechanical tiger. The sky brightened, and the night of chaos came to an end. When it was completely light, Lin Chaneying received a call from her companions, and her superiors gave them new orders. Then, Zhang Wei and Lin Chaneying returned to Zhang Tao's house without even bothering to count their harvest. Chapter 24 Sister, Be My Girlfriend. What surprised Zhang Wei was that after returning to Zhang Tao's house, only the four men drove away in the helicopter, while Lin Chaneying actually stayed. Why didn't you follow them? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Chaneying, who jumped out of the helicopter and came back, and couldn't help but ask. Lin Chaneying's face was filled with a smile as warm as the spring sun. She walked lightly towards Zhang Wei and gently tapped the solid defensive armor on his feet. Her voice was a little playful. Of course, it's because of you. She paused, as if she was afraid that Zhang Wei would misunderstand her, and quickly added, but don't get the wrong idea. It's because you are too powerful. I stayed here to win you over. Zhang Wei admired Lin Chaneying even more after hearing this. This genuine and natural look made Zhang Wei feel very comfortable. You are so capable, but we don't have the right to order you to do anything. I can only stay and change you subtly. Lin Chaneying has a generous personality, but she is also very thoughtful. After one night of contact with Zhang Wei, she has already seen that Zhang Wei is the typical kind of nothing-for-nothing kind of person, that is, he will not do anything that has no benefit. Lin Chaneying would not dislike Zhang Wei because of the way he handled things. But deep down, she had an urge to try to correct his mentality. She wanted Zhang Wei to understand that in this world, sometimes taking the initiative to help others and lending a helping hand can also bring indescribable happiness and satisfaction. Of course, it would be better if Zhang Wei could join the military camp and obey unified command. Okay, as long as you're happy. Zhang Wei shrugged. Zhang Wei didn't think that Lin Chaneying would change him. His current way of doing things was developed over the past 10 years of his previous life. Who wasn't a passionate young man when they were young? It's just that the edges have been worn away by the cruelty of the end of the world. It's all right if you can let me stay. Hearing Zhang Wei's answer, Lin Chaneying's smile widened. Can I just say a few words? After watching the excitement for a long time, Zhang Tao finally found an opportunity to interrupt. But whether Zhang Wei allowed him to interrupt or not, he still had to ask a question. What's the matter? When facing Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei's tone was not so good, and his words sounded a bit cold. Zhang Tao didn't seem to care about Zhang Wei's cold attitude. He asked anxiously, Brother, did you change to a new weapon? Zhang Wei nodded and answered simply, yes. Zhang Tao stuttered after hearing this answer and continued to ask, then, what about the previous weapons? There was a hint of desire in his eyes. What do you want? Zhang Wei asked Zhang Tao back. Zhang Tao immediately nodded to Chu Ran, I want to. Isn't this nonsense? How do we meet? Wasn't it because of that war sickle? I can give it to you, but you have to help me act today. The electric sickle was no longer useful to Zhang Wei, and he had originally planned to give it to Zhang Tao. Now that Zhang Tao has brought it up himself, Zhang Wei naturally won't refuse, and this can also become a motivation for Zhang Tao to help him act. Okay, big brother, just tell me what we should do. Zhang Tao patted his chest so hard that it made a loud noise. He wished he could drag Zhang Wei to stage a big show right now. Zhang Wei already had a plan in his mind, and after thinking about the details for a while, he told it in detail. At this moment, not only Zhang Tao was listening carefully, but Lin Chaneying was also listening carefully. After Zhang Wei finished expressing his thoughts, before Zhang Tao could say anything, Comrade Lin Chaneying raised her hand first. I'm going too. Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao both lowered their heads and looked at Lin Chaneying. What are you going to do? Zhang Wei didn't want Lin Chanying to get involved. Lin Chanying is a young lady with a strong sense of justice. Zhang Wei is going to cheat someone, and he is afraid that Lin Chanying will cause trouble. That Han Xiao you're talking about must be a green tea, right? How about I help you piss her off? As for how to quickly get closer to Zhang Wei, the way is of course to quickly get into the role of Zhang Wei's friend. And after listening to what Zhang Wei just said, Lin Chanying knew that Han Xiao was definitely not a good person. Besides, what Zhang Wei did was just a test. If Han Xiao really had deep feelings for Zhang Wei, she would not fall into his trap and would not get hurt. But if Han Xiao is really a green tea girl, then she deserves to be hurt. Even if Lin Chanying has an overflowing sense of justice, she will not stand up for such a person. Why did you make her angry? Zhang Wei asked subconsciously, who is prettier, me or her? Lin Chanying deliberately fiddled with her shoulder-length hair. You. Zhang Wei's tone was very firm. There is no doubt about this. Even if Zhang Wei did not judge Han Xiao and Lin Chanying with tinted glasses, Lin Chanying is still beautiful. That's fine. If she's really like you said, I'll say I'm your girlfriend. How about that? Lin Chanying was in a playful mood. In fact, she had wanted to participate in this kind of drama for a long time. The soldier's sister was also a human being, a young person in her early 20s. Whatever makes you happy. Zhang Wei neither agreed nor refused. But why did I suddenly feel so hot in my heart? This time it was Lin Chanying's turn to be anxious. Then it's settled. When are we leaving? In my opinion, let's do it now. Zhang Tao put forward his opinion. Since the two co-stars were so anxious, the protagonist Zhang Wei would not waste any time. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei first entered the residential area where Han Shu lived. The community has obviously become more dilapidated. And it is obvious that some fighting took place here last night. Zhang Wei ignored the eyes that were secretly staring at him. He ran all the way to Han Shu's house. The house is still the same house. And the cracks are still there. The vibration caused by Zhang Wei's wild running caused Han Shu and Han Xiao to stick their heads out from a secret place to observe the situation outside. When Han Xiao saw that the person coming was Zhang Wei, tears couldn't help but flow from her eyes. Because no one knew how scared she was last night. Zhang Wei, I'm here. Han Xiao had forgotten Zhang Wei's ruthlessness yesterday. She waved to Zhang Wei very hard. Zhang Wei sneered in his heart and then quickly came to Han Xiao. Zhang Wei, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Han Xiao looked at Zhang Wei with concern. Because Zhang Wei deliberately made his outer armor dirty, making him look as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. Zhang Wei didn't answer. He just shook his head slowly. Just then, the supporting actors come on stage. Ha ha ha, Zhang Wei, let's see where you can run. An even more violent vibration came, mixed with a very exaggerated laugh. Zhang Wei felt his heart skip a beat. This acting was too fake, just like the scene in some copycat drama where a brainless villain appeared. However, Han Xiao and Han Shu did not think so, because Zhang Tao's mecha was large enough. Zhang Wei's 12-meter-tall mecha seemed big enough to them. But the guy who ran out now had a 17-meter-tall mecha. Hemph! Zhang Wei snorted coldly, then turned around and pounced on Zhang Tao. Soon, the two started fighting each other. But as soon as they came into contact, Zhang Wei, who was obviously smaller in size, fell into a disadvantage. Han Xiao and Han Shu were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. When Zhang Wei was completely pinned down by Zhang Tao spoke again, hand over your weapon, and I will spare your life. Do you keep your word? Zhang Wei said through gritted teeth. Zhang Tao raised his proud head, of course, I am Zhang Tao, the first heir of Chuanqing Mining, how could I lie to you? Good. Zhang Wei responded viciously, then took the electric sickle out of the cargo hold. Haha, okay. By the way, that beautiful girl, is she your girlfriend? Zhang Tao's eyes fell on Han Xiao. However, before Zhang Wei could answer, Zhang Tao, who had got the scythe, immediately stood up from Zhang Wei and ran to Han Xiao. Little sister, how about being my girlfriend? Han Xiao was speechless for a moment, and couldn't believe that happiness could come so suddenly. Chapter 25 Zhang Wei, stop clinging to me. Han Xiao was a little overwhelmed by the sudden confession. Her heart felt like it was being beaten by a group of deer. The key point is, Han Xiao knows who Zhang Tao is, a typical rich second generation. Moreover, in this doomsday, Zhang Tao can actually pin down Zhang Wei and beat him up. What is this proof? Should I agree or not? In fact, even if Zhang Tao was just playing around because of her beauty, or even just wanted to piss off Zhang Wei, he wouldn't suffer any loss, right? At least until he gets tired of playing. I can survive well in this apocalypse, right? And Zhang Tao wouldn't mind bringing his brother along, right? Isn't it enough for me to get enough benefits from him to give to my brother before he gets tired of playing with me? Just when Han Xiao was about to agree to Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei spoke first in a decisive tone. Zhang Tao, stop dreaming. She said she only likes me. If Zhang Wei remembered correctly, this was what Han Xiao said yesterday. He just deliberately added the word, only. No, don't talk nonsense. Before Zhang Tao could say anything, Han Xiao immediately pointed at Zhang Wei excitedly and yelled, her voice almost breaking. What is this? Ruining my marriage? Zhang Wei slowly got up from the ground. Han Xiao, yesterday you were not. I didn't say anything yesterday. Han Xiao interrupted Zhang Wei before he could finish his words. What if I continue talking and cause Zhang Tao, the rich bachelor, to misunderstand me? Then, Han Xiao looked at Zhang Tao with some nervousness. It doesn't matter. Even if she said that, what would it matter? I still like her. Zhang Tao expressed his attitude with a smile. This attitude is really generous. Han Xiao was very touched and was very happy with the attitude expressed by Zhang Tao. But she still explained, I really didn't say that. He is just an ordinary friend of my brother. We just know each other. He likes me willingly. There is no relationship between us. Oh, I see. It turns out that this toad wants to eat swan flesh. So, little sister, can you be my girlfriend? Zhang Tao felt secretly happy. But why did he feel so good just by scolding Zhang Wei so bluntly? Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Tao meaningfully. Who told you to dramatize yourself like this? Okay, I promise you. Han Xiao acted like a little woman, looking a little embarrassed. Haha, okay. Zhang Tao laughed happily. Then, he was waiting for Zhang Wei to slap Han Xiao in the face. This was the plot arranged by Zhang Wei. However, before Zhang Wei could say anything, Han Xiao spoke again. Yes, I have something for you. After saying that, Han Xiao quickly ran into the house. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei in some confusion. The plot designed by his elder brother didn't mention such a scene. Zhang Wei shook his head slowly and imperceptibly at Zhang Tao. Han Su frowned and thought. He always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Soon, Han Xiao came back with a source crystal in her hand. The source crystal emitted a gorgeous red color and was very dazzling. Zhang Tao, this is for you. Han Xiao handed the source crystal to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was a little surprised. Should he accept this thing? Zhang Wei was very surprised. He didn't expect that Han Xiao could actually take out a high-level source crystal. Just accept it. I don't have a mecha, so there's no use keeping it. Han Xiao put herself into the role and started to act coquettishly. Green tea is green tea. There is nothing weird about her coquettish behavior, as if they have known each other for a long time. Okay then, don't worry. I will protect you well in the future. Zhang Tao did not refuse. He put the high-level source crystal that Han Xiao took out into the mecha space. Although Zhang Tao knew that he had no chance of getting this source crystal, he could still help Zhang Wei preserve it temporarily. Well, I picked up this source crystal yesterday at a great risk. It must be useful to you, right? Han Xiao stared at Zhang Tao with a little expectation. Zhang Tao nodded to Han Xiao confidently. Of course. By the way, I think it's no longer possible to live here. Why don't you come back with me? Han Xiao smiled at first and then said a little embarrassedly, can I bring my brother? Of course. Zhang Tao gave a very definite answer. This answer made Han Xiao very happy. In Han Xiao's view, both Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao were just passers-by. Only her brother was her safest support in the future. No, Han Xiao, how can you do this? Han Su, aren't you going to say a word? Zhang Wei stood up and glared at Han Xiao and Han Su. Han Xiao didn't say anything this time. She looked at Han Su. Han Su also knew that it was time for him to express his opinion. So, even though he realized something was wrong, he still said, Zhang Wei, we are just acquaintances. I haven't done anything to offend you, and my sister has nothing to do with you. Please stop pestering me. You two didn't have this attitude yesterday. Zhang Wei sneered and stared at Han Xiao and Han Su. As expected, a dog will always eat shit. These two bastards have always treated Zhang Wei as a fool and a spare tire. Han Xiao, is this what you mean by liking me? Is that how you like me? You're such a bitch. Han Xiao became furious upon hearing this, but she did not show her anger. Instead, she looked at Zhang Tao with a tender and aggrieved expression. Tao Tao, this person is so annoying. I don't want to see him anymore. Look, It's only been a few words and he's already called Tao Tao. Not only Zhang Wei felt disgusted, but Zhang Tao also felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Originally, Zhang Tao also thought that it was a bit unfair for Zhang Wei to use a trick to deal with a little girl. Now it seems that it was simply too kind. Zhang Tao is not a middle school boy. He has been hanging out with all kinds of women for many years, and he knows women's minds too well. The woman said this just to get herself to give Zhang Wei a beating. She is using herself as a gun. Don't want to see him? How about I kill him? Zhang Tao waved the sickle in his hand and made a very tempting proposal. Han Xiao blushed and looked at Zhang Tao and said, I'll do whatever you say. Well, what he said was almost like telling Zhang Tao to act quickly. Zhang Wei, did you hear that? She asked me to kill you. After saying that, Zhang Tao quickly rushed towards Zhang Wei. The distance between the two was not far, and Zhang Tao rushed in front of Zhang Wei in just a few steps. Brother, this is the source crystal she gave me. It looks like a high-end product. After Zhang Tao rushed to Zhang Wei, he behaved very respectfully and directly handed the source crystal that Han Xiao had just handed to him to Zhang Wei. This sudden change stunned Han Xiao and Han Su. The two had basically the same facial expressions. Shocked, disbelieving, their eyes wide open. Really? Let me see. Zhang Wei took the source crystal and then chose to open it. Ha! It's a long-range weapon. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. This was the first time he got a long-range weapon. Excellent cryo gun. Combat strength plus 100. Optimizes concentrated output to achieve maximum damage in a short period of time. Excellent freezing gun. Zhang Wei said softly, what? An excellent freezing gun? Really? Lin Chanying, who was hiding in the dark, rushed out quickly. Chapter 26 Zhang Wei, come back, I have something to say to you. Originally, Lin Chanying wanted to hide for a while and watch the show. But when Zhang Wei said that he had obtained an excellent level freezing gun, Lin Chanying could no longer hide it. Why did you come out so soon? Zhang Wei asked with some surprise. It's not actually time for Lin Chanying to appear yet. There are still some lines that haven't been said yet. Lin Chanying stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. I just couldn't help it. Let's merge. Lin Chanying had already revealed her beauty in front of Han Xiao, so she didn't hide it anymore and chose to merge with him directly. After the beautiful silver-white mecha appeared, Lin Chanying looked at the cluster freezing gun that was nearly 1 meter long and liked it more and more. Then, Lin Chanying reached out to Zhang Wei without hesitation. Her voice full of desire, I want it. When a beautiful woman tells a man that she wants him, which man can resist? Anyway, Zhang Wei's concentration was not very good. He was slightly startled. Then the cluster freezing gun in his hand was involuntarily handed to Lin Chanying. However, after handing the freezing gun to Lin Chanying, Zhang Wei couldn't help but whisper in Lin Chanying's ear, you're not going to pay? When Lin Chanying heard this, a sly light flashed in her eyes. The corners of her mouth turned up with a smile. What are you talking about? I'm your girlfriend. After saying that, she happily equipped herself with the cluster freezing gun and then took Zhang Wei's arm. The two men's movements were very close, and even though there was a big difference in the size of their mechas, the picture looked very smooth and harmonious, as if it was supposed to be this way. Zhang Tao looked at this scene and felt a little uncomfortable. He always felt that the benefits he got seemed to be the smallest. He is obviously the one who puts the most effort into acting. Zhang Wei was a little confused by Lin Chanying's sudden hug. I didn't mention physical contact before, did I? Although everyone is controlling the mecha, their nerves are completely integrated with the mecha. The mecha is their own body, and the sense of touch is quite sensitive. Well, the mecha is a bit awkward. If it can be restored to its original form, it will still be like this. Zhang Wei shook his head. He felt that he couldn't give in so quickly. Besides, this was just Lin Chanying cooperating with him and acting. You guys. Han Xiao finally woke up from her dream. She raised her hand tremblingly, her fingertips hovering in the air, pointing at Zhang Wei and then turning to the other two. At this moment, Han Xiao was so angry that she couldn't speak. After Han Xiao sorted herself out, she spoke again, Zhang Tao, you are the young master of Chuanqing Mining Company. How could you recognize a loser like Zhang Wei as your big brother? Your mecha is obviously much stronger than his. Han Xiao already knew that Zhang Wei and the other two were just pretending to be weak, so she decided not to pretend to be weak anymore. If she continued pretending, she would only make herself look more embarrassed and ridiculous. But Han Xiao wanted to know why. Who told you that my mecha is better than my brother's? Zhang Tao asked back, Just because your mecha is taller and bigger? That's because you haven't seen how powerful my elder brother is. But Han Zio's brain short-circuited. Isn't it true that the larger the mecha, the stronger its power? However, past experience made her very clear that the thicker and bigger the penis is, the longer it will last and the stronger it will be. Short and sharp sounds good, but it feels far from the mark. Zhang Wei, what do you mean? Han Su took over Han Zio's words. He didn't look at anyone else, he just frowned and stared at Zhang Wei. What do you mean? Do you really have to make it so clear? Hand over your mecha core. Zhang Wei's tone was cold, and he didn't want to say more. Han Su was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He immediately took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "What do you want my mecha core for?" The mecha is the basic guarantee for them to survive in this apocalypse. Han Su couldn't imagine what his life would be like without his mecha. Do you play with Han Zio's children every day? A child can't turn into a mecha, and besides, Han Su was tired of playing with it. Zhang Wei didn't explain, he just glanced at Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao saw Zhang Wei looking at him, he immediately understood what he meant and walked towards Han Su with his sickle in hand. The shadow of the 17-meter high mecha gradually enveloped Han Su. At this moment, the oppressive feeling brought by the mecha almost suffocated Han Su. Okay, I'll pay it. It is better to die later than now. Han Su can still face the reality. Zhang Wei felt a chill in his heart. He thought he had been kind enough. In the previous life, Han Zio took away Zhang Wei's mecha core, and Han Su put the knife into his own stomach. Now Zhang Wei only took away Han Su's mecha core and did not use the knife on these 2 people. If this isn't doing the utmost to be humane, then what is? Han Su readily handed the mecha core to Zhang Tao. After Zhang Tao got the mecha core, he immediately knew what the mecha looked like. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei and surprised, "Brother, what are we going to do with this junk? Throw it on the ground and crush it." Zhang Wei replied casually. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tao really took it seriously. He threw the mecha core he had just got on the ground, and then stepped on it without hesitation. To Zhang Tao, this was indeed a broken mecha. He had many medium-sized mechas that were 10 meters high at home. Although many of the 15-meter heavy mechas were destroyed by Zhang Wei, there were still a batch of them. Han Su's heart was bleeding. The mecha that he regarded as a treasure was destroyed just like this. You two, take care of yourselves. We are now even now. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Not killing Han Zio and Han Su was something Zhang Wei had already decided on. Instead of letting them die peacefully, it would be better to let them experience the cruel end of the world. It is only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and there are still many fun things they have not experienced yet. If we don't let them experience the end of the world, how can we be justified for the harm these 2 people caused to Zhang Wei in his previous life? Brother, is this the end? Otherwise, just kill him. Zhang Tao is serious about eradicating the problem completely. You know shit, let's go. Zhang Wei said to Zhang Tao, then turned around. Lin Shinying kept holding Zhang Wei's arm without letting go. The moment Zhang Wei led her to turn around, the freezing gun in her hand seemed to be given life, and a deep blue light quietly gathered at the muzzle. The light gradually became brighter in the silence. About 2 seconds later, a huge freezing bomb whizzed out from the muzzle. Its size was so huge that it was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary freezing bomb. The freezing bomb hit the downstairs of Han Su's house. The entire 2nd floor was shattered by the impact. The walls that did not collapse quickly froze, causing the temperature to drop by 3 or 4 degrees in an instant. However, the coldness in the air could not match the coldness in Han Xiao and Han Su's hearts. Zhang Wei had chopped a crack on the upper floor and the lower floor was frozen. The key point was that the entire building was shaking and was about to collapse. This is your punishment for hurting my man. Lin Shinying's cold words reached the ears of Han Su and Han Xiao. Zhang Wei kept wondering in his heart, we didn't get any extra money. So why did Lin Shinying start adding more roles for herself? At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly screamed and shouted, Zhang Wei, come back, I have something to say to you. Chapter 27. Bitch, I'm going to fight you. Zhang Wei heard Han Xiao scream but didn't turn around, as if he ignored it. Seeing that Zhang Wei had no intention of stopping, Han Xiao ran downstairs with tears in her eyes. She couldn't let Zhang Wei go like this. Through what just happened, Han Xiao has figured out some things. When Han Xiao rushed downstairs, Zhang Wei had not gone far. Zhang Wei, is it because of her that you treat me like this? Is it because of her? Han Xiao ran and pointed at Lin Shinying and shouted. This time, Zhang Wei still did not stop. However, Lin Shinying held Zhang Wei back. Being pulled by Lin Shinying, Zhang Wei had no choice but to turn around. Soon, Han Xiao ran breathlessly to Zhang Wei and the other two. Her face full of anxiety and anger. Tell me, is it her? What do you want to do? Zhang Wei's tone was cold, as if he was really a machine without any emotions. She must have said something in front of you, right? She must be trying to sow discord between us, right? You used to like me very much. I told you that I like you too. But after just one night, you changed. It was her who did that, right? Han Xiao glared at Lin Shinying, as if she wanted to eat her alive. In Han Xiao's opinion, all the changes in Zhang Wei were due to Lin Shinying. Haha, that's not what you said just now. Before Zhang Wei could say anything, Lin Shinying sneered coldly. Lin Shinying saw and heard with her own eyes what had just happened. Don't say anything, you green tea. If it wasn't for you, how could Zhang Wei treat me like this? Han Xiao treated Lin Shinying with genuine hatred. Why does Zhang Tao listen to Zhang Wei so much? Who is Zhang Tao? Lin Shinying is so beautiful. Why did she become Zhang Wei's girlfriend in just one night? All this can only mean one thing. Zhang Wei is very strong, extremely strong. So strong that even Han Xiao cannot imagine. It is precisely because of this that Lin Shinying sowed discord between Zhang Wei and staged today's drama after knowing that Zhang Wei liked her. The purpose is to test yourself. Unfortunately, she failed the test. But Han Xiao would not look for the reason in herself. She blamed it all on Lin Shinying. You are hilarious, woman. Lin Shinying is showing signs of exploding. Tell me, is it you? Han Xiao's eyes were filled with anger that was almost about to burst out of her eyes. It's me. What do you want? Lin Shinying admitted it. But it was useless not to admit it. Because Han Xiao had already determined what happened. What do you think? I won't let you succeed. I admit that I did something wrong. But are you a good person? You followed Zhang Wei after just knowing him for one day. What are you? Your mechas were all given to you by Zhang Wei, right? This is exactly what made Han Xiao really angry. Han Xiao and Zhang Wei have known each other for a long time after all, and Zhang Wei admires her. If it weren't for Lin Shinying's interference, this beautiful mecha would be hers now. In Han Xiao's opinion, Lin Shinying not only used some tricks to snatch Zhang Wei away, but also snatched away her own mecha. You are really so scheming, you bitch. Han Xiao became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. And her words became more impolite. Lin Shinying was really pissed off by Han Xiao. She tightened her arms and hugged Zhang Wei even tighter. Think about her. Lin Shinying, a beautiful young lady full of justice and sunshine. Isn't she praised wherever she goes? This is the first time someone says she is a green tea and a scheming bitch. Come on. Why aren't you talking? Han Xiao asked loudly. Lin Shinying's lack of response gave her the illusion that she had the upper hand. Lin Shinying suddenly looked up at Zhang Wei. I want to do something. Just do whatever you want. Zhang Wei said indifferently. He had already guessed what Lin Shinying wanted to do. But in Zhang Wei's heart, Han Xiao is a complete stranger, and Zhang Wei has no control over what Lin Shinying wants to do to her. Good. Lin Shinying agreed. Afterwards, she actually disintegrated from the mecha. Under the surprised gazes of Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao, Lin Shinying put away the mecha and walked towards Han Xiao. Han Xiao's arrogance was instantly suppressed by the invisible aura released by Lin Shinying. Your mouth is very dirty. It needs treatment. Lin Shinying walked up to Han Xiao and slapped her in the face without any hesitation. Han Xiao was completely confused. She never thought that Lin Shinying would actually dare to hit her. It's obviously Lin Shinying who is in the wrong. Right? Your heart is even dirtier. Lin Shinying waved her hands again. The two sides of the face were immediately balanced. You bitch, I'm going to fight you. Han Xiao finally reacted after being slapped twice. She pounced on Lin Shinying with her fangs and claws bared. However, she didn't know who she was facing. She is a soldier, the kind that even 3 or 2 ordinary men can't get close to. How could Han Xiao, a woman who only knows how to throw tantrums and pull hair, be a match for Lin Shinying? When Han Xiao pounced on Lin Shinying just slightly moved away from her and Han Xiao fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Moreover, her pretty face made close contact with the ground. Ah, a shrill scream came out of Han Xiao's mouth. When she looked up, her face was covered in blood. Zhang Wei, are you just going to watch me being bullied by her? Han Xiao looked up at Zhang Wei with tears in her eyes. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Zhang Wei's tone was still as cold as ice, without any fluctuations in his heart. Compared with what she experienced in her previous life, what were Han Zhao's minor injuries and pains? It is far from enough. Zhang Tao glanced at Jiang Wei and silently took note of Jiang Wei's attitude. In Zhang Tao's opinion, this Han Xiao must have hurt his eldest brother deeply. Otherwise, with his eldest brother's strength, would he deliberately come to target this woman? I have to ask someone to take care of these two people in the future. Zhang Tao made a secret decision in his heart. You really don't care about me? Han Zhao's voice was a little shrill. It's like a woman who has been ruthlessly abandoned by a man. Jiang Wei felt very unhappy. This scene actually gave him a sense of déjà vu. Even if you don't care about me, do you really not care about Han Su? He is your best friend. His mecha has been destroyed by you. Give him another mecha. After listening to Han Zhao's words, Jiang Wei finally knew why he had a sense of déjà vu. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. The request that Han Xiao had once made kept echoing in Jiang Wei's ears. I just told you not to commit suicide. Isn't it better to stay alive? Jiang Wei leaned over. The huge mecha put Han Xiao under tremendous pressure. At this moment, she didn't even dare to speak. Although the gaze of Jiang Wei's mecha was still azure blue, Han Xiao could actually see murderous intent in the azure blue. Lin Shining frowned and looked at Jiang Wei. She knew that this was not murderous intent, but murderous aura emanating from Jiang Wei. But where does this murderous aura come from? Although Lin Shining has not met Jiang Wei yet, it is not difficult to guess that Jiang Wei is only about 20 years old at most. How could he release such a strong murderous aura at such a young age? Chapter 28. If we can't kill them, let's find someone else to kill them. Jiang Wei, I was wrong. My sister was wrong too. Please don't do it. Han Su ran out, his steps staggering, his voice trembling a little, full of pleading, looking at the anxious Han Su. Jiang Wei sneered in his heart. It is indeed a deep love between sister and brother. Forget it. I'll just let you guys continue to live, shall we go? Jiang Wei looked at Lin Shining. Lin Shining nodded slightly to Jiang Wei and then merged with the mecha again. Watching the three mechas flying away together, Han Su felt mixed emotions. Han Xiao lay on the ground and hid her head in her arms, not knowing whether she dared to look up or was unwilling to look up. Until the three mechas disappeared, Han Su's accusing voice reached Han Zhao's ears. It's all your fault. If you could firmly say that you like Jiang Wei, would this happen? Han Xiao looked up suddenly in disbelief. Blame me? You still blame me? If you didn't have the ability, would I do this? Who am I doing this for? Han Su was speechless. Okay, we can't stay here. It's too dangerous. We can't go home. Let's find a place to treat the wound on your face. Han Su stepped forward and comforted her softly and pulled Han Xiao up. Does Han Su really have such a good temper? Of course not. He didn't rush out just now because he really wanted to protect Han Xiao with his life. But he had other purposes. After all, Han Zhao's face and figure are both above average, and she can be of great use in this doomsday. Brother, where are we going today? After leaving the community, Zhang Tao's slightly excited voice appeared in Jiang Wei's ears. Jiang Wei ignored Zhang Tao and looked down at his arm. Noticing Jiang Wei's movements, Lin Shining realized something was wrong. She immediately let go of Jiang Wei's arm and took 2 steps to the side. I was just afraid that they were still watching from behind, so? Find a place with many monsters. The evolution of the body requires a lot of source crystals. Jiang Wei did not respond to Lin Shining's words. He successfully changed the subject. Body evolution? Zhang Tao and Lin Shining looked at Jiang Wei in confusion at the same time. The information provided by machines to humans is very limited, and many things need to be discovered by humans themselves. Body evolution is one of them, and only those who have upgraded their body to level 10 will know this information. The first evolution can be performed at level 10. After the evolution, the combat power will increase, and there are other benefits. Jiang Wei explained to Zhang Tao and Lin Shining. Is this still possible? Boss, let's go home quickly. I need to make some arrangements. Zhang Tao seemed a little anxious. If he had known the news earlier, he would have deployed all his men yesterday. But it's not too late to know now, it just wasted one day. Jiang Wei, what's the level of your mecha? Lin Shining looked at Jiang Wei and asked the question in her mind. Level 19. Jiang Wei had not had time to absorb the source crystals he harvested last night. However, even if all of it was absorbed, the body level would not reach level 30 and could not evolve a second time. So Jiang Wei was not so anxious. Level 19? So high? Is there a second evolution? Can you just increase your level by one more level? Lin Shining stared at Zhang Wei like a curious baby. Zhang Wei shook his head slowly. Of course, there is a second evolution, but it is not at level 20. The second evolution can only be performed at level 30. How do you know so much? This is Lin Shining's real purpose. From the beginning of her contact with Zhang Wei, Lin Shining felt that Zhang Wei knew a lot of information that other people didn't know, and he always seemed so calm when facing danger. So, Lin Shining was really curious. The key point is that the information in Zhang Wei's mind is very important to the military. This is a secret. You can tell the military what I said. Zhang Wei saw through Lin Shining's little thoughts. Is there anything else you can say? Lin Shining was ready to take out her little notebook to write it down. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, then said, the mechanical monsters on land and even the flying ones are not that scary. It won't take long to clear out the safe zone. What you really need to pay attention to are the mechanical monsters in the ocean, especially those that used to live in the deep sea. Speaking of this, even Zhang Wei still felt a lingering fear. In the past, with the military's cleanup, it didn't take long to establish one safe zone after another. It is also because of this that Zhang Wei was able to survive for 2 years without a mecha. However, when the mechanical monsters in the ocean rushed out of the sea, everything changed. The steel walls built by humans in the safe zone could not stop those monsters at all. As for something more powerful than the ocean mechanical monster, Zhang Wei did not say it. Saying it now will do no good except to undermine human morale. What else? Lin Shining's tone became much heavier. After fighting with the mechanical monsters, Lin Shining also felt that the mechanical monsters on land were indeed not that difficult to deal with. As long as one's combat power is up to standard and one's mind is calm, one doesn't even need much tricks to deal with ordinary mechanical creatures. Therefore, Zhang Wei was correct in saying that the safe zone could be cleared in a short period of time. But when Zhang Wei mentioned marine life, Lin Shining had already imagined the scene of a marine mechanical monster rushing out of the sea in her mind. So scary. What would it look like if swarms of shrimps and crabs rushed into the safe zone? The mechanical mice all over the mountains are enough to scare people. So how can we deal with lobsters that are thousands times more in number? What will happen to the original large marine organisms after being mechanized? What else? Not for now. And don't be so curious, it's dangerous. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Shining. Not only is there curiosity about this information now, but there is also curiosity about mechanical monsters in the future. Being too curious can really kill you. Oh, I see. I don't know if it's because of the fusion with the mecha, but Lin Shining's answer actually has a little girl's flavor. His stash. I want revenge, I must take revenge. I won't let them have it easy. Han Xiao screamed loudly in a private house. Han Su, who was treating Han Xiao's facial wound, frowned and said nothing. Han Xiao's face was disfigured due to the close friction with the ground. Her right cheek was extensively abraded, and it would not heal in a short time. Even if the wound healed, it would probably leave an ugly scar. How big of a deal is this for a woman? But, is revenge just a matter of words? Han Su knew very well that let alone revenge, even their survival was a problem. Han Su, will you help me? Han Xiao screamed for a long time, but got no response from Han Su. She stared at Han Su fiercely, waiting for his answer. Help, you are my sister, how can I not help you? But we have to think carefully about what we should do. What to do? If we can't kill them, then we can find someone else to kill them. Look for someone else? Who? Han Su looked at Han Xiao's in confusion. Han Xiao suddenly picked up her phone and started fiddling with it. The phone still had network connection. Find him. Han Xiao's pointed the phone screen at Han Su. When Han Su saw the picture on the phone screen, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. Is this a snake? Han Xiao's nodded to Han Su and said, yes, this is a message from a pet shop owner. This mechanical snake is his pet. As long as we go to him, he can help me get revenge. Han Xiao spoke viciously, her face full of resentment. This piece of information was high-quality information she found on her phone after browsing it all night. If she could be with Zhang Wei, a young and high-quality man, then Han Xiao's would naturally not serve an old man. But now, Han Xiao's knew she had no choice. Chapter 29, Dribbling. When are you going? After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Su spoke to Han Xiao's with a serious expression. At present, the siblings have nothing. Even if they hide in this temporary nest, there is a great possibility that they will be killed by mechanical monsters. Since Han Xiao's has already found a place to go, the sooner she acts, the better. Help me find a scarf to cover my face, and we'll go now. Han Xiao's couldn't wait to take revenge, and didn't want to wait even a minute. Good. 10 minutes later, the brother and sister carefully left their temporary nest. Fortunately, the pet shop Han Xiao's mentioned was not far from them. Although mechanical monsters are lurking everywhere in the dilapidated streets, as long as you are careful enough and your luck is not too unlucky, there will be no danger to your life if you walk around the streets for a short time. Maybe Han Xiao's had used up all her luck today. About 2 hours later, they finally saw the sign of the pet shop. Found it! Han Xiao's exclaimed excitedly as she looked at the intact signboard. Unlike other dilapidated stores on this street, this pet shop was intact, and even the glass was not broken. What does this indicate? This shows that this store is indeed powerful. Let's go. Han Xiao's observed the situation around her, and when she confirmed that there were no mechanical creatures around, she immediately took Han Su's hand and rushed to the pet shop. However, when they rushed to the door of the pet shop, Han Xiao's footsteps seemed to be frozen in an instant. Looking closely, her legs were shaking. You can see what's going on inside the pet store through the glass on the door. A gigantic steel snake came into view, its head alone being large enough to completely block out the entire facade. At this moment, the two azure blue pupils as big as buckets on the snake's head were staring at them. Han Xiao's felt as if an invisible force was tightly strangling her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. If Han Xiao's hadn't been holding Han Su's hand, she would have been so scared that she would have fallen to the ground. Looking into the eyes of this steel monster is not like looking into the eyes of a mecha. In Han Xiao's mind, this steel snake is dozens of times more terrifying than Zhongwei. Someone's here so early in the morning, a lazy voice sounded. Then, a man who looked a little unkempt and had an untidy beard came around in front of the snake head. Boss, come in. When he saw Han Xiao's, his eyes immediately lit up, and he opened the door attentively. Boss, I didn't expect that what you said in the group was true. It is so big. Han Xiao's bravely entered the pet shop and immediately began to praise the giant steel snake. The tone of his voice was quite tea. When the man heard Han Xiao's gentle and slightly coquettish voice, his body seemed to be run through by an electric current, and he instantly became refreshed. Hey, that's cool. What are you guys doing? My name is Han Xiao's, and this is my brother Han Su. We are here to seek refuge with you. Han Xiao's stated her purpose. Hearing the word surrender, the boss's eyes lit up immediately. A girl with such a good figure and such a sweet voice. If they were in bed, my name is Wang Xiang. You can just call me Brother Wang. Have you eaten yet? Come in and have something to eat first. Wang Xiang greeted Han Xiao's and Han Su warmly. To be honest, the brother and sister were really hungry, so they didn't hesitate. The food on the table was not rich, but it was enough to fill you up. Han Xiao's did not take off the veil on her face while eating, which aroused Wang Xiang's suspicion. Girl, what's wrong with your face? Han Xiao's was just waiting for this sentence. The next moment, Han Xiao's seemed to break down and burst into tears. Brother Wang, I was bullied. The crying Han Xiao's actually pulled her brother Wang's arm and buried her head in Wang Xiang's arms. Wang Xiangru was struck by lightning. He had never received such treatment before. Although he posted his information in some groups and wanted to hook up with some girls, he never thought that happiness would come so quickly. I don't know where to put these hands. Wang Xiang didn't know, but Han Xiao's knew. Han Xiao's looked up and immediately grabbed Wang Xiang's hands. Brother Wang, you have to help me get revenge. As she spoke, Han Xiao's pulled Wang Xiang's hand into her arms. When Wang Xiang touched that soft spot, his heart immediately blossomed with joy. Sister, tell me who bullied you. Your brother Wang will help you get revenge. Our Daihua is very powerful, and it can also command other little things. Wang Xiang was not being conceited when he said this. Dahua is the giant steel snake. It is 10 meters long and has a sturdy body. And it can really command the little guys in the pet shop that have been transformed into mechanical creatures. There are more than a dozen little brothers like cats and dogs. Brother Wang? Really? You don't even ask who bullied me. Han Xiao's blinked her big eyes and the tears on her eyelashes caught Wang Xiang's attention. Looking at the beauty so close to him, Wang Xiang had the urge to immediately carry Han Xiao's into the inner room. What's there to ask? Forget about those mechas. Even more powerful mechanical monsters are no match for our Dahua. Just tell me who it is and Brother Wang will definitely help you vent your anger. Brother Wang, you were so nice to me. Han Xiao's did not immediately say who it was, but just pulled Wang Xiang's hand deeper. Wang Xiang could hardly hold back the saliva in his mouth. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao's hand suddenly relaxed and fell on. "Hey, brother Wang." A soft and elongated voice came out of Han Xiao's mouth. Looking at Han Xiao's coquettish appearance, Wang Xiang couldn't help but tighten his abdomen. He had never been through such a thing before, so it was normal for a small tent to bulge down there, but if the beautiful girl patted it with her hand, it would be a bit embarrassing. Sensing Wang Xiang's movements, Han Xiao lowered her head and squeezed into Wang Xiang's arms again and said in a low voice, "I will accompany you tonight, brother Wang. You must protect me in the future." Wang Xiang's eyes widened. This hint, moreover, you pushed too hard, which amounted to dribbling the ball and hitting someone, right? However, Wang Xiang welcomed Han Xiao's foul behavior of dribbling the ball and hitting others. Okay. By the way, you haven't told me who bullied you. I don't think he wants to live if he dares to bully my woman. Wang Xiang, who was in high spirits, wanted to help Han Xiao's get revenge right away and then proceed to the next step as soon as possible. Han Xiao's acted a little embarrassed. "Brother Wang, why don't you just forget it? They are very powerful and I don't want you to be in danger." "No, that won't work. Just tell me who he is and where he is." It was obvious that Wang Xiang had never learned any military tactics and didn't even know how to play hard to get. Their mechas are very powerful and they all have good weapons. Although Daihua will become more powerful after eating those things, we still don't want to go. It will be really dangerous. Let's just live a good life at home. Okay? Han Xiao's added fuel to the fire. She had also seen this information when she was checking the news yesterday. Wang Xiang became even more excited after hearing this. Really? Then we have to look for them even more. Wang Xiang knew that what Han Xiao said was true because when his big flower was first mechanized, it was not as powerful as it is now. It learned a skill after eating several mechas, so it has its current combat power. If Dahua can eat more mechas, her combat effectiveness will be stronger and her future life will be more carefree. Are you really going? Have you heard of Zhang Tao from Chuanqing Mining, brother Wang? Who are you talking about? Zhang Tao. Wang Xiang was frightened. Chapter 30. Brother, something terrible has happened. Brother Wang, you pinched me and it hurt. Han Xiao pulled back her hand and shook it gently a few times. When she finished shaking, her little hand pressed on the small tent under Wang Xiang again. This push immediately made Wang Xiang obedient. A comfortable expression could be seen on his face. The little tent that had been a little depressed after hearing about Zhang Tao was puffed up again. Are you okay? I didn't mean to do that. I just got a little excited. Of course I've heard of Zhang Tao. He's a second-generation rich kid. Yeah, he was the one who bullied me. He stole a very good equipment and destroyed my brother's mecha. Han Xiao's, seemed to have spoken of something sad and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Wang Xiang felt so distressed when he saw this. He raised his hand and gently wiped away Han Xiao's tears and comforted her softly. Sister, no matter who he is, brother Wang will make them give us an explanation today. Have you eaten? After you have eaten, let's go find them now. Han Xiao raised her head, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, and she whispered, Brother Wang, you were so kind to me. My dear sister, you have come to my brother. How can I be bad to you? Han Su looked at the two people being affectionate with each other in front of him. He didn't know what he felt, but he didn't interrupt. A few minutes later, we were ready to go. The three of them stood on the back of the giant steel snake Dahua, led by the high-spirited Wang Xiang. Han Xiao held Wang Xiang's arm like a little bird, with almost her entire body leaning on Wang Xiang. Han Su could only stand alone behind the two of them, without much sense of presence. Let's go to Zhang Tao's villa first. Zhang Tao is indeed very famous in Sichuan. It cannot be said that everyone knows where he lives, but at least half of the people in Sichuan know it. It is easy to find Zhang Tao. Dahua led the way, and the younger brothers who were conquered by Dahua were on guard all around. Along the way, all the mechanical creatures encountered will be torn to pieces by this group of younger brothers, and there is no need for Dahua to take any action at all. Han Xiao was very satisfied with such treatment, which was much better than the cautiousness they had shown when they first arrived. Hey, Brother Wang, be careful, the mechanical bird in the sky is coming. Han Xiao exclaimed, and reminded Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang and his group caused quite a stir, and they were targeted by a mechanical bird. However, Wang Xiang didn't care about the mechanical birds flying in the sky. He patted Han Xiao's hand gently and said, It's okay, don't worry, Dahua can handle it. Han Xiao wanted to say something. After all, they were all standing on Dahua. What would they do if Dahua started fighting with the birds in the sky? Obviously, Wang Xiang's confidence was well-founded. When the mechanical bird swooped to about 50 meters from the ground, Dahua suddenly opened its mouth. Its tongue was more than 1 meter long and swung in the air like a silver steel whip, amidst the heart-pounding hissing sound. The snake's tongue was seen swinging in the air, and every swing would generate a bolt of lightning from the tip of the tongue. The lightning seemed to have eyes, and each bolt of lightning could hit the mechanical bird accurately. In the face of this electric shock, the mechanical bird's defenses were as fragile as paper. They broke down on the spot and fell from the sky one after another. In the end, after leaving behind a dozen mechanical wreckages, the mechanical birds retreated quickly in fear. Very impressive. Han Xiao's praise came from the bottom of her heart. In Han Xiao's opinion, Dahua was really amazing. Hey, that's awesome, right? Wang Xiang put his arm around Han Xiao's shoulders with satisfaction, letting Han Xiao lean closer to him again. Yeah, that's amazing. With Dahua here, we are not afraid of them anymore. More than we are not afraid. We want to help you vent your anger. If he doesn't obey, then kill him. I will listen to Brother Wang. Hey! Amid the flirting between Wang Xiang and Han Xiao's, they were getting closer and closer to Zhang Tao's home. In less than an hour, they entered the villa area. There are a lot of mechas in the villa area, but when those mechas saw the lineup of Wang Xiang and his team, they all became scared and not even one dared to block their way. In this world today, it is better to let a fellow Taoist die than to let myself die. As long as Wang Xiang is not here to cause trouble for them, they will not meddle in their affairs. However, when they were about to enter Zhang Tao's villa, they were stopped. What are you going to do? Do you know where this is? The bodyguard in charge of guarding the house was very conscientious and responsible. They were not frightened by the appearance of Dahua and the other mechanical creatures. There's nothing we can do. Our eldest brother is too strong. What are mechanical creatures? Is this Zhang Tao's home? Where is Zhang Tao? Wang Xiang looked at the mecha blocking the road with a fiery look. He himself does not have a mecha. Only a powerful pet called Dahua. Of course, Wang Xiang was very eager to get a mecha. The mechas blocking him now are all pretty good, especially the two that are 15 meters tall. What do you do? Can you meet me just like that? Faced with this group of people who obviously have bad intentions, the bodyguards will not have any good attitude. Wang Xiang frowned. If they couldn't have a good chat, then Dahua do it. Because Wang Xiang and the other three were on Dahua's back, Dahua could not make any big movements. So he continued to use his skills. Amidst the flash of lightning, 4 mechas were struck by lightning in an instant. The defense of the initial mechas was not much stronger than that of the mechanical bird. The mechas hit by lightning were immediately paralyzed to the ground. But they were not in danger of life for the time being. Brothers, take action. This guy is here to cause trouble. The bodyguards immediately went wild. If this had happened yesterday, they would definitely not be so brave. But today is different. The big brother is standing behind me, and I can't let him look down on me. Wang Xiang was very surprised that these people dared to resist. Come on, let's go down first, Dahua, and cripple them all. Don't kill them yet. After saying that, Wang Xiang pulled Han Xiao and jumped down to the ground. As for Han Su, he jumped by himself. When Wang Xiang and the other two left Dahua's back, Dahua began to swim quickly, increasing her speed by several levels. Open fire. The long-range bodyguard opened fire first. But the accuracy is really very limited. And even if you hit the big flower, it is useless, and it can't break the defense at all. Dahua's combat power has exceeded 100, and even reached a level close to 200. How could these mechas, whose combat power is still in its initial stage, possibly hurt Dahua? Destroy with overwhelming force. Dahua's forceful intrusion swept away a large area of mechas. More than a dozen guard mechas were lying in the yard. Wait a moment, sir. Wait a moment. You can tell me your request, and I will pass it on to my young master. The housekeeper in the villa rushed out after hearing a loud roar in the yard. Let Zhang Tao come out. He bullied my woman. I have to settle the score with him today. Wang Xiang was very arrogant. There is no way around it. The winner has the right to be arrogant. Sir, what is your woman's name? Han Xiao. Okay, sir, I understand. I will inform my young master now. After saying that, the housekeeper immediately contacted Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao learned the news, he looked at Zhang Wei, who was killing monsters, in surprise. When Zhang Wei had almost finished killing this wave of monsters, Zhang Tao exclaimed, "Brother, something terrible has happened." Chapter 31. How about I give this snake to you?
When Jiang Wei heard Zhang Tao's exclamation, he almost turned around and chopped Zhang Tao to death with a knife.
Why are you so startled?
What's the matter? Jiang Wei asked casually.
Zhang Tao was right behind him, and Lin Chanying was struggling with a mechanical bird in the sky on a 4-story building not far away. There was no danger. As for Jiang Wei, who had just destroyed a rat's nest, he would not be in any danger.
How could such a big problem happen? A group of people broke into our house and asked for me.
Zhang Tao seemed a little excited.
A group of people?
Jiang Wei was very confused. Because of his family business, Zhang Tao could be regarded as the largest force in Sichuan City in the early days. Who dares to cause trouble for Zhang Tao? It can't be said to be a group of people. There are 3 people with a group of mechanical creatures. The most powerful one is a 10-meter-long snake. Brother, what should we do? Zhang Wei said with a hint of joking in his voice.
It's not me you're looking for.
What does it have to do with me? Zhang Tao's eyes widened when he heard this. What kind of vicious words were these?
Brother, you can't do this to me. Zhang Tao had figured out Jiang Wei's temper. As long as he didn't snatch the source crystal from Zhang Wei was easy to talk to and could even make a joke. He could tell that Zhang Wei was just joking, definitely joking. Do you know who he is?
Although he was trying to scare Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't really ignore him. Both Zhang Tao and his subordinates are useful.
The housekeeper said he didn't know them. 2 men and 1 woman.
Zhang Wei took a look at the underground pipeline entrance that he had violently demolished, then turned around and shouted to Lin Shining, "Let's go.
Let's go back."
The mechanical mice in the underground pipe have been wiped out by Zhang Wei, and 300 ordinary source crystals have been harvested, which is a small harvest. If he continued to clean up the underground pipes, the harvest of the day should be enough for Zhang Wei to upgrade his body level to level 30.
However, if the house is on fire, I must go back to put it out.
Besides, a 10-meter-long steel snake will at least drop high-level source crystals, right? There are not many high-end mechanical creatures at present. Now that one has appeared, we must get the source crystal. Ordinary mechanical creatures cannot escape, so we can clean them up at any time.
Okay.
Lin Shining, who was standing on the roof and shooting into the sky, replied to Zhang Wei. Then she jumped from the roof and soon disappeared.
The source crystals dropped by the mechanical bird must be collected. Not long after, Lin Shining came back.
Hey, guess how many source crystals I got?
Lin Shining's somewhat ostentatious voice reached Zhang Wei's ears.
100, Lin Shining shook her head and said, not that many, but there are a dozen intermediate source crystals.
I'll give them to you. As she spoke, Lin Shining had already taken out the intermediate source crystal and handed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knew what Lin Shining meant.
Lin Shining was paying back the money for the freezing gun. Keep the evolved body for now and give it to me when you become wealthy.
Lin Shining thought about it, nodded to Zhang Wei and put the source crystal back into the body space. By the way, shall we go back now? Where are we going? Someone is stealing our house. Let's go back and take a look. Zhang Wei explained casually.
Soon, the 3 of them left the battlefield and the people they indirectly saved watched them leave, with tears of emotion in their eyes after being saved. When the 3 of them returned to the villa area, they clearly felt the tense atmosphere. The entire villa area was eerily quiet, as if even the wind had stopped breathing. Just as Zhang Wei and the other 3 were approaching Zhang Tao's house, a scream broke the quiet atmosphere.
It's him. Zhang Wei was a little doubtful about his hearing. If he heard correctly, this was Han Zhao's voice, right? Why is she here? The next moment, a steel snake appeared in Zhang Wei's eyes.
It was a huge creature that was comparable to Zhang Wei in size. Wow, it looks much stronger than that iron tiger.
Zhang Wei's eyes lit up.
A stronger mechanical creature means it can provide Zhang Wei with better source crystals. Why seek death?
Zhang Wei also saw Han Xiao glaring at him, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's true that if you don't seek death, you won't die.
Zhang Wei had clearly wanted to let Han Xiao experience life in the apocalypse, but it was only the second day of the apocalypse, and Han Xiao was jumping around in front of him. This was really a huge test for Zhang Wei. It is very painful to suppress the murderous intent in your heart.
Are you Zhang Tao? You are the one who bullied my woman?
At this time, Wang Xiang pointed at Zhang Tao and spoke.
Wang Xiang considered himself the protagonist. So of course he had to show his domineering aura.
As for why he pointed at Zhang Tao, it was because Zhang Tao's mecha was the biggest and looked the most domineering. This woman, she is really.
Lin Chanying pulled Zhang Wei's arm and couldn't continue her words halfway through.
As a woman with positive values, Lin Chaneying really didn't know how to describe a woman like Han Xiao.
It hasn't even been the morning yet, and she has already changed 3 men.
She started by liking Zhang Tao, then Zhang Wei, and now it's this middle-aged man's turn.
Zhang Wei did not comment on this.
If you think about it carefully, Han Xiao was actually like this in her previous life. It was just that Zhang Wei was deceived by Han Xiao and Han Su. So he had no solid evidence and did not investigate further because of his love for Han Xiao. Thinking about it now, I was really stupid in my previous life.
Not talking, Da Hua.
Wang Xiang felt a little embarrassed when he saw that no one paid attention to him. He decided to teach Zhang Wei and the other 3 a lesson.
Wait a minute, I am indeed Zhang Tao, but I didn't bully your woman. It was my elder brother who bullied your woman. Zhang Tao pointed at Zhang Wei beside him. Zhang Tao's mecha looks powerful, but it's just a showpiece.
Except for the sickle in his hand, he doesn't have any other equipment worth showing off. When asked to fight with this steel snake, Zhang Tao said he had not lived enough. Wang Xiang looked at Han Xiao in confusion. Noticing Wang Xiang's gaze, Han Xiao immediately took Wang Xiang's arm and said, "Brother Wang, all 3 of them will have a share."
Hearing this, Wang Xiang did not investigate further. He came here to cause trouble anyway. So what did 1 or 2 more people matter? Did you hear that? All 3 of you have a part to play. Hand over all your equipment and come over to apologize.
Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment. I can't beat that snake, but it's also a question whether that snake can beat Lin Chaneying.
How dare this guy challenge our big brother? Have you lived enough? Brother, is this person here to make fun of me?
I'll give you the big one, and don't fight with me for the remaining small ones.
Lin Chaneying said to Zhang Wei.
None of the 3 took Wang Xiang seriously.
Zhang Wei glanced around, then nodded to Lin Chaneying. Okay, what about me? Zhang Tao pointed at his nose, a little dissatisfied with the assignment between Zhang Wei and Lin Chaneying. How about I give this snake to you?
Zhang Wei turned and looked at Zhang Tao.
Chapter 32.
I have the final say on her life and death.
Do you understand?
Forget it, haha. I'll just watch the show. Zhang Tao laughed and said that he would just watch the fun and would definitely not grab the source crystals or anything like that. Zhang Wei and the other 2 were quite happy with the distribution, but it made Wang Xiang very angry.
Are these 3 guys blind? There are so many mechas lying on the ground. Didn't you see them? Wang Xiang was very angry at Zhang Wei and the other 2 for ignoring him. Da Hua, kill all 3 of them.
Wang Xiang made up his mind.
It's the end of the world anyway. So what's wrong with killing a few people?
Besides, if you have offended a 2nd-generation rich man like Zhang Tao, you have to kill him, otherwise he will definitely bite you back. It would be better to just kill them all and give them more nutrients to grow into big flowers.
After hearing Wang Xiang's words, Han Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement and the pleasure of revenge quickly grew in Han Zhao's heart. The next moment, Da Hua pounced on Zhang Wei.
At the same time, Lin Qianying opened fire without hesitation and freezing bombs poured down on the surrounding mechanical creatures like a rainstorm. Seeing this, Zhang Tao quickly left the battlefield. But there were still 2 or 3 short-sighted little creatures who kept their eyes on him.
Sister Ing, I'm not trying to steal the monsters. They just came towards us on their own.
Zhang Tao shouted at Lin Qianying and swung the scythe in his hand.
Lin Qianying didn't reply. She had a lot of monsters to deal with and couldn't be distracted. Zhang Wei didn't even move. When Dawa's huge figure was about to completely cover him, the floating cannon opened fire. The first shot was rapid fire, with ice blue freezing bullets sprayed out one after another in rapid succession.
Da Hua, whose entire body was completely off the ground, was instantly knocked stiff in the air, with icy flowers blooming all over her body. When its body was knocked back and fell to the ground by the impact of the freezing bomb, a small amount of ice flowers shattered, but more of them were still attached to the body of the big flower.
Wang Xiang was dumbfounded.
Han Zhao's smile froze on her face.
As for Han Su, Zhang Wei did not see Han Su.
At this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly held the sword in his hand across his body.
A lightning bolt like a silver snake burst out from the tongue of Da Hua and struck toward Zhang Wei. You've also learned some skills? Zhang Wei asked in surprise after swinging the giant thermal sword.
The lightning dancing on the sword was easily shaken off, but another lightning struck immediately afterwards.
Zhang Wei would not tolerate this kind of bad habit.
The thrusters spewed out thick flames, and Zhang Wei rushed out at high speed. The giant heat energy sword was raised high and chopped down in one fell swoop. The lightning seemed to be split in half, but Da Hua was much more miserable than the lightning. Half of the face was cut off.
Fortunately, Dahua's fighting power was not weak. It barely moved its head to avoid the attack by the sword, but was still cut in half by Zhang Wei's sword. The high-temperature thermal energy giant sword was extremely sharp and had no difficulty in cutting off half of Dahua's face. However, Dahua's vitality was quite strong. Even with half of its face cut off, it was still alive and even had some fighting power. Its tongue was like a sharp spear, stabbing straight into Zhang Wei's abdomen. Zhang Wei seemed to have seen through Dahua's tactics. He raised his foot and kicked, hitting Dahua right on the head. The snake's tongue stabbed into the air, and Dahua's body was kicked and tilted, falling to the ground with a thud. Before Dahua could get up, Zhang Wei had already stepped on her. Then, the giant heat sword cut across, and Dahua's head was immediately separated from its body, and the azure light in its eyes went out at the same time. This set of attacks was smooth and without any delay, and it took only less than 10 seconds, so fast that Wang Xiang had no time to react at all. When Dahua's head moved, Wang Xiang finally came back to his senses. "You have to compensate me for Dahua." The moment he came back to his senses, he started shouting, even until his voice broke. There was no way Wang Xiang couldn't help but get excited. Dahua is his reliance for survival. Without Dahua's protection, Wang Xiang knows that he is nothing. He doesn't even have the most ordinary mecha. Hearing this, Zhang Wei looked at Wang Xiang. This time, facing Zhang Wei's gaze, Wang Xiang felt as if someone had poured a basin of cold water over his head and he woke up on the spot. I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed this woman. She was the one who instigated me to cause trouble. It was all her fault. At this time, how could Wang Xiang still be so arrogant? All that was left was humiliation, and he was afraid that Zhang Wei would chop him into the air with his knife. That's right, it's air. The high temperature attached to the thermal giant sword saves the time of cremation, and there is a high possibility that not even a trace of ashes will be left. Zhang Wei withdrew his gaze and without saying anything, he looked at the source crystal floating out from Dahua's body. High-level source crystal. Zhang Wei may happily accepted the source crystal. This source crystal has a high probability of producing equipment because it was dropped by an alien steel snake. It's all your fault, you bitch. It's all your fault. Seeing that Zhang Wei ignored him, Wang Xiang immediately took out all his anger on Han Xiao. In fact, there was nothing wrong with what Wang Xiang said. If it weren't for Han Xiao, Wang Xiang would never come here to cause trouble. As long as he doesn't provoke Zhang Wei, he can live a good life with the help of Dahua, and even live a life of superiority. But now, it's all gone. The more Wang Xiang thought about it, the angrier he became. He was so angry that he picked up a piece of metal debris from the ground. Wang Xiang didn't know which unlucky guy this thing fell from, he only knew that this thing should be very useful in his hands. The next moment, before Han Xiao could explain anything, Wang Xiang had already put the metal debris in his hand into Han Xiao's stomach. You know what, any piece of metal fragment that falls from a mechanical creature is more useful than a normal knife and is very sharp. Han Xiao fell to the ground in pain, with a large amount of blood gushing out from her abdomen. Brother, I was really instigated by this bitch. I will help you kill her, please let me go. Wang Xiang did not look at Han Xiao who fell to the ground. He looked up at Zhang Wei, hoping that Zhang Wei would let him go. At this moment, Zhang Wei didn't know what he felt. The pleasure of revenge? Seeing Han Xiao's life slipping away quickly, he didn't feel any joy in his heart. Of course, there was no sadness or pain. At this moment, Zhang Wei felt indifferent, as if he saw a stranger die in front of him. Zhang Wei was indifferent, but Han Su, who was secretly watching here in the dark, was already filled with anger and fear. His sister, Han Xiao, died. Just died like that. He likes Han Xiao and some unspeakable things have happened between them, but they are siblings, and they can only have an affair, which is doomed to end in failure. But now his sister is dead. Han Su stared at Zhang Wei with extreme hatred. Although Han Xiao was not killed by Zhang Wei is closely related to Han Xiao's death. Zhang Wei. Han Su gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. Then he resolutely turned and left. He knew he couldn't get revenge now. He had to run. Who told you to kill her? Zhang Wei didn't notice Han Su hiding in the dark. He looked at Wang Xiang coldly. I have the final say over her life and death. Do you understand? Brother, I snort. Zhang Wei snorted coldly, then rewarded Wang Xiang with a freezing bomb. Wang Xiang didn't even have the qualifications to become an ice sculpture. Under the impact of the freezing bomb, he turned into broken ice scattered all over the ground. Chapter 33 Red Star, Improving the Quality of the Thermal Greatsword. That's not right.
After dealing with the mechanical creature that attacked him, Zhang Tao squatted on the ground a little confused.
What's wrong?
Lin Shining appeared beside Zhang Tao. She was no slower than Zhang Tao in dealing with the monsters. Although she had to deal with more monsters, but there was no other way. She had the advantage of long-range combat, accurate shooting, and sufficient combat power.
The speed of clearing the monsters at long-range combat was unmatched by close combat.
Zhang Tao pointed at the broken ice on the ground and said seriously, "They say that after killing someone, there will be some bad physiological reactions.
Why don't I have any?"
Lin Shining kicked Zhang Tao's ankle.
"You didn't kill him, and this is just some broken ice. Not bloody at all. What physiological reaction are you expecting?"
"That's right," Zhang Tao suddenly realized.
"Stop joking and save people." Zhang Wei said unhappily. There were so many mechas lying on the ground, and he just ignored them?
"Brother, how can we save him?" Zhang Tao spread his hands, looking helpless.
They were all knocked down by the electric shock from the snake.
According to Zhang Tao's idea, is there any other way except waiting for them to recover on their own? Give each of them 2 of these source crystals. Zhang Wei took out some ordinary source crystals and handed them to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao stood up immediately as if he had discovered a new world. Is there such a use for source crystals? As long as the mecha is not completely scrapped, it can be restored using source crystals.
This is not a secret, and Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't be stingy about not telling Zhang Tao.
Okay. Zhang Tao stepped forward and took the source crystal. He had no intention of being polite to Zhang Wei and then handed 2 to each of them. By the way, big brother, Han Su is missing. There were 3 of them when they came, but now I don't know where he is gone. Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Wei, but in fact he was asking whether they should go and bring Han Su back. After all, Han Xiao is dead, and keeping Han Su around is somewhat of a hidden danger. Zhang Wei took a look at Han Xiao, who had died from excessive blood loss, and said, "Run away if you want and get someone to bury her." After saying that, Zhang Wei stopped looking. When a person dies, the debt is settled. Zhang Wei would not do such a thing as whipping a corpse. Afterwards, Zhang Wei took the source crystal out of the cargo hold. A pile of source crystals, white, yellow, and red, complement each other and look very tempting.
Zhang Wei had no intention of sharing these source crystals.
He left behind 100 ordinary source crystals to replenish the power of the mecha and prepared to absorb the rest. Seeing this, Lin Shining did the same thing.
My mecha should be able to evolve. Is there anything I should pay attention to? Before absorbing the source crystal, Lin Shining asked Zhang Wei.
After all, Zhang Wei had experience.
There's nothing to be careful about. Don't worry about safety. I'm here. Just follow the instructions.
Hey, okay. Lin Shining laughed and began to absorb the energy in the source crystal. Lin Shining's mecha level was already close to level 10. When Lin Shining's mecha was upgraded to level 10, the mecha seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. This was a sign of the mecha's evolution, mysterious and shocking.
Zhang Wei looked around and became alert. Although this is Zhang Tao's territory and there shouldn't be any danger, Zhang Wei will not let his guard down. The fantasy scene of the mecha's evolution attracted everyone's attention, except Zhang Wei.
After Lin Shining's mecha had evolved, everyone came back to their senses. The bodyguards who were lying on the ground and had recovered from their semi-paralyzed state all looked at Lin Shining with envy.
Lin Shining was already very powerful. After such a miraculous evolution just now, she must be even more powerful, right? How does it feel? Zhang Wei asked after seeing Lin Shining finish evolving the mecha.
Very good. Lin Shining looked down at her brand new mecha. The height of her mecha increased from 7 meters to 8 meters, and her body became stronger. But compared to Zhang Wei, she was still very slim and slender. Adapt to the thrusters. Zhang Wei put forward his suggestion. After experiencing the first mecha evolution, everyone needs to adapt to the use of thrusters.
Melee mechas are not that dependent on thrusters.
But long-range mechas are very dependent on thrusters, because long-range combat is only safe when you keep a certain distance from the target. If a melee fighter gets close to you, even if the melee fighter is not as strong as the ranged fighter, the result will definitely be that the ranged fighter will be easily defeated.
Whether one can skillfully use thrusters is an important factor in measuring a person's long-range combat effectiveness.
Good.
Lin Shining nodded to Zhang Wei.
Afterwards, Zhang Wei ignored Lin Shining and let her jump around in the villa area by herself. Absorb the source crystal. Ordinary source crystals and intermediate source crystals were all transformed into experience and injected into Zhang Wei's mecha.
Zhang Wei's mecha level began to improve. However, the mecha level stopped at level 25. 24 points of combat power. Not bad. Zhang Wei somewhat looked down on the combat power brought by the upgrade of the mecha level. There's no other way. I have a large family and a lot of wealth. Any piece of equipment I take out can increase my level by dozens of levels.
Afterwards, Zhang Wei set his sights on the only remaining high-level source crystal.
This is provided by Steel Snake. Open. Ding. Get a red star. It's actually this thing.
Even though Zhang Wei was prepared for a surprise, when he opened it and got the red star, Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Hearing Zhang Wei's exclamation, Zhang Tao and Lin Chanying rushed to Zhang Wei's side as quickly as possible.
The bodyguards around also wanted to come over to take a look. But when they thought of their identities, they held back.
Brother, what is this? Zhang Tao asked like a curious baby. Can't you see for yourself? Ah.
Afterwards, Zhang Tao and Lin Chanying's eyes released blue light that shone onto the red star held by Zhang Wei.
Red star. It has many uses and can be used to strengthen equipment.
It will succeed before it reaches level 3.
Can improve equipment quality.
100% upgrade to excellent level equipment with a high probability of upgrading to excellent level equipment.
Oh shit, brother. Can I use this thing to upgrade my side to excellent quality? While shouting, Zhang Tao was secretly glancing at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's little thoughts could not be hidden from Zhang Wei. Wasn't this a reminder to himself that he, Zhang Tao, was still using sophisticated weapons?
If he were wealthy, Zhang Wei would not be stingy with a red star. But when there was only one red star, it would be a waste to use it to upgrade an excellent weapon. Brother Zhang Tao shouted in a long voice and was about to grab Zhang Wei's arm.
Zhang Wei was disgusted. Just shut up.
It's a waste to use red stars to improve the quality of the war sickle. At this time, Zhang Wei was thinking about how he would use this red star.
Oh okay.
Zhang Tao felt a little uncomfortable, but he healed himself very quickly. No matter how Zhang Wei used this red star, he, Zhang Tao, would definitely be the one who benefited in the end.
Because the equipment that Zhang Wei eliminated was most likely his, Zhang Tao's.
Brother, how do we use this red star? Let's improve the quality of the thermal giant sword.
Zhang Wei has made the decision. Weapons can provide more combat power.
And in the early stages of the apocalypse, combat power is the most important thing.
Chapter 34. Something bad is happening again?
Why is there so little time for such a big thing? But there is a chance of failure.
Zhang Tao couldn't quite understand Zhang Wei's approach.
The same doubts flashed in Lin Chanying's eyes.
Both of them focused their eyes on Zhang Wei, expecting Zhang Wei to answer their questions. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and spoke calmly.
Although it will definitely succeed if used to strengthen the equipment, it is also a waste, because using meteors can also strengthen equipment. If it is used to improve the quality of the equipment, even if it fails this time, it will increase the success rate of improving the quality of the equipment next time.
Listening to Zhang Wei's explanation, Lin Chanying became more certain of her judgment of Zhang Wei.
This man must know more information.
Brother, what is a meteor? Zhang Tao's head was full of question marks.
The ones that can strengthen equipment and improve equipment quality are meteor, red star, and purple star.
You will know later. Zhang Wei explained briefly. So many? Brother, why are you so knowledgeable?
Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao and ignored him.
Afterwards, Zhang Wei placed the giant thermal energy sword horizontally on the ground.
He held a red star about the size of a basketball in his hand and pressed the red star into the giant thermal energy sword with one finger.
Everyone stared at the giant thermal sword.
Waves of red light were released from the giant thermal sword. The blade, which was already so hot that it could almost melt steel, now released a suffocating high temperature.
Zhang Wei and his companions took a few steps back.
To be honest, Zhang Wei was also a little nervous at this time. If the thermal grade sword could be upgraded from excellent level to epic level, its combat power would at least double.
Fortunately, the waiting time was not long. After half a minute, the blazing red light on the giant thermal sword suddenly receded like a tide and condensed back into the sword body.
Immediately afterwards, a wave of heat surged out, like the breath of a fire dragon, sweeping in all directions. Under the sweep of the heat wave, the broken ice on the ground melted instantly. Even the flesh and blood within the broken ice disappeared under the heat wave.
It worked, we're lucky. Zhang Wei's voice was full of surprise.
Hearing Zhang Wei shout, Zhang Tao and Lin Chanying immediately looked towards the giant thermal sword on the ground. Thermal grade sword, epic, combat strength plus 200, possesses extremely high temperatures.
So powerful.
Zhang Tao felt jealous after seeing the properties of the thermal energy giant's word. His entire mecha, all put together, has less than 100 combat powers. The combat power of this weapon has reached 200.
How can we compare and play this? However, when Zhang Tao thought that this weapon would be his after Zhang Wei eliminated the thermal giant's word, his mood instantly brightened.
It's actually pretty good to pick up leftovers.
Are epic weapons so powerful? Aren't those above epic even more powerful?
Lin Chanying was also a little jealous. Because even if Lin Chanying was holding an excellent weapon, her overall combat power could not match that of this giant sword.
Legendary weapon? You'll know when you get it. Zhang Wei did not explain.
Because in his previous life, he had been hanging around for 10 years and had never obtained a legendary weapon. However, he had seen legendary weapons, and it can only be said that legendary and epic are two completely different concepts.
Moreover, there is a huge gap between low-end equipment and high-end equipment, just like Zhang Wei's thermal giant sword, which is low-end equipment. There is no demand for using this kind of low-end equipment. But there are basic combat power requirements for using high-end equipment. In other words, the combat power is not enough. Even if you get good equipment, you can't use it. Because without sufficient combat power, the mecha cannot drive those high-end equipment at all. Brother, when are you going to change your weapon? This giant thermal sword, I'll give it to you after I change it.
Hey, big brother is still good to me.
Zhang Tao was satisfied. Don't worry about when Zhang Wei can replace this weapon. As long as he can use it after it is replaced. Let's go now that we're done cleaning up.
Zhang Wei picked up the giant sword and called out to Zhang Tao and Lin Chanying. The morning had not yet ended, and they had to continue cleaning up the mechanical creatures.
Zhang Tao was eager to try, and Lin Chanying was even more determined.
After spending time with Zhang Wei, they felt that this mechanical apocalypse wasn't so scary after all. However, just when the three of them were about to set out again to clean up the mechanical creatures, the butler hurried out.
Master.
Hearing the butler's call, everyone looked at the butler who was running over.
It's bad. Something terrible has happened. Something bad has happened again.
Zhang Tao exclaimed.
How come there is so little time for important matters? It's been bubbling twice in just one morning. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. The first major event gave Zhang Wei an epic weapon. So what would he get from the second major event? Sure enough, this guy Zhang Tao is a lucky star.
In the north of the city, our people said that the mechanical rats in the north of the city rioted. The butler's voice sounded a little frightened.
Mechanical rat riot? How many are there?
Zhang Tao didn't feel much. They had cleaned up a lot of mechanical rats before coming back. Those little things didn't seem scary at all to Zhang Tao. Lin Chanying also had little idea about the mechanical rat riot.
Only Zhang Wei became nervous.
In previous lives, there were many disasters caused by mechanical rat riots. Although individual mechanical mice are weak, if they appear in groups, the damage they can cause can even exceed that of super beasts. As for how much damage the mechanical mice can cause, it depends on the number of mice in the group. Not sure, but they said there are at least tens of thousands of them. The butler could imagine the scene of tens of thousands of mechanical mice gathered together.
Not to mention mechanical mice.
Even if there were tens of thousands of ordinary mice running rampant on the streets, the scene would be unimaginable.
Not to mention, the ones gathering together to riot are mechanical rats. Tens of thousands? Zhang Tao was stunned. How many people will die?
The first thing that the righteous Miss Chinning thought of was people.
Let our people come back as quickly as possible. Zhang Wei gave the order.
Tens of thousands of mechanical mice are not something that ordinary mechas can resist. It can be said that anything will be crushed under the impact of these tens of thousands of mechanical mice, including humans, buildings, mechas, and other mechanical creatures.
Okay, I'll notify them now.
There are quite a few people sent out by Zhang Tao to collect source crystals.
If these people can't come back, most of Zhang Tao's mechas will probably be destroyed.
Yes, let them come back quickly, brother.
Will those mechanical mice rush over to us?
Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei in panic.
Anyone experiencing this for the first time would be terrified and at a loss.
Zhang Wei shook his head slowly.
I don't know.
We are in the south of the city, but there is a high probability that they will rush over.
I am afraid that a rat king has been born among these mechanical rats. What is the rat king?
Lin Shining was about to take out her little notebook to write it down. The alien among aliens evolved from aliens. I didn't expect that a rat king would be born so soon.
It must have got some opportunity. Ordinary aliens can rule over their own kind. But they can't rule over too many.
There must be a rat king among the rat tides of tens of thousands of mechanical rats. After saying this, Jiang Wei actually felt a little excited. What level of source crystal will the rat king drop? Chapter 35, what are you going to do? Are you going to die? Then, can we defeat them?
Lin Shining frowned.
A hint of worry in her eyes. She was not questioning Jiang Wei's fighting ability, but facing such a huge number of tens of thousands of mechanical mice. Just imagining it was enough to make people feel creepy and shudder.
If a rat king is added, the consequences will be unimaginable.
You'll know if you try it.
Let's go. However, Jiang Wei behaved unusually calmly and composedly.
He waved his hand expressionlessly, motioning Lin Shining and Zhang Tao to follow him. Hearing this, Zhang Tao instantly became nervous and his legs even felt a little weak.
He knew his own weight.
If he really had to face tens of thousands of mechanical mice, it would simply be giving them extra food.
Brother, how about I look after the house? Zhang Tao backed off.
Jiang Wei shook his head at Zhang Tao without even thinking, no.
Just kidding.
Zhang Tao is the lucky little prince. If we let him follow us, maybe we can get some unexpected gains. As for safety issues, there should be no problem if you hide it secretly.
Big brother.
Zhang Tao was almost acting cute in front of Jiang Wei.
However, it doesn't work at all and Jiang Wei doesn't buy it.
Seeing that Jiang Wei was staring at him without saying anything and the air was about to get colder, Zhang Tao immediately changed his attitude.
Come on, big brother. I'll go wherever you go.
A man who knows the times is a hero.
Zhang Tao knows that the arm cannot twist the thigh. Leave.
Jiang Wei took the lead, followed closely by Lin Shining, and Zhang Tao was left behind. With Jiang Wei leading the way, the journey was extremely safe. Zhang Tao finally discovered his role. When Jiang Wei was killing crazily, he didn't have much time to collect source crystals. So, this kind of happy worry had to be done by Zhang Tao. Just as Jiang Wei led Lin Shining and Zhang Tao to kill towards the north of the city, Han Su, who had disappeared from Zhang Tao's house, appeared in the villa area. Han Su stared at Jiang Wei who was walking away, his eyes filled with hatred. At this moment, he felt extremely painful and regretful. He hated himself for being powerless and didn't even have the courage to collect Han Zhao's body. Jiang Wei, Han Su, gritted his teeth and squeezed out the name from between his teeth, as if he wanted to pour all his resentment into it. Jiang Wei, he roared again in a low voice, his voice revealing endless anger. With a heart full of resentment, Han Su walked through several villas without hesitation, and finally entered a villa that seemed to have someone inside. Who? The owner of the house was extremely vigilant. The moment Han Su climbed over the wall and entered the yard, he keenly noticed the arrival of this uninvited guest. He was secretly shocked, and his eyes revealed a hint of nervousness and doubt. Han Su made no secret of his identity and even seemed a little self-righteous. He stood up straight and answered in a loud voice, I am Zhang Tao's subordinate. There was a tone of provocation and arrogance in his voice. The owner of the house was a middle-aged man. He frowned and stared at Han Su. Of course, the middle-aged man knew Zhang Tao's name very well. What happened in Zhang Tao's home has spread among the owners of the villa complex where they live. Each of them is a little afraid of Zhang Tao. It was precisely because of this fear of Zhang Tao that, although the middle-aged man was full of dissatisfaction at this time, he really did not dare to get angry with Han Su easily. He took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, and asked in a serious tone, what do you want to do here? This is the effect Han Su wants. Han Su walked up to the middle-aged man slowly and said with a smile, my elder brother asked me to count the mechas here.
How many mechas do you have? The middle-aged man heard this and replied unhappily, why should I tell you? You don't want to cooperate?
Okay, I get it.
Han Su was not angry at all.
With a sneer on his face, he turned around and was about to leave. When the middle-aged man saw Han Su leaving so easily, he immediately panicked, etc. Han Su's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness when he heard this. When he turned around, a provocative smile was already on his face.
Why? Do you have any other advice? The middle-aged man looked unhappy. He didn't want to know what the consequences would be if he didn't cooperate with Zhang Tao.
Facing Han Su's provocative smile, he could only bite the bullet and say, I have 2 mechas.
Wouldn't it be enough if you coordinated earlier? Where's the mecha core? Show it to me. Don't hide it.
If the numbers don't match, I can't guarantee what will happen. The middle-aged man originally didn't intend to hand over the mecha core, but after hearing what Hansu said, he could only choose to continue to swallow his anger. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The middle-aged man took out 2 mecha cores and threw them to Hansu in a bad mood. Hansu didn't care what the middle-aged man's attitude was. After getting the mecha core, Hansu's eyes lit up. When he checked the mecha core, he was even more excited. Although the mechas in the core of this mecha have not reached the medium size level, but there is a mecha that is 8 meters tall, which should be converted from the MVP model. This is much more powerful than his previous mecha. The next moment, Hansu activated the mecha, and the huge mecha appeared in the villa. What are you doing? The middle-aged man yelled madly, summoning mechas to merge at home. Isn't this destroying the house? However, he underestimated Hansu. Hansu didn't want to demolish the house at all. He wanted to demolish the people as well. Amid the middle-aged man's roar, Hansu, who had already merged with the mecha, stomped towards the middle-aged man. How could a flesh body withstand the power of the mecha? Hansu didn't even use much strength. The middle-aged man was crushed into pieces under the weight of the mecha. Are you stupid? Humph. Hansu snorted coldly, and then quickly left the scene. This place is too close to Zhang Tao's home. If the bodyguards at Zhang Tao's home notice any movement here, they may come to check it out. Hansu doesn't want to encounter these people now. He wants to accumulate strength and take revenge. Chuanqing, north of the city. Tens of thousands of mechanical rats swept through everything in front of them like a huge wave. Anything related to steel could not escape their sharp teeth. The cries of the people, the sporadic sounds of resistance from the mechas, and the sounds of the collapse of tall buildings were intertwined. However, there were more mechas and other mechanical creatures fleeing frantically towards the south of the city. Faced with the rat tide, even the bloodthirsty mechanical creatures had to temporarily avoid the attack and dared not to stop them. However, it didn't take long before the fleeing mechas discovered 3 mechas going in the opposite direction of them. What are you doing? Don't you want to live? Run away. At the beginning of the end of the world, there were still many kind-hearted people. Someone shouted loudly, hoping that Zhang Wei and the other 3 would immediately join the escape team. However, Zhang Wei acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to move forward as he pleased. Brother, how about I find a place to hide here? Zhang Tao was about to back down again. But there was no other way. In front of them, the sky was full of smoke and dust, and the yellow sand that seemed to be able to sweep away everything was approaching them quickly. If he was caught in the yellow sand, Zhang Tao didn't know how many seconds he could hold on. You stay here, absorb the source crystal, and start the first evolution. Use the thrusters well, and you won't die in a short time. Lin Shining, find a high point to play freely, don't die. After giving the instructions, Zhang Wei continued to move forward, rushing straight towards the area filled with yellow sand. You should be careful too. Lin Shining shouted loudly. Zhang Wei did not respond. His figure gradually moved away. Without the 2 people dragging him down, he could exert his speed to the extreme. Chapter 36, I want your source crystal. The one going against the flow is so handsome. Lin Shining whispered softly as she watched Zhang Wei's back gradually moving away until it finally disappeared. Sister, at this critical moment, you still have the mind to be infatuated with me. Zhang Tao yelled at Lin Shining with a displeased look on his face. When Lin Shining heard this, she glared at Zhang Tao fiercely and retorted, you know nothing. Oh, you actually swore? Zhang Tao was shocked. It was rare to see a soldier swearing. Stop talking nonsense and take care of yourself. If you don't find a safe place to evolve your mecha, when those guys rush over, you'll just be waiting to die. Lin Shining scolded unceremoniously. Zhang Tao was about to refute, but he stopped talking halfway. Then he immediately began to absorb the energy in the source crystal with all his strength. At this moment, everyone else was busy escaping, and no one would pay any attention to him. Besides, Lin Shining is here. Zhang Tao believes that Lin Shining will definitely not leave him alone. When Lin Shining saw Zhang Tao start to absorb the source crystal, she jumped high. With the help of the thrusters, the jump reached a full 10 meters high. After stepping on it several times to gain leverage, she had reached the roof of a 10-story building. Wow, is it so spectacular? Lin Shining, who went to the roof, saw it more clearly. The area covered by yellow sand had no boundaries at all. Through the sand, she could see mechanical mice running wildly on the ground. Lin Shining felt a chill when seeing the countless red eyeballs. Bang! The freezing gun in Lin Shining's hand fired. As the distance was about 1,000 meters, it was beyond the attack range of the freezing gun. But in this situation, there is no need for accuracy at all.
One shot will definitely hit a few unlucky mechanical mice.
Where did he go? Lin Shining, who was standing on the roof, did not see Zhang Wei. Logically speaking, Zhang Wei had just rushed out not long ago, and she should be able to see Zhang Wei from her high point.
Unfortunately, Lin Shining didn't see Zhang Wei at all.
As for whether Zhang Wei ran away because he saw the situation was not good, Lin Shining had no doubt about it at all.
If Zhang Wei didn't want to get involved in this matter, they could just run away.
Since Zhang Wei chose to stop him, he would definitely not escape halfway. At this time, where Lin Shining couldn't see, Zhang Wei was killing people everywhere.
The epic thermal giant sword is really useful.
The body of an ordinary mechanical mouse would already be on the verge of melting when approaching the thermal giant sword.
Not to mention facing the sharp blade of the thermal giant sword. There was no enemy that could match him.
If someone could look down from the sky, they would find that Zhang Wei had already fought his way out.
This straight road, which has not yet been filled with subsequent mechanical rats, leads directly to the core of the rat colony. Death laser. The death laser became thicker as Zhang Wei's combat power increased.
The purple lightning swept across like a giant dragon, and everything it encountered was cut in half like tofu.
Often, one skill can take the lives of a dozen or even 20 mechanical mice.
However, this is just a drop in the ocean compared to the rat population of tens of thousands. However, Zhang Wei's appearance attracted the attention of the Rat King who controlled the rat group. After the rat swarm was formed, it swept through the country with ease and encountered no resistance at all. Now that it was suddenly resisted, it would naturally arouse the Rat King's vigilance. Faced with this kind of resistance, the Rat King did not take it seriously because he had too many minions. There are so many ordinary mechanical rats that even it can't count them, because as the rats wreak havoc in the city, new mechanical rats continue to join. However, the Rat King knew the number of alien mechanical rats, which was as many as hundreds. With hundreds of alien species and himself, who else in this city of Chuan could be its opponent? Didn't those once powerful beings fall under its feet, one after another? Now the Rat King still has 3 high-level source crystals. These are what it got from killing those powerful mechanical creatures that escaped from the zoo, and it hasn't had time to devour them yet. Go and take a look and kill those who resist. The Rat King gave an order, which sounded like thunder. Yes, 7 or 8 alien species took the order and left the core area of the rat group like arrows, rushing straight to where Zhang Wei was. Led by these 7 or 8 alien mechanical rats, a small-scale rat tide formed behind them. This group of mechanical mice were like sharp arrows, shooting into the huge group of mice. They were approaching Zhang Wei at a very fast speed. Here it comes. Zhang Wei had the advantage of height, and he saw the alien mechanical mouse rushing towards him. Hemph! Zhang Wei snorted coldly, like thunder coming out of the blue, and then the floating cannon opened fire. The freezing bombs that were fired rapidly also formed a queue, like an ice dragon coming out of a cave. When the freezing bombs collided with the rat swarm was instantly blown away. When the mechanical mice were blown away, the ground was frozen. The mechanical mice that were not blown away became unsteady on their feet and fell all over the place, bumping into each other. At this moment, Zhang Wei came rushing over with a huge sword in his hand like a meteor. The ice on the ground was like thin paper in front of him. With his current weight, the ice shattered instantly when he stepped on it. And when the giant heat sword swept across, the broken ice was evaporated into water vapor like clouds. In the midst of the pervasive steam, Zhang Wei rushed around like a god of death.
Whether it is an ordinary mechanical mouse or an alien species, they cannot withstand Zhang Wei's attack. Even if it is just lightly touched, an ordinary mechanical mouse will die on the spot. After just a few minutes of killing, a forbidden area of mechanical rats was formed around Zhang Wei.
No mechanical mouse dared to attack this forbidden area. So Zhang Wei began to collect the source crystals on the ground. Ordinary source crystals can be recovered later, however, the source crystals exploded by alien species are at least intermediate level and must be recovered on the spot. When Zhang Wei was collecting the spoils, the Rat King had already led the rest of the alien species and was rushing towards Zhang Wei. Although it was shocked that Zhang Wei killed 7 or 8 of its men in one breath, it never believed that Zhang Wei could be compared with itself. Those behemoths transformed from elephants are no match for him.
How can a mere human mecha be qualified to compare with him? You showed up so soon?
Zhang Wei was quite surprised as he looked at the Rat King who was leading the charge towards him. The Rat King was 3 meters tall and was particularly conspicuous among the rats. What surprised Jiang Wei even more was that the Rat King was supposed to be an extremely cunning guy and would never show up easily.
What is happening now?
We had just fought for a short while.
How could the Rat King suddenly appear?
In fact, if you look into it carefully, the Rat King is just too self-inflated and has not yet been severely beaten. After being beaten several times, it will turn back into the cunning Rat King that Jiang Wei remembered.
Damn human! How dare you hurt my people? The Rat King roared at Jiang Wei from a distance. You're just a big rat. Do you dare to call yourself king? I want your source crystal.
Jiang Wei rushed towards the Rat King with sword in hand, and his running speed was much faster than that of the Rat King.
Chapter 37. Jiang Wei is killed.
The Rat King seemed extremely manic.
When it heard what Jiang Wei said, it became as angry as a mad buffalo. It rolled up an alien mechanical rat with its tail and then threw it at Jiang Wei like a cannonball.
Jiang Wei raised his sword and chopped, and the alien mechanical mouse was cut into 2 pieces by the sword as smooth as cutting tofu without any blocking effect at all. Fortunately, the distance between the 2 sides was very close. So the mechanical rat beside the Rat King was not further attacked by the Rat King.
Human die.
The Rat King let out an angry roar that shook the earth and mountains. When it was still more than 10 meters away from Jiang Wei, it opened its mouth towards Jiang Wei. The next moment, 2 sharp teeth rushed towards Jiang Wei in an irregular trajectory like missiles. Jiang Wei was well aware of the level of his armor, and he would probably get injured if he tried to withstand the Rat King's attack. So Jiang Wei dodged sideways and fired the floating cannon at the same time. At such a close distance, even if the sharp teeth movement trajectory is erratic, they cannot escape the blocking of the freezing bomb. When the freezing bomb collided with one of the sharp teeth, there was a violent explosion, as if several grenades exploded at the same time. The other sharp tooth, which Jiang Wei dodged by leaning sideways, rushed towards Jiang Wei's back. The mechanical mice following Jiang Wei were extremely unlucky. After the sharp teeth pierced into the body of a mechanical mouse, it exploded violently instantly. The mechanical mouse that was attacked head-on by the sharp teeth flew up on the spot, and its corpse debris was blown all over the sky. The mechanical mice within a 10-meter radius were affected by the explosion, and not a single one was intact.
This power is really good. Jiang Wei nodded and praised.
This skill of the Rat King is invincible when used to clear large-scale group targets and is more efficient than the death laser. Before Jiang Wei could finish his sigh, the Rat King had already rushed in front of him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In front of Jiang Wei's 12-meter-tall mecha, the 3-meter-tall Rat King looked like a petite cat, but precisely because of its small size, the Rat King's movements were extremely agile. However, although the Rat King was furious at this time, it did not choose to confront Jiang Wei head-on. It went around behind Jiang Wei like a ghost, wanting to launch a surprise attack from behind Jiang Wei. Just as the Rat King pounced on Jiang Wei's back and opened his mouth, wanting to use his sharp teeth to bite through Jiang Wei's mecha, Jiang Wei suddenly went berserk, and the thrusters of his mecha fiercely spewed flames like a ferocious cheetah rushing forward.
If Jiang Wei was just using the charge to dodge the attack, that would be fine.
But his real purpose was not that. While charging, his body did a 180-degree turn in the air, and the giant heat energy sword flew straight towards the Rat King's face like a meteor. Squeak, screamed the Rat King. The next moment, an alien species flew up like a cannonball and hit the Rat King heavily. The Rat King was knocked away by the alien mechanical rat, and at the same time he happened to dodge Jiang Wei's turning sword.
However, the alien mechanical mouse was not so lucky.
It took on Jiang Wei's sword instead of the Rat King.
The result is predictable. Ha! Jiang Wei let out a light exclamation. He didn't expect that the Rat King could be capable of such an operation. However, Jiang Wei was only slightly surprised. If he could dodge one sword, could he dodge 2 or 3 swords? Just when Jiang Wei was about to chase and kill the Rat King got scared. When facing the giant thermal sword just now, the Rat King felt the taste of death, so it ran away. Are you still the Rat King? All you can do is run away? Seeing the Rat King retreating quickly, Jiang Wei couldn't help but mock him. Kill him. The Rat King ignored what Jiang Wei said. It commanded its minions to charge towards Jiang Wei. There were not only alien mechanical rats, but also ordinary mechanical rats. In the Rat King's opinion, with so many subordinates, they could kill Jiang Wei by piling up together. Wouldn't it be stupid to fight Jiang Wei to the death? As for giving up, that is impossible. It is the same idea as Jiang Wei.
Jiang Wei has set his eyes on the Rat King's source crystal, and the Rat King also has his eyes on Jiang Wei's equipment. Under the command of the Rat King, a large number of mechanical rats pounced on Jiang Wei regardless of their lives.
And it wasn't just a ground attack. There were also mechanical mice jumping towards Zhang Wei from a tall building.
Looking at the overwhelming number of mechanical mice, Zhang Wei sneered.
Are you planning to bury me?
Then Zhang Wei stomped his feet on the spot, and the thrusters erupted violently. The next moment, Zhang Wei jumped high into the air, and the mechanical mice that jumped down from the roof were killed one after another by the giant thermal sword wielded by Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei's body jumped to a height of 7 or 8 meters, the jumping power disappeared and his body fell rapidly like a meteorite.
Boom! A circle of smoke and dust quickly spread out from the point where Zhang Wei landed.
The ground was shaking, and the mechanical mouse that was running wildly on the ground was shaken so much that it could not stabilize its body and fell to this and that. The Rat King was so angry when he saw this that he opened his mouth towards Zhang Wei again.
Come again? How many teeth do you have left? Zhang Wei stared at the Rat King.
He could tell that the Rat King hadn't used any skills yet. The next moment, 2 sharp teeth flew out of the Rat King's mouth like lightning.
Zhang Wei chopped with the giant sword.
Even if the movement trajectory of the Rat King's teeth was irregular, the thermal giant sword could cover a large enough area, and as long as the approximate movement trajectory of the sharp teeth was calculated, it could be blocked. At the same time, the floating gun was also firing and freezing bombs shot towards the Rat King one after another like meteors. After releasing the skill, the Rat King did not dare to stay where he was. He fled in a panic among the rats, and the freezing bomb failed to hit the Rat King. It's not that the Rat King runs too fast, but every time the freezing bomb is about to hit the Rat King, a mechanical mouse will jump out regardless of its own safety to help the Rat King block it.
Where can you escape to? Zhang Wei snorted coldly and ran like a tiger.
Most of the mechanical mice blocking his way were kicked away violently.
Only when alien mechanical mice blocked his way would Zhang Wei swing the giant thermal energy sword.
At this moment, Zhang Wei was even more violent than the Rat King just now. Rats are inherently timid creatures, and the Rat King's rage is based on the premise that it can command its tribe to tear apart its prey. When the prey becomes the hunter, the thought of retreating and escaping immediately arises in the Rat King's mind.
What can the Rat King do? None of his minions can get close to him.
Even if Zhang Wei's mecha's back door is wide open, ordinary mechanical mice can't catch up with the violent Zhang Wei. And even if there are those who can attack Zhang Wei from the side, it's useless. As for the alien mechanical mice that pose a slight threat, they will all be taken care of by the floating cannons, which will also be useless.
An ordinary mechanical mouse that pounced on Zhang Wei from the side would be blown away by the vibration force generated by Zhang Wei's running before even staying on him for a second.
And the front?
Don't mention it, it can't be stopped. It can't be stopped at all.
The Rat King would only cause some trouble to Zhang Wei when he released his skills. But it was just a little trouble. But if it escaped like this, how would it survive in Situan City in the future? Mechanical creatures also have their own circles.
Today, the Rat King ran away when facing Zhang Wei. How can it stand upright in front of other mechanical creatures in the future?
Squeak! A piercing scream came out of the Rat King's mouth. The swarm of rats that were madly advancing suddenly stopped for a moment after the scream, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The next moment, all the mechanical mice gathered towards the Rat King.
The Rat King is ready to fight Zhang Wei. He doesn't believe that Zhang Wei's mecha can always have such abundant power. He also doesn't believe that tens of thousands of mechanical rats can't kill Zhang Wei.
Chapter 38. The sudden appearance of a herd of elephants. Although Zhang Wei couldn't understand rat language, he could still tell the Rat King's intentions from the movements of the rat group.
You still have some backbone. Don't run away after school.
That's not right.
Don't run away if you have the guts. Let's fight to the end.
Zhang Wei was very happy. If he could get these tens of thousands of source crystals, wouldn't the level of his mecha soar? As for how to eliminate these tens of thousands of mechanical mice, that is even easier.
As long as the mechanical mice don't run away, they will be eliminated sooner or later.
Zhang Wei was not worried about the power issue at all. He fought to support himself. The source crystals floating on the wreckage of the mechanical mouse were Zhang Wei's endless source of power. All you have to do is absorb the energy of the source crystal while fighting. It's not difficult.
Zhang Tao has completed the evolution of his mecha at this time.
And he is cooperating with Lin Chaneying to fight the mechanical mouse. But they were not as crazy as Zhang Wei, so they could only fight and retreat at the same time.
However, just when Zhang Tao was fighting fiercely with the mechanical mice, the mice suddenly retreated.
Ha! Are they scared? Zhang Tao looked at Lin Chaneying on a tall building 100 meters away in confusion. Lin Chaneying stared into the distance. She was not as naive as Zhang Tao. Although just now she and Zhang Tao had been cooperating to suppress the mechanical mouse.
But that was because there were not many mechanical rats surrounding and attacking them. Now, they're not afraid. They're just going to do other things. What are you going to do? Kill my elder brother?
Zhang Tao was a little confused at first, but soon a light bulb went off in his mind. Lin Chaneying nodded slightly to Zhang Tao and said, "I'll go help him." After saying that, Lin Chaneying didn't care what Zhang Tao thought and ran straight to where the rats gathered.
Zhang Tao looked at Lin Chaneying's figure jumping between the tall buildings.
Zhang Tao was speechless.
Shouldn't we discuss such a big thing?
No, there's nothing to discuss.
Shouldn't I be hoping he dies? Zhang Tao shook his head. If Zhang Wei died, wouldn't he automatically regain his status as the boss? Who would be willing to be a younger brother when you can be the boss?
But as he thought about it, Zhang Tao angrily cursed himself. Oh, shit.
Am I a slut?
Although he had followed Zhang Wei for less than 2 days, Zhang Tao actually felt that being Zhang Wei's younger brother was not bad.
Let's fight, damn it.
After Zhang Tao roared in his heart, he rushed towards the direction of the rats' retreat like an arrow. Between the tall buildings, Lin Chaneying noticed something strange behind her and glanced back. Seeing Zhang Tao, a slightly clumsy figure trying to catch up with her, Lin Chaneying smiled. Then, she slowly slowed down her pace, waiting for Zhang Tao to catch up. Zhang Tao had just gotten the thrusters, so his movements were indeed a little clumsy.
However, Zhang Tao's mecha was tall enough and its combat power was not weak.
He ran quite fast and soon caught up with Lin Chaneying.
How did you catch up with me?
Lin Chaneying teased with a smile after Zhang Tao approached.
That's my boss. Knowing that my boss is in danger, how can I just stand by and watch?
Zhang Tao said to Lin Chaneying righteously.
Are you not afraid of death? You're not afraid. So why should I be afraid? If I can't beat him, I can just run away. What about you?
Lin Chaneying stared at Zhang Tao and shook her head. Zhang Tao was stunned by what Lin Chaneying said.
It seems to make sense.
Zhang Tao knew very well how flexible Lin Chaneying's mecha was. If she was really surrounded by mechanical mice, Lin Chaneying could really escape.
If I were surrounded, it's not too late to go back now.
He didn't ask us for help, but just asked us to wait at the place just now.
So, even if he is fine after this, he will not bother you. Lin Chaneying began to persuade.
It is enough to know what choice Zhang Tao made when the crisis broke out. There is no need to really drag Zhang Tao to his death.
What Lin Chaneying just said was no joke.
Facing the attack of a swarm of rats, she was indeed capable of escaping. But Zhang Tao could not.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Stop trying to persuade me. Let's go. If you keep wasting time, my brother will probably be dead. Zhang Tao waved his hands repeatedly and rejected Lin Chaneying's proposal. Having come this far, how could the courage that I had finally mustered be suppressed by a few words from Lin Chaneying?
As for whether he will die, at worst, I can just become more proficient in using the thrusters now, so that I can escape more smoothly later.
Okay, let's go.
After saying that, the two of them rushed towards the rat group like an arrow from a bow. In the center of the rat swarm, Zhang Wei was surrounded by 3 layers of mechanical rats.
And it's not just a simple encirclement.
There are countless layers of mechanical wreckage under Zhang Wei's feet, which are all left after the mechanical mice died. Originally, with the temperature of the thermal giant sword, it would not be difficult to melt the remains of these mechanical mice. However, before the lower layer of debris could melt, new debris formed another layer. At this time, a small hill had formed where Zhang Wei was. As for how many mechanical mice he had killed, Zhang Wei himself was no longer clear.
They are useless. Why don't you do it yourself? Zhang Wei challenged the Rat King while hacking at the mechanical rats. The Rat King was about 600 meters away from Zhang Wei.
This was the safe distance that the Rat King had personally detected. Here, even if Zhang Wei uses a floating cannon to attack it, it can avoid it perfectly and its life safety will not be threatened.
As for going up there myself? What the hell? Going up there to die? Not coming? Okay. But you have a promise not to run away. Seeing that the Rat King was indifferent, Zhang Wei gave the Rat King a warning and then began to concentrate on killing the mechanical rat. Being besieged is much more efficient than searching each sewer by yourself.
Zhang Wei's warehouse space is already filled with ordinary source crystals, all of which were collected from killing mechanical rats. Killing them while standing still would not delay him from collecting source crystals. If these mechanical mice could stop attacking, Zhang Wei could now upgrade the mecha level to level 30 and complete the second mecha evolution. Unfortunately, the mechanical mouse didn't seem to want to give Zhang Wei this time. Just as Zhang Wei continued to hack and kill the mechanical mice, a violent vibration suddenly broke out. Zhang Tao, who was running towards Zhang Wei, stopped involuntarily, and Lin Chanying, who was jumping between the tall buildings, also stopped.
What's going on? Although Zhang Tao's mecha was very high, it still couldn't see as far as Lin Chanying on the roof.
Lin Chanying looked into the distance and was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Lin Chanying didn't say anything, Zhang Tao walked to the side of a building and climbed up the tall building using his hands and feet.
Oh my god. Zhang Tao, who climbed up the tall building, couldn't help but exclaimed. What is that? Elephant?
Zhang Tao looked at Lin Chanying uncertainly. Lin Chanying nodded.
What should we do?
They are also heading towards the rat group.
Zhang Tao was extremely anxious.
The rat group didn't know what to do when a group of monsters appeared. These monsters are 10 meters tall on average, and their sizes are so huge that Zhang Tao cannot describe them.
The key point is that there are more than a dozen of them. By the way, are there elephants in the Sichuan Zoo? And why didn't we see these monsters yesterday? Chapter 39. Who agreed with you to kill it? No.
Zhang Tao was scratching his head anxiously. What he should be worrying about now is how to save Zhang Wei. Not figuring out where these elephants came from. However, Zhang Tao had no idea how to rescue Zhang Wei. He looked at Lin Chanying, hoping that she could give him some advice. We will attract their attention and draw them to us, thus creating an opportunity for Zhang Wei to leave. Lin Chanying was quite decisive and made a decision quickly.
How to attract?
Zhang Tao was a little confused.
It's easy to say, but how to do it?
Lin Chanying rolled her eyes at Zhang Tao and said, just chop down the building.
Make as much noise as you can.
Zhang Tao suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this, and he immediately took his sickle and attacked the surrounding tall buildings.
Fortunately, there was no one in the high-rise buildings due to the rat infestation.
Otherwise, they would have been cautious if they took action.
You know what?
When it comes to making noise, long-range combat really can't compare to close combat. Under the cutting of the scythe, high-rise buildings collapsed one after another, and the movement here did attract the attention of the elephants. Lin Chanying was standing on a high place and was very nervous when she saw the herd of elephants stop moving and turn their heads to look at them. As long as the herd of elephants showed signs of charging towards them, she would immediately take Zhang Tao and run away.
Ha!
Suddenly, Lin Chanying exclaimed, stop chopping. Lin Chanying called out to Zhang Tao, who was trying hard to chop the building.
What's wrong?
Zhang Tao looked at Lin Chanying puzzledly.
It's useless. Lin Chanying was a little depressed.
The elephants did stop because of the noise coming from their side, but they only stopped for a moment before rushing towards the rats again. At this time, Zhang Wei contacted Lin Chanying.
What's the noise you guys made? Zhang Wei? Is that you? How are you? Are you okay? How can we help you? Lin Chanying asked several questions in one breath. Zhang Wei could hear Lin Chanying's anxiety and his heart warmed slightly. I'm fine. You guys leave quickly. What are you going to do? I'll be fine. Don't worry. You guys go back and wait for me.
Zhang Wei's slightly relaxed tone made Lin Chanying feel a lot more at ease.
But go back quickly. If you can't beat me, you will run away.
Zhang Wei interrupted Lin Chanying.
Okay, then we'll keep in touch at any time.
At this time, Lin Chanying also figured out how to use the mecha to contact Zhang Wei. As long as she could get in touch with Zhang Wei, Lin Chanying would not be so worried.
She was still very confident in Zhang Wei's fighting ability. Moreover, she knew that if Zhang Wei needed help, he would definitely not be polite to them. Let's go back.
Zhang Tao didn't know that Lin Chanying had contacted Zhang Wei yet.
He looked at Lin Chanying with a hint of anger and said, Go back? You're not going to save my brother? Your eldest brother contacted me and told us to go back and wait. Contacted? Why didn't he contact me?
Zhang Tao was a little surprised. His focus has always been so weird.
What do you think?
At this moment, Zhang Tao understood.
This is just putting women before friends, right? I'm so worried about you. But my sincerity has gone to waste. After complaining, it's time to run.
Afterwards, Lin Chanying and Zhang Tao evacuated quickly. On Zhang Wei's side, the rat group also seemed a little panicked. The momentum created by the herd of elephants was so terrifying that the ground was shaking more and more violently. And the hill of metal debris under Zhang Wei's feet was about to collapse.
Are they here to find you? Jiang Wei looked at the Rat King, who was obviously a little panicked. The Rat King was indeed panicking,
because it knew that these elephants were indeed coming for it.
As for the reason, isn't it because it had previously commanded a group of rats to kill an elephant? But why did this revenge come so quickly?
Besides, no one told it that there was a herd of elephants.
Can a swarm of rats defeat a herd of elephants? Stop it.
A large number of rats can kill an elephant. But it would be very difficult to kill a group of elephants.
Come to my side. I will protect you. Jiang Wei said to the panicked Rat King, "Human, don't try to deceive me." The Rat King said angrily, "I'm feeling anxious right now, and you're making fun of me? We were fighting to the death just now, and now you say you want to protect me. Who will believe you? I didn't lie to you." Jiang Wei just said these 3 words calmly without any further explanation. "Why do you want to protect me?"
"Because you are the Rat King, and I need source crystals. As long as I cooperate with you, I can have countless source crystals."
The Rat King's first reaction upon hearing this was anger. What does this mean?
This is to make myself his tool and summon my own people to be killed by him. But then I thought again, it seems that I do have some vested interest in this person. As long as there is a relationship of interest, there is a basis for cooperation.
Okay, if you help me kill them, I'll help you collect the source crystals. The Rat King actually agreed.
This answer shocked the alien mechanical rats under the Rat King and made them resist.
However, even if they were shocked and resisted, it was useless.
The Rat King was the king of their tribe, and even if they were a different species, they had no way to resist. "You command the rats to harass them and leave the rest to me."
Jiang Wei was very active, and he took the initiative to rush towards the direction of the elephants. The Rat King did not completely trust Jiang Wei.
It followed Jiang Wei about 100 meters behind him, not daring to get too close, nor daring to run away. The Rat King knew that if he ran away, Jiang Wei would definitely run away as well. At that time, the elephants will only chase their enemy and will not chase Jiang Wei. Therefore, follow Jiang Wei and command the rats to contain the elephants so that you can use Jiang Wei to kill the elephants. At the very least, it can help the elephants shift their target of hatred.
The Rat King's abacus was working hard. Little did people know that Jiang Wei also had his own plans. However, now Jiang Wei was indeed charging directly towards the herd of elephants without any hesitation.
The floating gun opened fire from a long distance.
Jiang Wei's presence instantly attracted the attention of the elephant herd.
Unlike the countless small creatures on the ground, Jiang Wei has a 12-meter-tall mecha, which is as tall as them when standing upright. Of course, the mechanical elephant has strong limbs and weighs over 100 tons, which is 4 or 5 times that of Jiang Wei's mecha. If there were no special reasons, it would not be difficult for the herd of elephants to sweep away Jiang Wei and the herd of rats.
But Jiang Wei was an accident. The combat power of Jiang Wei's mecha is close to 700. How much combat power can a single mechanical elephant have?
It's probably stronger than that mechanical snake Dahua, but not much stronger. If we continue to give them time to strengthen themselves and devour enough metal or source crystals, the combat power of the mechanical elephants will indeed increase rapidly. However, if he wants to catch up with or surpass Jiang Wei, it will take at least 7 or 8 days. Increasing combat power by 100 points a day is already a very fast growth rate.
But to what extent will Jiang Wei's combat power rise in 7 or 8 days? Human, get out of the way. We don't want to kill you. We want to kill the mouse.
The leader of the elephant herd swung his huge steel trunk to smash the freezing bomb away and then spoke to Jiang Wei.
Who agreed to let you kill it? Jiang Wei asked back. Chapter 40 Dazzling Purple, Epic Source Crystal. The elephant was stunned for a moment by Jiang Wei's question.
Let's just say, we are just killing a mouse.
When do we need your consent as a human? Besides, is there something wrong with your brain? If I'm not mistaken, it was a group of rats attacking you just now, right? If you really want to find allies, we should be in the same camp.
Unlike the elephants who were confused, the Rat King was deeply touched. Seeing Jiang Wei fighting against the elephants, the Rat King felt much more relieved about Jiang Wei. If Jiang Wei didn't really want to help him, he would definitely not talk to the elephants like that.
Human, are you crazy? Leave now, we won't stop you. The elephant had a pretty good temper and did not attack Jiang Wei at the first moment. Before Jiang Wei could reply, the Rat King was already unhappy. Aren't you too presumptuous to incite my allies to rebel in front of me? HYMF, kill them.
The Rat King snorted coldly and commanded the rats to charge at the group.
Suicidal charge.
The mechanical mice pounced on the elephants like a mechanical ocean. The elephants responded immediately. There are a total of 13 elephants in the herd, and they form a back-to-back defense under the command of the head elephant. Their noses, which are an average of more than 5 meters long, are waved like windmills. If any mechanical mouse touches their noses, they will be immediately shredded into pieces.
How did the mechanical mouse kill the mechanical elephant before?
Because they were killing a lone mechanical elephant, the mechanical rats relied on their small bodies and specifically attacked the places with holes on the mechanical elephant's body. Even with such a despicable method, the mechanical mouse paid a huge price to kill a mechanical elephant. At this time, the mechanical elephant in front of the mechanical mouse is not a single one, but a group. They stand back to back and can protect the holes on their bodies very well, leaving the mechanical mouse no loopholes to exploit.
Why don't you take action?
The Rat King's heart bled when he saw his people being strangled by the elephants. Even if there were a lot of mechanical rats, they couldn't just keep dying like this. Don't just stand there, create opportunities for me. Zhang Wei did not listen to the Rat King's command. Instead, he took command of the Rat King. The Rat King did not refute when he saw this,
because it knew that what Zhang Wei said was right.
Although Zhang Wei was very strong, the elephants had blocked his trunk tightly, so it would be useless even if Zhang Wei rushed forward.
Good.
The Rat King was still capable. He opened his mouth and rushed towards the elephant herd with his 2 sharp teeth. Just then, Zhang Wei moved. Furthermore, Zhang Wei used his legendary skill, Super Combat Power Enhancement.
Combat power doubled. With the help of skill effects, Zhang Wei's combat power instantly reached 13 to 12 points. Doubling the combat power will result in greater strength, faster speed, and stronger mecha defense.
However, the Rat King was very surprised. Because it felt that Zhang Wei seemed to have made a mistake in the direction of his charge, Zhang Wei did not rush towards the herd of elephants, but rushed towards the Rat King. While the Rat King was stunned, Zhang Wei had already crossed 100 meters and arrived in front of the Rat King. Seeing the giant thermal sword coming towards him like a huge door panel, the Rat King came back to his senses instantly. It turns out that this person's target has always been himself.
It was so naive that it thought this person really wanted to cooperate with it. But it's too late to say anything now.
If the Rat King and Zhang Wei were to maintain a distance of 600 meters, the Rat King would still have room to maneuver. At worst, he could let the mechanical mouse keep attacking Zhang Wei to give himself a chance to escape.
But now, it's too close. Damn human, you lied to me.
The Rat King screamed, and sharp teeth burst out of his mouth as if they were free. When it comes to saving his life, the Rat King doesn't care what will happen if all his teeth fall out. He just sprays as many as he has. The floating gun opened fire, and freezing bombs exploded in all directions, sniping the mechanical mice that tried to get close.
The giant sword in Zhang Wei's hand was completely used by Zhang Wei as a door panel.
The sharp teeth that were blocked by the thermal energy giant sword exploded at the same time. And the sharp teeth that were not blocked by the thermal energy giant sword pierced Zhang Wei's armor.
The impact force generated by the explosion forced Zhang Wei to stop for a moment. When the impact force dissipated, Zhang Wei checked the status of the mecha.
The body was not damaged, but the durability of the external defense armor was reduced by 70 points.
The power of the previous explosion was completely absorbed by the defensive armor. The Rat King originally thought that Zhang Wei would be hurt after being bombarded by his sharp teeth.
But the result was beyond the Rat King's expectations. The explosion only caused Zhang Wei to pause for a moment, and he didn't even have the slightest intention of retreating. Just when the Rat King wanted to turn around and run away, Zhang Wei swung the giant thermal sword in his hand. The Rat King was indeed very flexible in his movements on the ground. But after his combat power was doubled, Zhang Wei could easily keep up with the Rat King, leaving the Rat King with nowhere to hide. As the giant thermal energy sword approached, the Rat King felt the terrifying high temperature of the sword. Before the Rat King could feel fear in his heart, the giant thermal sword had already cut off one of his hind legs. Losing the support of its hind legs, the Rat King fell to the ground and crashed into the metal wreckage on the ground. As soon as it came into contact with the metal wreckage, the Rat King swung its front legs wildly and created a hole in the blink of an eye.
Wanna run?
Zhang Wei knew very well the mouse's ability to dig holes, so he did not relax at all.
Zhang Wei was seen holding the giant thermal energy sword in both hands, and then squatting down.
The giant thermal energy sword easily penetrated into the ground and successfully cut off one of the Rat King's front legs. The Rat King, who was digging frantically, let out a desperate scream. It thought it could dig a hole and escape, but it didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so quick. It was so fast that it saw no hope of survival.
You still wanna run away from me? Jiang Wei turned the giant sword and then swung it upward at an angle. The Rat King, who had lost another front leg, was caught in the flying metal wreckage. The floating gun turned its muzzle and fired a freezing bullet that successfully hit the Rat King, who was still flying in the air and had not yet landed. A small area of the Rat King's body was frozen. But the Rat King still did not give up. It screamed wildly, and the mechanical mice rushed towards the Rat King one after another, trying to use their bodies to protect the Rat King. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei didn't give him any chance at all. Jiang Wei's eyes gathered purple light, and in an instant a purple lightning gathered and took shape. Under the sweep of the death laser, all the mechanical mice that came into contact were cut. Jiang Wei took advantage of the situation and stepped forward, grabbing the Rat King, who had lost 3 legs. "Let me go. I can help you collect source crystals." The Rat King begged for mercy. In the face of life and death, dignity is shit. Faced with the Rat King's plea for mercy, Jiang Wei remained completely indifferent. This is the Rat King, and there is a high probability that it can produce epic source crystals. At this stage in the early days of the apocalypse, epic source crystals are much more valuable than ordinary source crystals. Therefore, the strength in Jiang Wei's hands continued to increase. The sound of metal being squeezed and deformed was heard, and the Rat King's neck gradually became twisted. At the same time, the azure light in the Rat King's eyes gradually went out. At this moment, the elephants stopped advancing and the rats also stopped charging towards Jiang Wei. "You can die now." After saying that, Jiang Wei exerted force with his palm, and the Rat King's head tilted completely and he lost his voice. Then, a dazzling purple light floated out from the Rat King's body. Chapter 41 Epic, 100 Battles Core. The moment the purple source crystal appeared, the rats rioted. The elephants were equally frantic. Epic source crystals are absolutely a great tonic for mechanical creatures. The unintelligent mechanical mouse simply couldn't control its inner desire for the epic source crystal. They pounced on Jiang Wei regardless of their lives. Looking for death, Jiang Wei snorted coldly, and after collecting the origin crystal, he swung the sword fiercely with both hands. All the mechanical mice that pounced on Jiang Wei like hungry wolves were killed. The floating gun starts rapid shooting in a short period of time, and freezing bombs explode everywhere. The purple death laser extended for dozens of meters, instantly clearing out a straight passage. Jiang Wei's crazy killing was like a basin of cold water poured on the heads of the mechanical mice and the elephants. Especially when the alien mechanical mouse clearly felt the murderous aura released from Jiang Wei, the manic alien mechanical mouse panicked and became afraid. The elephants also stopped being restless. The alien mechanical mice turned around and fled, but the ordinary mechanical mice did not flee. They were still controlled by instinct. The elephants did not flee immediately. They wanted to see if there was a chance to snatch the epic source crystal. "Where are you running to?" Jiang Wei shouted angrily. The alien mechanical mouse that had already turned around and fled was frightened by Jiang Wei's roar and began to tremble. At the same time, they commanded ordinary mechanical mice to charge towards Jiang Wei, buying them time to escape. However, ordinary mechanical mice are not qualified to stop Jiang Wei. Thousands of points of combat power are no joke. Jiang Wei was seen holding a giant heat energy sword, and every time the mecha took a step, it would rush out at least 8 or 9 meters. Ordinary mechanical mice along the way were knocked unconscious. Many mechanical mice were knocked away and turned into metal wreckage before they even hit the ground. The alien mechanical mouse targeted by Jiang Wei only regretted that it had 4 more legs. When the shadow formed by Jiang Wei's mecha enveloped the alien mechanical mouse, the alien mechanical mouse knew that it would not live long. It wanted to resist, but unfortunately, it had no ability to resist. After one sword strike, the alien mechanical mouse was beheaded and the high-level source crystal became Jiang Wei's trophy. Jiang Wei did not stop. There were still a lot of alien mechanical rats. Jiang Wei wanted to kill as many of them as possible. Seeing Jiang Wei killing rats indiscriminately in the group of rats, the elephant group was shaken. "Run!" The 13 mechanical elephants were already frightened out of their wits. The fighting power displayed by Jiang Wei was simply beyond their ability to resist. Seeing this, Jiang Wei immediately gave up chasing the mechanical mouse. Although the alien mechanical mice can also drop high-level source crystals, the source crystals dropped by the alien mechanical mice are definitely much worse than those dropped by the mechanical elephants. When it comes time to make a choice, Jiang Wei naturally has to get the better quality source crystal first. The thrusters exploded and Jiang Wei's body floated in the air for a short time before he suddenly pounced towards the direction of the elephant herd. "Run!" The leader of the elephant herd is a responsible person. It knew that if it didn't stop Zhang Wei, none of them would be able to escape.
So, it commanded the herd of elephants to flee while it turned around and rushed towards Zhang Wei.
You can't stop me. Zhang Wei made a comment.
If Zhang Wei had not used his super combat power enhancement, the leader of the elephant herd would have been able to stop Zhang Wei for a moment.
Although the mechanical elephant's combat power is only a little over 200, it is much worse than Zhang Wei's combat power of more than 600.
But the size of the mechanical elephant is there and it will take time to dismantle it even with the thermal giant sword. However, Zhang Wei, who has used super power enhancement, has a combat power of more than 1000 points, which is 4 or 5 times stronger than the mechanical elephant leader. Looking at the iron nose coming towards him, Zhang Wei swung the sword without any hesitation. The thermal giant's sword collided violently with the mechanical elephant's trunk.
Sparks flew everywhere, but they only lasted for a moment before disappearing. As one of the few means of attack of the mechanical elephant, the nose is undoubtedly very strong.
However, the thermal energy giant's sword was obviously sharper. After a brief stalemate, the thermal energy giant's sword cut off the elephant's trunk and chopped on the mechanical elephant's neck without any reduction in force. Because a lot of the chopping force was consumed by the elephant's trunk, the giant thermal sword got stuck in the mechanical elephant's neck. After a brief pause, before the mechanical elephant could make any move, an even more powerful force surged out of Zhang Wei's hands.
Break!
As Zhang Wei shouted, the giant thermal energy sword began to move forward again. In the contest between the two giants, it was obvious that Zhang Wei won. The mechanical elephant was pushed back continuously by Zhang Wei, but soon it had nowhere to retreat. Because its head had been separated from its body, the elephant's head rolled to the ground and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Then, the blue light in the eyes of the mechanical elephant leader quickly went out. The next moment, a source crystal floated out from the gap in the mechanical elephant's neck. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Huh? A source crystal close to epic level. Although the mechanical elephant is an alien species, it is definitely not a king-level monster.
Because Zhang Wei has never seen the mechanical elephant use any skills.
But it exploded with a source crystal that emitted a slightly purple glow, which was beyond Zhang Wei's expectations. Because this meant that the source crystal was about to evolve from advanced level to epic level. Zhang Wei put away the source crystal thoughtfully, and he did not continue to chase the herd of elephants.
Run!
I'll give you 3 days.
Zhang Wei muttered.
If the elephant herd only dropped high-level source crystals, Zhang Wei would definitely chase after them immediately. But since the source crystals in the mechanical elephants showed a tendency to evolve to an epic level, Zhang Wei was not in a hurry to kill them.
Wouldn't it be better to let the bullets fly for a while, and then harvest them when they have almost all flown?
Zhang Wei could still think clearly about how to choose between a dozen high-level source crystals and a dozen epic source crystals. When the alien mechanical mice saw Zhang Wei chasing the herd of elephants, they thought they were saved. But what they didn't expect was that Zhang Wei only killed one mechanical elephant, and then turned around and killed them.
Is this how you play? Do you feel happy for half a minute? The alien mechanical rat went crazy again.
A crazy escape. Fortunately, they are intelligent and know how to disperse and run away. In this situation, anyone who gets caught up is just out of luck. 1 minute later, the strengthening effect of super combat power on the mecha disappears.
Zhang Wei's speed dropped suddenly.
After a few more minutes, Zhang Wei could no longer see the living mechanical mouse wherever he looked. Dozens of alien species escaped, and more than 20,000 ordinary mechanical mice escaped.
Zhang Wei shook his head inside. I'm still lacking skills.
Thinking of this, Zhang Wei immediately contacted Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, bring people back and clean up the battlefield.
Zhang Tao was on his way back to the villa area when he received a call from Zhang Wei.
Zhang Tao was obviously stunned for a moment.
Brother, what's going on? Zhang Tao asked subconsciously. It's been solved. Bring people back quickly.
Zhang Wei urged. The battlefield was quite large, and the mechanical rats killed by Zhang Wei were scattered everywhere. Some source crystals were buried under the metal wreckage. These were Zhang Wei's trophies and could not be lost. Zhang Wei had no intention of cleaning up the battlefield himself, so he notified Zhang Tao.
Okay, I'll be there right away. Zhang Tao was very happy.
He was not so curious about how Zhang Wei dealt with the mechanical mouse and the mechanical elephant. In Zhang Tao's opinion, as long as Zhang Wei was still alive, it was great. After receiving a positive reply, Zhang Wei ended the communication. He first collected all the high-level source crystals and then couldn't wait to open the cargo hold and take out the epic source crystals.
Open. Ding. Obtain the epic level 100 battle score. Oh my god. Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 42 Han Zhao's body is missing. What is this? A 3-grid core module? Zhang Wei felt like he was going crazy. Zhang Wei had guessed that the Rat King would reveal something good, but he never thought that what the Rat King revealed would be so good. The 100 battles core is a type of mecha module. There are many types of core modules and their sizes vary greatly. Some garbage modules can be as large as 10 tiles. The smallest module taking up only 1 grid. The Sanji 100 battles core is already a very, very top-grade module. At least Zhang Wei had never obtained it in his previous life and had never even heard of it. The best module he got in his previous life was the 5-grid iron wall core, which was mainly used to improve the defense capability of the mecha. The 100 battles core is also called core number 1. Its function is very straightforward, which is to increase combat power. In addition to the 100 battles core and iron wall core, there are also detection cores, assault cores, superpower cores, gale cores, etc. Check. 100 battles core epic 3 grids combat strength plus 300. Wow. Zhang Wei exclaimed again after checking the properties of the 100 battles core. The attributes are straightforward, simple, and explosive. A small core module can increase combat power by 300 points for nothing. This is I can't take this with me. The module space of the mecha will only be opened after the mecha undergoes the second evolution. Now Zhang Wei could only stare at the 100 battles core, just as Zhang Wei was staring at the 100 battles core. Lin Chaneying appeared at a very fast speed. Lin Chaneying stared at Zhang Wei in surprise, unable to believe it, especially when she saw the huge corpse of the mechanical elephant lying on the ground. She immediately exclaimed, "Wow, you killed so many. Were they all killed by you? You've come at the right time. My mecha can evolve a second time. Please keep an eye on it for me." Zhang Wei didn't have time to explain anything to Lin Chaneying. He just wanted to equip the 100 battles core as soon as possible. Good. Lin Chaneying also didn't say anything. She put away her surprise, chose a relatively intact tall building and used the thrusters to jump to the top of the building. The expression is serious and earnest. Absorb the source crystal. Zhang Wei began to absorb the energy within the source crystal. Ordinary source crystals quickly turned into Zhang Wei's mecha experience. Soon, Zhang Wei's mecha level was upgraded to level 30. There is no other way. There are enough source crystals. The mecha level has been upgraded to level 30, and there are still thousands of ordinary source crystals in Zhang Wei's mecha space. Evolution mecha. Familiar yet unfamiliar energy descended from the sky. Zhang Wei's mecha slowly floated into the air, and mysterious energy continued to be injected into Zhang Wei's mecha. Zhang Wei's mecha began to grow taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its torso and limbs became thicker. This evolution still took about 10 minutes. When the mysterious energy disappeared, Zhang Wei's mecha fell to the ground suddenly. At this time, the height of the mecha, which had undergone 2 evolutions, had reached 15 meters. Ding! The second mecha evolution is complete. Combat power plus 50, opening the core module space, current space 10. All mechas will gain 10 slots of module space when they evolve for the second time, regardless of the type of mecha. 3 grids are actually enough. Equip the 100 battles core. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to give the order. The 100 battles core floated to the heart of Zhang Wei's mecha. Then something similar to a black box popped out from the chest of the mecha, and the 100 battles core was stored in this black box. Ding! Equip the 100 battles core. Combat power plus 300. The moment Zhang Wei was equipped with the 100 battles core, the mecha that Zhang Wei had just evolved changed again. The external armor of the mecha continues to increase in density, strength, speed, and all-round enhancement, and even the weight has increased. Open the panel. Mecha form. Level 2 evolution, 15 meters. Mecha level, 30. Weight, 41 tons. Power, 1066. Type, medium melee. Power, dual-cycle nuclear engine. Equipment, thermal greatsword, epic, alloy defense armor, excellent, afterburner thruster, excellent, 100 battles core, epic, skills, super combat power enhancement, legend, death laser. This property is a bit luxurious. Zhang Wei couldn't help but praise himself. You have to know that this is only the second day of the apocalypse. What is that thing you just integrated into the mecha? Lin Shining came up curiously. She ran over after she saw Zhang Wei's mecha had completed its evolution. Core module. What is that? Zhang Wei explained without hesitation. It is a type of equipment. After the mecha evolves a second time, the module space will be opened, and then the core module can be equipped. Is it very powerful?
Lin Shining felt that she had obtained some new information and could not help but want to get to the bottom of it.
The module I just equipped can increase my combat power by 300 points. Don't you think it's amazing? Zhang Wei was in a very good mood.
He teased Lin Shining with great interest.
Lin Shining exclaimed, "How much?" 300 points of combat power.
Zhang Wei cooperated by raising his hand and stretching out 3 fingers.
Lin Shining moved closer to Zhang Wei. She stood on tiptoe and poked Zhang Wei's chest again and again with her fingers.
Lin Shining had just seen what the 100 Battles core looked like. But what Lin Shining couldn't understand was why such a small thing could increase combat power so much.
This doesn't make sense at all.
But Zhang Wei knew that this was very reasonable.
The core is a very advanced technology, just like the memory in a mobile phone.
If you add 16G of running memory to the phone while still having the original memory, the performance of the phone will naturally be greatly improved.
This is what the core is for a mecha.
However, top-grade cores are very rare, and ordinary cores only increase combat power by a few points.
How much combat power do you have now?
Lin Shining suddenly withdrew her hand and stared at Zhang Wei and asked.
Well, Zhang Wei was considering whether to tell the truth. It's not that Zhang Wei wants to hide anything because there is no need to hide anything.
Zhang Wei was mainly afraid of hurting Lin Shining.
Tell the truth.
Lin Shining put her hands on her hips as if she could see what Zhang Wei was thinking. Zhang Wei helplessly spread his hands, 1066 combat power points.
Mr. Duo?
Lin Shining's voice was out of tune with excitement.
You heard it right. 1066 o'clock.
Lin Shining instantly shut herself off. She knew that there was a big gap between her and Zhang Wei, but she never thought the gap would be so big.
Lin Shining's combat power is less than 200 points. You will catch up. Don't be discouraged. Zhang Wei comforted Lin Shining. Don't talk. My head hurts. Let me be quiet for a while.
Lin Shining squatted on the ground, thinking about why the gap between people was so big. Just when Lin Shining was autistic, Zhang Tao appeared with a group of people. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Tao and others, feeling a little confused. Based on Zhang Wei's understanding of Zhang Tao, this guy would definitely scream and shout when he saw such a big scene. At least he would casually tell his subordinates to start working. But now Zhang Tao appears to be very calm, or even a little dull. Before Zhang Tao approached, Zhang Wei took the lead and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Tao looked up, then quickly lowered his head again. The reason why he and his men came so slowly was that they were thinking about how to tell Zhang Wei about this matter.
Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Wei resisted the urge to kick Zhang Tao and spoke harshly. Brother, don't blame me. I don't know what happened.
Han Xiao's body is missing.
Zhang Tao jumped back a step and waved to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei heard this and said coldly, "What do you mean it's gone?"
Chapter 43 Advanced Skills, Thunder of the Sky.
This you say it. Zhang Wei's gaze made Zhang Tao feel very pressured.
He decided to transfer the pressure to his younger brother. Seeing this, the younger brother named by Zhang Tao had no choice but to go ahead.
Brother, this is what happened.
We wanted to bury that woman according to your request, but something unexpected happened while we were burying her.
What accident? Zhang Wei's tone softened a little.
He would not make things too difficult for these younger brothers. Seeing that Zhang Wei's tone was not that bad, I was no longer so nervous. He organized his words and spoke.
I don't know the details.
We only arranged one brother to do this, but we waited for a long time and didn't see him come back. We thought he was just being lazy, but, the younger brother paused for a moment and then spoke with a hint of fear. But when we went to look for him, we found that he was already dead. His mech's chest was pierced and we don't know how it happened. Zhang Wei listened carefully. From the younger brother's description, he couldn't figure out what was going on.
And there's something else going on. The younger brother spoke again. Anything else? It's the steel snake. Its remains are missing. Have other mechanical creatures appeared? Zhang Wei asked in confusion. Mechs have no demand for metal debris. Only mechanical creatures will treat metal debris as food.
Swallowing metal debris can increase the strength of mechanical creatures.
No, it's not other mechanical creatures.
The other metal debris is all there and has been gathered by us. Only the debris of the steel snake is missing.
Zhang Wei thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, got it.
Let's get started first and clean up the source crystals here."
Yes, brother.
A group of younger brothers began to act in an orderly manner.
Zhang Tao saw that Zhang Wei didn't seem angry.
He carefully approached Zhang Tao and estimated Zhang Wei's height at that moment.
Brother, has your mecha evolved again?
Zhang Wei hummed lightly.
He was still thinking about Han Xiao. Could it be that Han Su took Han Xiao's body away?
As for the body of the steel snake, Zhang Wei didn't care that much.
It was just some metal debris. It didn't matter whether it was eaten or stolen.
Zhang Tao was a little excited when he heard this.
Brother, what benefits did you get from the second evolution? I advise you not to ask. Before Zhang Wei could say anything, Lin Shining jumped out first.
You will feel very introverted after asking this question, right?
Although Lin Shining thought that Zhang Tao was quite carefree, it seemed that even such a carefree person could not accept such a blow.
Why? Zhang Tao looked at Lin Shining puzzledly.
Come on, I'll talk to you. Lin Shining pulled Zhang Tao.
She could see that Zhang Wei was thinking about something. Therefore, it would be better for her to tell Zhang Tao about the second evolution. Moreover, Lin Shining also needs to contact her superiors and report what happened today.
Zhang Wei did not stop the two of them.
He was indeed still thinking about something.
After a few minutes, Zhang Wei gave up thinking about it.
He couldn't guess anything just by listening to other people's account of what happened. Only when we go back and see the mecha of our dead brother can we see some clues. Afterwards, Zhang Wei took out the source crystals again. Except for the epic source crystals, Zhang Wei also has a lot of high-level source crystals and a source crystal that is infinitely close to epic level. When Zhang Wei opened the advanced source crystal, the chance of getting equipment basically reached 1/3. These high-level source crystals are obtained from alien species, and their quality is impeccable. However, there was not a single piece of equipment that Zhang Wei was interested in.
Zhang Wei only changed to an excellent level defensive armor.
The durability of the defensive armor Zhang Wei was wearing had decreased a bit after the previous battle. Now there is a new and identical armor, which must be replaced. Whether to ship or not is up to you.
Open it.
Zhang Wei opened the last source crystal, which was infinitely close to epic level. Ding obtained the advanced skill, Thunder of Heaven. Extreme Thunder, a melee skill. The weapon condenses spherical energy. After being activated, hitting a single target will instantly trigger high-intensity particles, striking the target within a range of 10 meters.
Group Attack Skill.
After reading the skill introduction, Zhang Wei got a little excited and immediately forgot about Han Xiao. Although the Death Laser can also be considered a group attack skill, its group attack effect is far inferior to that of the Extreme Thunder. One is an attack in a straight line, and the other is an attack in a range of 10 meters.
How can they be compared? Study. Ding. Learning Extreme Thunder blasts successfully, combat power plus 20. It also increases combat power? That's good. Zhang Wei was very satisfied. Having this skill was a big win for him. Brother. Your combat power has exceeded 1,000?
At this time, Zhang Tao's scream appeared. The shout was so powerful that it not only attracted Zhang Wei's attention, but also the younger brothers around him heard it.
What's wrong? Zhang Wei asked back. It's almost 1,001.
Brother.
Zhang Tao was about to cry. Why is the gap getting bigger and bigger? There is no intention of getting closer at all. Zhang Wei ignored Zhang Tao. He took out a bunch of equipment he had just obtained and said, "You can divide these things among yourselves?"
These equipments are basically of excellent grade, and there are 3 or 4 of them of excellent grade.
Zhang Wei looked down on these equipments.
Although the cargo hold was relatively large, storing so many equipments still took up space. It's better to give it to Zhang Tao than to leave it there.
Those younger brothers are all controlling Zhang Tao's mechas.
Even if he gives these equipment to the younger brothers to use, he is not afraid that they will run away.
As for Zhang Tao, do you dare to give it a try? Zhang Tao didn't have so many thoughts.
He was immediately overjoyed when he saw Zhang Wei take out a pile of equipment. Just as Zhang Tao was picking through a pile of equipment, Zhang Wei said to Lin Shinying, "There are some you can use, pick some."
Although Lin Shinying did not contribute much to today's battle, Zhang Wei could see clearly that Lin Shinying wanted to help Zhang Wei, and Zhang Wei would certainly not be stingy with Lin Shinying.
Okay. Lin Shinying did not hesitate and did not mention the matter of giving it to Yuan Jing. In Lin Shinying's opinion, everyone is already an accomplice, and it would be awkward to mention the source crystal again. After selecting and choosing, Zhang Tao upgraded his weapons. Although the weapons could not be replaced, all other equipment was complete, including armor, cargo hold, and thrusters. Zhang Tao's combat power is close to 200 points, while Lin Shinying's combat power exceeds 200 points. After all, Lin Xiniying's weapons are better than Zhang Tao's. The other brothers also basically got equipment, and everyone was very happy. Although the combined combat power of all their younger mechas is not as high as Zhang Wei's own, but at least their combat power has been improved, so they will not be so powerless when facing ordinary mechanical creatures.
How's the cleaning going? Zhang Wei asked after the equipment was distributed. That's enough, brother. What should we do with these metal debris? There are too many of them. Are we just going to leave them alone?
Zhang Tao has a business mind and always feels that it is a pity to throw away so much metal. The main reason is that there are too many metal wreckages this time, and they are everywhere.
After listening to Zhang Tao's words, Zhang Wei pondered for a moment.
He had indeed never thought about this question before. After all, in his previous life, he didn't have the ability to kill so many mechanical creatures at once. This way, all the metal debris can be gathered together in a pile. What's the use?
Zhang Tao spoke, and Lin Xiniying also looked at Zhang Wei.
Mechanical creatures can eat metal debris to increase their combat power.
These metal debris are good things for them. Then what? Zhang Tao couldn't quite figure out what Zhang Wei was thinking.
But Lin Xiniying figured it out. Without waiting for Zhang Wei to answer, she spoke first.
Are you planning to conduct a sting operation? Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Xiniying. It was easy to talk to smart people. Oh, I understand. I'll let them do it now.
Zhang Tao slapped his forehead.
This is like a pile of fat meat piled up in the open air.
The mechanical creatures will surely be unable to resist eating it. As soon as they come, they will become part of this pile of metal wreckage. At that time, they won't have to work hard to find mechanical creatures everywhere, because those guys will jump out by themselves. Immediately, Zhang Tao enthusiastically directed his subordinates to clean up the metal wreckage. Cleaning up the metal wreckage wasn't difficult, mainly because all the mechas were at least medium-sized, except for Lin Xiniying. It's a bit difficult to let these little brothers fight against mechanical creatures. But it's a piece of cake to let them clean up the metal wreckage. In less than half an hour, the metal wreckage was piled up into a huge metal pile 10 meters high and with an unknown diameter.
Looking at this huge pile of metal, Zhang Tao felt a sense of accomplishment.
But before Zhang Tao could sigh, Zhang Wei called Zhang Tao, "Let's go back and take a look."
Ah, you don't want to watch here anymore?
Zhang Tao still wanted to wait here, but he didn't expect Zhang Wei to ask him to go home.
Nothing will come out today. Let's go back and take a look first. Zhang Wei is not lying to Zhang Tao. We have just killed so many mechanical rats.
How could any mechanical creature dare to come here and check it this time?
If you want to eat, you have to be alive to eat.
According to Zhang Wei's estimation, even after today, no mechanical creatures would appear. They will only show up when the fear in the hearts of the mechanical mice disappears.
As for other mechanical creatures, there were too few of them, and some cats and dogs were not within Zhang Wei's consideration.
Oh, okay, let's go back first, but let's leave a few people here to watch over it, in case something comes over here.
Okay, it's up to you. Zhang Wei nodded to Zhang Tao.
Afterwards, Zhang Tao enthusiastically arranged the staff, working in 3 shifts, and no one was allowed to slack off. After Zhang Tao finished making arrangements, they quickly headed towards the villa area.
Zhang Wei wanted to see what was going on with Han Xiao. Was Han Xiao really taken away by Han Su?
If Han Su knew that Zhang Wei suspected him, Han Su would definitely protest his injustice.
Chapter 44 Han Xiao is resurrected and transformed into a snake.
Han Su had no idea about Han Xiao's situation.
After stealing the mecha, Han Su ran away immediately without daring to stay.
Now he has run to the westernmost part of Sichuan City. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have planned to escape from Chuanqing and stay away from Zhang Wei. At this time, in a sewer 2 or 3 kilometers away from the villa area, a scarred steel snake was shrouded in a layer of hazy light. This steel snake was eating frantically, and in front of it was a pile of mechanical rat corpses.
The light on it is a sign of recovery. Zhang Wei, you will not die well.
Just wait for my revenge.
Just wait.
If Zhang Wei heard this resentful voice, he would definitely be able to tell that it was Han Xiao's voice. Originally, Han Xiao also thought that she was doomed. The feeling of the blood draining away quickly is terrifying. Just when Han Xiao lost consciousness and her breathing stopped completely, she didn't know what was attracting her. She instinctively approached the thing that attracted her. When she regained consciousness, she had turned into a snake as thick as her forearm and less than half a meter long.
Steel snake.
Moreover, she was still hiding in her original body. When she discovered that a mecha was trying to bury her body, she became furious.
Han Xiao couldn't help but attack the mecha.
Following the steel snake's physical instinct, Han Xiao rushed out from the bloody hole in his abdomen and instantly pierced through the mecha's abdomen.
If this kind of injury occurred anywhere else on the mecha, it would not be fatal. But the belly of the mecha is where the human cockpit is located. Han Xiao's attack not only penetrated the mecha, but also penetrated the person controlling the mecha.
So, one strike kills. After killing the mecha, Han Xiao regained some of his sanity and became a little panicked.
Was it because he was killing someone for the first time? Or because he was panicking because he had turned into a snake? Han Xiao didn't know.
Fortunately, Han Xiao sensed that there was something calling and attracting her. This attraction dispelled the panic in her heart. She didn't know what would happen next, but she still followed the force that attracted her and went to check it out. What Han Xiao didn't expect was that what attracted her was the remains of Dawa's body. Without thinking too much, Han Xiao approached the remains of Dawa's body when no one was paying attention, and then she crawled into the wreckage. After Han Xiao entered Dawa's body, she miraculously merged with the remains of Dawa's body. After the fusion, she turned into a big flower and even her broken head was reconnected. Han Xiao didn't know what her mood was at the time.
She only knew that she couldn't stay here for long. If Zhang Wei could kill Dahua, then he could also kill her.
She had no combat experience. So, Han Xiao ran away, and before running away, she went back and took her human body away. Han Xiao no longer cared about how this happened. She only knew that she was still alive and had gained a very strong body.
She wants revenge.
If Zhang Wei could see Han Xiao's changes with his own eyes, he would definitely understand it better than Han Xiao herself. The metal fragment that pierced Han Xiao's abdomen and caused fatal injuries must have come from Dawa's body.
Maybe it was because of Han Xiao's obsession, or maybe it was because of Dawa's unwillingness. Or maybe both.
This eventually led to what it is now.
Zhang Wei couldn't explain why this happened.
No one can explain it clearly.
Just like how the mecha came into being. Who can tell? Villa area.
In the woods not far behind the villa, a mecha lay on the ground without a sound.
Brother. This is the brother. Look, there is a hole in his abdomen. Zhang Tao pointed at the hole in the abdomen of the mecha and spoke to Zhang Wei.
Zhang Wei had already seen the hole, which was as thick as an arm. If it was not a fatal injury, it would not cause death.
I can't tell what it's made of. Zhang Wei muttered. I really can't tell. Because there were no other injuries on the mecha. Only this one hole. What kind of mechanical creature could cause such injuries? Or maybe a long-range mecha launched a sneak attack. But are there any long-range mechas with such attack power now?
Long-range rifles and machine guns can cause this kind of physical damage. But to have bullets with this kind of penetrating power, the combat power of the mecha must be at least over 300 points. Even with his own help, Lin Shining only has a combat power of over 200. That corpse,
Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Wei.
Let it be lost.
Don't worry about it. Tell our people to be more careful. When patrolling, they should at least be in groups of 3. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and gave some instructions.
With an enemy of this kind of attack power, even 2 people in a group are not safe.
Okay.
Zhang Tao was very excited after hearing this. Because he heard the word "we" from Zhang Wei's mouth.
What does this indicate?
This shows that Big Brother has already treated us as his own. Zhang Tao was of course very excited to become Zhang Wei's own person. Mainly because this Big Brother was so strong and it made him feel safe following such a Big Brother. Moreover, the eldest brother is a man with a cold face but a kind heart. When facing the crisis, Zhang Wei did not treat Zhang Tao as cannon fodder, but let him go first. This touched Zhang Tao very much. Before Zhang Tao could finish being moved, Lin Shining spoke.
Zhang Wei, I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Shining in surprise.
Lin Shining acted a little embarrassed. Well, my superior wants you to go to our base.
Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to give some instructions to our people.
Lin Shining was afraid that Zhang Wei would misunderstand something. So she explained it very seriously and carefully.
Zhang Wei did not answer immediately.
It is only a matter of time before we come into contact with the military. It is also good to be able to have a good atmosphere of contact with the military through Lin Shining. But Zhang Wei didn't want to contact the military right now.
Mainly, it's not safe enough. Lin Shining probably wouldn't have any intention of harming Zhang Wei.
But it's hard to say about others.
Who wouldn't be moved by Zhang Wei's luxurious equipment?
Therefore, when he did not have sufficient strength, Zhang Wei was unwilling to contact the military. After 3 evolutions, when your body has a certain strength and your mecha has a shield, it will not be too late to engage. You know, the military's planes and cannons are still usable.
Early mechas are just toys in front of such powerful weapons. Zhang Wei's current mecha can't withstand the attack of missiles. Moreover, if the military district sends people to pick him up, they will definitely send a plane and let Zhang Wei and the mecha dismantle and go to the military district. This might as well be like taking Zhang Wei's life directly. Not now. Let's wait until 3 evolutions.
It's no use if I go now. Zhang Wei spoke to Lin Shining very seriously. Lin Shining breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this.
Lin Shining's boss attitude was very firm.
Zhang Wei must go to the military region, but he did not specify when to go. This won't make things difficult for Lin Shining.
Okay, that's no problem. How many levels do I need for the 3rd evolution?
Level 50. That's pretty fast. Lin Shining knew that Zhang Wei's mecha level had reached level 30.
Isn't it fast enough to upgrade from level 30 to level 50?
Zhang Wei shook his head slowly.
It won't be fast.
The higher the level, the slower the improvement.
Have you never played games?
Improving the level of a mecha is just like playing games. Previously, Zhang Wei opened a bunch of high-level source crystals, most of which were used to gain mecha experience. However, so many source crystals only allowed Zhang Wei to increase his level by 1 level. Today is a good opportunity to obtain so many high-level source crystals.
It is not every day that you can obtain so many source crystals.
Besides, even if you can get this much every day, it will take about 20 days to upgrade the mecha to level 50.
Ah, is that so? That doesn't matter. Things have almost stabilized over there. They want to retake the city, and they mainly want to hear your opinion.
Lin Shining said casually, but she didn't say that this was just one of the reasons.
My opinion? Zhang Wei was a little confused.
Yes, you know a lot of things. Lin Shining said as a matter of course.
If you just want my advice, I can tell you now. You don't have to make a special trip.
Lin Shining looked at Zhang Wei in surprise and asked, really?
Of course. Zhang Wei already knew how to establish a safe zone.
After all, those were successful cases in his previous life.
Tell me what you think quickly.
Lin Shining was a little anxious.
Watching the people suffer and being unable to rescue them is a huge torment for every soldier with faith. Abandon the existing city and re-establish a safe zone.
Ah,
you don't want the current city anymore?
Lin Shining couldn't understand Zhang Wei's thoughts. Frugality is something that is ingrained in the Chinese people's DNA, and it is a very difficult choice for them to give up the city.
Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Shining and said, you have also seen the destructive power of mechanical creatures.
Just a swarm of rats can cause such great damage.
Do you think the current city has the ability to resist mechanical creatures?
Lin Shining was speechless. So, using the metal remains of mechanical creatures, smelting them and building a metal city is the safest way.
Lin Shining was stunned. She didn't expect Zhang Wei's imagination to be so big. A city made entirely of metal? It sounds like a good idea. Chapter 45, Brother Lei from the West City.
Lin Shining immediately reported the news to her superiors. Whether this matter is acceptable or not is something that her superiors need to study, but she will definitely report the matter.
After Lin Shining finished her report, everyone took a break.
Although they were not physically tired, they still needed to recuperate mentally. In the afternoon, Zhang Wei took Lin Shining and Zhang Tao out of the villa area and took a walk outside. But the harvest was almost nothing. The whole Sichuan city was very quiet and harmonious. No mechanical creature dared to show up, not even the bird-like mechanical creatures dared to show their heads, let alone humans.
This made Zhang Wei very helpless. With no monsters to kill, how could he improve himself?
Lin Shining was obviously aware of this problem.
Zhang Wei, if there weren't so many monsters, where would we get so many metal wreckages? Besides, sooner or later, all the mechanical creatures will be killed, right? Zhang Wei shook his head and said to Lin Shining, it's impossible to kill them all. Mechanical creatures can reproduce, and the reproduction speed is very fast. Can mechanical creatures reproduce? I don't believe it.
Although Lin Shining is not very old, she knows very well how animals reproduce.
They have all become mechanical creatures, how can they reproduce?
When two steel monsters are stacked together, not only can they create sparks, but they can also create crystals. They can indeed reproduce, for example, mechanical mice. As long as a certain amount of combat power is accumulated in an individual mechanical mouse, it can consume very little combat power to reproduce a small mechanical mouse, and it doesn't even require the gestation period of normal organisms.
This is the main reason why mechanical creatures cannot be killed, without a doubt.
In the previous life, even in the 10th year of the last days, mechanical creatures were still as numerous as the hairs on cattle, with no signs of extinction.
Is it possible? Lin Shining was shocked. If this is the case, won't humanity ever have peace? Brother and sister, now is not the time to study this. Let's study how to obtain the source crystal.
Zhang Tao spoke somewhat dejectedly. Half of the afternoon had already passed, and there was not much trace of mechanical creatures in sight.
How to play this? Zhang Tao also wants to evolve a second time and create a top-notch core module.
The mechanical creatures are scared of being killed, and I'm afraid they won't come out in the short term.
Let's go back first.
Oh, let our people pay attention to those original source crystals.
There should be some that haven't been found yet. Zhang Wei spoke to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao understood what the initial source crystals Zhang Wei were talking about were.
They were the source crystals that fell from the sky at the beginning of the apocalypse. In fact, Zhang Tao has been sending people to keep an eye on it.
Zhang Wei's floating cannon was obtained from the initial source crystal.
After seeing the capabilities of the floating cannon, Zhang Tao also wanted to make one to play with.
Brother, there are almost no original source crystals left in the city.
They have all been taken by people or eaten by mechanical creatures.
If we really want to find them, we have to go outside the city. Go outside the city? That's not impossible. Zhang Wei nodded secretly.
Now Zhang Wei has nearly 1,100 points of combat power, so there will be no danger for him to go outside the city. What's more, Zhang Tao is right. There must be a lot of original source crystals in places far away from the city. In addition to the initial source crystal, there are also a large number of mechanical creatures. For example, mechanical creatures transformed from voles and frogs also appear in groups.
Moreover, although there are no large wild animals in Chuanqing, there is a river.
There are far more mechanical creatures in the river than on land.
Well, you stay in Chuanqing.
With your current combat power, you should have no problem protecting yourselves.
I will go outside the city. Brother, you're not taking me with you?
Zhang Tao immediately became unhappy. He also wanted to go out of the city for a walk.
What was the point of staying in the city and killing mice, cats, and dogs? It's too dangerous outside the city for you. I'll go by myself. Zhang Wei has already made up his mind and will not change it easily.
Okay.
Zhang Tao had no choice but to nod.
Lin Shining said with some concern, then be careful.
Will you come back at night? Not necessarily. It depends on the situation. Zhang Wei responded casually.
Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei with envy. This was too fast. In less than 2 days, the elder brother was about to win over the beautiful young lady Lin Shining. Before the end of the world, even if you use money to pave the way for someone as beautiful as Lin Shining, it would take you 3 to 5 days, right? However, Zhang Tao also understood that this kind of thing could not be achieved by jealousy. If he were a woman, he would also choose Zhang Wei.
Then, before the sunset, Zhang Wei left Chuanqing.
He did not choose the direction of Xinfeng Mountain, but went in the opposite direction because the river was on this side.
However, Zhang Wei did not encounter any mechanical creatures along the way.
The mechanical creatures outside the city are more agile than those inside the city because there are enemies everywhere in the wild. Mechanical creatures can devour each other to increase their combat power. It can be said that except for their own kind, all others are enemies. Mechanical creatures can only unite when they encounter human mecha together because human mecha has greater appeal to mechanical creatures.
Just when Zhang Wei was leaving Chuanqing, Han Su was saying something in front of a 12-meter-long mecha in a large gang in the west of the city. Sichuan City is a second-tier city in the country.
It covers a large area, has a large population, and is home to a variety of forces. Although it is only the second day of the apocalypse, gangs of all sizes have already formed.
The gang Han Su joined was the largest gang in the west of the city, Barnan. The gang leader is called Brother Lei.
Brother Lei was originally a truck captain who ran several logistics companies. He had a group of truck drivers under him and also owned dozens of large trucks. These dozens of trucks and the group of truck drivers under his command became his important capital for running rampant in the west of the city.
Brother Lei, what I said is true.
That Zhang Tao has a lot of good stuff.
And that guy is very arrogant and looks down on others.
He only has some mechas under his name and has confiscated other brothers. If we go find him, he will definitely be scared.
Hansu tried his best to persuade Brother Lei.
It is definitely impossible to expect Hansu to take revenge on his own in a short period of time. Hansu originally planned to keep a low profile and then go looking for trouble with Zhang Wei when he has the strength. But after joining Brother Lei's gang, Hansu had new ideas.
Brother Lei has 300 to 400 mechas under his command. In Hansu's opinion, one of these mechas could kick Zhang Wei Quan to death. Using someone else to help you get revenge is also revenge. And Hansu is not picky at all. Zhang Tao? I know that guy. We have done a lot of work for him. He is indeed a very arrogant guy. However, we are in the west of the city. So there is no need to provoke him, right? Brother Lei is also a well-known figure in Sichuan City.
He has connections in both the black and white worlds.
So naturally, he knows Zhang Tao. If it is not necessary, Brother Lei doesn't want to provoke Zhang Tao.
Although he has hundreds of mechas under his command, most of them were forcibly recruited and lack much cohesion.
If a real fight breaks out, those mechas may not be of any use.
Instead of looking for trouble with Zhang Tao, it would be better to find those people hiding in mechas in the west of the city. According to Brother Lei's own guess, there are at least thousands of people with mechas in the west of the city. If we could absorb other small groups as well, it wouldn't be a problem to gather 2,000 or 3,000 mechas.
Chapter 46. What? Join you? Brother Lei, you don't know that kid's mecha. It would be a waste if you gave it to him.
It would be better for Brother Lei to use it himself. The mecha he controlled was already 17 meters tall before it evolved.
Hansu knew what could attract Brother Lei. The most important thing for survival in this doomsday is strength. The larger the initial mecha, the stronger the combat power. Hansu could see Lei Ji's ambition.
Lei Gu wanted to dominate Sichuan City, or even a larger area, which required extremely strong personal strength. This will allow the subordinates to have stronger cohesion.
If the boss is not strong enough, why should others follow you?
Moreover, he also possessed a very good weapon, a scythe that was more than 10 meters long. I saw it with my own eyes. Hansu added fuel to Lei Ji's anger.
He just didn't believe that Brother Lei wouldn't be moved after hearing it. Really? Brother Lei was indeed moved after hearing it.
The main reason is that Zhang Tao doesn't have that many people under his command.
How can dozens of mechas compare with his hundreds? At that time, we won't even need to take action ourselves.
Just a large group of mechas standing at the door of Zhang Tao's house will probably scare that guy who hasn't even grown all his hair to the point of peeing his pants. Besides, Brother Lei is also capable of fighting. His mecha has completed its first evolution, and the mecha level has reached level 15. He has also mastered a skill, which was obtained by accidentally obtaining the initial source crystal. Of course, and that place is a wealthy area, so it didn't suffer much damage. I stole this mecha from there, and there are many mechas there. If those rich people are unwilling to join us, we can also seize their mechas. Then, they will all be your property, Brother Lei. To be honest, Hansu's words were very tempting. 17-meter-long mechas, weapons, and a large number of mechas are waiting to be harvested.
Okay, let's go and deal with him. We'll gather everyone to start the work tomorrow morning.
Brother Lei made the decision immediately.
Originally, Hansu wanted to persuade Brother Lei to take action tonight. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. If he kept refuting Brother Lei, it might make Brother Lei unhappy.
And this was not what Hansu wanted.
Hansu is not willing to be just a little brother. He also wants to have more development. So if he tries to please Brother Lei now, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some mechas later, right? As long as you have enough mechas, it will be easy to find people to operate the mechas. Then, won't you be able to become a king yourself?
That night, Brother Lei hugged two beautiful women and slept soundly. He felt that life in the end times was much more comfortable than before the end times.
At least that's the case until now. The next morning, Brother Lei gathered all his brothers.
There were nearly 400 mechas of various sizes and models. It was quite spectacular to see so many mechas standing together.
Brother Lei carried out a pre-war mobilization of these 400 people. Some favors were promised, and some threats were made.
Of course, the main reason these people obey is the threat.
Who doesn't have family? Most people who own mechas have families. If anyone disobeys, both their families and themselves will be retaliated by Brother Lei.
Therefore, most of these nearly 400 people did not dare to disobey Brother Lei.
A group of 400 mechas marched towards the villa area in a mighty manner.
Along the way, no one was so blind as to jump out to stop them, and all the mechanical creatures hid far away after seeing them. Some small gangs were even trembling with fear, as everyone was afraid that Brother Lei was coming to cause trouble for them. Fortunately, Brother Lei did not attack them. It took half an hour for Brother Lei to lead his men into the villa area. You know what, this villa area is different. In my opinion, we might as well not leave. Isn't it nice to occupy this place? Brother Lei fell in love with the villa area at first sight. There was no way. Compared with the villa area, his territory in the west of the city was like a doghouse. Of course, Brother Lei has the final say anyway. Who dares to say no? Hansu flattered Brother Lei. Hansu's flattery caused disgust among some people who were originally following Brother Lei. Now Hansu acts as if Hansu, is the only one who has the final say in their gang except Brother Lei, which makes the old man who follows Brother Lei very angry. Hey, you're a really good guy. Brother Lei patted Hansu happily. What are you doing? Get away from me. An angry shout rang out. This is a bodyguard in charge of patrol, and there are 2 other people following him. But neither of them said anything, but they have already assumed a fighting stance. Brother Lei was stunned by what he saw. When others saw so many mechas moving together, who wouldn't be trembling with fear? What's up with these 3 guys? Not only is he not afraid, it would be fine if he ran out to block the way, but what was the tone of the words he just said? Brother Lei, these 3 guys are Zhang Tao's men. Hansu reminded Brother Lei, they look really good. All of them are medium-sized mechas. Brother Lei nodded with satisfaction. He was very dissatisfied with the people who operated the mechas, but he was very satisfied with the mechas. They were all medium-sized mechas 10 meters tall, of the same model as his. Where is Zhang Tao? Brother Lei showed his graceful demeanor, and did not bother with the 3 people opposite. It was too embarrassing for a boss, like him to get angry with their younger brothers. The 3 bodyguards were all stunned when they heard this. By the way, what is going on? Why are there people causing trouble early every morning? It would be so exciting if this happened every day. However, no matter how confused we are, the situation here must be reported. Soon, Zhang Tao got the news. He quickly got up and ran straight to the scene of the accident. After hanging out with Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao also developed a good habit of not disintegrating with the mecha and focused on safety. What puzzled Zhang Tao was that he was sure that he had not offended anyone yesterday, and he didn't even see anyone at all. So how could someone come to cause trouble again? However, no matter how confused you are, you have to go and see it. When Zhang Tao arrived, Brother Lei's eyes were shining. What Hansa said was indeed right. Zhang Tao's mecha was too majestic. After the first evolution, Zhang Tao's mecha has reached 20 meters in height, almost twice the size of his mecha. Such a majestic and domineering mecha should belong to Brother Lei. Are you Zhang Tao? Brother Lei's tone was arrogant. Zhang Tao didn't get angry right away. He asked calmly, who are you? Me? Qingxi Brother Lei? The one running logistics in the west of the city? Zhang Tao asked uncertainly. In Zhang Tao's memory, there is indeed such a person. His family's business is inseparable from the logistics industry, and when there is insufficient transportation capacity, he will indeed turn to Brother Lei. Brother Lei nodded to Zhang Tao and said, it's me. Are you here to seek refuge with me? Zhang Tao asked as a matter of course. What? To seek refuge with you? Chapter 47. I'm your uncle. Brother Lei wondered if he had a blister on his ear. What kind of vicious words had he heard? I have nearly 400 generals under my command. Would I defect to a man like you who only has 20 or 30 followers? Are you crazy? Originally, Zhang Tao had 30 or 40 people under his command, but the casualties were quite severe. But this does not affect Zhang Tao's thinking. In Zhang Tao's opinion, Brother Lei must have heard about what happened yesterday. What does it mean that he dispersed a swarm of rats that could destroy the entire city in just one morning? This shows that I am very strong. Isn't it natural that someone would come to me for help? As for Brother Lei and his little brothers, these 300 or 400 mechas are nothing in front of the rat pack. Zhang Tao didn't care how the news spread. There are still many people hiding in the cracks and surviving. And Zhang Tao cannot stop someone from recording a video for him in a dark corner. Have you lost your mind? Do you still think this is before the end of the world? Lei Gu taunted. If it was before the end of the world, he would indeed be willing to work for Zhang Tao. But now, oh, aren't you here to seek refuge? Zhang Tao said softly, somewhat surprised, and his tone showed that he didn't take Brother Lei seriously at all. This made Lei Gu unhappy. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't be able to recognize the reality. Then, Brother Lei swung his fist in an instant, and a powerful punch went straight to Zhang Tao's chest. Originally, this punch was supposed to hit Zhang Tao's head, but unfortunately, it couldn't reach it.
Is this a skill?
Zhang Tao was a little surprised. It was obvious that Lei Ji's punch was not in line with the speed of his mecha.
Boom! Zhang Tao took a solid punch from Brother Lei.
The younger brothers behind Brother Lei started cheering.
This is exactly what Brother Lei wanted to see.
And the effect of establishing authority is very good. Zhang Tao's mecha was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, and the durability of its defensive armor was reduced by 30 points. If there was no defensive armor, this punch would indeed cause some damage to Zhang Tao.
But only some.
Brother, calling brother, someone has learned a skill.
If you kill him, can the skill be revealed? Zhang Tao did not fight back immediately, but contacted Zhang Wei instead.
Zhang Wei was standing at the riverside in confusion.
When he heard Zhang Tao's call, he replied, "Okay, any trouble?" No, I can handle it myself."
Zhang Tao responded hurriedly. He didn't want to trouble Zhang Wei for such a small matter. Of course, the main reason was that he was attracted by the skills that Brother Lei possessed, and he didn't let Zhang Wei come back because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get them. If it was the skills that he had snatched away, his eldest brother wouldn't have the nerve to snatch them away, right?
Zhang Wei replied and looked at the river again. No. Why isn't there a single mechanical creature? What do you think? It's not too late to bring your people and come to me now.
Brother Lei saw that Zhang Tao was stunned on the spot after being punched by him. He thought Zhang Tao was scared.
Ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed.
Brother Tao, do you want to call someone? The bodyguard following Zhang Tao asked in a serious tone.
No need.
Zhang Tao waved his hand. They are just a bunch of little trash. Why do they need to call for help? The main thing is that he can't beat Lin Shining. If Lin Shining can also use the skills that Brother Lei has mastered, then it will be troublesome.
Brother Lei is not stupid.
He clearly heard that something was wrong in the conversation between Zhang Tao and his younger brother. However, he suspected that Zhang Tao was pretending to be a tiger to eat the pig in order to scare him.
Zhang Tao, do you think you can scare me away by just scaring me? Who scared you? Don't take it for granted. Zhang Tao spoke and took out the electric sickle from the warehouse.
When Lei Gu saw the war sickle, his eyes lit up.
This is the weapon Han Su was talking about. Really domineering.
Such a domineering weapon belongs to Brother Lei.
Give me your weapon, and I will spare you.
Zhang Tao was a little stunned. Why do these familiar words sound so familiar? By the way, this seems to be what I said to my elder brother when we were at the zoo. At this moment, Zhang Tao could understand what Zhang Wei was thinking at that time. It turns out that I was just a fool in Big Brother's eyes that day. Zhang Tao evaluated himself very accurately and also evaluated Brother Lei.
What did you say? Brother Lei was puzzled and didn't know who Zhang Tao was scolding. I said, you are an idiot.
After saying that, Zhang Tao waved the scythe in his hand, and the scythe drew a purple light in the air. Something unexpected happened and Brother Lei had no time to dodge because Zhang Tao's speed was too fast for Brother Lei. After all, the difference in combat power was there.
How much combat power can Brother Lei have without even any equipment?
Brother Lei instinctively raised his hand to resist. After a flash of purple light, one of the arms of Brother Lei's mecha separated from his body and fell to the ground. The laughter stopped abruptly. The younger brothers following Brother Lei seemed to be frozen in place. They didn't expect that the big brother who was so powerful in their eyes was actually so fragile.
Go ahead, let's get in together.
Brother Lei still has loyal followers.
Those card friends who have always been following him for a living? The most active among them are those who can only operate the mecha under Brother Lei's name with Brother Lei's permission. If anything happened to Brother Lei, they would have no fun.
More than 30 mechas rushed towards Zhang Tao, with quite a lot of momentum. Oh, as expected, I am an idiot. Zhang Tao cursed himself again. That day, he also thought that he could control Zhang Wei by relying on numbers. Now it seems that it was really stupid. Then, Zhang Tao stopped being polite to these people. He waved his sickle and his feet were not idle either. All the mechas that broke through the gaps left by the scythe were kicked to the ground by Zhang Tao.
The fierce sound of metal collision was urgent and dense. Han Su was stunned in the crowd. He hasn't even faced Zhang Wei yet. But he's already one-sided just facing Zhang Tao? Han Su calmed down instantly. He knew that he would die if he stayed here. So, he ran away again.
However, this time he didn't escape so quickly. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into Zhang Tao's villa. He wanted to find Han Zhao's body. Han Su knew that this was his last chance. If he didn't take Han Zhao's body away this time, he would never have to think about it in the future. He would have no chance at all. Soon, Han Su arrived near Zhang Tao's villa. What made Han Su depressed was that Zhang Tao's brothers were all standing in groups of 3 or 4, and no one was alone. He couldn't find anyone to ask about this. Time is running out and Han Su is very anxious. At this moment, a cold voice appeared. "Who are you?" Lin Chanying stood on the rooftop of a villa and looked down at Han Su. Lin Chanying had known about the battle on Zhang Tao's side for a long time. But Zhang Tao didn't call her, so she didn't join in the fun. "I'm your uncle." Han Su yelled, then turned and ran away. Han Su knew how powerful Lin Chanying was. He didn't think he could get any useful information from Lin Chanying. Of course, the biggest possibility was that he would lose his life here. So, running first is a sign of respect. But it is also necessary to express your satisfaction with words. Chapter 48 Thunderstrike. Lin Chanying was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that she would be scolded. By the time Lin Chanying reacted, Han Su had already run 100 meters away. Hemph! After a cold snort, Lin Chanying shot at Han Su. Although Lin Chanying is a righteous young lady, she will still get angry if she is scolded for no reason. The speed of the freezing bomb was much faster than Han Su's. In the blink of an eye, the freezing bomb hit Han Su's back. A large area of the back of the mecha was frozen, which reduced Han Su's mobility by more than half. In fact, Lin Chanying was already letting Han Su off because she failed to kill him with one shot. "Let's go and bring him back." Several bodyguards who saw the situation here immediately went to capture Han Su. They were very happy to please Lin Chanying. "No need, let him go." Lin Chanying waved. Being scolded and shot is already a heavy punishment. There is no need to kill them all. Yes. Since Lin Chanying had spoken, naturally no one would bother Han Su anymore. In fact, Lin Chanying didn't know Han Su's true identity. Otherwise, she would definitely not let Han Su run away. Han Su stumbled away. And the more he ran, the more resentful he felt towards Zhang Wei. It would have been fine if he couldn't beat Zhang Wei. But how come he couldn't even beat Zhang Wei's henchman? If Zhang Wei was willing to take care of him, would he be able to be so powerful? Finally, when Han Su was about to run out of the villa area, he rushed into a family's yard. "Where are the people? Come out." Han Su was very angry. No one in the villa dared to disobey Han Su. And a man walked out of the house slowly. This man also owns mechas, and more than one. But when it comes to fighting with Han Su, he is unwilling to do so. It's not that he doesn't dare, but he is afraid of causing too much damage and hurting people who are important to him. "Do you have source crystal? Hand it over." Han Su was not polite at all. The frostbite on his back needed source crystal to recover. But he himself did not have many source crystals. "Yes, I'll give you the source crystal and you can leave." The man nodded to Han Su. It was a good thing that he could use the source crystal to keep trouble away from him. "Okay." Hearing Han Su's affirmative answer, the man took out 10 ordinary source crystals. "Only 10? That's fine. Let me ask you something." After Han Su accepted the source crystal, he spoke to the man again. The man felt a little unhappy because he thought Han Su didn't keep his word. However, the man did not resist. "Ask. Did you know that Zhang Tao killed a woman in his home yesterday?" "I know." The man nodded to Han Su. "Such a big thing. You can definitely find out if you are willing to ask. Where did they bury that woman?" "Buried? No." "What?" Han Su was furious. "Not buried? What does this mean? Could it be that Zhang Wei, that perverted bastard, took her body?" Han Su's anger grew. "That woman is missing. I heard she came back to life and turned into a monster." The man spoke truthfully. This is no secret in the villa area. All the bodyguards under Zhang Tao know that as long as they give these guys some benefits when they are patrolling, they can get this information from them. It's not that Zhang Tao's bodyguards are disloyal, but Zhang Tao didn't ask them to keep it a secret in the first place. So they just told it as a form of entertainment. "Alive? Are you telling the truth?" Han Su's anger instantly dissipated, replaced by surprise. "Huge surprise. Yes, he came back to life. I heard he turned into a steel snake. As for where he went, that's unclear. However, it is said that the snake left some traces when it left. If you want to find it, you can follow the traces it left." "Okay, thank you very much."
Han Su thanked him. The man thought Han Su was about to leave, and a smile appeared on his face. But who would have thought that Han Su would attack the man unexpectedly and grab him in one palm? You. The man stared at Han Su with extremely dilated pupils. Unfortunately, Han Su didn't even give the man a chance to speak. He used his palm to crush the man to death. You definitely can't keep my presence a secret, so you can only die. After saying that, Han Su searched the man's body, took away the mecha core he was carrying, and left immediately. However, what Han Su didn't know was that inside the villa, there was a little boy hiding behind the window with red eyes and biting his arm tightly. The man killed by Han Su was his father. He didn't dare to speak, for he was afraid that Han Su would return and kill him too. After more than 10 minutes, Han Su still didn't return, so the boy dared to rush out of the house. Looking at his father who had turned into a pile of meat, the boy knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Who are you talking about? Han Su? Are you sure it's this name? Zhang Tao, carrying a scythe, looked at the mechas kneeling in a row in surprise. At a glance, there were more than 100 mechas kneeling on the ground, and the boss of these mechas, Brother Lei, had long since become a dead soul under Zhang Tao's command. Yes, it was Han Su. He was the one who suggested Brother Lei to trouble you. Zhang Tao looked around. Is he here? No, I just saw him running over there. Someone said hurriedly. He is fighting for a chance to live. They saw with their own eyes how cruel Zhang Tao was. Brother Lei and his loyal brothers were all chopped into pieces by Zhang Tao alone. Go and ask the brothers over there. Zhang Tao ordered a younger brother to check. However, Zhang Tao had no hope of finding Han Su. They saw that things were not going well and ran away early. How could you catch them back? Kneel down, everyone. Don't even think about running away. I need to think carefully about how to deal with you. After saying that, Zhang Tao left with his scythe, leaving only 2 younger brothers watching. However, even so, no one dared to run. They all knelt on the ground obediently and dared not move. Thunderstrike, a normal skill. Brother, I got a skill, a common skill, Thunderstrike. I'll keep it for you. Zhang Tao asked Zhang Wei tentatively. You can use it yourself. Zhang Wei was still thinking about the problem and had no time to pay attention to Zhang Tao. Besides, the ordinary level Thunderstrike has no appeal to Zhang Wei at all. Thunderclap simply uses up momentum to deal nearly twice the damage at a faster rate. And it's a single target skill. So Zhang Wei doesn't care about it at all. Okay, then I'll use it myself. Zhang Wei is not interested, but Zhang Tao is not picky at all. Having skills is better than having no skills. I'm busy. Don't bother to disturb me. Zhang Wei said to Zhang Tao unhappily, then hung up the phone. I was going to tell you about Han Su. Let's wait until you come back. Afterwards, Zhang Tao saw Lin Chanying and showed off the skill he had just acquired. Now he was not afraid of Lin Chanying snatching it away because this was a melee skill and could not be used in ranged combat. After showing off, Zhang Tao got down to business. By the way, someone just said Han Su ran over here. Did you see him? Chapter 49. The hatred for the murder of my father is irreconcilable. Han Su. When Lin Chanying heard the name, she immediately thought of the guy who had just scolded her. No wonder. Lin Chanying instantly knew why she had been scolded just now. Have you seen him? Zhang Tao was a little anxious. He really wanted to catch Han Su, the guy who was doing trouble in secret. I shot him once, but he didn't die. He went that way. Lin Chanying pointed in a direction. Lin Chanying had no hope of catching up with Han Su, so she didn't even bother to move. After all, Han Su has been running for such a long time. It would be strange if he could catch up. But Zhang Tao is a person who doesn't believe in evil. What if the most dangerous place Han Su takes him to is the safest? I'll go look for it. Zhang Tao said to Lin Chanying and left immediately. Zhang Tao's crazy running attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, every step of this big guy would cause the surrounding ground to vibrate. In Zhang Tao's opinion, this is called alerting the enemy. Unfortunately, the snake was not frightened. But Zhang Tao heard a very loud cry. At first, Zhang Tao didn't take it seriously, but he ran around the villa area several times, and the crying continued. If it were any other child, they would have been scared and hid themselves after seeing me running so wildly. What's wrong with this child? Zhang Tao couldn't help but walk towards the child's home. From a distance, he saw the boy holding a ball of flesh and blood. He was killed. Zhang Tao knew what happened at just one glance. If this person was killed by a mechanical creature, he would definitely be eaten. Only when someone is killed will a corpse be left behind. Boy, stop crying. Are you annoying? Zhang Tao didn't get too close to the little boy. He was afraid of scaring the kid. Although Zhang Tao was a second-generation rich man, he also had some conscience. Zhang Tao has no psychological burden and scare adults, but he can't bully a child. Get out! Get out now! The boy yelled at Zhang Tao crazily. He was tired of crying, and he also cried out his courage. At this moment, in the boy's worldview, no one who controls the mecha is a good person. Anyway, he didn't think he could survive after losing his father, so he might as well just die. So he was very brave. Zhang Tao was stunned by the scolding. By the way, I didn't mess with a kid like you, did I? Boy, look carefully. I wasn't the one who killed your father. Zhang Tao pointed at his nose and said, Zhang Tao's mecha is still very recognizable, and he thinks the child can recognize him. Unfortunately, it's pure nonsense to try to reason with a child who has lost his mind. I told you to get out of here. The kid yelled hoarsely and even picked up a stone and threw it at Zhang Tao. Unfortunately, the force was too weak and it couldn't hit it at all. Zhang Tao was not annoyed by the boy's behavior, but instead felt a little sympathy for him. Who doesn't have a little hour? If my father died when I was so young, then, kid, do you want revenge? I can help you. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, the little brother looked up suddenly. At this moment, Zhang Tao felt there was light in the child's eyes. Really? You can really help me? The hatred for killing one's father is irreconcilable. The little boy actually wiped away his tears at this moment. Yes, tell me who killed your father, and I will help you get revenge. Zhang Tao patted his chest and promised, I don't know who he is. The little boy became distressed, his face twisted. Zhang Tao could also understand it. After all, no one would specifically report their name before killing someone. Tell me what you know happened. Okay, I'll tell you. After saying that, the little boy began to narrate. Zhang Tao was not in high spirits at first, but when he heard the little brother say that the killing mecha asked his father about Han Xiao, Zhang Tao immediately became excited because he knew who the murderer was. It must be Han Su. Apart from Han Su, who would ask where Han Xiao was buried. After the kid told Zhang Tao everything he knew, Zhang Tao immediately said happily, Good boy, you did a good job. I will help you avenge your revenge. Is there anyone else in your family? The little brother shook his head slowly, his eyes sad. Okay, the world is like this now. Come with me to my house. You don't need a bite of food. Zhang Tao was very kind-hearted, mainly because he really had a wealthy family and didn't need a bite of food. My father, just leave your dad here. I'll have someone come and help you bury him. Thank you. The kid was quite polite. At least he knew what was right and what was wrong. When Zhang Tao brought the little brother back to the villa, Lin Shining immediately came up to them curiously. Who is this kid? I picked it up, let me tell you. Zhang Tao began to talk eloquently. When Lin Shining heard about the tragic experience of the little brother, her maternal instinct immediately came out. And she even disintegrated with the mecha to comfort the little brother. Zhang Tao followed the instructions of the little brother and began to arrange people to search for Han Su along the traces left by the steel snake. Zhang Tao was busy and having fun, but Zhang Wei was so quiet that he felt annoyed. There really isn't a single mechanical creature. There can't be no mechanical creatures in such a big river. Zhang Wei was very distressed. It's been more than a day since I left Sichuan City, and I haven't found anything. I might as well search the sewers in Sichuan City. Did I forget something? Zhang Wei began to think hard. Originally, this river played a big role in the plan Zhang Wei had made before the end of the world. Because there must be a large number of mechanical creatures here, and a lot of source crystals could be obtained. But Zhang Wei forgot one thing. In the first 2 years of his previous life, he was just a person at the bottom of society who lived a life of idleness and waiting to die, and he didn't even have a mecha. He could still remember some of the major events that happened in the early days of the apocalypse in his previous life. But he was unclear about some minor events or things that he had not experienced. For example, Zhang Wei doesn't remember the rat tide. Or maybe it didn't happen in his previous life. After all, Zhang Wei's existence will trigger some butterfly effect. The big guys in the zoo in the previous life never left the zoo in the first place. The reason they left in this life was because of Zhang Wei. Let's look for it again. If there are no mechanical creatures in the river, it will be even harder to find them in other places. Zhang Wei continued to move forward along the riverbank. Moreover, there is an advantage to moving along the riverbank. Because as long as you keep walking, you will come across a village sooner or later. There must be poultry and livestock in the village. Although these mechanical creatures are not that fierce, they are not too small in size and can at least provide intermediate source crystals. After walking forward for about half an hour, Jiang Wei could vaguely see the shadow of a village. This village should be relatively wealthy, as every household has a two-story building. But at this time, these two-story buildings have basically collapsed. It was obvious that the village had been massacred by mechanical creatures. With the advent of the apocalypse, it is rare to see living people in rural areas. Jiang Wei has known this for a long time, so it was not surprising at all. There are definitely no people, but there are definitely mechanical creatures. Chapter 50 Harvesting Crabs. Jiang Wei ran straight to the village happily. As he got closer, Jiang Wei realized that this place could no longer be considered a village, but just a ruin. But Jiang Wei's joy had disappeared. Walking on the ruins, he still did not notice any trace of mechanical creatures. That's impossible. Even if those guys ate everyone here, they can't have all run away to other places, right? The discovery in this village completely overturned Jiang Wei's cognition. Mechanical creatures generally will not leave a place where they feel safe. Unless something beyond one's control happens. What's going on in this village? Just as Jiang Wei was wondering, a metallic clicking sound suddenly sounded far behind him. Before Jiang Wei turned around, the floating gun had already opened fire. Countless heads were exposed on the riverbank 600 or 700 meters away. But what was more eye-catching were the more large metal crab claws. Crab? Jiang Wei turned around and saw the scene in front of him and instantly understood. Now it makes sense. So there are river crabs here. That's what I knew. Jiang Wei was relieved. River crabs were food for humans before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, river crabs became rampant and tyrannical and turned into a disaster. Individual mechanical crabs can reach a length of 1 to 1.5 meters, and their claws can reach up to 2 meters. The key is that their numbers are huge. Although not as large as rats, every large-scale farm has at least thousands or tens of thousands of crabs. What would happen if all these things were transformed into mechanical creatures? All the people and mechanical creatures in the village must have been eaten by these crabs. The fact that there are no mechanical creatures in the river is also the work of these guys. Jiang Wei did not take action immediately, but these big crabs did not tolerate him at all. They waved their big claws and rushed ashore from the river, running straight towards Jiang Wei. The floating gun began to fire continuously, and each shot could take the life of a crab. Jiang Wei's combat power is over 1,000, and the attack power of the floating gun has been greatly improved. Taking away a crab with one shot is like a piece of cake. At the same time, because of the freezing bomb, the ground soon froze because of the frozen crab corpses. The crabs rushing up from behind had their speed of impact greatly slowed down because of the icy ground. At this time, Jiang Wei took out the giant thermal energy sword. Try out a new skill. Schools of crabs are perfect for experimenting with your skills. The thunder roars to the sky. The tip of the thermal giant sword suddenly began to gather energy. After 1 second of condensation, a fiery red light ball with a diameter of about half a meter took shape. Go! Jiang Wei swung his sword at the group of crabs from a distance. The light ball from the sword tip slammed towards the crabs like a cannonball. When the light ball hit one of the crabs, both the light ball and the crab stopped for a brief moment. The next moment, the light ball shattered and turned into countless bullet-like energy balls. The area within a radius of 10 meters was completely covered by these fragments of light. The entire sky suddenly shone even in the daytime. However, the fragmented light disappeared almost instantly, just like the sparks that disappear in a very short time after metal collision. However, when the fragmented light disappeared, all the crabs within a 10-meter radius fell to the ground and a large space was cleared in an instant. The crab bodies lying on the ground were riddled with holes, with not a single intact part on their bodies, including their big claws. It's quite powerful. Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction. The extreme thunder was indeed much stronger than the death laser in terms of group attack. The consumption is acceptable. Jiang Wei glanced at the panel. Using the extreme thunder only consumed 5% of the mecha's power, which was a drop in the bucket for Jiang Wei. Just use ordinary source crystals to recover while fighting. The power recovery and consumption can offset each other. The crabs were not in as good a mood as Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's behavior angered these guys. They were not mice and would not be easily scared away by Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was very happy when he saw the crabs rushing towards him even more crazily. Ordinary crabs drop intermediate source crystals, which are much more rewarding than killing mice.
The next moment, Zhang Wei rushed towards the crabs with a huge sword. Zhang Wei was like a wild bull charging through a school of crabs. The crab's big claws could not hurt Zhang Wei at all. The giant sword in Zhang Wei's hand, his two big feet, and the floating cannon on his shoulders were all means of attack. The crabs were harvested ruthlessly, and the skills released by Zhang Wei from time to time could reduce the number of crabs on a large scale. The massive loss of personnel finally made the crabs realize that something was wrong. Soon, the anger in the crabs' hearts disappeared and was replaced by fear. Any creature would be afraid, including Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei encounters a being with a combat power of over 10,000 at this time, Zhang Wei will also be afraid. After one of the crabs squeaked in a strange way, the crab group began to disperse. Zhang Wei, who had just killed less than 2,000 crabs, would definitely not let these crabs go so easily. But he stopped after chasing them for a while. Collect the source crystals first. While hacking and killing, although Zhang Wei was also collecting source crystals, he was unable to collect the source crystals that dropped when he used his skills to kill the crabs in the first place. Zhang Wei was going to the river to hunt crabs, and he might not be able to come back in a short time. So it would not be too late to collect the source crystals first. As for whether the crabs would run away, Zhang Wei was not worried at all. The river is so small, and there are so many crabs that even if they want to migrate, it will take time. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Wei had cleaned up the battlefield. Then he followed the traces left by the crabs as they retreated. After chasing all the way to the river, Zhang Wei stopped. It's not that Zhang Wei doesn't dare to go into the river, nor is it that he can't go into the river. Mechas do not need to breathe and are not afraid of water. The only thing that happens when they enter water is that their mobility will be limited to a certain extent. Besides, the deepest part of the stream is only about 5 meters, which is not enough to drown Zhang Wei. But here comes the problem. How is it possible that there is not even a shadow of a crab in a river that is only 5 meters deep at its deepest point? Did they become smaller when they entered the river? How is that possible? Zhang Wei overturned his own guess in an instant. He had only heard that mechanical creatures would become larger as they evolved, but had never heard of them becoming smaller. Go in and take a look. Zhang Wei jumped into the river, and the water only reached above the knees of Zhang Wei's mecha. Moreover, the river water is decreasing rapidly. Because the giant heat sword Zhang Wei was holding was not friendly to the river water. A large amount of water was being evaporated. At the same time, Zhang Wei's power was also being consumed rapidly. The heat from the thermal giant sword required the power of the mecha to maintain. Seeing this, Zhang Wei could only put away the giant thermal sword. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to use the power of one's own mecha to fight against this almost endless river? Ha! What is that? Zhang Wei, who had put away the giant thermal sword, suddenly exclaimed. He just saw a crab, but in the blink of an eye the crab disappeared. Chapter 51 Note, what is that? Death laser. Purple light gathered in Zhang Wei's eyes, and lightning cut through the water surface. Of course, Zhang Wei's main purpose was to cut open the place where the crab had just appeared. You will know what the situation is there if you cut it open. As lightning swept across the river, the gravel and sand on the river bottom polluted the originally clear water. When the mud and sand dispersed, a clear and dark-colored hole appeared in front of Zhang Wei. The entrance of the cave is not big, about 5 meters straight up and down. It's only 7 or 8 meters deep. Zhang Wei muttered as he looked down, then stepped into the hole. Sure enough, there is a secret passage. After probing with his feet, Zhang Wei discovered a secret passage connecting to other places. The secret passage was about 3 or 4 meters high and extended diagonally downwards. With Zhang Wei's current height, he definitely can't get in. But this is not a problem for Zhang Wei, he just needs to blast his way through. The giant thermal energy sword that Zhang Wei had put up appeared in Zhang Wei's hand again. With the chopping of the giant thermal energy sword, the secret passage collapsed. Zhang Wei cut through the thorns and bushes along the secret passage that extended diagonally downward and actually cut the secret passage into an open airspace. However, because they were moving downwards, Zhang Wei's entire mecha soon entered the river. How deep is this thing? Zhang Wei was a little confused. Normally, this isn't a very big river, so this kind of landform shouldn't appear. Zhang Wei didn't quite believe that this was developed by the crabs themselves after they became mechanized. After all, this is only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. As he continued to go deeper underwater, Zhang Wei felt that the water flow had begun to affect his movements. But the impact was indeed not significant. Fortunately, the crab's hiding place was not too deep. When Zhang Wei went about 20 meters underwater, the environment in front of him suddenly became clear. This is a large underground space, as big as 3 or 4 football fields.
But even with such a large space, Zhang Wei couldn't enter. Because the venue is indeed large enough. But the height is not enough.
The height of this underground space is only about 5 or 6 meters.
Zhang Wei looked at the crabs covering the ground in the underground space.
And he squatted in front of the hole he had forcibly opened.
As for the giant thermal sword, Zhang Wei took it back again because it consumed too much energy. This is a great place. Zhang Wei was not planning to leave, nor did he have any intention of destroying this underground space.
According to Zhang Wei's observation, the place where he was the only entrance and exit of this underground space.
If the crab wants to leave, it can only go through its own way.
So, Zhang Wei has to wait here. As for why this underground space was not destroyed, it was naturally because of the source crystal. If Zhang Wei simply wanted to kill these crabs, he could just directly destroy the structure of the underground space.
As long as the underground space collapsed, none of the crabs inside would survive.
But in this way, the source crystals in their bodies would be buried directly on the spot.
Although Zhang Wei's mecha is powerful and strong, it is still very difficult to collect source crystals in the ruins.
Mainly, it will be more time consuming. Moreover, there are not only big crabs here, but also small ones. These guys have already started to reproduce in just 3 days.
How much metal have they swallowed? Zhang Wei looked at those small crabs that were only more than 20 centimeters long with a fiery gaze.
These little crabs also have source crystals in their bodies. But the source crystals are definitely very weak.
But none of that matters.
As long as Zhang Wei guards the exit, he will use the metal remains of the dead crabs to feed these little crabs. If there is enough metal debris, the growth rate of the little crabs will be amazing. Once these little things grow up, they will become a new wave of leeks. It's a pity that there are not enough metal debris, otherwise we could set up a farm here. Zhang Wei said with some regret, if we can really build such a breeding farm, we can achieve freedom of intermediate source crystals.
Just as Zhang Wei was sighing, the big crabs became angry. How can I not be angry when someone blocks my door?
Under the leadership of an unknown big crab, the big crabs collectively rioted.
Unfortunately, the entrance of the cave is only that big. Even though it was violently expanded by Zhang Wei to nearly twice its size, it can only accommodate 3 or 4 large crabs to attack Zhang Wei at the same time. Facing the big crab waving its claws, Zhang Wei sneered in his heart. He saw Zhang Wei waving his hands continuously, and every punch could accurately hit the big crab's head. The crab swarm began to dwindle again.
However, the rate of reduction in staff is not fast. Because they were under the river, Zhang Wei did not use the thermal giant sword, and firing the floating cannon was useless and could only freeze the river water, so he could only rely on Zhang Wei's hands and feet.
This efficiency is a bit slow. Zhang Wei was a little dissatisfied with the speed at which he killed the big crab.
When he looked back, he saw the dead bodies of the big crabs he had left behind. Then, Zhang Wei grabbed one and used both hands to break off the 2 claws of the big crab.
After Zhang Wei's modification, the crab claw turned into a one-eyed dragon.
Zhang Wei only kept the larger claw and transformed the crab claw into a spear-like weapon. The next moment, Zhang Wei turned around and attacked, stabbing out with a spear, and the big crab that had just chopped Zhang Wei's back madly died on the spot.
Not bad.
The modified crab claws are not considered weapons, nor do they enhance combat power. But the tips are sharp, so Zhang Wei can use them quite easily. It seems that I have to carry a conventional weapon with me in the future. Zhang Wei reminded himself in his heart. The thermal greatsword is indeed very useful, but in this restrained environment, using the thermal greatsword consumes too much combat power. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare some conventional weapons as a backup. As time went by, more and more crab carcasses piled up behind Zhang Wei, gradually forming a small hill. But even so, the crazy big crabs still have no intention of stopping the attack, and they are ready to fight to the death. It's not that the crabs don't know fear, but that they have no way out. As to why they didn't use their big pliers to open up a new way out, it was because the situation did not allow it. To reopen a passage to the river, it is necessary to break through a stone layer nearly 20 meters thick. Moreover, this underground space has become less stable, and breaking the stone layer will easily cause collapse. Now their only way out is to repel Zhang Wei. They run as far as they can, or at least create a gap for their offspring to escape. However, although the idea was good, the ending was destined to be sad. Zhang Wei stood at the only entrance of the hole, motionless. Except for the crab corpse, nothing else could leave from this exit. Gradually, the number of big crabs became very scarce. When the number of big crabs decreased to a certain level, their madness faded away. Zhang Wei checked the cargo hold and found a good harvest, with about 4,000 intermediate source crystals.
If I can raise all these little things, I can almost evolve for the third time. Zhang Wei was extremely excited.
In just a few days, the mecha has reached the third level.
Zhang Wei really wants to ask, who else is there? However, just as Zhang Wei was secretly excited, the remaining big crabs began to stir, and a wild azure light broke out from the rocks underground.
Alien?
No, what is that? Zhang Wei stood up suddenly and almost couldn't help but rush into the underground space. Chapter 52. Legendary Source Crystal, Buried Alive.
The azure eyes belonged to an alien crab, which was 5 meters long, and its large claws were 7 or 8 meters long.
However, what made Zhang Wei impulsive was the colorful light pressing under it.
It was a source crystal that emitted 7-colored light.
What do the 7 colors represent? Legend. Zhang Wei was very excited.
He didn't expect that he would be able to see something legendary again so soon.
No matter what this source crystal can produce, it will be a huge improvement for Zhang Wei.
As for why the alien crab did not devour the legendary source crystal, that was not something Zhang Wei could figure out. Just when Zhang Wei was excited, the alien crab waved its big claws and rushed towards Zhang Wei, while the source crystal under its body remained in place. The alien crab is almost twice as fast as an ordinary crab, and almost twice as strong as an ordinary crab.
Unfortunately, it is still far inferior to Zhang Wei. When the big claws attacked, Zhang Wei stabbed out the spear in his hand. The spear collided with the big claws, and the alien crab staggered back 5 or 6 meters. That's right, just repel.
Because the alien crab's claws were too long, Zhang Wei was unable to pierce the alien crab's body with his spear. Also, because they all used crab claws as weapons, Zhang Wei did not have an advantage in terms of weapons. However, Zhang Wei was not panicked at all, because he had an absolute advantage in strength. Even if we keep fighting like this, it won't take long before the alien crab will be killed by the shock. However, Zhang Wei quickly rejected his decision. Because he found that an ordinary crab was about to devour the legendary source crystal. If this was swallowed by an ordinary crab, Zhang Wei would probably go crazy.
The next moment, the spear in Zhang Wei's hand flew out and turned into a javelin.
The throw was very accurate, and the crab that dared to approach the legendary source crystal was nailed to the ground by the spear. At this time, Zhang Wei no longer cared about the consumption of power. He took out the giant thermal energy sword from the cargo hold. At the same time, he did not care whether the underground space collapsed or not. After Zhang Wei took out the giant sword, he immediately used the extreme thunder to blast the sky. A ball of light formed at the tip of the giant thermal sword, and then it was slashed out with a blow, and the ball of light flew towards the place where the legendary source crystal was. The light ball exploded, and the area within a radius of 10 meters was cleared instantly.
Then, Zhang Wei raised his sword and chopped, forcing the alien crab back with one blow. At the same time, a gap of more than 20 centimeters was left on the large claws of the alien crab.
The alien crab was knocked back, and Zhang Wei took advantage of the situation and kept moving forward. As long as any ordinary crab dared to approach the legendary source crystal, Zhang Wei would use the extreme thunder to clear the field. The underground space, which was already unstable, was on the verge of collapse due to Zhang Wei's violent destruction. Seeing that the underground space was about to collapse, Zhang Wei could no longer care about anything else. He just leaned over and crawled into the underground space using his hands and feet. You can throw anything away, but you must not throw away this legendary source crystal.
Being buried underground is not a good thing. What if you can't find it?
Now Zhang Wei had long forgotten about whether to raise it or not. Now he only had eyes for the legendary source crystal.
Zhang Wei's behavior gave the alien crabs hope of victory. In the narrow underground space for Zhang Wei, he was unable to put up any effective resistance. When the alien crab's big claws clamped on Zhang Wei, the alien crab knew that the balance of victory was tilting towards its side. It's quite powerful. The force transmitted from the alien crab's large claws was indeed quite powerful. Not only could it damage Zhang Wei's shoulder armor, it could also stop Zhang Wei from moving forward. Super Combat Power Enhancement. Zhang Wei used the Super Combat Power Enhancement without any hesitation. Combat power doubled. A powerful force erupted instantly. With the help of the thrusters, Zhang Wei's body suddenly rushed forward. The alien crab was caught off guard and was knocked away by Zhang Wei. One of its big claws even remained on Zhang Wei's body forever. Zhang Wei didn't care about these details. He was not far from the legendary source crystal. Squeak! The alien giant crab let out a strange cry. The remaining crabs obeyed the call of the alien giant crab.
They all gave up attacking Zhang Wei and ran towards the exit, including the small crabs.
So this is your purpose. Zhang Wei understood instantly. It's just a different species of crab. How could it have evolved to such a high IQ?
Zhang Wei sighed in his heart.
But there was no feeling of being played.
If this is considered being toyed with, Zhang Wei prays that someone will come to toy with him every day.
One legendary source crystal a day is enough. Zhang Wei said he is not greedy at all. The crabs fled in panic.
But Zhang Wei had already successfully pounced on the legendary source crystal.
Just as Zhang Wei collected the origin crystal and was about to leave the underground space, the alien crab became angry.
Although there were still some small crabs that had not escaped in the underground space, the alien crabs could no longer care about so many of them.
It wielded its remaining large pincer and began to frantically destroy the structure of the underground space. That's quite mean. You have no moral principles. I didn't even think about burying you just now. But you want to bury me? Zhang Wei saw the intention of the alien crab. However, Zhang Wei was just complaining and was not angry at all. The collapse of the underground space was a devastating blow to the crabs. But it was just a drizzle for Zhang Wei. He estimated that he could climb out with a little effort. I've already got the legendary source crystal. So what's wrong with wasting some effort? Boom!
The underground space began to collapse.
A lot of rocks fell. Zhang Wei glanced in the direction of the passage.
Then he put his hands on his head and lay obediently on the ground.
Countless rocks hit Zhang Wei.
But the stone was only 4 or 5 meters high and the river water provided a buffer. So the damage caused by the rocks was negligible. It was just that there were too many rocks falling and they were a bit heavy. When Zhang Wei no longer felt the vibration on his head, he knew it was time for him to leave the ground.
Zhang Wei tried to move.
His hands and feet were able to move. But it was a little difficult. Fortunately, there are enough source crystals in the cargo hold.
Otherwise, it might really be buried here. Zhang Wei sighed.
And then the mecha began to devour the source crystals to restore power.
When the power was almost restored, the thrusters spewed flames violently.
Under the action of the thrusters, the position of the gravel on Zhang Wei's body began to change. Because the rubble changed its position, a pressure formed from above again, and Zhang Wei, who had finally stood up, was pressed down to the ground again.
This is uncomfortable.
The weight of a 20-meter-high stone layer is really hard to bear.
That's right. Floaters fire. Zhang Wei suddenly used the floating cannon. The freezing bullet hit the gravel as soon as it was fired.
However, the freezing bomb achieved the effect that Zhang Wei needed, and the gravel and river water began to freeze.
Chapter 53 Legendary Detection Core.
The gravel above was frozen. Zhang Wei did not struggle with the rubble pressing on him. All he had to do now was to make sure the rocks above him would not continue to collapse. When the ice and gravel reached the hardness Zhang Wei required, Zhang Wei began to dig downwards.
This is relatively simple. Zhang Wei's mecha palm is like the big claw of an excavator. As long as the strength is strong enough, digging a hole will be a piece of cake. It took Zhang Wei 10 minutes to escape successfully. Sure enough, they all ran away. Zhang Wei sighed after climbing out of the river. Now there was really no trace of a crab to be seen. However, Zhang Wei was not disappointed at all.
He sat on the riverbank without caring about his image and took out the colorful source crystal that was emitting charming light. What can be produced? With an excited heart and trembling hands, Zhang Wei was actually a little afraid to open this source crystal at this moment.
I hope I can get something good. Open. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Legendary Detection Core. Legendary Core? Holy crap! Zhang Wei exclaimed in amazement.
Detection Core, Legendary Combat Power plus 50, 2 grids, Fine Detection Range of 1 kilometer, Rough Detection Range of 10 kilometers.
Equipment.
When the Detection Core equipment entered the mecha, the picture in Zhang Wei's eyes changed, and a detection icon appeared in his sight. It's like the head-up display of a car, very conspicuous but not blocking Zhang Wei's view.
When Zhang Wei moves his gaze to the detection icon, fine detection or rough detection will be performed according to Zhang Wei's intention. Detailed detection.
The next moment, all situations within a kilometer around Zhang Wei were imprinted in Zhang Wei's mind, which was clearer than the images transmitted by high-precision satellites.
Moreover, Zhang Wei could check the images inside the house, 10 meters underwater and underground, and even any small area at will.
It was like a nano camera was flying everywhere and monitoring according to Zhang Wei's wishes.
Crew detection.
The detection range was increased to 10 kilometers, and the picture became what a high-precision satellite could provide. The sense of detail disappeared, and it was impossible to detect deeper pictures. It was like a person looking down from a high altitude and seeing the details of an open area.
Ha! Found it. Zhang Wei stood up quickly.
During the detailed detection, Zhang Wei did not find the escaped crabs, but during the rough detection, Zhang Wei saw those crabs. Originally, Zhang Wei thought that he had no fate with those crabs, but unfortunately, their fate was forcibly renewed by the legendary detection core.
Now that we have found it, what is there to hesitate about? Chase. Zhang Wei was only about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the crabs.
With Zhang Wei's speed, he caught up with the migrating group of crabs in less than 2 minutes. At this time, there were not many big crabs in the crab group, most of them were small guys.
However, Zhang Wei was not picky.
He fired a thunderous shot from a distance, and his floating gun had already targeted the alien crab and kept firing.
The crab group was instantly in chaos because they didn't expect Zhang Wei to catch up with them. The alien crab that was targeted by the floating cannon was very angry and frightened, and it actually caught up. It seems that the backup planet prepared in advance should be useful. However, it still wanted to run away at this time. But it was targeted by the floating gun and couldn't escape at all. The coldness gradually took over its whole body, and before long, it lost the ability to move. The alien crab was completely frozen. If the alien crabs are so miserable, other crabs will naturally not be any better. Zhang Wei called out the names of the big crabs one by one.
Seeing that the situation was not good, only a small number of crabs ran away, and most of the crabs that escaped were small ones.
The battle was resolved in less than 5 minutes. Zhang Wei did not chase the escaped crabs, but let them run 3 kilometers first. Zhang Wei came to the frozen alien crab. The giant thermal sword approached the alien crab, and the ice melted quickly.
When most of the ice was melted, the alien crabs regained some mobility.
I know you can understand me, so tell me. Why don't you swallow that legendary source crystal? This is the only reason why Zhang Wei spared the alien crab's life. Because Zhang Wei couldn't understand why the alien crab didn't just swallow the legendary source crystal.
If this crab swallowed the legendary source crystal, it would probably have become a king-level crab now.
What was the reason that allowed it to resist the temptation of being promoted to the king level? Hemph! The alien crab obviously didn't want to communicate with Zhang Wei.
In the face of Zhang Wei's questions, it chose to ignore them. If you don't tell me, I will wipe out your entire clan and all the crabs that escaped will die.
Impossible, you can't find them.
The alien crab said with certainty. It's okay that the big crabs can't escape, but the small crabs can hide in any crack and survive.
Where can we find them? Don't believe it? Then take a look at this. Zhang Wei chose to share the detection screen. This is a function that can only be obtained after equipping the detection core.
It can not only be shared with other mechas, but also with any mechanical creatures.
The alien crab was speechless for a moment. No wonder this guy can find them so quickly.
In the face of such means, any concealment is useless.
Say it or not. Zhang Wei pressed, not wanting to give this alien crab too much time to think. Okay, I tell you, I'm doing this for the sake of my clan. The alien crab really chose to compromise. Clan?
Yes, the legendary source crystal will continuously release energy, which can accelerate the evolution of the tribe. After the tribe has grown to a certain size, it won't be too late for me to swallow the source crystal.
The explanation of the alien crab is simple and easy to understand. Zhang Wei understood immediately after hearing it. To put it bluntly, this alien crab is too ambitious.
It is not satisfied with the current number of its tribe and wants to use the energy of the legendary source crystal to breed more subordinates.
With enough subordinates, it can occupy a larger territory. You can also get more resources. If this virtuous cycle continues, this alien crab may really become the dominant force in a region. Unfortunately, he was rubbed to death in the cradle by Zhang Wei. So that's how it is.
No wonder your crab colony has already started to reproduce, even though the Rat King hasn't even entered the reproduction stage when the rat colony was born. It's all because of the legendary source crystal.
Does the epic source crystal have this function?
Zhang Wei really didn't know about this situation and had never heard of it in his previous life.
I don't know. The alien crab answered honestly.
It has never obtained an epic source crystal.
So how does it know whether the epic source crystal has any effect? Okay. Any last words? Zhang Wei still respected this alien crab.
After all, it helped him solve his doubts.
No, I told you my secret. You can't hunt down my people. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement without hesitation.
There are only a few small crabs left, so it doesn't matter whether you kill them or not. Because Zhang Wei no longer cares about ordinary source crystals.
Kill me. The alien crab spoke to Zhang Wei in a very rude manner. This time Zhang Wei was really a little surprised. All alien creatures have awakened their wisdom.
There is no intelligent creature that is not afraid of death.
But now the crab in front of me is actually asking for death. What is going on? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. However, Zhang Wei didn't have time to check what this alien crab was doing.
With one strike of his sword, the alien crab's head flew into the sky.
What the hell?
Where's the source crystal?
Zhang Wei looked at the fallen corpse of the alien crab, feeling confused. Chapter 54.
Leaving the city and hunting for air horn. This was the first time Zhang Wei encountered such a situation. Not only in this life, but also in his previous life.
I just got reborn. It won't cause such a big change, right? Zhang Wei fell into deep self-doubt.
It's ridiculous that there is no source crystal after the mechanical creature dies. Without source crystals, it is like a car without an engine. There is no power at all.
How can a mechanical creature move? Forget it.
If there is no such thing, then there is no such thing.
What can Zhang Wei do? Whipping the corpse to vent anger.
They just won't drop the source crystal. Even if you whip their corpse 100 times, it won't drop.
Go back. Zhang Wei put away the giant thermal sword and turned to run towards Sichuan City.
There are enough source crystals for him to carry out the third mecha evolution. Although there are no large mechanical creatures where Zhang Wei is currently, this is not a city after all. And Zhang Wei will definitely not feel at ease without someone guarding him.
To evolve a mecha, the safest way is to return to the city to evolve. Not long after Zhang Wei left, a small crab cautiously came to the corpse of the alien crab. It used all its strength to pick up the head of the alien crab. After it had roughly assembled the head and the body, it drilled into the body of the alien crab. After 10 seconds, the alien crab's dark eyes suddenly emitted a deep blue light.
The alien crab was resurrected. It turned out that it had stuffed its own source crystal into the body of a small crab. And the source crystal in its body previously belonged to the small crab.
The reason why Zhang Wei didn't get the source crystal after killing it? That's because the alien crab has completely exhausted the energy in that ordinary source crystal.
Now that its own source crystal has returned to its body, it will naturally be resurrected. It did this because of the wisdom bestowed upon it by the legendary source crystal.
Otherwise, do you really think this alien crab would be so fearless? Chuan Chang, I will avenge you.
The alien crab glanced in the direction Zhang Wei left, and then immediately gathered the little crabs and continued to escape. As for how to seek revenge on Zhang Wei, the alien crab already has a plan in mind.
Zhang Wei naturally didn't know that the alien crabs could come back to life.
So he hurried all the way back to Chuan Chang.
It was already dark when we entered the city. Zhang Tao's villa. Brother, you're back?
Zhang Tao shouted as he saw Zhang Wei from a distance.
Brother, please take a look at my new skills.
After saying that, Zhang Tao used a thunder strike on Zhang Wei.
Zhang Wei kicked him out upon seeing this.
Before Zhang Tao's fist could touch Zhang Wei, he was kicked away by Zhang Wei.
Thunderstrike can only double Zhang Tao's strength and speed.
However, even if Zhang Tao's strength and speed were doubled, he was still no match for Zhang Wei. It would be easy for him to defeat Zhang Tao. Fuck, Zhang Tao, who was kicked away, rolled on the ground for several times, making quite a noise.
Brother, you are too strong, aren't you? Zhang Tao was about to cry. Being kicked away was fine, it didn't hurt much, and the mecha didn't suffer any damage. But the durability of the defensive armor dropped by 50 points because of this kick. Is this still a human being? It's just a simple kick. A few more kicks and the armor will be scrapped, right? What happened? Zhang Wei was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhang Tao.
He had not asked him what had happened before, but now that he was back, he naturally had to ask.
That's right.
Zhang Tao didn't care about the durability of the armor.
He immediately started bragging eloquently. After all, this was his glorious feat of fighting against 400 mechas alone. And he definitely wanted to show off. Zhang Wei didn't care about Zhang Tao's heroic performance at all. What he cared about was that Han Su ran out again.
These two guys really are determined not to give up. Since you are so anxious, there is no need to experience this apocalyptic life.
After saying that, Zhang Wei actually turned around and left.
Hey, brother.
Where are you going? Zhang Tao was dumbfounded.
He hadn't even finished speaking.
So why did Zhang Wei leave again? Haven't we found traces of their departure?
I'll go look for them.
Brother, stop making trouble. They have run away from Sichuan City. There is such a big place outside. Where can we find them? It's not that Zhang Tao didn't try to look for it. But after leaving Chuancheng, almost all traces of it had disappeared and could not be found at all. I can find them. Zhang Wei was very confident. Before obtaining the detection core, Zhang Wei would definitely not be able to find it. But now Zhang Wei has the detection core. And if Han Xiao and Han Su can survive tonight, Zhang Wei will lose. How to find it? Big brother, I'll go with you. Zhang Tao was very confused. But now is not the time to worry about this. The most important thing was to follow them. You look after the house. I'll follow him. Lin Chanying suddenly popped up and ran out. Zhang Tao was very sad. Why is there always someone fighting for every job? Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Chanying and did not refuse. Lin Chanying was much faster than Zhang Tao, so there was no problem following her. Moreover, Zhang Wei believed that Lin Chanying must have something to say if she followed him. And she was not just following him. Let's go. Zhang Wei greeted him and Lin Chanying followed closely. Not long after, Lin Chanying took Zhang Wei away from Sichuan City. During the day, Lin Chanying also followed the traces they found to check. So she naturally knew the way. However, when leaving Sichuan City, it was Zhang Wei's turn to perform. Zhang Wei can find clues that others cannot find by using precise detection. But Zhang Wei did not go looking for her immediately. He looked at Lin Chanying. Tell me, what's the matter? I can't hide it from you. My superior wants to make a deal with you. Lin Chanying said to Zhang Wei, what deal? They want to buy the metal debris we have in the big pile north of the city. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Chanying with some surprise. Have they accepted the idea of building a metal city? Originally, Zhang Wei thought that it would take time for some old-fashioned people to accept this kind of thing. They wouldn't be so obedient if the mechanical creatures didn't teach them a deep lesson. I accepted it. Why not? Lin Chanying asked as a matter of course. Okay, you can leave it to them. Why don't you ask them what they used to buy it? Is it justifiable to sell things without knowing the price of the things you sell? It is impossible to exchange equipment that is source crystals. There are so many military personnel and a lot of mechas, and the military itself doesn't even know how big the gap is in equipment. So it is definitely impossible to trade for equipment. So, it can only be the source crystal. As for how many source crystals to give, Zhang Wei really didn't care. What he cared about was to have a good relationship with the military. This was also the main reason for keeping Lin Chanying by his side. Good looks were secondary. People, sometimes being too smart is not good. Originally, they were unwilling to give a lot of source crystals. But after my efforts, they were willing to use 1,000 medium-grade source crystals to buy that pile of metal debris. How about that? Not bad, right? Chapter 55. Can you speak properly now? 1,000 medium-grade source crystals? Zhang Wei was quite surprised. At this stage, taking out 1,000 medium-grade source crystals is already a big deal. Do you really think everyone is as rich as Zhang Wei? Yes. Lin Chanying raised her head proudly. This was the result of her hard work. Okay, very good. Zhang Wei nodded to Lin Chanying with satisfaction. By the way, I'm not responsible for transportation. Let them figure out how to take it away. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Chanying. Don't worry, it's ready over there. Zhang Wei nodded slightly and said calmly, that's fine. Is there anything else? No more. Why don't you look excited at all? That's 1,000 middle-grade source crystals. Lin Chanying was very confused. If these 1,000 middle-grade source crystals were given to her, to what level would her mecha be upgraded? It's just 1,000. What's there to be excited about? Let's go and find their traces. Zhang Wei said indifferently, this is not Zhang Wei showing off. It is the truth. There are 5,000 or 6,000 medium-grade source crystals lying in the cargo hold. How could Zhang Wei be excited about 1,000 medium-grade source crystals? Found it? Where? Lin Chanying did not dwell too much on the issue of the mid-grade source crystal. She was very curious about how Zhang Wei found the traces. It was already completely dark at this time. Although it did not affect the vision of the mecha much, it was very difficult to find any traces left by Han Xiao or Han Su in this messy ground. At least, Lin Chanying herself certainly can't do it. Give you a shared vision. What is shared vision? Lin Chanying turns into a curious baby. The next moment, Lin Chanying exclaimed, wow.
Fortunately, Lin Chanying restrained herself and almost couldn't help but utter a classic Chinese curse.
What is this? Detection core. Zhang Wei explained, you got another core? Well, let's go. Zhang Wei did not explain too much.
If he really told Lin Chanying that his detection core was legendary, Lin Chanying would probably become autistic on the spot.
Okay. What could Lin Chanying say? I can only follow Zhang Wei's footsteps.
Outside the city, the ground was covered with all kinds of traces and the roads had basically been completely destroyed. Zhang Wei did not find any traces left by Han Su, but Zhang Wei had already captured the traces left by Han Xiao. After all, Han Xiao has turned into a steel snake with a large body and will definitely leave obvious traces when moving on the ground. Following all the way, Zhang Wei and Lin Chanying soon arrived at a small town 50 kilometers away from Sichuan City. The town was filled with smoke and there were flames that had not yet been completely extinguished.
She's here.
Although Lin Chanying could see the images provided by the detection core, she could not distinguish the traces left by Han Xiao.
Zhang Wei nodded when he heard this. Indeed, he entered this town, but I don't know if he is left. Zhang Wei felt a little uncomfortable. Although the town was not big, the internal situation was complicated and the traces left by Han Xiao might disappear. Let's go in and take a look.
Zhang Wei took the lead, followed closely by Lin Chanying. When the two of them entered the town, they immediately attracted the attention of some mechanical creatures and mechas. There's no way Lin Chanying's mecha is not that conspicuous, but Zhang Wei's mecha is very conspicuous.
When walking on the road, it is taller than an ordinary 3-story building. It is too eye-catching.
Zhang Wei didn't care about those guys who were secretly watching him. His purpose was very clear, which was to find Han Xiao and kill her. Lin Chanying was like a child who got a new toy. She kept changing her field of vision, according to her own consciousness, to check on those guys in the dark. With this core, no one can sneak attack you. Lin Chanying sighed after playing for a while.
Of course, there is also a sense of envy. I don't even have a core, but others have too. Zhang Wei did not comment.
In fact, sneak attacks are still possible.
Once the long-range mecha becomes powerful, won't it be easy to launch an attack from a distance of 1 kilometer?
Mechanical creatures will become more and more powerful through continuous evolution, and they can also master some long-range attack skills. But now is not the time to popularize this kind of thing to Lin Chanying, because someone is blocking Zhang Wei and Lin Chanying's way forward.
Where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? A line of 5 mechas appeared in front of Zhang Wei. These 5 mechas are all 10-meter-tall melee-type mechas, which look quite intimidating. However, Zhang Wei could see that these mechas had not even undergone their first evolution and did not pose any threat at all. Chuancheng, Zhang Wei answered. From Chuancheng? So far away, just the two of you? The person asking the question seemed very surprised. Yes, Zhang Wei nodded. Let me ask you something. Have you seen a big steel snake?
Lin Chanying asked at this time.
Woman?
We haven't seen Iron Snake, but we want to know if you are a beauty.
If you are a beauty, I don't mind being with you. He.
The attitude of the person asking the question changed instantly. The 5 mechas also took a few steps forward at the same time, creating a sense of oppression.
Are you going to do it, or should I?
Zhang Wei turned his head and looked at Lin Chanying.
Lin Chanying paused after hearing this and then said, let me do it. Well, don't kill him. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Chanying.
He really couldn't muster up the desire to deal with this little Karami.
The conversation between Zhang Wei and Lin Chanying made the 5 people on the opposite side very dissatisfied.
What are these two discussing? The inquiry just now was just to know how many people there were in Zhang Wei's group. After learning that there were only 2 people in Zhang Wei's group, they finally showed their fangs. The existence of this woman, Lin Chanying, only accelerated the process of showing her fangs.
Now, these 2 people are not thinking about how to escape, but are actually thinking about how to fight back, right?
Since you don't want to cooperate, we can only do it ourselves, brothers.
Bang! Firing at close range, freezing bullets exploded on the mecha of the person who spoke.
Before the others could react, Lin Chanying had already rewarded each of them with a freezing bomb. It's not that Lin Chanying is too stingy and reluctant to give a few more shots, but if she gave a few more shots, Lin Chanying was afraid that these people would freeze to death. The world was quiet. 5 mechas that had not even undergone their first evolution and whose combat power was only a few dozen points were all frozen in place.
Can you talk properly now? Zhang Wei asked.
Brother, yes, just ask. The leading mecha had been frozen and unable to move, but had not lost the ability to speak. His answer came from the heart. Given this situation, they must have run into a tough guy.
Did you see a steel snake? This?
The person who answered hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Wei didn't say anything and just punched him.
With Zhang Wei's current strength, attacking this kind of person would be a dimensionality reduction attack. After one punch, the head of the mecha was smashed into the belly of the mecha by Zhang Wei. Chapter 56 I'm going to kill you today. Zhang Wei's behavior directly scared the other 4 people. Isn't this too cruel?
Although they think they are very fierce, compared to this person, they are simply the model of gentleness.
Can you say it? Zhang Wei looked at the other person.
Yes, brother, I can tell you that I know who you're talking about.
She is our current boss. The lesson from the past is right in front of us. How could the person targeted by Zhang Wei dare not tell the truth?
If you tell the truth, you might be eaten by the boss later.
But if you don't tell it, you will die now. Do I need to think about how to choose?
Oh, Zhang Wei was somewhat surprised.
Tell me about your situation.
Brother, we are now the strongest team in town, and the only one, all thanks to our wise boss. This person was betting that Zhang Wei and his boss were acquaintances, so he was praising them.
Zhang Wei interrupted, say it's useful.
Okay, I say, we have over 300 mechas in total, and this should be all the mechas in town now.
All of them. Zhang Wei took a look at the town.
Although the town is not big, the number of mechas it has is definitely impossible to be limited to this number, even if more than half of them were killed by mechanical creatures in the early stage.
Yes, those who were disobedient were eaten by the boss.
The man spoke cautiously, appearing a little frightened.
You want to capture us just to send us to your boss?
Yes, this is the task given to us by the boss. The person who answered nodded repeatedly. In fact, he had something else to say. If they caught a man, they would give him to the boss to eat.
But if it was a woman, they would force her to disassemble the mecha.
And the mecha would definitely be given to the boss to eat.
As for the woman, those who understand will understand. Where is she?
In the middle of town, where the fire is.
Let's go.
Zhang Wei turned around and called Lin Chanying.
Lin Chanying followed Zhang Wei silently.
The reason why she was silent was because she really didn't expect Han Xia to be such a person.
If she is just materialistic and like strong men.
Even though it may not sound good morally, and she is a green tea girl, it is understandable.
After all, there are many people like this. But what is Han Xia doing now?
He recruited a group of people and captured other disobedient people to eat. This is blatant murder. Han Xia's actions constantly impact the sense of justice in Lin Chanying's heart.
Bang!
The sound of the floating gun firing brought Lin Chanying back to her senses.
You!
Lin Chanying looked back and saw that the 4 frozen people were all killed by the freezing bomb of the floating cannon.
The attack power of Zhang Wei's floating gun is no joke. He can kill one kid with one shot. Do you think they are good people? Why do you think they ask you whether you are pretty or not?
Zhang Wei asked back before Lin Chanying finished speaking.
Lin Chanying was speechless after being asked by Zhang Wei. Now, it's the end of the world.
I'm not a saint, but I can deal with some garbage.
Zhang Wei looked ahead inside.
Afterwards, the two stopped talking, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the center of the town. The buildings here are relatively tall, about 6 stories high, which can block Zhang Wei's figure. However, Zhang Wei had no intention of hiding himself, he had already locked onto Han Xiao.
Once within the detection range of 1 kilometer, nothing can escape Zhang Wei's detection.
I didn't expect that you have evolved again in such a short time. Zhang Wei appeared and spoke to Han Xiao, who was lying next to a large torch. Han Xiao's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened.
Zhang Wei. Han Xiao couldn't believe her eyes.
She didn't understand how Zhang Wei found this place.
Where is Han Su? Zhang Wei looked around.
There were more than 200 mechas distributed around, and Zhang Wei couldn't tell which one was Han Su.
How do you know I'm Han Xiao? Han Xiao did not answer Zhang Wei's question, she asked back.
At the same time, her body had been slightly erected, ready to attack at any time.
I found Han Su, I'm going to catch him.
Lin Chanying suddenly spoke.
Zhang Wei has always shared the detection core with Lin Chanying. Lin Chanying has seen Han Su, so she can naturally recognize him. Okay, don't let it go. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Chanying.
For a player like this who keeps jumping around and looking for death, it would be a shame not to help him become lively.
Okay. Lin Chanying answered and immediately took action. What are you all standing there for? Attack together.
Han Su knew that things were not going well, so he shouted loudly, asking the other mechas to attack Zhang Wei and Lin chaining together. Although Han Su has only been here for a short time, everyone knows that Han Su is the younger brother of their boss, so Han Su still has a lot of say. Mechas of all sizes all launched attacks, with rifles, machine guns, freezing bombs, and high-temperature bombs firing first.
But their accuracy was a bit disappointing. Zhang Wei's floating cannon also spoke.
As for shooting at each other, Zhang Wei was not afraid of long-range mechas at all.
He could kill them one by one.
As for the close combat that comes over, it is easier to deal with. Zhang Wei took out a giant thermal energy sword and then swung it out with a thunderous impact. The 10-meter range was cleared instantly. Such a powerful skill attack immediately restored the rushing mecha to its senses.
Zhang Wei, why? Han Xiao hadn't attacked yet.
She was still staring at Zhang Wei.
Why? Why?
Zhang Wei was also not in a hurry to take action, because he was watching a very interesting thing at a depth of 7 or 8 meters underground.
Why do you treat me like this? I like you very much, and we could have been a good couple. Han Xiao questioned. A good couple? Are you kidding? Zhang Wei came back to his senses and sneered. Who are you? Do you need me to remind you? Is there anything dirty going on between you and Han Su that I need to tell you?
Han Xiao was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect that Han Su, that idiot, would tell Zhang Wei everything. Only the two of them knew what happened between them. Since I didn't tell Zhang Wei, it must have been Han Su who told him. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Since you don't want to enjoy this apocalyptic life, I can only send you to heaven. Don't worry, this time, there is absolutely no chance that you will survive. Zhang Wei was filled with anger. If Han Xiao didn't talk about feelings with him, Zhang Wei could remain calm. Unfortunately, Han Xiao still wanted to play the emotional card. Zhang Wei had experienced this kind of card too many times in his previous life. This reminded Zhang Wei of the day when Han Su personally sent him away. Ha! Zhang Wei took a deep breath. So die. Zhang Wei's eyes focused on death lasers, which flew straight towards Han Xiao's face. You damn dog, I'm going to kill you today. Han Xiao saw that playing the emotional card was useless and immediately became furious and returned to her true nature.
Chapter 57.
I'll cut you into 8 or 10 pieces and see if you can still be resurrected.
Oh, that's right. Zhang Wei sneered.
Then, the death laser collided with the lightning shot out of Han Xiao's mouth. Han Xiao actually inherited the skills mastered by Dahua.
I didn't expect that your combat power should be close to 500, right?
Zhang Wei was a little surprised as he looked at the death laser and lightning that cancelled each other out.
From this point, it can be seen that Han Xiao's combat power is indeed not low. After eating you, my fighting power will be higher. Han Xiao pounced on Zhang Wei.
Her body length also grew to about 15 meters. She believed that as long as she could get close to Zhang Wei and successfully wrap her body around Zhang Wei, she would be able to strangle Zhang Wei to death in one fell swoop.
How many people have been killed by this? I was wrong before. People like you with dark minds don't deserve to live. Zhang Wei sighed.
Before, Zhang Wei only wanted to punish Han Xiao and let Han Xiao linger on in this apocalypse to experience the pain of the apocalypse. But Zhang Wei forgot who Han Xiao was. When she has no power, she will show her tenderness to everyone. But as long as she has the power, she will release the darkness in her heart, just like now. This already scarred world cannot accommodate so many people with dark hearts.
If all human beings died, what would be the point of Zhang Wei living? Fortunately, it's not too late.
Zhang Wei sighed and waved the giant sword in his hand. Han Xiao thinks she is much stronger than Dahua and is very confident in her own defense. So, facing the giant sword that was coming at her, Han Xiao did not retreat. And her speed even increased suddenly. The faster the speed, the stronger the impact force. She wanted to use her head to knock the giant sword in Zhang Wei's hand away and then wrap it around Zhang Wei's body. The idea is really good and can make good use of one's own advantages.
Unfortunately, all this is based on the premise that she can withstand the attack of the giant thermal sword and open up Zhang Wei's empty door.
The thermal giant sword collided with the snake head. With one slash after another, sparks flew all the way as Han Xiao was chopped away by Zhang Wei's sword. A hideous scar appeared on her head and the steel at the scar was still melting.
Han Xiao simply couldn't believe this was true.
She didn't understand why Zhang Wei had such great power. Zhang Wei just stood there and chopped without the bonus of speed to his strength.
However, even so, he was still no match for Zhang Wei.
The wound on the skull was almost enough to damage the core of the brain. If the core was injured, thinking of this, Han Xiao quickly retreated.
While retreating, she spit out her snake tongue and continuously used skills on Zhang Wei. I told you, I won't let you run away today.
Zhang Wei saw through Han Zhao's intention.
If you can't win, just run away.
This is the right choice and also the way to survive in the apocalypse.
However, if you can't run away, then you will die. Zhang Wei's speed was far beyond Han Zhao's.
With the help of the thrusters, Zhang Wei quickly closed the distance between him and Han Xiao after just a few steps. Seeing this, Han Xiao ran headfirst into a building. She wants to use these buildings to stop Zhang Wei's pursuit. Because she was a snake, she only needed to knock a hole through the building. But Zhang Wei was 15 meters tall, and if he wanted to chase her, he would need to violently demolish the building.
Alternatively, you can take a detour. However, this will definitely slow down Zhang Wei's speed significantly. I have to say that Han Xiao is a smart woman.
Even if she uses the giant thermal sword to violently destroy the building, it will still slow down Zhang Wei's pace.
However, Han Xiao forgot the skills that Zhang Wei mastered, and also forgot Zhang Wei's floating cannon. Just now, the floating cannon was concentrating on dealing with Han Zhao's minions.
But seeing how powerful Zhang Wei was, those guys who were still alive were completely scared and didn't dare to continue. So, the floating gun became idle.
The freezing bullet shot towards Han Xiao.
At the same time, Zhang Wei swung his sword through the air and slashed out with thunder that struck the sky. Han Xiao only mastered one skill and was still running away, so she couldn't look back frequently to release her skills. When two attacks come at the same time, she can only choose to use lightning to offset one of them.
Han Xiao chose the freezing bomb.
Although the freezing bomb may not cause any damage to her, it can slow down her movement speed. The lightning and the freezing bomb collided and cancelled each other out. But the ball of light that was as powerful as thunder passed over them and headed straight for Han Xiao. Han Xiao swung her tail to block it. When the light ball collided with Han Zhao's tail, it shattered.
Countless fragments of light continued to hit Han Zhao's body. The first thing to be hit was Han Zhao's swinging tail. At the same time as the light ball shattered, Han Zhao's tail was directly broken by the impact of the broken light.
However, this also gave Han Xiao some time to escape from the range of the broken light. Just when Han Xiao escaped from the range of the broken light and had no time to catch her breath, she saw a scene that horrified her. Zhang Wei jumped high and then stepped on the building that he had violently destroyed.
The next moment, the thrusters spewed out fierce flames continuously.
When Zhang Wei exerted force with his feet, the thrusters exerted force at the same time.
And Zhang Wei's body smashed towards Han Xiao like a meteor.
At this moment, the speed Zhang Wei displayed was almost 3 times his original speed. The only price he paid was that the building was kicked down by Zhang Wei and that the high-intensity use of the thrusters in a short period of time consumed 10% of the engine power. That's all. But what Han Xiao has to pay is the price of her life.
What will be the consequences if Zhang Wei catches up with him? Zhang Wei, don't kill me.
Han Xiao didn't even have time to use her skills on Zhang Wei, who was in the air. She could only pray that her plea for mercy would be useful.
Zhang Wei was not moved at all.
He raised the huge sword with both hands in the air and slashed towards Han Xiao. Zhang Wei doesn't know how to use the palm technique that falls from the sky, but he does know how to use the sword technique that falls from the sky. This time, Han Xiao's head could no longer hold on, and the snake's head was cut into 2 pieces by a sword. This time there was no dismemberment. The giant heat energy sword hit Han Xiao's forehead, and the entire snake head was split in the middle. He landed with a loud bang, and the ground sank more than 20 centimeters under Zhang Wei's weight.
After landing, Zhang Wei did not sheath his sword.
He swung the sword again to cut at Han Zhao's body. I'll cut you into 8 or 10 pieces, and see if you can still be resurrected. Just as Zhang Wei was attacking Han Zhao's body crazily, the alien pangolin that Zhang Wei had previously detected at a depth of about 7 or 8 meters underground immediately began to dive. It was too scary, the battle above was too brutal, the pangolin felt that he had to hide deeper to be safe. Just now, it was feeling the battle fluctuations above with relish. It also hoped that Zhang Wei could cause trouble for Han Xiao. The bigger the trouble, the better, because Han Xiao was competing with it for food.
But now, Pangolin hopes that Zhang Wei will leave quickly after killing Han Xiao and never stay here. Chapter 58. Have you been promoted to king level? Ha! The source crystal was revealed as well? Zhang Wei didn't pay too much attention to the pangolin's movements.
He just wanted to know which direction it was running. What surprised Zhang Wei was that after he chopped Han Xiao into 10 pieces, a source crystal actually floated out from the corpse. And it is an epic source crystal. However, Zhang Wei did not delve into it further. It was a good thing that the source crystal was exposed. Then Zhang Wei put away the source crystal and began to examine Han Xiao's body. Zhang Wei has already said that he must kill Han Xiao today and not let her have a chance to revive again. Naturally, he must do what he says. The body is gone and has completely merged into the interior of this steel snake. What's the principle behind this? Zhang Wei wondered. Originally, Zhang Wei thought that Han Xiao's transformation should be similar to humans controlling mechas. It just turns the mecha into the body of a mechanical creature. But the reality was obviously not what Zhang Wei thought. Han Xiao's body no longer existed. I'm still a little worried, Zhang Wei muttered, and then he picked up the snake head that he had split in half. Take your head away and see how you live. Afterwards, Zhang Wei looked around at the mechas that were standing there stupidly. What to do with these guys? We must eradicate all evil. These guys have done a lot of bad things behind Han Xiao. If we keep them, they will harm other people's lives. However, the mechas operated by these guys are innocent. You, stop combining. Zhang Wei gave the order. This order was resisted by many people. In this world, only mechas can make them feel safe. If they lose the protection of mechas, then disintegration. There are not so many problems. If they don't disintegrate, they will die. They can only choose to obey. Hand over the mecha core. Zhang Wei continued. Afterwards, a group of people reluctantly handed over the mecha core to Zhang Wei. After receiving the mecha core, Zhang Wei's floating gun opened fire. He had no intention of letting these guys go. As for figuring out whether there were any good people among them, Zhang Wei didn't have the leisure to do so. Since he followed the wrong person, he had to bear the corresponding price. After more than a dozen shots, a field of ice sculptures was left on the ground. Hundreds of people, all hope lost. Afterwards, Zhang Wei rushed out with big strides. There were also some mechas in the dark. These people were also Han Xiao's subordinates, but they just didn't gather here. Zhang Wei will not let these people go. More than 10 minutes later, there were no mechas left in the entire town, except Zhang Wei, of course. Chase so far, Zhang Wei used rough detection to check the situation on Lin Chaniying's side. At this time, Lin Chaniying had already chased Han Xiao for 5 kilometers. Zhang Wei was a little confused. With Lin Chaniying's ability, it would be easy for her to kill Han Xiao. There was no need for her to chase him so far. However, Zhang Wei did not investigate further, as Lin Chaniying would not be in any danger anyway. Afterwards, Zhang Wei took out the epic source crystal provided by Han Xiao. Open. Ding. Get the purple star. Purple star can be used to strengthen equipment 7 to 9, can improve the quality of equipment, 100% upgrade the equipment to epic level, and has a small chance of upgrading epic equipment to legendary level. It's actually Zixing. Zhang Wei felt it was a little hot. Why? Because he has the possibility of owning legendary equipment. If you use purple stars to upgrade the quality of the thermal greatsword, there is a certain probability that you can get a legendary thermal greatsword. Legendary and epic are two completely different concepts. However, that small probability forced Zhang Wei to remain calm. No, it's not worth it. Even if it can be upgraded to legendary quality, it's still not worth it. The level of the thermal greatsword is too low. Even if it is upgraded to legendary quality, it will be eliminated after Zhang Wei obtains a better weapon. In the early stages of the apocalypse, epic weapons are sufficient. It's no use keeping it. Let's improve the quality of the engine. Zhang Wei made a decision after thinking for a while. The value of a good thing can only be reflected when it is used. What's the point of keeping it? The engine is the source of power. For mecha, the stronger the power, the better. Although the engine in Zhang Wei's mecha is already very good, Zhang Wei himself is also a big consumer of power. Floating cannons, thermal giant swords, thrusters, skills, all of these require power to drive. After making the decision, Zhang Wei immediately took the engine out of the belly of the mecha. Then he pressed the purple star into the engine. Improve engine quality. Ding, engine quality upgraded to epic level, combat power plus 100. How much the combat power has increased is not that important to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei wants to know how much the engine power has increased. About 3 times, pretty good. After reintegrating the engine into the mecha, Zhang Wei immediately felt the increase in power. It will be fine after the 3rd evolution. I can see the data directly. I will go back after I deal with the guys below. Zhang Wei muttered secretly in his heart. When the mecha evolves for the 3rd time, all of its attributes will be displayed in digital form. And by then,
The capabilities of each will be clearly written down.
Just when Jiang Wei was pondering secretly, Lin Chanying returned.
Why did you chase so far? Jiang Wei asked puzzledly. We had to get some things back from him. So it took some effort.
Lin Chanying explained casually, but didn't go into details.
Jiang Wei didn't mean to ask any more questions. Han Xiao's is already dead. Let's go back later. We have something else to do.
Lin Chanying looked at the ice sculptures on the ground.
Confused, what else? Haven't most of the people who should be killed been killed? It should be a good thing.
After saying that, Jiang Wei thrust the giant heat sword into the ground. The giant thermal sword was more than 10 meters long. And combined with the length of Jiang Wei's arm, this sword almost cut off the pandalin's life. The pandalin thought it was safe hiding more than 10 meters underground, but it didn't expect to be discovered. When the pandalin senses the heat, it instinctively turns around and continues running. We have been discovered after going more than 10 meters deep.
So what if we go another 10 meters deeper?
Anyway, I can dig the hole myself, so I don't believe I can't escape.
If you run again, you will die a miserable death. Jiang Wei's cold voice reached the pandalin's ears. After hearing Jiang Wei's voice, the pandalin immediately realized that Jiang Wei was not acting recklessly and almost hurting him by accident, but really knew where he was.
At this time, two voices kept lingering in the pandalin's ears, to run or not to run.
Are you not coming out yet?
Jiang Wei attacked again, and the giant thermal sword continued to penetrate 3 or 4 meters deeper. This time, the pandalin saw the giant thermal sword with his own eyes, because the sword tip was almost touching the pandalin's face.
I'm out, big brother. Stop chopping.
The pandalin said loudly, and then dug the hole upwards desperately. It took only 10 seconds for it to reach the ground, a distance of more than 10 meters.
The speed of drilling the hole really surprised Jiang Wei. Are you about to be promoted to the king level? Chapter 59, I just have a small request.
Jiang Wei was very surprised when he saw the pandalin in front of him, which was about 6 meters long. Originally, Jiang Wei thought that the pandalin was a relatively powerful alien species, and its combat power should be similar to that of the steel snake that Han Xiao transformed into. But what Jiang Wei didn't expect was that he discovered that the pandalin was about to evolve to the king level. As for how I figured it out, it all depends on experience, because an object similar to a meteor hammer has evolved at the tip of the pandalin's tail. Not all king-level mechanical creatures can evolve other objects on their original bodies, but as long as they can, they are definitely king-level. For example, the king-level mechanical mouse has not evolved in any other way except that it is bigger.
Brother, did you see it? The pandalin did not dare to be presumptuous. Even if it was promoted to the king level, it did not think that it would be Jiang Wei's opponent. How many mechanical creatures have you eaten? Or in other words, how many people have you eaten? Jiang Wei's voice became extremely cold. Brother, you misunderstood. I didn't eat people, really? The pandalin spoke immediately. It didn't want Jiang Wei to misunderstand it. If a demon slayer or something comes, won't I be dead? No one was eaten? Jiang Wei expressed his disbelief. Mechanical organisms can indeed evolve by devouring metals. But the speed of evolution will not be that fast because the digestion speed of mechanical organisms is limited. Only when both humans and mechas are eaten up, can mechanical creatures evolve rapidly. Humans are like catalysts for the evolution of mechanical creatures. Really, big brother, I'm not lying to you. I evolved to this point by eating ants. And, do you really think I know nothing? Jiang Wei silently drew out the giant thermal sword. He was ready to chop the pandalin to death. In the early days of the apocalypse, insect-like creatures would never evolve into mechanical creatures. Insect-like mechanical creatures only appeared in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. At that time, insect-like mechanical creatures will become the #1 enemy of all living things. Really, there is a source crystal underground. I found it. That source crystal can turn ants into mechanical creatures. I evolved by eating ants all the time. The pandalin originally wanted to hide the source crystal it had discovered. But now it seems that I can no longer hide it. If I continue to conceal it, I will be hacked to death. As for resistance or escape, the pandalin never even thought about it. Source crystal? Ant mechanization? Take me to see it. Jiang Wei didn't believe a word of what the pandalin said unless he saw it with his own eyes. Okay, I'll help you dig the tunnel. Pandalin agreed immediately without saying a word. Afterwards, the pandalin started to work, digging so smoothly.
Seeing the hole dug by the pangolin, Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh that professional matters should really be left to professionals. If he had the pangolin's ability, why would he be trapped in the underwater cave for so long? You can escape in minutes. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the pangolin to dig out a huge cave big enough for Zhang Wei to enter. The excavated soil was piled up on the ground into a small hill. Poor people who turned into ice sculptures, they were buried before the ice melted. Going forward, the passage was about 50 meters long. And Zhang Wei once again reached a depth of 20 meters underground. Lin Chanying was left outside the cave by Zhang Wei and buried alive at such a depth. Zhang Wei was able to escape, but Lin Chanying did not. Zhang Wei was afraid that the pangolin might do something sneaky. Brother, look, here it is. Pangolin pointed at a colorful source crystal as if offering a treasure. Another legendary level, this? Zhang Wei felt dizzy. When did legendary source crystals become commonplace? Encountered 2 in one day. In the past life, people would fight to the death for an epic level masterpiece. But this? How did ants become mechanical creatures? Zhang Wei asked after calming down. Here they are. These little things can be transformed into mechanical creatures in half an hour. The pangolin stared at a hole it had dug, especially not far from the legendary source crystal. Zhang Wei stared at the hole and found that the ants in this hole, which was more than 1 meter deep, indeed showed signs of mechanization. And the individual ants had reached about 20 centimeters. If fully mechanized, these ants should be around 30 centimeters in length. The key point is that there are so many ants densely packed in many layers, almost filling up the hole. How did you find this method? Zhang Wei was really curious. If this breeding model was invented by humans, Zhang Wei would not be surprised at all. But this was done by a pangolin, which is quite magical. Although the IQs of the alien mechanical creatures are not low, it will take them several years to come up with this kind of breeding model. It's not something I came up with on my own. I just felt something attracted me a few days ago. Then I dug it over to take a look. When I got here, I already found that there were mechanized ants here. Then, there is no need to talk about what happened next. The pangolin ate the ants and did not touch the source crystal. The endless supply of mechanized ants has become the nourishment for the evolution of pangolins. It has only been a few days. If the pangolin is given more time, it will definitely evolve into a giant beast. Just like that crab, it can be said that every legendary source crystal can create a king-level mechanical creature. And if used well, it can even give birth to a behemoth. No, you mean, this source crystal can attract you? Zhang Wei suddenly grasped the key point of Pangolin's words. Yes, Pangolin nodded to Zhang Wei. Treasure hunting rat? Zhang Wei exclaimed. Isn't this a treasure hunting mouse with treasure hunting function? If you take such a guy for a stroll in the wild, combined with the detection core, what good things can escape Zhang Wei's grasp? Is it just that the legendary source crystal can be attractive to you? The ones with purple light are also okay. I've eaten several of them. Pangolin told the truth without any hesitation. How about you follow me from now on? Zhang Wei offered his suggestion. No matter what means he uses, he is determined to kidnap this pangolin. You know, the initial source crystal doesn't just descend once. There will be initial source crystals falling from the sky every 3 months, without interruption. Zhang Wei could only vaguely remember where some famous people had obtained some powerful source crystals. Even if more epic and legendary source crystals were obtained by others, they would never publicize it. However, if you own this pangolin, when the initial source crystal arrives, you can just take it out for a walk and you will gain a lot, right? There is no need to waste brain cells recalling those vague memories of past lives. Ah, this. The pangolin was excited. Following such a person, I won't be afraid of encountering danger and I will feel extremely safe. However, Pangolin also knew that Zhang Wei needed his help, so he couldn't be so cheap. Right? It was thinking about the conditions that Zhang Wei could accept. Are you unhappy? Zhang Wei asked back. No, I just have a small request. The pangolin did not dare to be too arrogant. This was due to its original character, which was timid. Otherwise, why would it? An existence that is about to be promoted to the king level, not dare to fight Han Xiahedin. Chapter 60 Bombing Situ on City. What request? Zhang Wei was a little excited, but he acted very calmly. He couldn't let the pangolin see it. What if it went too far? But hey, with such a big baby, what's wrong with making some requests? Not to mention one. Zhang Wei can tolerate 3 or 5 of them. Can you give me this source crystal? I need to use it to grow food.
Is that okay? The pangolin acted a little humble. What it said clearly told Jiang Wei that even if Jiang Wei disagreed, it would be okay, and the pangolin would still compromise.
However, Jiang Wei was also thinking deeply about this issue. Logically speaking, Jiang Wei must take this source crystal.
Legendary source crystals can definitely produce good things. Super combat power enhancement and legendary detection core. How much help did these two things provide to Jiang Wei? However, thinking of the pangolin's abilities, Jiang Wei hesitated.
In fact, in order to make the pangolin return home, it is not a bad idea to give it this source crystal. After all, pangolins can create greater value in the future.
Okay, I promise. Really? Thank you, brother. You are so nice. Pangolin burst into tears of gratitude.
It might not have even thought that if Jiang Wei had not suddenly appeared, this source crystal would have belonged to it.
From now on, you will be called Xiao Bao. Jiang Wei gave the pangolin a name. The word Bao must be called out.
After all, we are relying on the pangolin to find treasures. Originally, Jiang Wei wanted to call pangolin Debio, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that the name was a bit unpleasant, so it was better to call him Xiao Bao.
Okay, big brother. The pangolin didn't care about its name at all.
It only cared about its source crystal and the good life in the future.
Do you want to take these things away? Otherwise, you can eat them now.
Jiang Wei pointed at the semi-mechanized dance in the pit and said to Xiao Bao, "Good. Xiao Bao is not a picky eater." He opened his mouth wide and enjoyed the last delicious meal in his old nest. When Jiang Wei and Xiao Bao reappeared on the ground, Lin Chanying was pacing in place with a slightly anxious look.
"What's wrong?"
Jiang Wei asked when he saw this. There was no danger around.
So why was Lin Chanying like this? Something happened.
Lin Chanying said to Jiang Wei is no longer surprised by such talk.
If nothing happens one day, then something is really wrong.
What's up? The superiors want to bomb Chuancheng.
What?
Now it was Jiang Wei's turn to be shocked.
What is happening? The military is actually going to bomb Sichuan City?
A king-level mechanical bird appeared in the sky above Chuancheng with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. It led thousands of mechanical birds to circle over Chuancheng and many people have died.
This hadn't happened when we left. Did it just happen?
Lin Chanying nodded to Jiang Wei and said, "Well, the military tried to drive them away, but they didn't have any intention of leaving. The military meant to relocate everyone in the city, and they would take action once everyone was evacuated." Jiang Wei did not ask the military how they were going to act. The military's strength was unfathomable, and their various missiles and bombs were very powerful. Fortunately, the military has such deterrent power, otherwise the country will soon be in complete chaos.
Then we are homeless?
This was also something that had never happened in the previous life. This happened suddenly, and Jiang Wei was a little at a loss.
Chuancheng is not only a home for Jiang Wei, but also a safe zone. Without this safe zone, the evolved mecha will not be safe. It doesn't matter.
The military has already begun arranging manpower to build the Steel City. The city built in the initial stage will not be very large, but the space should be enough.
Lin Chanying told Jiang Wei the military's decision. Okay. What could Jiang Wei say?
He couldn't stop this kind of thing.
Lin Chanying was a little disappointed.
Originally, she thought that Jiang Wei would have a way to deal with the king-level mechanical bird. As long as the threat could be eliminated, there would be no need to bomb Chuancheng.
I can only say that Lin Chanying overestimated Jiang Wei.
If it was a king-level mechanical creature on the ground, Jiang Wei would certainly have a way to deal with it, and he would even be very happy to solve it. Each king-level mechanical creature represents a high-quality source crystal. But if it is a king-level mechanical bird, then Jiang Wei really has no way to deal with it. The other party can fly, and often to an altitude of thousands of meters.
Jiang Wei's current means is only the floating cannon that can attack the other party.
A king-level mechanical creature cannot be dealt with simply by using a floating cannon.
At least, Jiang Wei's current combat power is not enough to solve it.
If Jiang Wei had a combat power of over 10,000, one shot would be enough to destroy the king-level mechanical bird.
Let's go back first. Does Zheng Tao know the news? Jiang Wei took the lead and walked towards Chuancheng. Lin Chanying followed Jiang Wei and said, "He has been notified. He is preparing.
Soon the military's decision will be announced to the survivors in Chuancheng."
As for how many people can leave safely, Lin Chanying didn't want to say anymore. Because many people are destined to die this time.
If humans migrate on a large scale, the mechanical creatures in the dark will surely jump out and attack. At present, There are not many people who have the ability to protect themselves, and the military does not have the ability to send people to protect the safety of these people. So, just do your best. Zhang Wei comforted Lin Chenying. For Zhang Wei, this is not a completely bad thing. When humans gather together, most of those guys hiding in the dark will probably jump out. When they are hunting humans, Zhang Wei can also hunt them. By the way, this is Xiao Bao. He will be with us from now on. Zhang Wei introduced Xiao Bao to Lin Chenying. You kept it as a pet? Zhang Wei's words brought Lin Chenying back to her senses. I guess so. Zhang Wei nodded. This kind of verbal agreement can only be considered as such. As for signing an agreement, that is impossible as there is no such service at all. Hello, sister. My name is Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao behaved very well. He knew that this was his big brother's companion, and he should not provoke her. Hello, Xiao Bao. My name is Lin Chenying. Lin Chenying also introduced herself. However, after Lin Chenying introduced herself, she contacted Zhang Wei through the mecha. Is there anything special about it? Lin Chenying was very curious. It can be seen that Xiao Bao is a mechanical creature of high grade. According to Zhang Wei's previous performance, this kind of mechanical creature would definitely not survive more than 2 episodes in Zhang Wei's hands. How did he subdue Xiao Bao this time? It has great capabilities, can be used to find treasures, and is very useful. Zhang Wei didn't explain it in too much detail, just gave a brief introduction. By the way, when will the military transport away the metal debris in the city? The convoy has already set off, and will arrive tonight. It will probably take about 2 days to transport it away. That means there are only about 2 days left. Yes. I'll first upgrade the mecha when I get back. Evolution again? Lin Chenying suddenly stopped and stared at Zhang Wei. Chapter 61. The third evolution begins. Well, the third evolution. Didn't you say that the third evolution wouldn't be that fast? Lin Chenying felt like she was going crazy. The news I received tonight is more explosive than the last. Each one was more unacceptable to her than the last. If I remember correctly, it was the day before yesterday when Zhang Wei said that the third evolution would be slower. Can 2 days be considered slow? Zhang Wei was somewhat embarrassed. He did think that the speed of his third evolution would not be that fast. After all, the source crystals available in the city were limited. However, after a stroll outside the city, he earned several thousand medium-grade source crystals, which was indeed enough for evolution. Before returning to Chuancheng, I got some source crystals. Zhang Wei explained briefly. He couldn't let Lin Chenying think that it would be so easy to upgrade the mecha to level 50. How many source crystals? A few thousand medium-grade source crystals? Lin Chenying was speechless. In less than 2 days of strolling around, he brought back thousands of medium-grade source crystals? Is it 1,000 or 9,000? It is enough to upgrade the mecha to level 50, which must be several thousand. Lin Chenying was already considering whether she should go out for a walk as well. We'll talk about the details later. Zhang Wei decided to give Lin Chenying and Zhang Dao a thorough scientific explanation. We can't let them think that mechanical creatures are weak. It was only Zhang Wei who encountered the swarm of crabs. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times. Good. No conversation along the way. There was no danger encountered, nor any treasures encountered. Xiao Bao was very quiet along the way and did not show any abnormality. However, when they approached Chuancheng, Xiao Bao showed signs of nervousness. Brother, there is something up there. After Xiao Bao's reminder, Zhang Wei changed the fine detection to rough detection. Sure enough, about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Zhang Wei, a group of mechanical birds were constantly circling in the air, and from time to time some mechanical birds would swoop down from the sky. Zhang Wei glanced at Xiao Bao. I didn't expect this guy to be able to sense danger from such a long distance. This is a pleasant surprise. It's okay. It doesn't dare to come down, let's go. Zhang Wei comforted Xiao Bao. If the bird in the sky dares to fly down and cause trouble, Zhang Wei will tell it who it can't afford to offend. Villa area. The lights are on. Zhang Tao is directing his younger brothers to work. When he felt the ground shaking slightly and looked back, the first thing he saw was Xiao Bao, who looked like a small hill. Brother, there's a monster. Zhang Tao raised his sickle and rushed towards Zhang Wei. It looked like he was going to chop Xiao Bao to death. Xiao Bao was frightened by the aura displayed by Zhang Tao, and he instinctively hid behind Zhang Wei. Don't make a fuss, it's just new. Zhang Wei reminded Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had already raised his sickle in the air. He asked in surprise, newly acquired.
Jiang Wei nodded to Zhang Tao. Well, its name is Xiao Bao. It's not very courageous. Don't bully it. I'm afraid if you provoke it, it will whip you to death with its tail. Jiang Wei spoke unhappily. Zhang Tao is no longer brave, but reckless. He rushes in without even looking at what the other person is capable of. Jiang Wei was very puzzled and wondered how Zhang Tao had managed to become one of the top 10 war gods in his previous life. So powerful. Zhang Tao immediately put away his sickle. I'm not kidding at all. My eldest brother said that he could kill him with one whip of his tail, so he probably wouldn't need a second whip. Xiao Bao is about to be promoted to the king level. What do you think? Zhang Tao understood immediately after hearing this. I understand, brother. In Zhang Tao's opinion, Jiang Wei was just waiting for Xiao Bao to be promoted to the king level. The moment Xiao Bao was promoted to the king level would be the moment when Xiao Bao would be killed by Jiang Wei. I want to evolve my mecha, so please pay attention to the situation in the sky. Jiang Wei looked up at the sky. In the villa area in the city, the big bird in the sky was only about 2 kilometers away from Jiang Wei. If Jiang Wei evolves his mecha, it will definitely attract the attention of the bird. Zhang Tao immediately spoke anxiously, brother, it's dangerous. Those birds are very difficult to deal with. They not only kill people, but also hunt mechanical creatures. Do you remember the group of elephants, brother? Well, what's wrong? Jiang Wei naturally remembered the herd of elephants. Those were the real mechanical creatures that he let loose. That bird has killed 2 elephants. Zhang Tao's information was indeed very sharp. He already knew what had happened not long ago. Jiang Wei became even more unhappy after hearing this. Did they move that pile of metal debris? There wasn't any before, and I don't know now. I have called everyone back? Let's go over there. Jiang Wei called out and turned to leave. Xiao Bao and Lin Chaining followed Jiang Wei. Zhang Tao was very surprised. Could it be that he did not explain the seriousness of the matter clearly? Brother, are you leaving or not? Jiang Wei interrupted Zhang Tao. Walk. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and followed. In the north of the city, when Xiao Bao saw the piles of metal wreckage, the azure light emitted from his eyes was like 2 large light bulbs. Food. All food. Brother, I want to eat. Xiao Bao spoke to Jiang Wei with a pleading tone. If he could eat these metal remains, he felt that he would definitely be able to advance to the king level. This one won't work. It's already been sold. Jiang Wei shook his head at Xiao Bao. We should be honest and not go back on our words. But it's okay to eat less, right? Jiang Wei said as he looked at Lin Chaining. I only said that there is a huge pile of metal debris. No one knows how much there is. Lin Chaining said this to herself. Go ahead and eat less. Jiang Wei patted Xiao Bao's head. Okay. Xiao Bao rushed out. Zhang Tao looked at Xiao Bao, who rushed out with sympathy. This idiot was still too naive. Didn't he know that the more he ate, the faster he would die? I'm going to evolve my mecha now to see if I can attract that bird down. If I can attract it down, maybe we won't have to move. Zhang Tao and Lin Chaining both looked at Jiang Wei and nodded. For Zhang Tao, it would be good if he could avoid moving. If he really arrived at the military's territory, he would definitely not be as comfortable as he is now. What Lin Chaining cares about is the lives of the people in Chuanqing. Swallow the source crystal. The source crystals in Jiang Wei's cargo hold began to be rapidly consumed, and the energy released by the source crystals continued to flow into Jiang Wei's mecha. The level of the mecha began to rise with the integration of source crystal energy. In just a few minutes, after consuming more than 5,000 medium-grade source crystals, Jiang Wei's mecha level was upgraded to level 50. From level 31 to level 50, the combat power increased by 95 points. Currently, Jiang Wei's combat power has reached 1235 points. Begin to evolve. The third evolution of Jiang Wei's mecha began. When Jiang Wei's mecha floated in the air, mysterious energy descended from the sky, forcing Jiang Wei to become the largest luminous body in the north of the city. Such a conspicuous bag naturally attracted the attention of the big bird in the sky. Chapter 62. Xiao Bao, good job, I will never treat you unfairly. Human mecha, how brave you are. The king-level mechanical bird stared at Jiang Wei with its eyes, and it was very dissatisfied with Jiang Wei's performance. The mecha is evolving right under my nose, and they are treating me like air? Kill him. The king-level mechanical bird gave the order. All the mechanical birds that were originally circling in the sky immediately swooped down towards Jiang Wei. Thousands of mechanical birds were dispatched at the same time, and they were all relatively large in size, with a wingspan of about 10 meters. The momentum of this charge is still very intimidating. Even at night, it feels like it is covering the sky in the sun.
Brother, brother, they are coming.
Zhang Tao shouted.
With a charge of this scale, Zhang Tao felt that he might die at any time.
However, Zhang Tao did not run away.
He took out his sickle and prepared for battle. Lin Chanying has already fired her gun. Although the distance is a bit far, and she may not hit the target, she still has to show her attitude. Zhang Wei also saw the scene in the sky and was somewhat dissatisfied with it. He wanted to fish out the king-level mechanical bird, which had nothing to do with these ordinary mechanical birds.
Obviously, Zhang Wei failed.
Just when Zhang Wei wanted to cancel the evolution, Xiaobao rushed out with metal debris in his mouth.
Who dares to touch my boss? Xiaobao roared and threw the metal debris wrapped in his tail into the air.
Xiaobao's behavior was definitely not accurate, but with great force, miracles can be achieved. As long as the metal wreckage that was thrown out touched it, the result would be a plane crash. After all, Xiaobao is a mechanical creature that is infinitely close to the king level.
Zhang Wei was very surprised. He didn't expect Xiaobao to be so brave.
Zhang Wei already knew that Zhang Tao and Lin Chanying would protect him. This was not the only danger they had faced together.
But what kind of personality is Xiaobao?
I can't say I'm a coward, but I'm not much stronger either. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Xiaobao rushed out without hesitation, and Zhang Wei was deeply moved. However, Zhang Wei didn't know Xiaobao's thoughts, otherwise he would have secretly scolded himself for being moved too early.
Why is Xiaobao so reckless? It's because its source crystal is in Zhang Wei's cargo hold.
There is no space in Xiaobao's body to store things. Although the source crystal is not big, it can be held with claws. But what effect would it have if you were to parade a legendary source crystal around in the market? Therefore, Xiaobao deposited the source crystal in Zhang Wei's cargo hold. Xiaobao's idea was very simple.
If Zhang Wei was killed by these stupid birds, wouldn't his source crystal be gone? This is the important reason why Xiaobao is so brave. However, having only one little treasure is obviously not enough.
The mechanical birds charged at a very fast speed, and there were so many of them that Xiaobao couldn't block them completely by himself.
It was also because Zhang Wei's body was in midair.
If it was on the ground, as long as the king-level mechanical bird did not move, Xiaobao would still be able to protect Zhang Wei.
Forget it, let's wait and see. Zhang Wei prepared to continue evolving.
Interrupting the evolution process will cause Zhang Wei's mecha to suffer great damage. Although it can be restored using the energy of the source crystal, it is better to save as much as possible.
Zhang Wei didn't care about the attacks from a small number of mechanical birds.
It would be different if the king-level mechanical bird took action personally. Killing this king-level mechanical bird will at least give you an epic source crystal. With such a guaranteed harvest, it is worthwhile to use any number of mid-grade source crystals to restore the mecha's injuries. A fierce battle broke out, and Xiaobao jumped back and forth on the ground. His claws, the meteor hammer on his tail, and the tongue in his mouth were all his means of attack. None of the mechanical birds targeted by Xiaobao could survive. Lin Shining's side is also okay. If she can hit the same mechanical bird with several consecutive shots, she can also shoot it down. Zhang Tao could only stare blankly.
There was no way.
Zhang Tao was a melee mecha with no ranged attack capabilities. He couldn't keep up with the mechanical bird's speed while standing on the ground and chopping, unless he used the skill Thunderstrike. But Zhang Tao is not Zhang Wei, and he does not have that many source crystals to restore his power. So, he can only stand as close to Zhang Wei as possible. If there is really any fish that slips through the net, he will use his body to help Zhang Wei block it. But even so, there were still some fish that slipped through the net, and slipped through the layers of obstacles and pounced on Zhang Wei. Faced with these fish that slipped through the net, Zhang Wei didn't care at all.
Just let them attack. They can't even wear down the durability of the armor anyway.
A few minutes later, in the sky, the king mechanical bird was in a bad mood. It was very dissatisfied with the ability of its younger brother to do things. You rushed forward in a huge group, and it would have been fine if you didn't achieve any results.
But why did so many of you die?
A cry came from the mouth of the king mechanical bird. Then, a beam of purple energy shot out of its mouth like a laser. The target is Xiaobao. When Xiaobao heard the cry, he realized something was wrong, and he quickly dodged after his body fell to the ground. The purple laser hit the ground by a hair's breadth. The laser left a hole in the ground with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, and it was unknown how deep it was. The king's mechanical bird continued to chirp. It was a bit far from the ground, so it was understandable that its skills were dodged. This time, the king mechanical bird lowered its body and was only 500 meters from the ground.
And, this time it did not attack Xiao Bao, but attacked Zhang Wei instead.
Seeing the purple laser rushing towards Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao felt extremely hesitant.
With his large physique, it would not be a big problem for him to block those ordinary mechanical birds.
But if he blocked this laser, let's fight, damn it. Zhang Tao jumped up from the spot very casually, but he also calculated the angle. He planned to use a less important position on his mecha to block the laser.
In fact, it can be said that as long as the laser does not hit the abdomen of the mecha, it will be fine.
The other parts of the mecha are scrapped, and Zhang Tao can disintegrate from the mecha.
If his abdomen was pierced, Zhang Tao would have died inside the mecha.
As for whether the mecha would be scrapped, Zhang Tao didn't care at all.
He had a lot of mecha cores anyway.
So the worst that could happen was to replace it with another one.
Besides, considering how brave I am, how could my eldest brother treat me badly in the future?
Zhang Tao had a nice idea, but not long after he jumped, Xiao Bao blocked Zhang Tao in front of him at a faster speed. I saw Xiao Bao's body almost curled up into a ball, and it was still spinning rapidly when it jumped into the air.
Purple laser descends.
Violent sparks burst out on Xiao Bao's body.
Xiao Bao's defense is still very good. After all, he was equipped with a set of armor before the end of the world. After mechanization, Xiao Bao's defense is naturally stronger, and strength is also an advantage.
The only drawback is that his speed is relatively slow, and he has not mastered any skills. Zhang Tao relaxed a lot immediately after seeing Xiao Bao withstand the laser attack.
Xiao Bao's action not only saved Zhang Wei, but also saved Zhang Tao.
Xiao Bao, good job. I will never treat you unfairly.
If Big Brother wants to kill you in the future, I will definitely help you stop him. I will reason with him, and if I can't win.
Chapter 63.
Brother, can you fly? If you can't win the argument, then you can just stop talking. What else can you do?
Xiao Bao had no time to listen to what Zhang Tao said. It was trying its best to resist the laser attack. The reason why its body was rotating was because it couldn't keep resisting the laser attack in one place. Even the hardest armor can be penetrated. So rotating the body can prevent the laser from constantly attacking the same spot. When the laser light faded, the king mechanical bird became even more angry.
You are looking for death.
In fact, the king mechanical bird is not willing to fight with these large mechanical creatures.
Although you can get more food, it is also dangerous to take action.
It had almost been caught by those elephants before.
In the sky, this is its territory, it can play however it wants. But if it is caught by an elephant and rubbed on the ground, what will it do?
Therefore, this has caused it to be unwilling to get close to the ground. Even though it is very angry now, it still stays in the air about 500 meters. Stupid bird, get away. Xiao Bao landed on the ground, stood up and roared at the king mechanical bird in the sky.
Snort. How could the king mechanical bird stand such an insult? Its body size dropped another 200 meters.
As the distance got closer, its skills would become more powerful.
It wants to see how many skills Xiao Bao can take on.
Zhang Wei saw everything and heard Zhang Tao's muttering clearly. Zhang Wei knew that Zhang Tao didn't dare to tell him about Xiao Bao in person. So he could only use this method to remind himself that Xiao Bao had saved him and that he shouldn't kill Xiao Bao. As for Zhang Tao's little thoughts, Zhang Wei could only say that this guy had a rather broad mind.
It's almost done. It will be done soon. The evolution process of Zhang Wei's mecha has reached the final stage. Normally, this evolution should take longer.
However, Zhang Wei chose to use source crystals to replenish energy, which accelerated the evolution process.
A laser descended again. Xiao Bao had no other means of defense and could only use the old method. You know what?
As the distance gets closer, the power of the purple laser does increase a bit. Burn marks began to appear on Xiao Bao's armor and black lines appeared on Xiao Bao's armor.
Xiao Bao, go down first. Let me stop him this time.
Zhang Tao stepped forward immediately after seeing the state of Xiao Bao's armor.
If Xiao Bao's armor was pierced, he would die. Zhang Tao is different.
As long as he is careful, he feels he has a lot of life to waste.
You can't stop it.
Xiao Bao didn't listen to Zhang Tao at all. Zhang Tao's mecha looks big, but its defense is actually very average, far worse than Xiao Bao's armor.
Xiao Bao didn't really care about Zhang Tao's life. He was just afraid that the laser would penetrate Zhang Tao's mecha and hurt his elder brother.
As for itself, it understands its own situation and knows that it can still hold on twice.
You guy. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhang Tao was lost in self-admiration. I have never seen such a loyal and affectionate pangolin. With such a temperament, how many people have been surpassed? The sparks appeared again.
Lin Shining gave up attacking the other mechanical birds and pointed her gun at the king mechanical bird. The king mechanical bird that is releasing skills cannot move quickly and can only withstand the freezing bomb. Lin Shining originally thought that her freezing bomb could cause some trouble to the king mechanical bird. Unfortunately, the difference in combat power was a bit too big and the freezing bomb didn't even leave a single icy particle on the king mechanical bird's body. The king mechanical bird certainly wouldn't care about this kind of painless attack. Seeing that Xiao Bao was about to be killed, it naturally wouldn't change its target.
Just after Xiao Bao blocked the purple laser attack once again, Xiao Bao finally couldn't hold on anymore.
It is just infinitely close to the king level, not the real king level. At this moment, Xiao Bao's armor was covered with scars and some places were even flashing with sparks, which were because the armor was burned through. However, even so, Xiao Bao still did not give up and continued to block it. Xiao Bao thought very clearly that in his current state, even if he ran, where could he go? This stupid bird must have set its sights on me. Without the help of the source crystal, it would take a long time for it to be promoted to the king level. This stupid bird would not give it a chance to evolve. Now, Xiao Bao can only choose to trust Jiang Wei and believe that Jiang Wei will have a solution. All it needs to do is buy time for Jiang Wei. Facing the oncoming purple laser, Xiao Bao jumped once again. But this time, he carefully adjusted his angle, trying not to let the armor that was close to collapse bear the attack. At this moment, Jiang Wei's hand suddenly fell on Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, whose body was spinning rapidly, only felt a huge force acting on his body, which made his body stop abruptly and he could not move anymore in an instant.
What kind of power is this?
Take a break. You've worked hard. Jiang Wei helped Xiao Bao land on the ground, leaving his back to the king mechanical bird. Brother, behind me, Xiao Bao shouted anxiously.
Jiang Wei's eyes didn't take the attack from behind seriously at all.
The floating gun fired automatically, and several freezing bombs were ejected from the muzzle almost at the same time. The freezing bomb and the laser cancel each other out in the air. Ding, the mecha has evolved successfully for the third time.
Combat power plus 200 core module space plus 10. Open the panel. Mecha form level 3 evolution 20 meters. Mecha level 50 weight 51 tons power 14,455 strength 14. 5 tons speed 14 M/S type medium melee power dual cycle nuclear engine epic equipment thermal greatsword epic alloy defense armor excellent afterburner excellent battle core epic detection core legendary skills super combat power enhancement legend death laser thunderbolt. Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction. The third evolution didn't seem to be a big improvement, but Jiang Wei knew the importance of the third evolution because after the third evolution the main body will be nourished by the mecha. In other words, the physical body will become stronger, which will not only improve physical fitness but it is also said to affect lifespan. You're crazy, you bastard. After checking the status of the mecha, Jiang Wei turned around suddenly and looked at the king mechanical bird in the sky. When the king mechanical bird was stared at like this, it felt that in front of Jiang Wei it was just an ordinary mechanical bird and Jiang Wei was the king super combat power enhancement. The next moment Jiang Wei jumped up suddenly and the thrusters instantly cooperated with Jiang Wei's actions. The violent propulsion force even pushed Xiao Bao's body backwards. Such a powerful output brings fierce power. Jiang Wei's body suddenly rushed out and went straight to the king mechanical bird in the sky. Zhang Tao was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. Brother, can you fly now? In Zhang Tao's eyes, isn't this flying? Have you ever seen someone who can jump 2 or 300 meters in one jump? Anyway, Zhang Tao has never seen it. Seeing this, Lin Shining also murmured to herself, the sky has become stronger again. Chapter 64. Is it okay to borrow the military's fighter jets? Jiang Wei flew violently into the sky, scaring the king mechanical bird so much that its wings flapped wildly. At that moment its flying posture became chaotic and its body was not only unstable but it was even falling. Seeing the giant thermal sword getting closer and closer to it, the king mechanical bird quickly adjusted its flying posture to stabilize its body while its body began to climb an altitude. I don't believe you can catch up with me, the king mechanical bird said angrily. The king machine bird responded with a freezing bomb ejected from the muzzle of the floating cannon. After using the super combat power enhancement, Jiang Wei's combat power has reached 2,910 points, just a little bit away from rising to 3,000 points. This kind of combat power has reached the level of crushing the king mechanical bird. Although Jiang Wei could not see the specific combat power of the king mechanical bird, according to Jiang Wei's estimation it was only about 400 or 500 points. A combat power of 2,910 against 400 or 500 points, isn't this a crushing defeat? Therefore the power of the freezing bomb is enough to pose a fatal threat to the king mechanical bird. The king mechanical bird obviously understood this truth from the fact that Jiang Wei could jump from the ground to a height of more than 200 meters. It
Knew that Zhang Wei was not someone it could deal with when it sensed the freezing bomb coming. It immediately responded by shooting out a purple laser from its mouth. The laser and freeze bomb cancel each other out. At this moment Zhang Wei had jumped to a distance close enough to attack the king mechanical bird. He swung the giant heat sword in his hand and the blazing wind drew a brilliant red light in the air. The king mechanical bird didn't dare to use its own body to resist. It stretched out one of its legs towards the giant thermal sword in an attempt to block it. The thermal giant sword doesn't care about all those things of yours. It will cut whatever is in its way. The giant heat sword wrapped in heat waves cut off one of the legs of the king mechanical bird like cutting tofu. The process was very smooth and not even a spark was produced. It's also because the king mechanical bird's legs are too thin, otherwise it could at least be able to resist a little. However, because of the cushioning effect of this sword, the body of the king mechanical bird finally began to climb upwards rapidly. At this moment the king mechanical bird had no thoughts of lingering. It had only one obsession in its mind, which was to fly faster, and the higher the better. After this attack Zhang Wei's upward momentum disappeared, and even if the thrusters continued to spray flames it was of no use. What a pity! Zhang Wei sighed as he watched the king mechanical bird flying higher and higher. There is no way. It is already very difficult to jump to a height of more than 200 meters with melee skills. Expecting to jump thousands of meters in one jump is simply impossible at this stage. Even if there are tens of thousands of combat forces, it is impossible unless more powerful thrusters are obtained. But I won't let you escape so quietly. Death laser purple light gathered in Zhang Wei's eyes, and a beam of lightning that was very similar to the laser released by the king mechanical bird shot out from Zhang Wei's eyes. Damn human, I won't let you have an easy time, the king mechanical bird spoke while spraying out lasers. I ran away, but you still won't let me go, right? Okay, you wait. Two purple lights collided in the air. However, this time they did not cancel each other out, and Zhang Wei's death laser was obviously much more powerful. The laser released by the king mechanical bird was assimilated by the death laser in a short time and then went straight to the king mechanical bird. Seeing this, the king mechanical bird flapped its wings rapidly without stopping, and its body rose even faster. In the end the death laser was unable to catch up with the king mechanical bird. Zhang Wei's body began to fall rapidly, and with his current weight the speed of falling was very fast. In the blink of an eye he fell from the sky to the ground. A circle of dust and smoke accompanied by a huge roar appeared where Zhang Wei fell. Brother Zhang Tao immediately rushed forward. Falling from such a high place, it will crash directly right. Zhang Tao is ready to receive Zhang Wei's inheritance. Unfortunately Zhang Wei disappointed Zhang Tao. Zhang Wei slowly stood up in a nearly 2-meter deep hole created by the smash in the ground. At the moment of falling the thrusters erupted violently, reducing the force of hitting the ground. At the same time Zhang Wei bent his legs, which was also able to alleviate the impact force. Well, so Zhang Wei is fine. What a pity I couldn't kill it, Zhang Wei said, spreading his hands. It's already very impressive. Zhang Tao expressed his true thoughts. Lin Shining also came over and nodded to Zhang Wei. At this time I know you tried your best, however, although we failed to kill it, I guess it definitely won't dare to stay here for long. At least everyone in Swatching is safe. Lin Shining was still in a good mood. In her opinion, so many people didn't have to die. Brother, I need some replenishment. Xiao Bao didn't come over but instead got closer and closer to the pile of metal wreckage. Eat as much as you want, Zhang Wei said to Xiao Bao. Zhang Wei saw Xiao Bao's performance. If he still withheld Xiao Bao's food rations, Zhang Wei would feel that he would be a terrible person. Great. Xiao Bao immediately rushed towards the metal wreckage excitedly without any signs of injury at all. This guy is full of energy, but Xiao Bao is really tough, Zhang Tao said enviously. Zhang Tao didn't know what was wrong with him today. He felt that Xiao Bao looked quite handsome. Human, I won't leave. I'm going to keep an eye on you. If you don't let me have an easy life, I won't let you have an easy life either. The flying altitude of the king mechanical bird has climbed to 700 or 800 meters. Its sound is transmitted from the sky to the ground, and it has not weakened but has become louder. Not only Zhang Wei could hear the voice of the king mechanical bird, but most areas in Chuanqing could hear it clearly. At this moment the fear in the hearts of countless people is being magnified. It's still being arrogant. Zhang Tao stared at the sky in surprise. Logically speaking, a loser should have the awareness of a loser and just walk away quietly. Why is this guy so arrogant? Because it can fly. Can you? Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Tao and asked back, this won't happen. No matter what you do, I will keep an eye on you and mess with you. I want to see who is the one suffering. This king mechanical bird has a very strong desire for revenge. It has made it clear that if you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Zhang Wei looked up and did not respond. Zhang Tao was a little anxious. Brother, what should we do? There is no way not to be anxious. If there is such a thing hanging over your head, no matter what you do, then there is no point in doing anything. For example, when Zhang Wei went out hunting, this stupid bird in the sky only needed to give a slight reminder and all the prey would flee upon hearing the sound. If you can't hunt, you can't get source crystals. How can you become stronger without source crystals? The military. Do you have fighter jets? Zhang Wei did not respond to Zhang Tao. He looked at Lin Chanying. Lin Chanying nodded to Zhang Wei. Yes. Have you thought of a solution? Well, maybe we need to borrow some fighter jets from the military. Is that okay? If you are the one borrowing it, there will be no problem, Lin Chanying promised, because there really won't be any problem. The military is trying every means to win over Zhang Wei. Isn't this a good opportunity? Chapter 65 Sister, just know it yourself. That's fine, let's do whatever is needed in Chuanqing. We will have to evacuate sooner or later anyway. Tomorrow I will go to the military district with you. Real Lin Chanying was very surprised. She knew that Zhang Wei was quite resistant to going to the military area. If she wanted to borrow the plane for something, it wouldn't be that troublesome. Lin Chanying could just contact her superior and get it done. There is no need for Zhang Wei to go there in person. Well, go and give some suggestions about the Steel City. Zhang Wei expressed his thoughts. Although the military agreed with Zhang Wei's idea of building a steel city, it certainly did not have a detailed plan on how to implement it. As a person who returned from the future, Zhang Wei knows very well what will happen to Steel City in the future. Zhang Wei also has a thorough understanding of how to build a steel city without taking detours. Okay, I'll notify them right away. How are we going to get there? Lin Chanying seemed somewhat excited. Let a plane pick us up. A helicopter will do. Zhang Wei spoke after taking a look at the king mechanical bird still hovering in the sky. Good. If someone else made such a request, Lin Chanying would definitely refuse. There is a king level mechanical bird in the sky. If we let a helicopter fly over it this time, wouldn't that be seeking death? But since it was Zhang Wei who made this request, then it's okay. Moreover, Lin Chanying also wanted to see what Zhang Wei look like. Brother, can I go? Zhang Tao asked in a low voice. It's not that Zhang Tao has high expectations for the military, but he is afraid that after Zhang Wei leaves he will become food for the bird in the sky. Look after the house. Xiao Bao will accompany you. The thing in the sky is seriously injured. It doesn't dare to come down while Xiao Bao is here. Okay, then I'll ask them to prepare again tomorrow and be ready to move at any time. Zhang Tao nodded to Zhang Wei and accepted Zhang Wei's order. Xiao Bao doesn't care at all as long as there is food. It doesn't matter where he is. Nothing happened that night. Zhang Wei did not dismantle the mecha because the mecha was constantly nourishing Zhang Wei's body. This kind of nourishment is not achieved all at once, and it is not about instantly infusing a large amount of energy into Zhang Wei's body. However, after half a night of nourishment, the current mecha strengthening of Zhang Wei's body has ended. It's true the human body can obtain about 1/10 of the combat power of a mecha. Now I have a combat power of 145 with my bare hands. Zhang Wei turned his head and glanced at Zhang Tao. If Zhang Tao knew that the combat power of his human body is already able to compete with his mecha, I wonder what Zhang Tao would think. Zhang Wei, the helicopter is on the way. It won't take long for it to arrive. Do we need to prepare anything? No need. Then we definitely can't go in this form. The plane can't pull it. What Lin Shining meant was clearly expressed. At this time, hearing this, Zhang Tao also came over. Zhang Tao also had never seen Zhang Wei in person. It would be a lie to say I'm not curious. Alright, you have to watch it sooner or later. You were not allowed to watch it before because it would be dangerous after the mecha disintegrated. Now Zhang Wei's body has 145 points of combat power, which is enough to protect himself. Even if danger occurs, he has the ability to merge with the mecha disintegration. When Zhang Wei chose to disintegrate, the huge 20-meter-tall mecha shrank rapidly. In just a few seconds, the huge monster disappeared from the spot. His replacement was Zhang Wei, whose height had grown to 1.8 meters. Originally, Zhang Wei was a little thin, and although he doesn't look much stronger now, the muscles on his bare body are not fake at all. Oh my god! Zhang Tao lay on the ground without caring about his image, his eyes staring at Zhang Tao. He had to lie on the ground because his body was too high and he could not see the little guy Zhang Wei. After staring at it for a long time, Zhang Tao couldn't help but praise. So handsome. It's not a compliment, but he is really handsome. Not only does he have good-looking facial features, but the key is his well-shaped muscular body. Not only do women like him, but Zhang Tao also likes to look at him. Disintegration. After Zhang Wei and the mecha disintegrated, Lin Chanying also disintegrated from the mecha. After the disintegration, Lin Chanying quickly walked to Zhang Wei. So he really is a little brother. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Lin Chanying looked around Zhang Wei twice, her eyes full of admiration. She just liked this kind of real man who was full of masculinity. That kind of sissy is not at all in her eyes. Zhang Wei didn't care about these little things. He hung the mecha core around his neck. Through the mecha core, Zhang Wei can check the detailed situation of the mecha, which is also a function that will only appear after the third evolution. You can check the condition of the mecha, repair it, and do maintenance. When the core of the mecha is in good condition, the speed of repairing and maintaining the mecha will be faster. This is basically what people who own mechas must do every day in the future, because as long as a battle occurs, the mechas will inevitably collide. Although many collisions cannot cause any damage to the mecha, what about those scratches? When the scratches accumulate to a certain extent, they will become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The mecha equipment also needs maintenance. The most basic thing is to be able to repair the durability of the external armor. Moreover, repairing the mecha in its core form does not consume much energy and everyone can afford it, so why not do it? Hey little brother Zhang Wei, what are you thinking about? After Lin Chanying circled around Zhang Wei twice, she found that Zhang Wei didn't even look at her. She immediately couldn't help but poke Zhang Wei's chest muscles twice with her fingers. Wow, it's true sister, it's enough for you to know it yourself. There's no need to say it out loud, right? Zhang Wei rolled his eyes at Lin Chanying in annoyance. Lin Chanying is
Indeed 3 years older than Jiang Wei, but Lin Chanying still felt a little unhappy when Jiang Wei called her sister. How do you talk like that? You have to call me little sister, understand? Okay miss, could you please help me find a piece of clothing? Brother, how about you wear my clothes? I have them at home. At this time Zhang Tao came out of his envious state and spoke to Jiang Wei. Okay, Jiang Wei is not picky about clothes as long as he can wear them. Brother, why are you shirtless? Zhang Tao spoke to Jiang Wei after arranging people to find clothes. Jiang Wei glanced at Lin Chanying, then smiled and said nothing. Zhang Tao had a lot of questions in his mind. It seems that this question is asked by us men, right? Why are you looking at Lin Chanying? And he laughed. Jiang Wei didn't explain. Jiang Wei has never been a person who would suffer a loss during the third evolution because the mecha energy had to be injected into his body. The most important area of injection was the upper body, so under the impact of the mecha energy the clothes on the upper body naturally disappeared. It can be said that no matter who evolves for the third time this effect will occur, including Lin Chanying. According to Jiang Wei's estimation, Lin Chanying will definitely evolve faster than Zhang Tao. When the time comes he won't poke his chest muscles, just looking at them will be considered revenge. Chapter 66 Arrival at the military base. Why are you looking at me? Lin Chanying felt a little panicked when Jiang Wei looked at her. I always feel that this look is a bit malicious. Nothing, you also need to evolve as soon as possible. Jiang Wei reminded the two of them now that Zhang Tao and Lin Chanying are already members of Jiang Wei's gang. Jiang Wei doesn't want these two people to be too weak. I know we are all working hard, by the way we need to bring someone with us this time, Lin Chanying said with a slight pout. Who? Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chanying puzzledly. Besides Zhang Tao, who else is there? Him. Lin Chanying pointed at the little boy standing not far away. It was the little boy who was rescued by Zhang Tao. Brother, I was the one who rescued this kid. That bastard Han Su killed his father. Zhang Tao reminded Jiang Wei. You want to send him over? Jiang Wei looked at Lin Chanying in confusion. Well, I have already taken back his father's mecha and given it to him. This place is not suitable for raising children, so I want to take him back. Lin Chanying expressed her thoughts. Jiang Wei nodded slowly. Okay. Jiang Wei is indeed not suitable for raising children. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, sister. I will try my best. The little brother mustered up the courage to speak, looking very serious. Just keep going. Jiang Wei gave a lukewarm response. Lin Chanying was obviously not satisfied with Jiang Wei's response. The kid had already seen Jiang Wei's heroic figure yesterday, and now the little guy regards Jiang Wei as his idol. If Jiang Wei can give some encouragement, he will definitely become the key force in motivating the kid's growth. Jiang Wei understood what Lin Chanying meant, but Jiang Wei really didn't want to do that. What to motivate him to take risks and become food for monsters. In today's world there are many people who are as miserable as this kid. If Jiang Wei is needed to motivate them all, wouldn't Jiang Wei be exhausted to death? At this moment the roar of a helicopter came from far away. The helicopter is here. Let's go. Lin Chanying said to Jiang Wei. Good. Afterwards Lin Chanying took the little brother and walked quickly towards the helicopter. Before leaving, Jiang Wei gave Zhang Tao another task: keep an eye on the elephants. Jiang Wei didn't care much about the rat group, and swatching ordinary source crystals had no attraction to Jiang Wei, but he definitely cared about the elephant group. After all, it involves more than a dozen epic source crystals. Zhang Tao agreed readily and told Jiang Wei not to worry. Afterwards Jiang Wei got on the plane. When the plane took off, the pilot was still a little scared because there was a king-level mechanical bird circling above the plane with hundreds of ordinary mechanical birds. It's okay, let's go, they don't dare to come down. Jiang Wei comforted the pilot. Okay, the pilot could only listen to Jiang Wei. The superiors have already instructed that no matter what request Jiang Wei makes we must do our best to agree to it. Hello Jiang Wei, my name is Shangwan Lin. Shangwan Lin extended his right hand to Jiang Wei. Shangwan Lin is a capable man who looks to be about 30 years old. He has a slightly resolute appearance and a very mature masculinity. Hello brother Shangwan. Jiang Wei shook hands with him and spoke very politely. Thank you for taking care of my sister these days. Shangwan Lin took his hand back and said to Jiang Wei with a smile, it doesn't matter. Jiang Wei didn't have much desire to talk and his answers were very brief. Fortunately the plane took off and made a loud noise, so Jiang Wei didn't have to deal with Shangwan Lin. After the plane took off, the king mechanical bird could no longer sit still. What is this for? Don't you take yourself too seriously? Just left in such a swagger on a plane as slow as a snail. Aren't you afraid that I will do something cruel to you? If you dare to move, I'll kill you. Jiang Wei stretched his head and looked at the king mechanical bird in the sky. After hearing Jiang Wei's threat, the king mechanical bird felt completely unwell. Who are these two with? However, looking at Jiang Wei's serious gaze and then looking at his legs that had not yet grown, the king mechanical bird said he would endure it if it uses its skills to attack the helicopter remotely. It will definitely cause great trouble to the aircraft, but Jiang Wei can never be killed. If Jiang Wei gets mad at me, the king mechanical bird fell silent, but it will never let Jiang Wei go. It will follow no matter what Jiang Wei does. It will disrupt Jiang Wei. Shangwan Lin was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Wei's casual threat could scare the big bird so much that it didn't dare to attack. It was magical. Shangwan Lin looked at Lin Chanying with a puzzled look. Lin Chanying just nodded to Shangwan Lin without explaining anything. Afterwards the helicopter flew to the military base without encountering any obstacles. The mechanical bird accompanying them above their heads seemed to be escorting them. If the pilot had not notified the base early, some rockets would probably have been launched when he
Approached the base. After an hour, Zhang Wei arrived at the military base. The base's top commander is already waiting. Zhang Wei felt a little proud and excited to be personally received by such an important figure. Of course he would never show this pride. Hello sir, I'm Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took the initiative to extend his hand to the middle-aged man who was coming towards him. Okay, you're a very good young man. We are all from the same family. There's no need to be so restrained, just call me Uncle Zhang. Commander Zhang spoke to Zhang Wei with a smile and took the hand that Zhang Wei extended, appearing very amiable. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wei had a sincere smile on his face. Naturally, he was very willing to have a relationship with such a person. If there is any situation that he cannot solve in the future, Zhang Wei can contact his Uncle Zhang to call for fire support. Not to mention Zhang Wei now, even 10 years later, Zhang Wei would not dare to underestimate the power of the military. If someone throws a mushroom bomb at you at all costs, what can you use to block it? Come on, Xiao Zhang will welcome you. Commander Zhang was very satisfied with Zhang Wei's performance. He was not arrogant but very humble, which was very good. Okay, then I'll trouble Uncle Zhang. Haha, let's go. Xiao will come too. Commander Zhang laughed and greeted Lin Chanying. With Lin Chanying around, if they have any disagreements when discussing certain things, they will have a good buffer. Yes, Chief. Lin Chanying didn't dare to act so casually and saluted very standardly. Afterwards they went deep into the base. The cafeteria is a little simple, don't mind it. Xiao Zhang. Chief Zhang sat on a chair next to the round table, accompanied only by Lin Chanying, Shangguan Lin and another young man who looked like a clerk. Uncle Zhang, it's great to have this condition now. Oh, you're right in today's world. By the way, tell me what you think of Steel City. Chapter 67. Being too good looking is sometimes a sin. Chief Zhang is also an impatient person. Before the food was served, Chief Zhang started asking Zhang Wei what he thought. Zhang Wei would naturally not be stingy. Uncle Zhang, this is the case. Building a steel city does not mean that we can sit back and relax as long as the city is made entirely of steel. We also need to protect ourselves from birds in the sky and rats underground. As you know, they all eat steel nowadays. If we don't take precautions, the city we build will only become their buffet. After hearing what Zhang Wei said, Chief Zhang immediately clapped his hands and cheered. Okay, Xiao Zhang, what you said is exactly what we are worried about. We haven't discussed a solution yet. I, your Uncle Zhang, have lost a lot of hair in the past few days. Now that you have brought it up, Xiao Zhang, do you have any solution? Zhang Wei smiled and nodded. Uncle Zhang, I do have some ideas. You can try them first. Tell me about it quickly. Commander Zhang seemed a little anxious. The military has collected a lot of metal debris and it is not a problem to quickly melt and recast them, but as long as the problem just raised by Zhang Wei is not solved, there is no point in building a city. Uncle Zhang, here's what I'm thinking. We can temporarily put up a high voltage power grid in the sky. Mechanical creatures are also afraid of electricity. When conditions permit, we can convert it into an electromagnetic grid. In the future we can add a layer of coating on the surface of the underground and walls. In fact, the military already has various ways to deal with the mechanical birds in the sky. Even if they don't use the method Zhang Wei mentioned, they can also use anti-aircraft weapons to deal with them. What really troubled them were the walls and the underground. What coating? It's the same kind of exterior wall coating we used before, Zhang Wei said. Shockingly, everyone present showed an expression of disbelief, including Lin Chanying. Everyone thought Zhang Wei was joking. Can applying a layer of exterior coating prevent mechanical creatures from eating you? I discovered this by accident. The exterior wall coating we originally used contains substances that mechanical creatures hate, just like how ordinary people like us simply cannot accept the taste of canned herrings. As long as the outer wall coating is thicker, most mechanical creatures will not attack the city. They may even stay away from our city because of the outer wall coating. However, in order to prevent some accidents, I suggest building a sensing point for every square meter underground. As long as there is a problem at this point, we can find it immediately. I just don't know if this is difficult to do. Zhang Wei said he didn't know, but in fact he knew it clearly. The plan he was talking about was the first mature steel city in the previous life. All the steel cities before this had fallen. There was a huge pile of steel lying there, and it was simply impossible for a mechanical creature to resist the temptation. Building an undefended steel city, even if the walls are covered with weapons, will not be able to withstand the endless stream of mechanical creatures. When did you discover that the coating could protect against mechanical organisms? Lin Xianying gently nudged Zhang Wei beside him. Secret, Zhang Wei responded in a low voice. The others were all lost and thought it was obvious that Zhang Wei's words shocked them all. After a long while, Chief Zhang looked up at Zhang Wei and said, Xiao Zhang, let's show him a company for dinner. Uncle Zhang wants to try the method you mentioned first. Uncle Zhang, please do as you please. You don't have to accompany me. Zhang Wei stood up and spoke well. After saying that, Chief Zhang ran away immediately. Yes, he ran, and the clerk chased after Chief Zhang. How many things are you hiding from me, man? After the superior left, Lin Xianying regained some of her nature. She stared at Zhang Wei unhappily and questioned him. It suddenly occurred to me as well. Zhang Wei defended himself a little. I don't believe it. Haha, don't believe it or not, haven't you had a proper meal for several days? Thanks to you I can eat some meat today. Shangguan Lin walked over with a laugh. Several soldiers followed behind him, each holding food in his hands. Were fine. Lin Xianying replied, at Zhang Tao's house I wouldn't say you can eat and drink to your heart's content every day, but you can definitely have meat and fish for every meal. Then I won't be polite with you. Let's start eating. Shangguan Lin greeted Shangguan Lin was quite satisfied with the meal, but Lin Qianying didn't eat much and Zhang Wei ate even less than Lin Qianying. Zhang Wei's body has been strengthened by the mecha and he no longer needs to eat much. If he really feels hungry, he can merge with the mecha and then replenish his energy through the mecha. If we didn't have this ability, the end of the world would be even more terrifying and cannibalism would probably happen frequently. The superiors are still studying it and don't have time to pay attention to us for now. How about you go to the camp outside the base first? Quite a lot of people have gathered here. They have spontaneously formed several camps and it's quite lively. Shangwan Lin suggested. Lin Qianying looked at Zhang Wei. It was up to Zhang Wei to decide whether to go or not. Let's go and have a look. Zhang Wei nodded. There is strength in numbers. What if we can find something good anyway? No one is paying attention to him now. He couldn't find anyone to borrow a fighter jet. Okay. Wait for me, I'll change clothes. After Lin Qianying finished speaking, she ran away immediately without waiting for Zhang Wei's consent. My sister, don't look at how serious she is when she's wearing military uniform, but she's also very lively and cute when she changes into regular clothes. Shangwan Lin looked at Zhang Wei thoughtfully. Zhang Wei is a little confused. Why are you telling me this? You young people need to communicate more. Okay, you can wait for her here. I have other things to do, so I want to accompany you. After saying that, Shangwan Lin also left. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with anything? However, is Shangwan Lin really Lin Qianying's brother cousin? About 10 minutes later, Lin Qianying came back in a hurry. Hey, where's brother Shangwan? He said he had something to do and went away to get busy. Okay, don't worry about him, let's go, Lin Qianying said as she was about to pull Zhang Wei. Why are you so excited? Zhang Wei did not stop Lin Qianying and let Lin Qianying hold his arm. Can't we just take a look at the worldly atmosphere? Okay, by the way, is brother Shangwan really your brother? We are not related by blood, but my dad and his dad were comrades in arms. I have known him since I was a child, Lin Qianying explained casually and then did not give Zhang Wei a chance to continue asking questions and pulled Zhang Wei away. Along the way, the soldiers in the base couldn't help but look at Lin Qianying a few more times. There is no way, is Shangwan Lin said. Lin Qianying does look better with shoulder-length hair and she is indeed lively and cute. Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel some pressure when walking next to Lin Qianying. Beauty is a disaster. They're referring to people like Lin Qianying, right? Being too good-looking is sometimes a sin. Chapter 68 Lone Man Debt Collection. Fortunately, Zhang Wei believes that he can withstand any pressure. Besides, he and Lin Qianying had only known each other for a few days. Although they could be considered as close friends, they were still far from that. Zhang Wei shook his head. What the hell are you thinking about? Haven't you suffered enough as a woman? It's good enough to be friends. What are you thinking about? Lin Qianying didn't have as many thoughts as Zhang Wei. She saw Zhang Wei's expression and asked curiously, nothing much, the camp is just ahead. I didn't expect it to be so lively. Yeah, I just saw it on the plane. Let's go. Zhang Wei didn't have the leisure to look around on the plane, although the King Mechanical Bird did not dare to do anything after hearing Zhang Wei's warning. What if therefore Zhang Wei has been on guard against the King Mechanical Bird? As long as the King Mechanical Bird dares to make any small moves, Zhang Wei will immediately merge with the mecha. Inside the temporary camp, the place was bustling with people. It can be seen that people are indeed safe living near military bases. Most of these people came here on their own initiative from nearby residents, and the military has not yet sent out rescue workers to save people from more distant areas. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I really don't have the ability. Zhang Wei, look, the people here have a pretty good life. Lin Qianying was quite satisfied with the living conditions of the people in the camp. Although most of them lived in tents, there was basically no fear on their faces. That's good. Yeah, Zhang Wei hummed softly. It is only the first few days of the end of the world and various supplies are not in such short supply. If there were no shortage of material things, humans would not release their nature so quickly. Beautiful ladies, handsome guys, what do you need? Come and have a look at our stall. We have everything on the commercial street set up by vendors themselves. Some vendors shouted to Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying. This street is crowded with people and almost all kinds of things are sold there. There are various daily necessities as well as things related to mechas. Undoubtedly in this era, things related to mecha are the most sought after. The stalls that are always crowded with people are selling things related to mecha. Among them, the most sought after are source crystals, and ordinary source crystals have already been priced by vendors. Money is definitely useless. The only thing that can be linked to source crystals is food. 3 pounds of food can be exchanged for 1 ordinary source crystal. For meat, 1 pound can be exchanged. Meat will become increasingly scarce and people will probably become vegetarians in the future because creatures of the same size as mice have been mechanized, not to mention domestic animals like pigs, ducks and sheep. It can be said that the more meat you eat, the less it becomes. If it appears again in the future, it can only be human flesh. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei frowned slightly because he thought of an organization that would become notorious in the future, of flesh trafficking organization. Zhang Wei is not so selfless, nor does he have the spirit of self-sacrifice, but he does have the most basic human ethics. Zhang Wei naturally hated this kind of morally corrupt organization. Perhaps Zhang Wei's sad face had some effect. A man seemed to have discovered some business opportunity in Zhang Wei. He pushed through the crowd and ran to Zhang Wei. Little brother, are you worried about the mecha? The man with glasses and a fitted suit had a smile on his face as if he saw through everything. Zhang Wei looked up. Now it was the man's turn to Be stunned, this kid, why does he look so familiar? Oh, it's you, isn't it time to pay back the money you owe? The man with glasses suddenly shouted. Isn't this the guy who mortgaged his house for a loan before the end of the world? The man with glasses had a deep impression of Zhang Wei. After all, there were not many people who could lend money with such momentum. Although Zhang Wei's face and body shape had changed significantly, the man with glasses just thought that he didn't remember it as clearly. Pay back the money? Why? Zhang Wei asked back. He also recognized the man with glasses. You took out a loan for me, so of course you have to pay it back. Are you so confident about owing money? The man with glasses spoke as a matter of course. His voice was quite loud, attracting a lot of people's attention. The logic and method have collapsed, and now the man with glasses can only use this method to make Zhang Wei submit. You don't have to give too much. Some food is good too. Didn't I mortgage the house too? You just need to take it away. Zhang Wei was much more indifferent than the man with glasses. The man with glasses wanted to curse. House, the house is nothing. We don't even know whether your house has collapsed or not. Besides, what's the point of taking the house back? Who dares to buy it and live in it? I don't want the house anymore. You should know what a mortgage loan is, right? Zhang Wei was in a good mood and didn't mind chatting with the man with glasses. Hey, okay, it's my bad luck, but you met me again, so I can say you were really lucky. The man with glasses saw that he could not get his previous loan back, so he immediately changed his strategy. What luck? Zhang Wei already knew what business the man with glasses was doing, but he still asked deliberately, well, you don't have your own mecha, right? I'm currently in the mecha rental business. Of course, if you want to buy one, I can also sell it to you. The man with glasses spoke arrogantly. You know what? These guys who don't follow the right path actually have some brains. They themselves don't dare to fight the mechanical creatures, but they can still earn very good income by collecting rent. I dare not say that I can live a life of luxury, but I can definitely make ends meet and have a lot of surplus food. How did you rent it? Zhang Wei asked with great interest. Since we are acquaintances, if you give me 30 ordinary source crystals as a deposit, I can rent you a 4-meter tall light mecha, which is long range and safe. Also, don't think it's expensive. Our rental period is 7 days and the rental fee is only 15 ordinary source crystals. If you return the mecha after 7 days, I will return 15 source crystals to you. So as long as you harvest more than 15 source crystals within 7 days, the rest is yours. It's not expensive at all. Bring the mecha over to me and let me see it. No, you have to pay a deposit first. Besides, I can't give you the mecha core. I will only authorize you to use it. The man with glasses was obviously not stupid at all, and he knew a lot about mechas. Forget it, I have the source crystal, but your mecha is too inferior. It's only 4 meters tall. What kind of combat power can it have? Zhang Wei said this and was about to leave when the man with glasses heard Zhang Wei say that he had the active crystal. There was no way he would let Zhang Wei go easily. Brother, wait a minute, what I just told you about is only the worst mecha. I have some good stuff here. Why don't you come with me over there so we can talk in detail? Zhang Wei glanced around, then nodded to the man with glasses and said, alright, let's go. Chapter 69 Transaction. Epic source crystal. In a fairly luxurious tent area in the makeshift camp, when the man with glasses arrived with Zhang Wei and Lin Chaining, a group of men with fierce-looking faces immediately looked over. Here, it's okay, I'm just doing business. The man with glasses greeted him. Hearing the sound, these people withdrew their gazes and continued to talk and laugh as they went about their own business. Zhang Wei couldn't help but nod when seeing this. These people are still quite something. If they had seen a woman as beautiful as Lin Chaining in other places, I'm afraid these people would have swarmed over her. Even if you don't touch me, you can still take advantage of me with words. In fact, Zhang Wei overestimated the quality of these people. The reason why they were so honest was because the military had set rules. Here, Zhang Wei didn't dare to act rashly in front of the military, and these guys wouldn't dare to act presumptuously even if they had 8 courage. Brother, sister-in-law, this is my place, let's go in and talk. The man with glasses stood in front of a tent and made a gesture of invitation. Okay. Zhang Wei walked into the tent indifferently and Lin Chaining followed closely behind him. The man with glasses entered last and then he said with a smile, brother, you really have good taste when you took out the loan. I thought you, haha, I didn't expect that. Your sister-in-law is really beautiful. Zhang Wei didn't say anything. Lin Chaining didn't explain anything. The scene became a little awkward. Sit down, you guys, don't be polite, it's just that the conditions are not very good. Please don't mind. The man with glasses asked Zhang Wei to sit down. The space inside the tent was not small and it had everything one needed. The living conditions were already very good. The man with glasses is actually pretending there are not many people in the camp who can live like him. Let's talk about the matter. Zhang Wei spoke to the man with glasses. Okay, I can see that you are a straightforward person, so I won't waste time. How many source crystals do you have? As long as you have enough source crystals, I can get you any good things. The man with glasses patted his chest and assured, appearing very confident, legendary source crystal. Do you have it? Zhang Wei followed the words of the man with glasses. Isn't it just pretending? Who wouldn't? Besides, Zhang Wei is not just showing off, he really wants to get the legendary source crystal. The man with glasses' brain suddenly shut down. What is a legendary source crystal? Not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it. No, epic level is fine too. Zhang Wei lowered his requirements after seeing the look on the man with glasses. Brother, are you here to make fun of me? The man with glasses looked unhappy. What matters most in doing business is integrity. The moment you open your mouth, it's either a legend or an Epic, who are you talking about? I don't have a legendary source crystal, but I have an epic one. Can you afford it? The man with glasses was also angry. He had been trying to talk to Zhang Wei, but this guy had such an attitude. He wanted to see how Zhang Wei would make a fool of himself. Do you really have it? How do you sell it? Zhang Wei asked in surprise. The man with glasses widened his eyes. Are you really buying it? Name your price. The man with glasses hesitated. He looked at Zhang Wei, observing whether Zhang Wei was still entertaining himself. 100 middle grade source crystals. If you can take them out, I will get you epic grade source crystals. Oh sure. After saying that, Zhang Wei pulled the mecha core out from his neck. Under Zhang Wei's control, the core released a soft light. When the light faded, 100 medium grade source crystals appeared on the ground. The man with glasses was stunned when he saw this. It should be less. The most important thing is that there is currently no precedent for such a good thing being sold, and no one knows its specific value. In the eyes of the man with glasses, 100 medium grade source crystals are already a lot. One medium quality source crystal can be exchanged for 100 ordinary source crystals. How much food can 10,000 ordinary source crystals be exchanged for? But in Zhang Wei's opinion, this is really too cheap. You can buy epic source crystals with 100 medium grade source crystals. I have never seen such a conscientious merchant. The man with glasses was thinking about how to raise the price. What, you don't have an epic source crystal? Are you lying to me? Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with coldness. The man with glasses was frightened by Zhang Wei's look. He waved his hands and said, no, how could I lie to you? I'll get it for you now, but I want to take some middle grade source crystals. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Zhang Wei didn't care at all whether the man with glasses would run away with the source crystal. Good. The man with glasses didn't take much. He only took 10 medium grade source crystals and left the tent. As he walked out of the tent, he waved to someone and whispered something. Then the man with glasses turned around and walked away quickly. About 10 minutes later, the man with glasses came back with a happy look on his face. Before he returned to the tent, the man just now came to the man with glasses and handed him a few bottles of water. Haha brother, I got it for you. The man with glasses walked into the tent with a big laugh. In his hand was a cloth bag, the kind that could block out the light. Zhang Wei nodded secretly. In exchange, he knew that this epic source crystal was probably obtained by the man with glasses using 10 medium grade source crystals. The middleman, the man with glasses, made a profit from the price difference of 90 medium quality source crystals, but Zhang Wei was not angry at all. Others have channels, but I don't. This information gap is worth the price. Let me see here. The man with glasses handed the cloth bag to Zhang Wei. When he opened the bag, sure enough, a purple source crystal was lying quietly at the bottom. There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Wei's eyes, and Lin Shaniying came over when she saw this. Is it true? Lin Shaniying couldn't help but exclaimed, epic source crystals are good things. If 100 medium grade source crystals can be exchanged for it, Lin Shaniying would also like to exchange some. Only one. Are there any more? Zhang Wei looked at the man with glasses. Of course there is, but this is the price. The man with glasses unscrewed a bottle of water and took a big gulp. How many? 150 mid-grade source crystals. Don't think it's expensive, brother. Those who get the source crystals are hiding very deep. Without special information channels, it is impossible to find them. If you get something like this, you won't spread it around, right? What the man with glasses said makes a lot of sense. People who are not strong enough will hide this grade of source crystal carefully. If they get it, man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Okay, 150 each. I'll take as many as you can get. Okay, it's settled. These are the profits I made this time, so I have to keep them. Oh brother, sister-in-law, you must be thirsty. Drink some water. Clean water like this is hard to come by. Now the man with glasses smiled and put the source crystal into the core of the mecha and handed over 2 bottles of water. Judging from the situation, if the deal cannot be made, I'm afraid the man with glasses will not even take out the water. Acting a bit stingy, Zhang Wei took the 2 bottles of water but did not drink them immediately. Instead, he looked at the man with glasses with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 71 Kick 3 Lives. The man with glasses felt a little nervous when Zhang Wei stared at him. Did he find out? That's impossible. I've done this before and never failed. There's no way this guy would notice. Brother, what's wrong? Don't you like plain water? How about I get you 2 bottles of drinks? It's okay, this mineral water is good. After saying that, Zhang Wei handed a bottle of water to Lin Shaniying. Lin Shaniying frowned slightly. She didn't care about these little details at all. This is mainly because the glasses man's acting skills are very good. He drank a sip of water before Zhang Wei and Lin Shaniying, which would make people subconsciously think that the water is drinkable. However, after seeing Zhang Wei's attitude, Lin Shaniying realized that there might be something wrong with the water. But since you suspected there was a problem, why did you give it back to me? Drink it. Zhang Wei unscrewed the bottle of water and took a big sip. Lin Shaniying didn't want to drink, but she saw Zhang Wei's eyes. Yeah, I'm a little thirsty. Lin Shaniying also took a sip. Zhang Weiming knew there was a problem, but he still drank it. He must have some ulterior motive, so Lin Shaniying would naturally cooperate. However, what Lin Shaniying didn't know was that Zhang Wei really needed Lin Shaniying's cooperation, because the man with glasses put a drug in the water that can make people unconscious. This was what Zhang Wei heard with his own ears. As his physical fitness improved, his hearing naturally improved as well. The whispers of the man with glasses to his men when he left were no different from if they were spoken into Zhang Wei's ear. With Zhang Wei's physique, he definitely won't be knocked unconscious, but since he has to act, he has to be knocked unconscious. So when should he be knocked unconscious? This depends on Lin Chaniying just follow Lin Chaniying and get dizzy. When the man with glasses saw that both of them drank the water, he became even more enthusiastic. The man with glasses talked about this and that for about 5 minutes, and then Lin Chaniying's body suddenly tilted. There's something wrong with that water. Lin Chaniying held her forehead and tried hard to open her eyes, hoping that she could see the situation clearly. However, her vision became increasingly blurry. Zhang Wei quickly supported Lin Chaniying, and then he began his performance. He cursed the man with glasses in a daze and with unclear words, and then fell to the ground with Lin Chaniying and pinned her under him. Zhang Wei was not unconscious, but Lin Chaniying was really unconscious. Zhang Wei certainly would not let anything happen to Lin Chaniying. He pressed on Lin Chaniying to protect her and definitely not to take advantage of her. Come on, the fat pig is fainted. The man with glasses called out loudly, "Haha brother, this is not a fat pig, it's obviously a beautiful girl, can we play with her?" A man walked into the tent with a laugh. "You think about that stuff all day long. If something really happens, those soldiers won't let us go. Take away their mechas and throw them away. Before that, do whatever you want," the man with glasses instructed. "Hey, then it's a deal. I'll go first. Do you guys have any objections?" The first person who came in said with a strange laugh. The other people who followed behind did not fight or argue but responded with laughter. "No, I have an objection." Zhang Wei suddenly spoke. It's not that Zhang Wei can't continue acting, in fact he can still cooperate well. However, when these people attack them later, they will definitely do something to Lin Chaniying. Zhang Wei couldn't tolerate this. "So you?" The man with glasses looked at Zhang Wei, who was lying on the ground in horror. Zhang Wei's playful look made the man with glasses very nervous. What they do is shady. If the military knew about this, their best outcome would be being kicked out of the camp. "You bastard, you're trying to scare me." The first person who came in had a fierce look in his eyes and he immediately pounced on Zhang Wei. "If you want to keep this matter secret, you can only kill people to silence them. What they did cannot withstand investigation. As long as Zhang Wei goes out and talks nonsense, they will be finished. So let's just go all the way and kill Zhang Wei here and then deal with the body." As for why Zhang Wei was not knocked unconscious, is this what we should think about now? Zhang Wei stood up quickly and kicked the man in the chest before he could pounce on him. Bang! The man was kicked and not only flew away but also knocked the other two people out of the tent with him. A big hole was smashed in the luxury tent. The man with glasses was completely dumbfounded. Is this a power that humans can possess? How far did this kick send the person? 10 meters or 20 meters or even further? The person who was kicked by Zhang Wei was already dead. His chest was covered in blood and there was almost a bloody hole on it. Even the two people who were hit were not spared and also lost their voice. "One kick, 3 lives. You're a murderer and robber. I knew you wouldn't do anything good, and it turns out to be true." Zhang Wei retracted his legs and expressed satisfaction with his first battle. You." The man with glasses raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Wei, his hand trembling a little. "Murder, murder." The other 3 men who were still alive shouted loudly. It was not like they had never killed people before, but they had never seen anyone killing so brutally. "You can shout, but don't run. Do you understand?" Zhang Wei's cold voice reached the ears of the man with glasses and others. This immediately discouraged those who wanted to escape in the chaos. "You dare to kill people? This is not allowed by the soldiers. You will be executed." The man with glasses suddenly spoke to Zhang Wei fiercely. "Really?" Zhang Wei sneered and didn't take the threat from the man with glasses seriously at all. The man with glasses didn't know what to say. Soon what happened here was discovered. It was not because of the shouting of those men but because of the 3 men who were kicked to death by Zhang Wei. They flew so far that they smashed several people's tents. The tent owner, who was originally cursing, shouted passionately the moment he saw the dead body. Death is a big deal in the camp. As soon as the dead body was discovered, someone went to the base to look for the soldiers. In less than 10 minutes a team of 20 soldiers entered the camp armed with live ammunition. Who did it? The team leader looked sharp. None of the hundreds of people watching the fun dared to look him in the eye. "Comrade, 3 people flew out over here and smashed my tent. The person didn't run away, right?" The captain's expression was grim. "This is a serious matter and must be dealt with seriously in times of chaos. Severe punishments must be used if this kind of thing is not curbed. The camp will be impossible to manage in the future." "He didn't run away. We have surrounded this place, so he definitely didn't run away." "Okay, leave the rest to us. Everyone retreat and don't hurt anyone by mistake." Good. The crowd began to retreat. "We are not fools at this time. We are afraid that the attacker will be desperate and merge with the mecha. It will cause great damage at that time." "Is this possible? If Zhang Wei wasn't here, the chances of this happening would be almost 100%. Who was willing to die? If you can resist, you must resist." However, the situation inside the tent was that the man with glasses and his companions had already resisted. The result was a bit bleak for the man with glasses. All of their mecha cores were confiscated by Zhang Wei and everyone was injured to varying degrees. Chapter 71 6 Epic Source Crystals. "People inside, will you come out on your own or let us in?" After the crowd was evacuated, the captain shouted angrily at the tent with a cold face. Before the captain could shout a second sentence, several strong men limped out of the tent with their hands covering their heads. "You were finally here. Someone is killed. That guy killed someone." After several people walked out, the man with glasses immediately started to complain. When he saw this group of soldiers, he felt like he saw his long-lost relatives. "I couldn't help but let the tears flow out of my eyes. It's really scary." The captain frowned. He didn't quite believe what the man with Glasses said although it is not a good habit to judge people by first impression, these people gave the captain a very bad first impression. If we really ask who would kill someone, the captain would believe that these guys would be the murderers, but looking at their expressions they seem to have suffered a lot of injustice. Did I tell you to take your hands off? Zhang Wei's voice came from inside the tent. The man with glasses subconsciously put his hands back on his head, then Zhang Wei walked out of the tent holding Lin Chaniying. Looking at Zhang Wei holding Lin Chaniying horizontally, the captain's pupils shrank suddenly. It's him, this tough guy. Zhang Wei is very famous in the base. The main reason is that they have been told by their superiors not to provoke Zhang Wei. All the patrolling soldiers have seen Zhang Wei's photo after Zhang Wei came out. He wanted to explain. After all, it was better to avoid conflict with the soldiers if possible. However, before Zhang Wei could say anything, the captain of the team spoke first. Brother Zhang Wei. Yes, it's me. Zhang Wei nodded, a little surprised. Okay, cuff these men. The captain immediately gave the order. After seeing Zhang Wei nod, a team of soldiers stepped forward quickly, making the already confused men with glasses even more confused. What are you doing? He was the one who killed the person, not us. You were seeking privilege. This is not fair, the man with glasses shouted. If the most basic fairness and justice are lost in the camp, the soldiers will not be able to continue to command the support of the people even if they have weapons in their hands. Shut up, the captain scolded the man with glasses. Then he whispered to Zhang Wei, brother Zhang Wei, what happened here? They drugged us, knocked Lin Chaniying unconscious and wanted to rob us. Zhang Wei briefly described what happened. Although Zhang Wei spoke briefly, anyone with a discerning eye knew what had happened. No, he is framing me. They are doing this on purpose. They are setting us up because they are eyeing the resources we have. The man with glasses started to argue. I told you to shut up, don't you understand? Do you know who she is? The captain pointed at Lin Chaniying, who was held horizontally in Zhang Wei's arms. The man with glasses shook his head in confusion. Isn't this boy's girlfriend? She is a member of our special forces team. You said she framed you. Tell me, would I believe it? The captain questioned the man with glasses. The man with glasses looked a little flustered. He didn't expect that Lin Chaniying actually had such an identity, but it's impossible for him to just accept his fate. Even if what you said is true, they framed me. You were such a dishonest guy. Zhang Wei gently put Lin Chaniying on the ground. When the man with glasses saw this, he was immediately filled with fear and he squatted on the ground in fear. Sir, look, he's about to commit another crime. I framed you and wanted to steal your things. Are you worthy of it? Zhang Wei immediately took out all the source crystals in his mecha space. The shining source crystals appeared in piles, and there were very few ordinary source crystals. Basically all of them were mid-grade source crystals. Suddenly seeing so many source crystals, the onlookers were stunned. When had they seen so many source crystals this time? No one believed the man with eyes anymore. If you put yourself in their shoes, if they saw so many source crystals, they would probably become greedy as well. What's more, the group of people, including the man with glasses, are not good people, and most people in the camp know them. The man with glasses was completely speechless. How can you argue this, brother Zhang Wei? You, even the team leader, was speechless. This amount of source crystals is indeed quite a lot, at least 1,000, right? In fact, this is because Zhang Wei evolved his mecha. Otherwise he could have taken out 5 or 6,000 medium-grade source crystals. Let's do some business. I need an epic source crystal, 100 medium-grade source crystals for 1 epic source crystal. I'll only wait here for an hour. Zhang Wei really didn't know who in the camp had the epic source crystal, but he can buy and sell it openly. Although the value of epic source crystals is much higher, ordinary people simply cannot afford to sell them. If it can't be exchanged for useful resources, it's useless to keep it hidden. Otherwise, how could the man with glasses exchange 10 medium-grade source crystals for 1 epic source crystal? I'll switch as soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking. Someone immediately stood up. The population base in the camp is quite large, and they are all survivors who have gathered from all directions. Every survivor is lucky, and it is normal for them to pick up some high-quality initial source crystals. It is impossible that Zhang Wei alone can get all the good things. There are still many lucky people out there. Okay, Zhang Wei had a smile on his face. I'm not afraid of someone coming to change. I'm just afraid that no one dares to come to change. Sure enough, after the first one there was a second one. In an hour Zhang Wei exchanged for 5 epic source crystals. Seeing that no one came to exchange, Zhang Wei collected the source crystals on the ground and said, my name is Zhang Wei. Anyone who has epic source crystals or higher level source crystals can come to me to exchange them. Just go to the base and find me. The crowd silently memorized Zhang Wei's name. They didn't know whether the price Zhang Wei gave was reasonable or not, but at least they could really get the source crystal. That's enough, brother Zhang Wei. Let's go back. The captain waited until Zhang Wei finished his work before speaking to him. Okay, for those who have exchanged for source crystals, please help protect them. Brother, don't worry, we have already noted down the people who just exchanged. If anything happens to them in the near future, we will investigate it thoroughly. The captain was still very powerful when he spoke. He looked at the people around him and his deterrent power was very strong. This made some people who had evil intentions restrain their bad intentions. Thank you. Zhang Wei thanked him and then walked back to Lin Chaniying. The drug the man with glasses gave her was quite strong. After almost an hour, Lin Chaniying still showed no sign of waking up. After checking, Zhang Wei could only reluctantly carry Lin Chaniying horizontally in front of him again. Let's go back. Okay, take them back and leave 2 people behind to deal with the bodies. Over
Thereafterwards Zhang Wei and others returned to the base and Zhang Wei felt a little anxious. A total of 6 epic source crystals were harvested. What good things can I get this time? Chapter 72. Are you Zhang Wei from Chuanqing? After returning to the base, the team leader personally took Zhang Wei to Lin Chaniying's tent. Brother Zhang Wei, is our Xiaoying okay? Zhang Wei immediately replied, don't worry, it's just some drugs, you'll be fine after a short sleep. That's good, I'll leave her to you. I have other things to do. If you need anything just let me know, I'll leave 2 guards for you. Okay thanks. Zhang Wei was not polite. If there was anything happening in the base, asking the soldiers for help would be better than Zhang Wei acting on his own. Then the captain saluted Zhang Wei and turned to leave. Zhang Wei touched the back of his head. Was it necessary for him to salute him? But Zhang Wei didn't think much about it. He carried Lin Chaniying into the tent. What surprised Zhang Wei was that Lin Chaniying actually lived in a single room, but it was just a single room. It didn't have the warmth of a little girl's room. It was just like an ordinary tent. Zhang Wei put Lin Chaniying on the bed and let her go to sleep. There was no one else in the tent, so it was just the right time to activate the source crystal. Open the source crystal. Ding. Get the epic dissociation freezing gun. Dissociation freeze gun. Epic combat strength plus 200. It has a certain dissociation effect, improving the effect of freezing damage. Ding. Get the hydrogen-powered engine. Epic hydrogen power engine. Epic combat strength plus 100. Conventional power 2000. Overdraft power 1000. Zhang Wei was in a good mood. I didn't expect to get a more advanced engine. Although both are epic, the hydrogen-powered engine is much more powerful than the dual-cycle engine he is currently equipped with. Conventional power is the upper limit of the engine power storage. The power required for the mecha's actions, weapons, skills, etc. is supported by conventional power. The power of this hydrogen-powered engine lies in the fact that when the mecha's conventional power is not enough to support stronger kinetic energy, the overdraft power will be activated. Of course, using overdraft power will cause some damage to the engine, but at critical moments overdraft power will play a very important role. Keep going. Ding. Get purple star plus 1. Ding. Get the floating cannon advanced stone plus 1. Ding. Obtain the skill by Li Dang Kong. Epic. Ding. Get the super energy sunsword. Epic Bailey Dang Kong. Epic, a long-range active skill that launches a sweeping attack on fan-shaped enemies. Ultra energy sunsword. Epic combat strength plus 400. It has a higher temperature than the thermal greatsword and is an upgraded two-handed physical greatsword. The initial source crystals are really good things. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. There are 6 epic source crystals and not a single one is trash. Not to mention the purple star and skill equipment. The floating cannon advancement stone is also a good thing that plays a significant role for Zhang Wei. Mechas can evolve and floaters can also evolve. The first evolution of the floater requires 1 evolution stone, the second evolution requires 2 evolution stones, and so on. Like mechas, the power of floating guns can be greatly enhanced after evolution. Zhang Wei originally wanted to endure it a little, but now he simply couldn't. He put everything back into the core of the mecha and then he walked out of the tent without even looking at the unconscious Lin Chaniying. He didn't realize that this was a perfect opportunity to take advantage of her. Brother, where can you use the mecha? A soldier guarding the door of the tent immediately said, if you need I can take you there. Okay thanks. Lin Chaniying will take a while to wake up, so I'd like to trouble you to keep an eye on her. Zhang Wei said to the soldier who hadn't spoken. This is what I should do. Zhang Wei nodded. Then, under the guidance of the soldier, Zhang Wei came to the southwest of the base. Before arriving here, Zhang Wei had already seen the mechas moving in the distance. When they arrived, after a brief negotiation with the soldiers, he took Zhang Wei into the military's mecha camp. Inside the camp, the ground has been reinforced countless times. Various light, medium and heavy mechas will not leave obvious traces when running on the ground. Not bad. Zhang Wei took a look and began to judge. The military mechas have basically all undergone their first evolution and a few have even completed their second evolution. However, there is not a single mecha that has evolved 3 times. You can use mechas here, but you can't deliberately destroy this place. Okay, got it. Merge. Zhang Wei took out the mecha core and chose to combine a 20-meter tall mecha with a more sturdy body, and limbs appeared in the camp. Just by looking at the appearance you can tell that Zhang Wei's mecha is more threatening. Equipped the super energy sunsword. The super energy Sunsword appeared in Zhang Wei's hand and Zhang Wei's combat power increased by 100 points. Equipped with hydrogen-powered engines. After being equipped with a hydrogen-powered engine, Zhang Wei's mecha became more powerful and its combat effectiveness was also improved. Finally, Zhang Wei took out the floating cannon advancement stone, used the float gun advancement stone. The advancement stone held in Zhang Wei's hand dissipated and turned into a point of light. The light spot gathered on the floating cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder. These light spots are continuously injected into the floater cannon, and as the light spots are injected, the volume of the floater cannon is slowly increasing. About 5 minutes passed. The floating gun has evolved. Excellent class cryotype floating gun. Level 1 combat strength plus 300. Launch speed 0. 8s maximum launch speed 0. 1SO. There's also a purple star. Floaters are also equipment and you can use purple stars to improve the quality of floaters. Improve the quality of the floater. The purple star shattered. A purple light enveloped the floating cannon. Using purple stars on excellent equipment can improve its epic quality by 100%. Ding. The quality of the floating cannon has been improved. Epic cryotype floating cannon tier 1. Combat strength plus 500. Launch speed 0. 8s maximum launch speed 0.
1s The quality of the floater has been upgraded to the epic level, which increases its combat power by 200 points compared to the excellent level. Neither the launch speed nor the maximum speed has been increased. Zhang Wei was very satisfied. It was already abnormal to be able to improve his combat power so much. Zhang Wei opened his panel to check. After taking a look, Zhang Wei couldn't help but marvel in his heart. It's
getting a little weird again. Apart from anything else, the improvement in
combat power alone is enough to make Zhang Wei sigh like this. With one operation, combat power increased by 450 points. At this time, Zhang Wei's combat power had reached 1955 points. What a beautiful mecha, brother. Why haven't I seen you before? Before Zhang Wei could finish appreciating his own attributes, an 18-meter-tall mecha appeared in front of him. The 17-meter-long mecha is already very impressive.
It is a medium-sized mecha that has undergone secondary evolution. This is also Zhang Wei's
appearance during his second evolution. Of course, there is still a big difference in appearance. My name is Zhang Wei and I'm not a soldier. Oh, are you Zhang Wei from Chuanqing? Hearing Zhang Wei's self-introduction, the mecha standing in front of Zhang Wei was obviously very surprised. Chapter 73 You have evil fire, go somewhere else. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhou Jun. If you have time, how about we fight? Zhou Jun introduced himself. It was obvious that he had heard of Zhang Wei's name a long time ago, and he couldn't help but be excited to see the real person. Zhang Wei did not refuse, nor did he agree. Instead, he was a little confused. This is not good. Zhou Jun's attitude is pretty good, but is it really okay to touch these tiny arms and legs? What's wrong with this? As long as we don't use weapons, there won't be any problem. Zhou Jun obviously didn't want to miss the opportunity to fight Zhang Wei. Originally, Zhang Wei was not very famous, but through Lin Shining, who delivered various information to the military, Zhang Wei's name became known to everyone in the entire base. In the past 2 days, soldiers are very eager for strong people and they admire them very much. Being able to fight with Zhang Wei and see the gap between themselves and the strong people will give them the motivation to work hard to become stronger. Therefore, when meeting Zhang Wei, Zhou Jun would definitely not let go of this opportunity easily. Okay, Zhou Jun was so enthusiastic that Zhang Wei certainly couldn't keep refusing. Moreover, Zhang Wei also knew the mentality of these soldiers. Although the soldiers in other places seemed to be busy with their own things, they were basically observing the situation on his side. There will definitely be a time in the future when Zhang Wei will cooperate with the military. At that time, Zhang Wei does not want certain people to go against him. It is better to make these soldiers convinced of him now. Well, let's do it here. My fighting ability is definitely not as good as yours. Let's just stop at this point. How about it? Zhou Jun spoke excitedly and took an attacking stance. You know what, he is different as a professional and an amateur. From the posture Zhou Jun shows, we can tell that Zhou Jun is very strong and can definitely bring out the combat power of the mecha beyond his normal level. For an ordinary amateur player, it would be good if he could exert 50 combat power out of 100 combat power points. Take Zhong Tao for example. Zhang Wei didn't put on any airs. He hadn't learned anything systematically, but after 10 years of survival in the apocalypse, Zhang Wei had his own fighting rhythm. He couldn't say that he could definitely unleash the full power of his mecha, but it wouldn't be too far off. Okay, I'm ready. Come on, Zhang Wei said to Zhou Jun, who was ready. Zhou Jun was not polite either. He stopped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's combat power is much higher than Zhou Jun's, and the speed that the mecha can exert is simply incomparable to Zhou Jun. In Zhang Wei's view, Zhou Jun's punching movements were unusually slow and his purpose was very clear. In just a short moment, several coping strategies emerged in Zhang Wei's mind. Zhang Wei chose the method that was least embarrassing. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Jun's fist at a faster speed. When it comes to close combat skills, Zhang Wei is definitely no match for Zhou Jun, but Zhang Wei could have kicked Zhou Jun away or attacked him from behind or even slapped him in the face, but Zhang Wei chose to compete with Zhou Jun. This way, not only will Zhou Jun's defeat not be so embarrassing, but the other soldiers will also be convinced. The size of strength is the most favored competition item among soldiers, and it is also a powerful means to prove a person's strength. Zhang Wei wanted to catch Zhou Jun's fist, and Zhou Jun didn't even have a chance to dodge. Zhou Jun only felt his eyes blurred, and then his fist was completely controlled by Zhang Wei. Zhou Jun wanted to pull back his fist, but it didn't move at all. He wanted to force Zhang Wei away, but he couldn't do it at all. Zhang Wei's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly clamping his fist. The next moment, Zhou Jun became furious and kicked Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's action came later, but he was the first to arrive, and his foot ruthlessly kicked Zhou Jun's calf. If an expert saw this, he would definitely exclaim Ji Qiandu, but Zhang Wei knew himself. He knew nothing about Ji Qiandu. He was just faster and could accurately intercept Zhou Jun's attacks. However, this seems to be the essence of Ji Qiandu, right? Although his attack was blocked, Zhou Jun still did not admit defeat. After retracting his legs, he leaned sideways towards Zhang Wei. When he grabbed Zhang Wei's arm with his other hand, he used an over-the-shoulder throw, trying to throw Zhang Wei out. Zhang Wei acted as if he didn't notice and let Zhou Jun do the hard work. Zhou Jun was very confident in his over-the-shoulder throw, and he couldn't help but yell. How the scene was a little awkward. Jun stuck his butt out and tried to throw himself several times, but he couldn't move Wei's body at all. Wei originally wanted to show others how strong he was, but Jun's behavior of sticking his butt out really made Wei very embarrassed. These are just two mechas. If two people were to perform this action, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings among others. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Wei raised his foot and kicked Jun at the bend of his calf with such a huge force coming. Jun couldn't withstand Wei's attack at all. He was forced to kneel on one knee, and then Wei locked Jun's neck with one hand and grabbed one of Jun's arms with the other. You lose. I give up. Jun is not the kind of person who can't afford to play. Since he has been captured by Wei, he might as well admit defeat happily. When Wei heard Jun admit defeat, he immediately let go. Although Jun was captured, Wei was very measured in his attack and Jun was not injured. Jun quickly stood up and turned to face Wei and asked, how come you were so strong? You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? That's amazing. It can be heard that Jun was actually quite excited about losing. Wei chuckled, not bad. If your combat power is improved, you can also have such great strength. What's so great about just being strong? Real combat is not about strength. The discordant voice suddenly appeared. Wei looked at the crowd of onlookers not far away. These words came from one of them. Wei, this guy is Sukai. Jun reminded Wei. Wei was very puzzled. He originally thought that after he showed his strength, these soldiers would definitely admire him just like Jun. He didn't expect that someone would actually start to mock him. What's going on? Is it a little different from what was planned? I don't know him, Wei whispered to Jun, but he knows you. He has been pursuing Lin Qining for a long time. Their two families have a very good relationship. He may have been stimulated by Lin Qining these 2 days, so his attitude towards you. Understood. Wei immediately understood what had happened. Lin Qining and I are just friends. If you have anger, go vent it somewhere else. Wei spoke directly to Sukai without any intention of avoiding others who's angry. Sukai felt embarrassed when Wei said that he spoke as if he was deliberately making things difficult for Wei. Just for Lin Qining. Chapter 74. Sukai, you actually attacked me from behind. If you don't have any evil fire, just shut up. Bang the floating gun. Open fire. Wei doesn't have such a kind temper no matter what the reason is. Since Sukai dared to take the initiative to jump out and find trouble, Wei must make Sukai understand one thing: don't mess with Wei. No matter who you are. The freezing bomb exploded on the ground in front of Sukai. The ground was instantly covered with a layer of frost and the temperature nearby dropped by 2 or 3 degrees. You're a ranged fighter, right? Even if we compare our skills, you're no match for me. Understand? At this point Sukai was speechless and everyone else looked at Wei with even more admiration. Wei is obviously a melee fighter, but he has the ability to attack from a distance. The thing on his shoulder must be a floating gun, right? How can it be so powerful? Sukai, what are you doing at this time? A cold voice appeared. Lin Qining is here. Wei secretly sighed at the trouble. If Lin Qining hadn't come, today's matter would have ended here and Sukai would never dare to provoke him. However, Wei knew what kind of character men were. Lin Qining's appearance would only add fuel to the fire. Even if Sukai knew that he was no match for his opponent, he couldn't give in at this time. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Qining opened her mouth, Sukai couldn't hold it anymore. In Sukai's opinion, Lin Qining was protecting Wei. How can I bear to see my sweetheart defending another man, especially at this age when everyone is young and passionate? This is a matter between men. We are just sparring. What does it have to do with you? Wei, ignore him. Let's go. Lin Qining came in a state of integration with the mecha. She reached out and grabbed Wei's hand, motioning Wei to follow her. Are you okay? Wei was still concerned about Lin Qining's health. Well, it's okay. Lin Qining nodded to Wei. Okay, she could only face Wei's belly. There's a big difference in the height of their mechas. This gap will be made up after Lin Qining's mecha undergoes the third evolution. According to Wei's estimation, Lin Qining's mecha should be about 14 or 15 meters long after the third evolution. Sukai was almost furious. Was this a show of affection in front of him? Wei, I want to fight you. Sukai no longer cared about how strong Wei was. He was eager to prove himself in front of Lin Qining. Lin Qining wanted to turn around and scold Sukai but was stopped by Wei. Wei really didn't want to play this meaningless game of grabbing girls. It was too childish, but you can't help but think that some people are just so naive. Do you really think that if you Sukai beat me up, Lin Qining will look at you differently? Don't make trouble. Let's say that he has nothing to do with Lin Qining at all. If they are really that kind of relationship, you think you have a meal of Lin Qining's heart. Lin Qining will like you. I'm afraid I'll hate you even more. As someone who has been through it, Wei sees it very clearly. Sukai calmed down. Lin Qining turned around and glared at Sukai. To be honest, her relationship with Sukai was pretty good, but after they became adults, Sukai's pursuit of Lin Qining caused a rift in their relationship. Lin Qining only considers Sukai a friend, but Sukai doesn't think so. Are you still protecting him? Sukai raised his hand and pointed at Wei. Lin Qining is going crazy. Protect him. I am obviously protecting you. You know Wei's identity. If you want to go crazy, go somewhere else. We have other things to do. Let's go now. Wait, Sukai had somewhat lost his mind and he actually took out a long-range weapon. Seeing this, Lin Qining wanted to slap Sukai in the face. This is not the way to seek death, right? I'll take care of it. Don't move, Lin Qining ignored Sukai. The first person she wanted to appease was Zhong Wei. Lin Qining knew how terrifying Zhong Wei could be when he got serious. I know you were friends, so I'll give you these two things. You can change your weapons directly, but don't use your skills and don't let that thing find you. Zhong Wei looked up at the sky. In the sky the king mechanical bird is still circling. This is Lin Qining no longer had time to be angry with that idiot Sukai. In exchange for those epic source crystals, Zhong Wei passed on the dissociation freezing gun and Bailey Dangkong skills to Lin Qining. Lin Qining didn't bother to be polite with Zhong Wei and immediately equipped herself with the dissociation cryogun and of course learned the skill as well. Lin Qining didn't think there was anything wrong with accepting the things Zhong Wei gave her. After all, this was something Zhong Wei got after she fell into a coma. I have also made some contributions, but in Sukai's opinion it was different. Lin Qining never accepts anything I give her. Why was it so easy for her to collect Zhong Wei's things? Could it be that they have already? When he thought of this, Sukai's anger instantly erupted. Zhong Wei, I'm telling you, don't go crazy. If you really want to go crazy, I'll accompany you. Lin Qining glared at the somewhat crazy Sukai. How long has Sukai been waiting for Lin Qining to say this? I'll accompany you. What a nice thing to say. It's a pity. Why does it feel a bit uncomfortable to hear these words at this time, especially being pointed at by the ice blue gun in Lin Chining's hand? It was even more uncomfortable. You want to fight me for him? I'm not doing this for him, but for you. A fool. Lin Qining was no longer polite to Sukai. If I don't explain this clearly to Sukai, I guess this matter won't be resolved today. Come on, don't you want to fight? I tell you, my fighting ability is much worse than as if you can't even beat me. Lin Qining didn't say anything else, but everyone knew what Lin Qining meant. Sukai couldn't accept it. In his opinion, Lin Qining was protecting Zhong Wei. I leave it to you. Zhong Wei patted Lin Qining's shoulder gently. Anyway, the source of the trouble is Lin Qining, so it's better to let Lin Qining solve it herself. However, the intimate behavior between Zhong Wei and Lin Qining touched Sukai's nerves. The rifle in his hand opened fire. Target Zhong Wei. Zhong Wei continued walking out of the camp without even looking back. Be careful, Zhou Jun reminded. The rifle has strong penetrating power. Although Sukai is a jealous person, he still has some strength. If Zhong Wei gets injured, it will be a big trouble for everyone. However, just as Zhou Jun opened his mouth, the floating cannon had already opened fire. Although rifle bullets have strong penetrating power, they are still far inferior to the power of floating gun shells. Ice flowers bloomed in the air and rifle bullets were offset. At this time, the anger in Sukai's heart had been offset by panic. It was not because the floater intercepted his attack, but because of his own impulsive behavior. Sukai, you actually attacked me from behind. Lin Qining glared at Sukai. Other soldiers also began to blame Sukai. Chapter 75. He is Japanese and he has accomplices. I didn't mean it, Sukai hurriedly explained. If he admits to this behavior, he may have no friends in the future. If Zhong Wei was an enemy, then any means would not be excessive, but Zhong Wei is not an enemy, and this act of stab and someone in the back is truly despicable. Sukai, what are you doing at this time? A very stern voice appeared. It was not the sound made by a mecha, but a human voice. The man had a square face, thick black eyebrows, and a resolute expression. At this moment he was looking at Sukai with an unfriendly look. Captain, I was wrong. It's already this late and you're fighting over a little personal matter. You really disappoint me. Apologize. Sukai lowered his head and then he said without hesitation, Zhong Wei, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You can beat me up as much as you want. The attitude of this apology is quite sincere. However, I only apologize for shooting you in the back. I will not give up on Lin Qining. Sukai was a bit stubborn. Even when scolded by the captain, he did not restrain his feelings for Lin Qining. Forget it, Zhong Wei said calmly. Brother Zhong Wei, I'm his captain. I'm really sorry. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Zhong Wei really didn't want to bother with Sukai, otherwise it wouldn't just be a matter of one shot. If there was another shot, Sukai would die in disgrace in the northwest. By the way, the commander asked me to ask you to come over. Okay, thank you, let's go. Zhong Wei greeted Lin Qining. Lin Qining followed behind Zhong Wei without even looking at Sukai. Zhong Wei, I'm sorry, if it weren't for me he wouldn't be like that. After leaving the mecha camp, Lin Qining spoke to Zhong Wei embarrassedly. It's not your fault. Disintegrate. Zhong Wei comforted Lin Qining and then disintegrated with the mecha. He could feel that his true self was becoming stronger again. Lin Qining also disassembled from the mecha. Once she left the mecha camp, she could not easily merge with the mecha. This was the rule in the base. Just when Lin Qining was about to say something, a soldier quickly ran in front of Zhong Wei. Zhong Wei, someone is looking for you at the gate of the base. He wants to exchange source crystals with you. Oh, let's go and take a look. First, Zhong Wei was a little surprised this guy didn't come to exchange when we were in the camp just now. Why is he here now? Okay, Lin Qining nodded to Zhong Wei. It won't take long to exchange the source crystals and it won't be too late to go find Chief Zhong after the exchange is completed. At the gate of the base, a man looked inside the base with an anxious look. When he saw Zhong Wei appear, he immediately waved to Zhong Wei. Zhong Wei, here, I want to exchange source crystals with you, the man shouted loudly. Zhong Wei frowned slightly. There's something wrong with this person. Before in the camp this person did not come to Zhong Wei to exchange source crystals, but now he came to him. This shows that this person is more cautious and does not want others to know about the transaction between him and Zhong Wei. This is understandable, but now he is shouting so loudly and ostentatiously. Why aren't you afraid that others will know? There are many people staring at the entrance of the base.
Something is not right, be careful, Zhang Wei reminded Lin Shining. Lin Shining couldn't figure out why Zhang Wei thought something was wrong, but she believed in Zhang Wei's judgment and became secretly alert. What source crystals do you have? Zhang Wei said to the person waving after walking out of the base. Here, come and see. The man approached Zhang Wei carefully. However, when he got close to Zhang Wei, he suddenly took out the mecha core and merged with the mecha. A mecha, over 6 meters tall, appeared. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change, and the soldiers guarding the gate of the base immediately pointed their guns at the mecha. What do you want to do? The guard asked. Die, Zhang Wei. The mecha pounced on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei grabbed Lin Shining by the collar and immediately threw her far away. Get out of the way, Zhang Wei reminded. Then the mecha pounced on Zhang Wei. This is a light long-range mecha. It is not very powerful, but it uses a special high-temperature gun. The mecha stepped on Zhang Wei and then shot him without any hesitation. Bullets whizzed and the soldiers did not listen to Zhang Wei to dodge. They all poured fire on the mecha. Sparks flew everywhere. The armor of the light mecha could not be penetrated by ordinary bullets. Zhang Wei held up the mecha's legs with one hand. With strength alone, Zhang Wei's body could easily crush the mecha, and one hand was enough. However, Zhang Wei did not stand there waiting for the flames to fall. When flames spewed out of the mecha's gun muzzle, Zhang Wei had already grabbed the mecha's feet and began to exert force. The mecha was standing unsteadily and its body was shaking, so the muzzle of the gun naturally lost its accuracy. Then Zhang Wei kicked the other leg of the mecha hard. The mecha, which was already unstable, fell to the ground instantly. At this moment, a freezing bomb came from not far away and instantly hit the face of the fallen mecha. Why don't you merge with the mecha? Lin Sheniying's anxious voice appeared. Try my current skills, Zhang Wei said indifferently. At this time the crowd exclaimed in their hearts, what just happened? Zhang Wei was able to hold out against the mecha with the strength of his body. No, it wasn't about resisting head-on, but about beating the mecha up violently. This is simply unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. Why are you so powerful? It's impossible. The mecha, lying on the ground having lost most of its combat power, roared. The upper half of his body was almost completely frozen and he couldn't move. Who are you? I can be sure that I don't know you. Zhang Wei was very confused. Why would he kill this person he had never met before? Han Su and Han Xiao are both dead and Zhang Wei really can't think of who he still has a grudge against. If we have to count them roughly, Sukai can be considered one. However, although Zhang Wei and Sukai had not known each other for a long time, Zhang Wei could see that Sukai was a man who dared to do and take responsibility for his actions. Sukai probably would not do such a thing as hiring a killer. Besides, Sukai didn't have the time. He and Lin Sheniying had just come out of the mecha camp. Hey, do you think it's over? Not yet, far from it. You all die. The mecha roared. Zhang Wei frowned. This roar did not sound like impotent rage, but more like conveying a certain signal. Oh no, Zhang Wei suddenly remembered something. Quick, go to the camp and evacuate the people. There is a bomb in the camp. He is Japanese and he has accomplices. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered an incident that happened in Xuanqing in his previous life and almost instantly confirmed the identity of this person. Japanese spy. In the early days of the apocalypse, Japanese spies created many riots in Xuanqing, killed many people and caused considerable trouble to the military. At that time, Zhang Wei was hiding in a dark corner in Sichuan City and did not experience it personally, so his memory of it is not very clear. Now Zhang Wei remembered chapter 76. Backflow of ice blue waterfall would quick evacuate the crowd. The soldiers immediately got busy. Everyone looked anxious and no one doubted Zhang Wei's words. Merge. Zhang Wei chose to merge. At this time we can no longer care about the rules of the base. Zhang Wei's body can compete with ordinary mechas, but who knows what kind of bombs these crazy guys will make. Moreover, these people were obviously coming for him. Their purpose is also very clear, which is to eliminate all valuable people. Obviously, Zhang Wei is a valuable person in their eyes. Zhang Wei also knew why Japan would do this. At this time the small country is surrounded by the sea. It won't be long before the marine mechanical creatures come ashore and then little Japan will fall completely. They wanted to find a land that could accommodate their survival. The place they had once invaded naturally became their first choice. The spies they had planted in this land a long time ago became the first sharp knife in their hands, and they wanted to eliminate any existence that posed a threat to them as much as possible. Originally the military base was the target of these little guys, but Zhang Wei's sudden appearance disrupted their rhythm and their opinion. Eliminating Zhang Wei is more meaningful than causing trouble for the military. Moreover, killing Zhang Wei would also cause great trouble to the military. It is precisely because of these that the current scene happened. Everyone leave the camp, don't make a fuss quickly. Zhang Wei roared loudly. His mecha was 20 meters tall, so his voice was naturally very loud and could be transmitted far away. After being reminded by Zhang Wei, the camp instantly became chaotic and people ran everywhere, but their destination was basically the same. They all wanted to take refuge in the military base. Zhang Wei started the detailed detection. He wanted to identify everyone who approached the base. Sure enough, Zhang Wei soon reaped the rewards. You guys stop and don't move. Zhang Wei suddenly swung his sword and the super energy sun sword pierced into the ground, stopping several people who were running into the base. The heat waves from the sword forced several people to retreat. They raised their heads to look at Zhang Wei and asked, "Why are you stopping us? Catch them." Zhang Wei gave the order. The ground soldiers cooperated very well and some of them immediately rushed towards the few people. Don't think about detonating the bomb on you. Trust me, the bomb won't explode, but you will die.
Several people were speechless after being shocked by Zhongwei. The bombs on them were close to their bodies and could not be seen from the outside. How did Zhongwei discover them? For the sake of Japan, one person ignored the advice and took out the remote control to press the explosion button. Unfortunately, Zhongwei had been staring at them, and when the man made the slightest movement, the floater opened fire. One person's decision implicated his companions. The icy radiation range of the freezing bomb is about 3 meters, and the positions of these people did not exceed this distance at all. When the freezing bomb shattered the primary target, the cold spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye the people nearby turned into ice sculptures. Zhongwei was a little dissatisfied. He didn't want to kill anyone. If he wanted to kill, why would he order the soldiers to capture people? He could just fire directly. This is not because Zhongwei is kind, but because Zhongwei wants to obtain information from these people. There are definitely more than just these few people that Japan has stationed here. In the previous life, Japan really gained a foothold in Sichuan City and built 5 steel cities. The military didn't want to waste the limited mushrooms on these little guys, so they acquiesced to them building a city here. Fortunately, the young people were very peaceful after they built the city. Until Zhongwei died, they did not come out to cause trouble, but this does not mean that Zhongwei recognizes their existence. In the early days of invading this land, they killed many people and did many things. It would have been fine if Zhongwei hadn't thought of this before, but now that he remembered it, Zhongwei would definitely not allow Shaorizi to occupy this land again, be it national hatred, family feud, or personal emotion. Zhongwei just won't allow it. Zhongwei, how many people do they have? Lin Shirenying ran to Zhongwei and spoke anxiously. How would I know? I'll leave this man to you. Don't let him die, Zhongwei said to Lin Shirenying, and then left quickly. He found another suspicious person. Okay, be careful, Lin Shirenying reminded Zhongwei. When Zhongwei rushed out, the king mechanical bird hovering in the sky felt that it was time for it to show its power. The military base was in chaos. Everyone was on guard against the little Japan that was somewhere unknown. No one was keeping an eye on it, and Zhongwei had also run away. It was a good time to kill Lin Shirenying. If the king mechanical bird were to attack Zhongwei now, it would definitely not dare to do so because it would be scared of being beaten, but the king mechanical bird said there was no pressure in killing Lin Shirenying. It was seen quietly descending in altitude, and there was no movement from the anti-aircraft weapons in the base. When it descended to about 200 meters from the ground, it suddenly attacked Lin Shirenying. Unexpectedly, Lin Shirenying had been waiting for the king mechanical bird. Because Zhongwei had already shared the detection core with Lin Shirenying, the actions of the king mechanical bird were all under Lin Shirenying's surveillance. The purple laser attacked Lin Shirenying, and Lin Shirenying fired into the air without any hesitation. The freezing bullet fired by the dissociation freezing gun is larger in size, and its shooting speed is also faster. The main thing is that the power of the freezing bomb has been greatly improved, and the freezing bomb also has a dissociation effect. This skill is more effective against energy-based skills. Before the freezing bomb collided with the purple laser began to collapse. The king mechanical bird couldn't believe it at all. It screamed and ordered its few remaining minions to rush towards the crowd below. It took the opportunity to start increasing its own altitude by Lai Dang Kong. Lin Shirenying used the skill she had just acquired. A large number of freezing bombs instantly spewed out from the muzzle of the freezing gun, but the volume of these freezing bombs was about half as small, but there were more of them. The power inside Lin Shirenying's mecha was rapidly decreasing, and in return the freezing bombs formed a fan shape and covered the large area of sky where the king mechanical bird was. The ice blue freezing bombs shot high into the sky like a backward ice blue waterfall, and all the mechanical birds within this fan suffered severe damage. In an instant, a mechanical bird fell from the sky. The king mechanical bird was naturally not immune. Its skills could block some freezing bombs, but there was no way to completely isolate them. After her combat power was improved, Lin Shirenying was able to cause some trouble to the king mechanical bird. However, what the king mechanical bird did not know was that its real trouble had just arrived. Zhongwei had already set his sights on it and had already rushed into the sky from the ground. Chapter 77. Let's see how many rats come out when the king mechanical bird noticed Zhongwei's figure swooping down. It was already too late. After changing his equipment, Zhongwei's mecha became more powerful, and in order to be able to kill with one blow, Zhongwei has used super combat power enhancement. At this time his combat power is infinitely close to 4,000 points. This combat power is almost 10 times that of the king mechanical bird. Even if the king mechanical bird has the advantage of flying, it is of no use. The floating cannon fired first, and the blooming ice flowers slowed down the speed of the king mechanical bird, and then Zhongwei went up with the super energy sunsword and started slashing. The king mechanical bird can't even withstand the thermal energy giant sword, so how can it resist the super energy solar sword? After one sword strike, the king mechanical bird died. Zhongwei's body also fell to the ground along with the corpse of the king mechanical bird. Everyone present saw this almost invincible figure, and many of them were stunned on the spot, especially those mechas that rushed out from the mecha camp. They could see farther and more clearly by controlling the mechas. I had thought he was very strong, but I didn't expect that. Zhou Jun muttered to himself as he watched the scene in the sky. Sukai was a little dazed. Was I just shouting at such a guy? No wonder Lin Shining chose this guy. If I were a woman, I would make the same choice, right? Zhongwei violently killed the king mechanical bird. Shocking. Everyone when he landed and caused the ground to shake, these people came to their senses. Epic source crystal. That's okay. Zhang Wei took out the source crystal from the corpse of the king mechanical bird. The source crystal that exploded from the mechanical organism was definitely not as good as the original source crystal, but Zhang Wei was still very happy to obtain the epic source crystal. Don't worry about those birds, find someone first. Zhang Wei reminded the chaos was not over yet. The real source of confusion is the hidden little days. Without the command of the king mechanical bird, those mechanical birds would soon disappear. Yes, after witnessing Zhong Wei's violent killing of the king mechanical bird, every soldier was willing to listen to Zhong Wei. Ordinary people dare not even refute. The crowd was evacuated and people entering the base were strictly checked and had to be controlled by the mechas of the mecha battalion. They were not allowed to run around and had to stay in one place. Everyone cooperated extremely well and there were no discordant voices. However, even if the military acts quickly, accidents will happen. If they're going to happen, boom, a small mushroom cloud rose up and the camp farther away from the military base was bombed. Zhong Wei did not move and the soldiers did not move either, but the mecha battalion sent out 10 mechas at this time. Everyone is doing what they should do. Their targets are not those camps. Killing ordinary people is not their goal. Their targets must be military bases. Do you know where the military ammunition depot is? Zhong Wei used mecha communication to contact Lin Chinny. I know it's inside the base, but the ammunition depot is a key protected area. Do they have a chance? Lin Chinny wanted to say that the ammunition depot must be foolproof in this end times. How can the military suppress all forces? You rely on ammunition. Without enough ammunition, who would be afraid of you? Nowadays it is basically impossible to produce ammunition. Ammunition is something that is literally one less when it is used, so ammunition naturally needs to be protected. Don't underestimate them. I'll go wherever they are. Zhang Wei didn't dare to underestimate Xiaoyu Zi at all. In their previous life they were able to build 5 steel cities here, which shows how powerful they were, because first they have to come here from Japan, not to mention how many sea beasts they will encounter on the way. Secondly, they have to build a steel city under the pressure from China. Zhong Wei had no idea what Xiaoyu Zi compromised on and how much he paid to build these 5 cities, but Zhong Wei knew that since they were able to build these cities they must be capable, not to be underestimated. Okay, I'll mark the location for you. Lin Chinnying didn't waste any words. She believed Zhong Wei and immediately marked the location of the ammunition depot for Zhong Wei on the detection map. After learning the location of the ammunition depot, Zhong Wei rushed there immediately. Fortunately the distance was not far and Zhong Wei quickly arrived at the ammunition depot. Zhong Wei, why are you here? It's you. Zhong Wei was very surprised because the person guarding the ammunition depot was actually Sukai. It's me, I'm responsible for guarding the ammunition depot. Sukai said to Zhong Wei, there are 30 mechas stationed here with Sukai and the guarding force is indeed very strong. Zhong Wei used the detection core to detect the situation near the ammunition depot. Then Zhong Wei and Sukai spoke up. You all listen to me now. Sukai wanted to refuse. Why should they listen to Zhong Wei? But before Sukai could refuse, the captain of the mecha battalion appeared. This time he appeared controlling the mecha, a heavy mecha that has evolved twice. It is only a second evolution, but its size is already comparable to Zhong Wei's current size. From now on all of you listen to Zhong Wei. Brother Zhong Wei, this place is left to you. Okay, leave it to me. Zhong Wei nodded to the captain. Then without any further ado the captain led his men and rushed out of the base. Outside the base a mecha battalion was needed to guard it. All of you look at the map. I'll mark the exact location for you. I only have one request for you. Stay at the location I mark for you. You don't have to worry about anything else. Even if an accident occurs somewhere you don't have to move. Do you understand? Zhong Wei's tone was stern. This was not a joke. He had to make sure that Sukai and his men could execute his orders perfectly because the area under the ammunition depot was too messy. Yes sir. With the order left by the captain, Sukai and his companions naturally did not dare to raise any objections. Then a magical scene happened. Zhong Wei shared part of the detection core functions with Sukai and others. It's not that Zhong Wei is stingy and unwilling to share everything with them, it's mainly because for every additional mecha shared with Zhong Wei's mecha's power will be consumed more. If all core functions were shared with more than 30 mechas, Zhong Wei would not have to do anything and could just stand there and give commands. Fortunately, if only part of the functions are shared, the consumption will not be that great. This is you need to keep a close eye on the places you are stationed at in the situation 10 meters underground. If anyone shows up, kill them. Do you understand? Yes. Work. After Zhong Wei gave the order, more than 30 mechas quickly dispersed from a distance. It seemed that there were not many mechas guarding the ammunition depot, but in fact it was now guarded tightly. Let's see how many mice will come out. Zhong Wei used precise detection to investigate carefully. Chapter 78. 2 months later. Let's go to Tokyo. There are drainage pipes, emergency pipes and ventilation pipes under the ammunition depot, which are all passages that can be broken through to enter the ammunition depot. If Zhong Wei was Xiao Zi's spy, he would definitely choose to break through from these places and enter the ammunition depot. As long as a bomb explodes in the ammunition depot, even if it is not that powerful, it is enough to destroy the entire ammunition depot. Without ammunition, the military loses the ability to provide fire support in all directions. When Xiao Zi's people arrive, both sides will have to fight with mechas. As long as the ordinary people and swatching suffer serious injuries, Xiao Z believes that the swatching military will definitely compromise and give them a place to survive, therefore destroying the military arsenal is the most important task these spies have received at present without a doubt. Although Zhong Wei looked down on Xiaoyu from the bottom of his heart, he had to admit that Xiaoyu had strategic talents. Not long after the end of the world came, they had already begun planning for the future and even predicted that the island of Japan where they were would fall. Without this foresight they would not have been able to take action against the military and swatching so quickly. And inform Uncle Zhong to tell other military bases near the Japanese mainland to be careful of sabotage by Japanese spies, especially to protect the ammunition depots, and be especially careful with the underground passages. Zhong Wei contacted Lin Shining. Zhong Wei didn't know how to contact Chief Zhong, but he was sure that Lin Shining could be contacted. Okay, I'll notify the chief. Now Lin Shining responded. She knew that this was not a trivial matter and could not be delayed. They have suffered damage here in the past few days and other places will probably be damaged soon. As long as you are prepared you can minimize the losses. Fuck you, little Japan, do you really think I'm made of mud? Notify the missile base and be ready to open fire at any time. Chief Zhong cursed loudly in the high-level meeting hall of the base. Originally this group of senior generals were very happy about today's discovery. Unexpectedly, before we were happy for a few minutes, the little one came out to cause trouble. It's the end of the world and no one cares about politics anymore. Even before Show Japan came out to cause trouble, there were some radical generals who wanted to deal with Show Japan, not to mention that Show Japan has now taken the initiative to jump out. Commander, should we pay attention to the international impact? The entire world is full of gunpowder right now. If we open fire first, I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, they are the ones who started the terrorist attack in our area. Warn them immediately. Warn them every 5 minutes. If they don't let the spies come out after 3 warnings, I will fire at them. Every general has a dream of revenge. If they could make mushroom clouds rise all over the world under their own orders, then in the underground facing their ancestors they would be able to laugh and proudly tell them we have avenged our blood feud. Yes, the leader gave an order and his subordinates immediately carried it out. Thanks to Zhong Wei, he's a good guy. If there were more guys like him in our country, the doomsday wouldn't be so scary. Notify Zhong Wei and let him do his job. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility for it. Commander Zhong gave the order again. Yes, soon Commander Zhang's order reached Zhong Wei's ears and it was Lin Shenying who was responsible for conveying it. Is it really going to explode? Zhong Wei was very surprised. I didn't expect that my cheap uncle Zhong would be so tough. I just asked him to be careful, but I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Warn them 3 times. If they still don't listen, then just open fire. Zhong Wei did not doubt the military's ability at all. If they said they would bomb, they would definitely be able to bomb it, and it would be the kind of bomb that the Japanese could not defend against. Zhong Wei was a little skeptical if he hadn't taken into account the current international environment that was on the verge of collapse. Shaori would probably have been bombed when the doomsday just broke out. Of course it's true, it's already this time. Who has time to joke with them? Lin Shenying was also a person who firmly supported the bombing of Zaire. Easy, no, every soldier should firmly support this decision. In other words, there is no chance. If there was a chance, I'm afraid they would rush to Tokyo to take revenge. Okay, it explodes, what can it do? Zhong Wei said indifferently. There have been some powerful people over there in the past. It would be great if we could kill them now. There is an indelible hatred between Huagua and Zhouzi. It would be a good idea to destroy them in advance so that Zhong Wei doesn't have to do it himself in the future. For Zhong Wei, there are many people who deserve to be killed, and Shaori is currently the number one. Moreover, if no one could be left on Zaire Easy Island, it would be a great thing for Zhong Wei. When the next initial source crystal comes, Zhong Wei can go for a stroll on the Little Day Island. By then, all the source crystals on the island will belong to Zhong Wei. At this time, Zhong Wei was really hoping that Xiaoyu would not cooperate and would fight to the end. Unfortunately, Zhong Wei misjudged Xiaoyu. The first warning was that the missile silo was opened, and it was not just one missile silo but multiple military bases were opened at the same time. After the second warning, before the military could take any action, the Japanese had already backed down. The young people were naturally able to see the situation on the military side, so they backed down very quickly. Not only did the Japanese spies in Chuanqing voluntarily jump out and surrender, but Japanese spies in other bases also jumped out. Zhong Wei felt very unhappy as he watched more than a dozen people crawling out of the underground passage. Why can't these guys have 1 or 2 stubborn ones who would rather die than blow up the ammunition depot? There are more than 2 months left. In 2 months I must set foot on the Japanese island. Zhong Wei set a small goal for himself in Sichuan City. When Zhong Wei does certain things, he still has to be restrained by his conscience and morality. But if he were to set foot on Japan, what would Zhong Wei have to worry about? No, there won't be any at all. When the time comes, we will rob everything, kill everything, and burn everything. It will be very comfortable if the resources of the entire island can support ourselves. Hey, what are you thinking about? I've been standing in front of you for a long time and you ignored me. Lin Shining stood in front of Zhong Wei, raised her feet and waved continuously. Zhong Wei came back to his senses and looked down at Lin Shining. I thought of something, let's go to Tokyo in 2 months. Lin Shining was stunned. She didn't expect Zhong Wei to suddenly say such a thing. Isn't this a bit too sudden? Besides, if you were uncomfortable because Japan sent spies, can't we just send some spies over there? Is it worth it for you to go there? Going in person will bring you many benefits, you'll know when the time comes, but you have to find a way to bring Xiaobao with you. This is a bit troublesome. Zhong Wei has already started thinking about how to bring Xiaobao over as well. With Xiaobao around, it's much easier to find the initial source crystal. Chapter 79. A group of clear-eyed children. Lin Shining didn't understand Zhong Wei's train of thought, but if Zhong Wei really wanted to go, Lin Shining felt that she would most likely go with him. For some reason, Lin Shining felt a little excited about Zhong Wei's plan to go to Japan to cause trouble. As for whether Zhong Wei went to the Japanese island to save all living beings, Lin Shining would never believe it. Even if she killed him, Zhong Wei doesn't need to worry about post-disaster reconstruction, as he can't help much. However, when Zhong Wei met Chief Shang again, he learned from Chief Shang that more than 1,000 people died in this small-scale riot of Japanese spies. It's hard to imagine that so many people died in just a small-scale riot. If Zhong Wei hadn't been there and the Japanese spies had wreaked havoc, how many people would have died? By the way, let's not talk about this. Little Japan can't get involved in your business, but I heard that you have something to tell me, so don't be polite to your uncle Zhong. Chief Shang turned into the amiable uncle in front of Zhong Wei. It's okay now, I was planning to borrow a fighter jet to kill the bird and now it's dead. Zhong Wei spoke truthfully. So that's how it is, you are really a great guy serving the country and the people. Chief Shang was very pleased when asking people to do things for him. He was thinking about getting rid of the bird, and the purpose was naturally to protect more people. Zhong Wei felt a little guilty after hearing this. Who was serving the country and the people? I want to say that I did it for the source crystal and the bird's body. I wonder what you Uncle Zhong think about it. However, Zhong Wei would definitely not clarify this misunderstanding. Uncle Zhong, even though the bird is dead, we should build the Steel City sooner rather than later, because we don't know how many birds of that kind there are, and there will be more and more king-level mechanical creatures in the future. Yes, this is what I wanted to talk to you about. There is nothing wrong with the idea you provided. We have already tested it, and the construction of the Steel City will start soon. You will need to work harder and get more metal wreckage. Commander Zhong nodded to Zhong Wei. When it comes to matters concerning people's lives, Chief Zhong will certainly not be vague. I'm going back to Chuansheng today. Okay, Uncle Zhong won't stop you. The source crystal I promised you is ready. Don't forget to take it with you when you leave. Uncle Zhong, please keep those source crystals. I said I want to exchange them for epic source crystals. If someone comes to exchange them, I'll have to trouble Uncle Zhong to help exchange them. It is impossible for Zhong Wei to stay in the base forever, nor is it possible for him to give up the way of exchanging epic source crystals with others. The epic source crystals that ordinary people can get now are basically initial source crystals, which are all good things. If you want to exchange 100 medium grade source crystals for epic source crystals in the future, you are dreaming. So if you can get more now, then do it. It's a small matter. Thank you very much, Uncle Zhong. If we have to thank you, it should be us old guys who are thanking you. Your contribution this time is not small. The higher-ups are discussing what kind of reward to give you. I'll let you know when there's any news. Okay, Zhong Wei did not refuse. Pretentiously establishing good relations with the military was one of Zhong Wei's strategic goals. Uncle Zhong, there shouldn't be anything wrong here. I'm going back now. Okay, besides that girl Chinese, shall I send you some other people to help you? Commander Zhong put forward his idea. He didn't want to monitor Zhong Wei or anything. He really wanted to send someone to help Zhong Wei. Although Zhong Wei's personal fighting ability is obvious to all, in many cases one more helper means one more way to survive. Chief Zhong didn't want to see Zhong Wei die prematurely. Now Zhong Wei's existence is like a stabilizing force. Not only do ordinary people have hope for life, but the soldiers in the base also have a goal to move forward. If Zhong Wei falls one day, I don't know how many people's confidence in surviving in this doomsday will be shaken. Uncle Zhong, no need. I have quite a few people in Sichuan City. Zhong Wei didn't tell the truth. His combat power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even the most powerful mecha in the base was no match for Zhong Wei. Bringing other mechas would only become a burden to Zhong Wei and would not be able to provide any help. That's fine, you have your own ideas, but if there is anything, you must contact me as soon as possible. You can't be in trouble if there is really a problem that you can't solve. Your Uncle Zhong will help you with mushroom bombs. Chief Zhong gave a strong and solid guarantee. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong, if there is really something, I will definitely not be polite. Zhong Wei smiled. This trip was very fruitful. The gain of source crystals was just a small matter. The guarantee given by Chief Zhong was the biggest gain in this end times. Who dares to claim to be invincible with the protection of the mushroom bomb? Zhong Wei can be more confident and bold in his adventure. Okay, go back and get busy. Commander Zhong waved to Zhong Wei. Good. Zhong Wei leaves. He took Lin Qinying away from the military base. This time he did not send a helicopter but chose to walk back to Sichuan City with Lin Qinying. Anyway, the distance is not far. If we can encounter mechanical creatures on the road, we can gain something and help the military clear the road back and forth. After all, the military is transporting metal debris back and forth. After a night of silence and little gain, the mechanical creatures in Sichuan City have become very quiet at night, mainly because of the presence of a great killer like Zhong Wei. Many mechanical creatures have dragged their families away from the Sichuan area. How long has it been? How many powerful mechanical creatures have died in Zhong Wei's hands? 2 of the king-level mechanical creatures were killed, and they are not just simple kings. Rat King or Bird King, which one is easier to deal with? Living around such a ruthless master I can't even sleep well, so what's the point of not running? Just when Zhongwei was thinking about Xiao Rizi was naturally thinking about Zhongwei. Damn the Chinese, he must die at Zhou's highest command center. A group of men with mustaches had their eyes wide open. It's all because of him. He ruined our plan. The price we paid was too high. We must find a way to kill him. How to kill them? We have already handed over all the people in the open. We cannot touch those who are hiding very deeply now. We can't completely ruin our plan just for him then kill him too. A group of people were talking to each other and their emotions were basically the same. Very angry. Use missiles. The person sitting at the top who had been silent suddenly spoke. Sir, are you serious? If we use missiles, what will be China's reaction? Someone couldn't help but retort. Who said that missiles must be launched from our homeland? That the eyes of the group of people gradually became clear. Chapter 80 Super Energy Sunsword Epic +1. Zhongwei didn't know that Xiaorui was plotting against him, otherwise he would have to find various ways to get there. Situan City Villa area. Zhong Tao has prepared all his belongings and is ready to evacuate at any time. Zhong Tao was a little surprised by the return of Zhongwei and Lin Chenyi. Brother, where is that bird? Zhong Tao looked at the sky in confusion. Wasn't that bird following his brother? Where did it go? Dead. Zhong Tao was shocked and asked, killed brother? It hasn't been long since he left and he already killed the bird. Well brother, what good stuff did you reveal? Zhong Tao rubbed his hands together and approached Zhongwei. He knew the bird's ability very well. It would definitely reveal something good. What if big brother had something discarded? Here you go. Zhongwei took out the giant thermal sword from the cargo hold and handed it to Zhong Tao. Fuck, this is great. Zhong Tao had been coveting Zhongwei's giant thermal sword for a long time. Being able to get what he wanted so quickly was really beyond Zhong Tao's expectations. Where Xiaobao? He ate too much and fell asleep. He is probably evolving, Zhong Tao answered while fiddling with the giant thermal energy sword. He didn't even look at Zhongwei. His eyes were full of the giant thermal energy sword. After being equipped with the thermal energy giant sword, Zhong Tao finally understood why Zhongwei's body was not afraid of the heat released by the thermal energy giant sword when he used it, because the heat from the thermal giant sword will not harm the mecha body at all. What is the principle behind this? Is it going to evolve this time? It was Zhongwei's turn to be surprised. Without devouring any high-level source crystals and without any special encounters, Xiao Bao was able to evolve to the king level just by eating metal debris. His potential is somewhat terrifying. Oh, by the way, big brother, the elephants who asked me to keep an eye on are trying to run away. I sent some people to harass them. What should I do now? Zhong Tao was eager to try it. Equipped with the giant thermal sword, Zhong Tao's combat power was greatly improved. He even became so arrogant that he wanted to fight with the herd of elephants. Let's go and take a look. Zhong Wei didn't bother to look at Xiao Bao when he heard that he definitely couldn't let the herd of elephants escape, as those were more than a dozen moving epic source crystals. Good. Zhong Tao led the Wei and Zhongwei and Lin Chenyi followed behind Zhong Tao to the north of Chuancheng. Behind the ruins, a herd of elephants was moving away from Chuancheng. Around the herd of elephants there were 7 or 8 long-range mechas that were constantly firing at the herd. Brother, when Zhongwei arrived, a group of mechas greeted him one after another. At the same time, the elephants also noticed Zhongwei's arrival and they became nervous when they saw Zhongwei's elephants. Leave it to me, Zhongwei said, and then drew out the super energy sunsword. Lin Chenyi also took out the dissociation freezing gun. Seeing that Zhongwei and Lin Chenyi had both upgraded their weapons, Zhong Tao suddenly felt that the giant thermal sword in his hand was not so powerful. The next moment, Zhongwei rushed towards the herd of elephants without any nonsense. The elephants were in chaos. Before Zhongwei could get close to them, they began to run around in all directions. Some elephants even bumped into each other and fell to the ground. The herd of elephants that were originally difficult for Zhongwei to deal with were now like lambs to be slaughtered in front of Zhongwei. Zhong Tao originally thought that he had a chance to take action, but now he could only watch the fun from the side. On the contrary, Lin Chenyi was able to fire a few shots from time to time to stop the elephants from escaping. In less than 10 minutes, the herd of elephants was dealt with by Zhongwei, and Zhongwei didn't even use any skills. The super energy sunsword dealt with the herd of elephants as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. 8 high-level source crystals and 5 epic source crystals were a little different from what Zhongwei had expected. If these elephants didn't run away and were kept for a while longer, they should all be able to drop epic source crystals. What a pity. Zhongwei sighed inwardly. Brother, let's see what good stuff we can get. Zhong Tao had never seen so many epic source crystals before and was very enthusiastic. Let someone transport their bodies back first. The people sent by the military are already on the way, Zhongwei ordered. Good. Zhong Tao nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on the source crystal in Zhongwei's hand. The high-level source crystal was collected by Zhongwei. Currently, Zhongwei no longer values the high-level source crystal and keeps it for quickly replenishing power in times of crisis. Open. 5 epic source crystals were opened at the same time and the scene was still very magnificent. Not only Zhong Tao was staring attentively, but everyone else was also staring at the situation here. 1 red star, 2 purple stars, 1 piece of epic external armor and 1 epic cargo hold. How can a red star appear? Zhongwei was annoyed. He was very upset when an epic source crystal produced a red star, but there is no place to complain, so I can only accept it. Brother, hurry up with this armor. The shape of the external armor still looks very intimidating, and Zhong Tao's eyes are shining. Hygrostatic fusion armor, epic combat strength plus 150, durability 500. The armor has its own static pressure function which can reduce the power of various energy attacks. Zhongwei was quite satisfied with this armor. The armor is T-shaped which protects the shoulders while effectively protecting the abdomen of the mecha and is connected all the way to the crotch. Equip armor. Zhongwei replaced his Excellence class armor with hygrostatic fusion armor. The external armor was adaptive to the color of the mecha body. From the outside it looked much more domineering than the Excellence class armor. Zhong Tao was very envious. However, before Zhong Tao could express his envy, Zhongwei handed the epic cargo hold to Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao couldn't believe it. Brother, is this for me? Yes. Zhongwei nodded to Zhong Tao. The main thing was that he already had an epic cargo hold and this one was of no use at all. Zhong Tao has a large family and a lot of subordinates and he will have more and more mechas in the future. Zhongwei plans to hand over all the mechas he got from the man with glasses to Zhong Tao. Zhongwei couldn't keep all the junk he got later by himself, therefore the cargo hold was handed over to Zhong Tao, who used it as a mobile warehouse which was great value for money. Zhong Tao doesn't have so many ideas, it's given by Big Brother, so take it. It doesn't matter how much space there is in the cargo hold. What's more important is that this cargo hold can also provide 50 points of combat power. Zhongwei no longer thinks highly of 50 points of combat power, but this combat power is very useful to Zhong Tao. While Zhong Tao was fiddling with his cargo hold, Zhongwei took out the Red Star Strength and Super Energy Sunsword. Needless to say how important weapons are to improving combat power. Although the Super Energy Sunsword is still a low-end weapon, it is not a waste to strengthen it with Red Star's Ding. Strengthening is successful. Super Energy Sunsword Epic plus 1 combat strength plus 500. It has a higher temperature than the thermal greatsword and is an upgraded two-handed physical greatsword. The combat power increased by 100 points, which is not bad. Zhongwei nodded with satisfaction. Then he put the purple star away. Things like the red star can be opened with high-level source crystals and Zhongwei won't feel bad about using it to strengthen the super energy Sunsword, but purple star has too many uses to be wasted. Let's go back. Zhongwei gave the order and then the group headed towards Sichuan City. When Zhongwei led his men back to Sichuan City, Xiaoyu had already contacted his third brother.